Chapter 103 The Guardian of the Cloud. In the rear mountains of the Yunlan sect, Yun stood respectfully at the entrance of the cave, softly uttering, "Master, your disciple Yun seeks an audience." After a prolonged silence, an overwhelming and majestic presence surged forth, reminiscent of an ancient dragon stirring from slumber, sweeping across the entire Yunlan sect. Subsequently, a calm voice resonated. "Ah, it is you, Yun'er. Please, come in." Receiving the acknowledgement from Yunshan, Yun entered the cave and immediately spotted her master seated in meditation, exuding no discernible aura the earlier powerful. Presence felt almost like an illusion that Yun'er has reached the rank of a 3-star Dou Huan. Very well, very well. You have come today because something has transpired within the Yunlan sect, has it not? As he observed his disciple's prowess, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yunshan's eyes. He had raised this apprentice from childhood, and her talents surpassed even his own at that age. Surely, she would one day reach his level, or perhaps even that of the founding patriarch. The future of the Yunlan sect is assured. Master, there is no crisis within the Yunlan sect, however. Recently, a renowned alchemist has arrived in the imperial capital. In response to Yunshan's inquiry, Yun softly recounted the events of recent days. After finishing, she stood respectfully beside her pensive master, awaiting his judgment. The 7-star alchemist, indeed. After a long while, Yunshan returned to reality, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. If only this had come to light sooner now, it may be too late. You have done well. If we have missed the opportunity with the elixirs, then so be it. I shall soon emerge from my seclusion, and we will decide on our course then. With that, Yunshan closed his eyes once more. Witnessing this, Yun, despite having more to say, dutifully bowed and withdrew. Once Yun departed, a wisp of black smoke floated into the cave, and 2 crimson lights suddenly ignited within the darkness. "Ah, your disciple is quite a promising talent. Yunshan, I advise the guardian to abandon this perilous notion." Suddenly, Yunshan opened his eyes with a fierce gaze, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. "Ha!" With a sinister chuckle, the guardian of the cloud refrained from provoking him further. Him. Yunshan was merely a pawn many elders had already covertly joined the Soul Hall. And what was one more disciple? The Yunlan sect would inevitably become an outpost of my Soul Hall within the Empire. I am very intrigued by the sudden arrival of that 7-star alchemist. Hearing the guardian's words, Yunshan furrowed his brow and hesitantly replied, "A 7-star alchemist is not to be trifled with, especially since he is accompanied by several formidable companions whose strengths remain unknown. I am well aware. You simply need to discreetly entangle his allies, and at the opportune moment, I shall intervene." The guardian of the cloud cackled. Indeed. Yunshan hesitated briefly before acquiescing. He shared a cooperative relationship with the protector of the law, and conceding to certain requests was of little consequence. Since his breakthrough, he had yet to make his move. Yunlan sect is the most formidable force in the Jiama Empire. Were it not for the internal regulations prohibiting the seizure of imperial power, the imperial family of Jiama would likely have altered their name long ago. It is precisely because of the transcendent influence of Yunlan sect, which exists beyond the control of the imperial family, that each generation of the Jiama royalty remains vigilant. The seasoned elite legion stationed at the foot of Yunlan Mountain serves as a testament to this vigilance. The royal army has been stationed here for many years, and their purpose is evident to all. They are on guard against Yunlan sect. Despite the royal family's ostentatious display, the higher-ups from both sides remain tacitly accepting of the situation. However, there are often hot-tempered disciples from Yunlan sect who venture into the military camp to stir up trouble. Thus, this place is typically quite lively. Yet today, both the military camp and Yunlan sect are unusually tranquil, with all disciples gathered in the vast central square of the sect. The square is entirely paved with massive stones, exuding an ancient and grand atmosphere. In the center stands a colossal stone tablet, majestically erected, inscribed with the names of past sect masters and those who have made significant contributions to the sect. At this moment, nearly 1,000 individuals are seated within the square, while on the stone platform above, a dozen elderly figures clad in white robes meditate with closed eyes. At the forefront stand Yunyu, the sect master of Yunlan, and the slightly shorter Alan Ran, both seemingly awaiting someone. With nearly 1,000 people congregated, the square is eerily silent, save for the howling wind that echoes through the air. Suddenly, a resounding eagle's cry pierces the stillness, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The attention of the Yunlan sect members is instantly drawn to the commotion. A massive blue eagle appears, bearing 4 figures upon its back, with the foremost figure being none other than Jiang Yun. Just yesterday, Jiang Yun had sent an invitation to visit Yunlan's sect, stirring quite a commotion within the Jiamai Empire. Who is Jiang Yun? A seventh-tier alchemist, and he seeks to visit Yunlan sect. What could be his purpose? However, some could not help but glance at the women accompanying Jiang Yun, revealing knowing smiles. After all, no matter how talented he may be, he is still a young man. Yun Yu, the sect master of Yunlan, renowned for her beauty, could very well be the reason for his visit. In an instant, countless speculations reverberate through every corner of the Jiama sacred city, yet the royal family, who should be anxious, remain surprisingly quiet. Welcome, Master Jiang. As the esteemed guest arrives, Yun Yu leads the elders to greet him, and a resounding chorus of voices from Yunlan sect ascends to the heavens. Master Yun, had I known such an elaborate reception awaited me, I would have thought twice about coming. Jiang Yun jestingly remarked upon landing, gazing at Yun Yu faced with Jiang Yun's words. Yun Yun found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. This was never her intention. She cherished tranquility and disliked such ostentation. Master Jiang's presence at our Yunlan sect is indeed a blessing for us. The disciples have long admired you and wish to witness your grandeur. Upon hearing of your arrival yesterday, today feels somewhat. Before Yun Yun could reply, an elderly man from the crowd stepped forward, his demeanor humble as he spoke. Who might you be? Before the man could finish, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and interrupted. I am Yunling, the grand elder of the Yunlan sect. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's inquiry, the man's expression brightened, a hint of arrogance tinging his tone as he proudly declared. Ah, so you're the grand elder. I was wondering when the sect leader of Yunlan would change. Jiang Yun observed the crowd, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. However, upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present stiffened, and Yunling, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat, utterly at a loss. Although Yunling's authority had surged dramatically since Yun Yun ascended to the position of sect leader, was it appropriate to speak of this openly? Had they not noticed that Yun Yun's face had turned as cold as ice? Sect leader, I assure you that Yunling meant no offense. Grand Elder Yunling's loyalty is well recognized by me. I implore Master Jiang not to jest. Yun Yun frowned as she regarded Yunling, ultimately turning her serious gaze to Jiang Yun and saying, Master Jiang, the reason for your unexpected visit today is that you have a request. Jiang Yun's straightforward words left everyone present momentarily stunned. A request? What could possibly interest a seventh-grade alchemist like Jiang Yun in the Yunlan sect? Could the rumors be true? The crowd's eyes flickered between Jiang Yun and Yun Yun, their thoughts inevitably wandering to the whispers from the imperial capital. Yun Yun's face flushed, but she composed herself and said, Please, Master, follow me. Meanwhile, observing the departing figures of Jiang Yun and Yun Yun, Gu He appeared increasingly anxious. He wanted to speak, but ultimately lacked the courage, turning away in resignation. Inside the grand hall, only Jiang Yun and a few disciples remained with Yun Yun. Feeling somewhat bashful, Yun Yun mustered the courage to ask, Master, I wonder. Before we proceed, it would be best for the old sect leader, Yun Shan, to make his presence known. Jiang Yun raised a hand to halt her, his clear voice resonating throughout the hall. Teacher hearing Jiang Yun's request, Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback, glancing around in confusion. After several breaths, silence still enveloped the space. Jiang Yun chuckled softly. If Master Yun Shan does not wish to reveal himself, then I shall have to take matters into my own hands. Come forth. At the moment Jiang Yun's voice echoed, Ziyin instantly launched an attack, unleashing a powerful punch that sent tremors through the surrounding space as the violently compressed spatial force struck fiercely against a certain spatial node. Not good. Ziyan's sudden action startled Yun Yun, who, without a moment to lose, positioned herself in front of Nalan Yenran to shield her from the surging energy. Boom! The space quaked, and a figure clad in white, Yin Shan, tumbled awkwardly from some concealed dimension. That moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Ziyan's abrupt strike had caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that she could truly sense his location, leaving him unprepared and in such a disarrayed state. Regaining his composure, Yun Shan's gaze swept across the hall with a hint of irritation. Upon spotting Jiang Yun and Ziyin, his brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. Recalling his earlier predicament, a flash of anger surged within him, emanating an intangible pressure. Master! Seeing Yun Shan hidden within the grand hall, Yun Yun's expression shifted to one of disbelief, accompanied by a wave of confusion in her mind. She could not fathom why her mentor would eavesdrop on their conversation. Yunner, what is the meaning of this? Yun Shan's attention turned towards her at the sound of her voice, his tone calm, yet probing. Master, Why must the venerable Yun Shan feign ignorance? Before Yun Yun could finish her sentence, Jiang Yun interrupted, responding with a significant undertone, and then uttered a statement that left Yun Shan in shock. Moreover, where is Protector Wu? Let him emerge as well, for I possess information regarding an old friend of his, Jiang Yun stated with a smile, but as he mentioned Protector Wu, Yun Shan's expression shifted dramatically, darkening with a fierce intensity. Yun Shan's aura became heavy and oppressive as he coldly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yun chuckled softly and continued, "It is clear to me that the esteemed Yun Shan has been trapped in the Dou Emperor realm for many years, yearning to break through to Dou Zone. However, forming an alliance with the Soul Palace is akin to courting danger. You remain oblivious to the peril that looms over you, believing you possess the means to resist the Soul Palace's grasp. Currently, the Yunlan sect teeters on the brink of the abyss. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin." "What? Master, is what Master Jiang said true? Are you truly unwell?" Jiang Yun's words immediately etched a look of urgency onto Yun Yun's face as she anxiously questioned at Yunner, "I'm a Dou Zong expert. What could possibly be wrong?" "You worry too much." Yun Shan scoffed, reassuring Yun Yun, then turned to Jiang Yun with a mocking tone. "Master Jiang, even if you were a 7th-tier alchemist, to think you could deceive me with mere words is rather presumptuous, wouldn't you agree?" Yun Shan held no belief in Jiang Yun's claims. As a Dou Zong expert, he was a formidable force within the Dou Qi Continent. How could he be unaware of any issues concerning his own body? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, let alone a transaction with the Soul Hall, Jiang Yun remarked, gazing at Yun Shan. Before continuing, perhaps the Lord of Yun Shan is still unaware of the true nature and strength of the Soul Hall. Jiang Yun's words caused a flicker of expression on Yun Shan's face. Indeed, he only knew that the Soul Hall was an exceedingly powerful and enigmatic organization, yet the specifics of its might remained shrouded in mystery. Could there be some hidden secrets within? Deep within your soul, a restriction has already been planted at this moment. Your life and death are no longer under your own control. Yun Shan's countenance shifted slightly, yet he maintained an air of composure. "Your claims are unfounded. Do you believe I would be deceived? As a powerful Dou Zong, how could I be oblivious to the condition of my own body? I am quite certain that no such restriction exists within me." Perhaps you should inquire with our Protector Wu? At this juncture, however, Jiang Yun disregarded Yun Shan and cast a mocking glance toward a certain corner of the Grand Hall, speaking in an oddly cryptic tone. As Jiang Yun's words echoed, they immediately alerted those present, who turned their wary gazes toward the direction he indicated. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the perception of an alchemist is remarkably keen. The concealment of this protector is rendered utterly ineffective before you. However, I wonder what distinguishes the soul of such a talented alchemist from the rest. In the following moment, a series of sinister chuckles resonated throughout the hall as a dense black mist surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a vast, tens-hang-wide cloud of profound darkness. The black mist trembled and pulsated, ultimately condensing before the observant eyes of the onlookers into a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in an ominous veil, with piercing crimson eyes. Once again, we are confronted by these unearthly beings. Observing the familiar silhouette and sensing the chilling aura, Xian wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Chapter 104, Capture. Teacher, who is he? Observing the seemingly malevolent protector, Yun Yun protectively shielded Nalan. Yen ran behind her, recalling Jiang Yun's earlier words. She was already convinced to a large extent, yet she still yearned for confirmation from her revered mentor. The enigmatic manner of his appearance suggested he was no benign presence, and the fact that he was here at Yunlan's sect, connected to her teacher, of which her sect leader was entirely unaware, filled her with unease. In a fleeting moment, as her thoughts swirled, she began to sense an unsettling change in the mentor she had always held in high esteem. Was what the protector claimed earlier truly factual? At that moment, Yun Shan's gaze was fixed intently on the protector, seeking answers from him. Ha ha ha, Yun Shan. The treasures of my soul palace are not so easily acquired. The protector cackled ominously. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan staggered slightly, disbelief etched across his face as he stammered. You despicable wretch. Despicable? Had it not been for me, you would have perished long ago in your attempt to break through. What merit do you possess to witness the grandeur of the Dou Zong? The protector sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Yun Shan. Should the latter dare to turn against him, he would make sure Yun Shan understood the true extent of the Soul Palace's power. Ultimately, Yun Shan lacked the courage to become adversarial. He cast a derisive glance at the protector, who then shifted his attention to Jiang Yun and the others nearby. I did not anticipate your audacity. Knowing my Soul Palace is present, you dare to venture into the lion's den. Should I commend your skill and bravery, or simply remark upon your naive fearlessness? A mere protector cannot intimidate me. Jiang Yun retorted with a sardonic smile, his disdain evident. He then produced a jade vial under the protector's watchful gaze, speaking coldly. A protector? I've encountered such before. As he spoke, flames surged from his palm, and a piercing wail erupted from the jade vial. Ah, this is Xian Protector? The protector's expression shifted, fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at Jiang Yun. You dare to strike at a member of my soul palace? Such audacity. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending my domain. With a clang, as dark mist swirled, the protector's hand moved, and a pitch-black chain extended from his palm with a clattering sound, coiling around him like a serpentine creature. Ha ha ha. Yinshan, seize those young girls. The black chain quivered slightly, and after a moment, the protector let out a sinister laugh. With a swift motion of his arm, the chain sliced through the air, transforming into a black streak aimed directly at Jiang Yun. Another one of these tricks. Recognizing the familiar assault, Jiang Yun's expression shifted as pure white flames surged in his hand, gradually coalescing into a long, icy white sword, which he propelled forward with determination. Step aside. Observing the figure of Yinshan blocking her path, Ziyin moved slightly, her face as cold as frost as she gazed at him. Her violet eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Deep within them roared the presence of a massive purple dragon. The diminutive Dou Huang. How dare you act so recklessly? Under the watchful gaze of Ziyin, Yinshan felt a tightening in his expression, as if he were being scrutinized by some ancient ferocious beast. Recalling the tingling sensation in his arm, he let out a chilling smile. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of profound, deep green energy erupted from within him, undulating violently before swiftly coalescing into a massive azure sword, nearly 10 feet wide. As the sword took form, the surrounding space quivered intensely. A mere display of skill. Indifferent to the colossal energy sword slowly rotating above Yinshan, Ziyin scoffed, her purple-golden aura surging dramatically. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a purple-golden spear materialized in her grasp, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Baya, keep a close watch on Qing Lin and the little healer. Without a backward glance, Ziyin commanded, brandishing her spear as if she were a goddess of war. In a few swift strides, she closed the distance to Yinshan, her spear descending with terrifying force toward him. Roar. After Ziyin departed, Baya transformed from a small hand ring into the colossal 8-winged black serpent king, encircling Qing Lin and the little healer protectively, eyes vigilantly fixed on Yinshan and his apprentice. The appearance of the 8-winged black serpent king captured the attention of everyone present, and upon realizing that another Dou Huang had emerged, Yinshan's complexion shifted drastically. He bellowed angrily at Yun beside him. In that moment, he was far from the composure he had just exhibited. Ziyan's strength was beyond his expectations. Her physical prowess terrifying, compounded by an array of formidable martial techniques and her elusive spatial maneuvers. He found himself momentarily at a disadvantage, which incited a wave of indignation and urgency within him. Yin quickly informed the disciples of Yunlan's sect to set up the cloud smoke covering sun formation and eliminate them. Master, hearing Yinshan's furious shout, Yun hesitated, recalling Jiang Yun's earlier words. Glancing at the roaring black mist, she leaned further towards Jiang Yun's perspective. The Yunlan sect was in a perilous situation. Any misstep could lead to utter ruin. Thus, her hesitation deepened. Still distracted, Taisu fist, a delicate exclamation forced Yinshan to refocus, struggling to contend with Ziyin's onslaught. Protector Wu, your attacks seem to lack the same vigor as your bravado, effortlessly deflecting the murky black lines before him. Jiang Yun remarked teasingly. However, the commotion here is quite significant. Let us not damage anything. With his elongated hand enveloped in white flames, Jiang Yun seized the obsidian chain that flickered like a viper's tongue. In an instant, a sizzling sound arose from the chain encased in white flames, wisps of smoke curling upward. What? Witnessing Jiang Yun effortlessly grasp his attack, Protector Wu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his face as he stared at that pristine hand. A sense of unease began to stir within him. This suddenly emerged genius alchemist seemed to defy all logic. Alchemists, as a general rule, excel in the art of potion making, often exhibiting relatively weaker physical prowess. However, the formidable adversary before me possesses not only an extraordinary physical strength, but also a swordsmanship so incisive that it effortlessly renders my attacks intangible, an occurrence most peculiar. At that moment, as Jiang Yun grasped the chain, he formed intricate seals with one hand, unleashing a multitude of spiritual seals that swiftly enveloped the grand hall within an immense formation. To an observer from the outside, the main hall of the Yunlan sect would appear to be shrouded in a mysterious mist, a veil formed by the condensation of surrounding energies. so thin that it seemed almost transparent if not scrutinized closely. This was a confinement formation devised by Jiang Yun, based on the ancient array of Tiantian. Impervious to dispersal by mere winds, and significantly obstructing perception, rendering it impossible to discern direction. This marked Jiang Yun's inaugural use of such a formation in combat. Designed primarily to ensnare foes, focusing solely on containment rather than offense. To escape its grasp would require an immense expenditure of energy. And should one exhaust their fighting spirit without breaching the formation, they would truly become prey. What is transpiring? The commotion was palpable, and all present could feel the disturbance. Though the intricacies of the formation were unfamiliar to them, leaving them momentarily unable to comprehend their predicament. Nothing to worry about. The Guardian of the Mist and the Guardian of the Sky are quite eager to see you. Why not join them for companionship? You seek death. Jiang Yun's repeated disdain ignited a fury within him, and a torrent of black mist surged forth, his crimson eyes radiating a chilling ferocity. 9 forests, 100 devouring souls. A sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, instilling an inexplicable coldness in the surroundings. The Guardian of the Mist swiftly formed seals with his hands, the black mist swirling and coalescing in mid-air into a gigantic visage. Upon closer inspection, the face was composed of countless smaller faces, densely packed together, evoking a sense of dread. Flame of the Departed. With a soft exhalation from Jiang Yun, the flames in his palms surged with terrifying velocity, transforming in an instant into a disk that blotted out the sky. Viewed from the side, the battleground between Jiang Yun and the Guardian of the Mist was now encased in a pure white flame barrier, leaving the small healer and Yun, who had not yet joined the fray, unable to discern the unfolding spectacle. Exotic fire. You possess exotic fire. As the overwhelming energy fluctuations permeated the air, the Guardian of the Mist gasped in realization. He now understood that this white flame was indeed a form of exotic fire, seemingly capable of inflicting harm upon spiritual entities. Damn it! Realizing his dire situation, the Guardian of the Mist cursed under his breath as a cacophony of clanking chains echoed around him. A multitude of eerie chains, concealed beneath the colossal face, surged forth towards Jiang Yun with unrelenting force. Burn! Jiang Yun remained unfazed, as within the fiery realm, flames spiraled like tornadoes, erupting from all directions, a terrifying aura of destruction that filled the air with dread. The Guardian of the Mist sensed a palpable threat to his very existence. I shall perish. A voice resonated within, driving the Guardian into a frenzy. With hands forming intricate seals, the black mist surged and erupted with an eerie pulling force. After a moment, feeling the space around him sealed by flames, he relinquished all hope and redirected his energy towards the visage forming before him. As he infused his energy, the face grew larger and gradually solidified. Ultimately, the Guardian, controlling the solidified visage, directed it towards Jiang Yun to consume him. Break it, he commanded, with his voice echoing. The once ethereal face, now expanded to several meters in size, unleashed torrents of dense black radiance from its 7 orifices, colliding violently with the raging firestorm, resulting in a sudden explosion. A profound hum filled the air, resonating like ripples in the depths of the mind, devoid of any earth-shattering blast. Ah no, the black mist visage was utterly powerless against the firestorm, which tore it apart, and with a cry of reluctance, the Guardian was thrust into a jade vial by Jiang Yun, joining the company of the Xin Guardian. Meanwhile, outside, with a commanding shout, an exceptionally mournful sound of a sword echoed through the grand hall. As Yunsan's handprints shifted, the swirling sword of energy above him lunged towards Xian. The sword moved with such speed that it seemed to transcend spatial barriers, appearing mere meters from Xian's throat in the blink of an eye. Ancient Dragon's Claw. Xian remained unperturbed, issuing a low command as a colossal dragon-shaped claw imprint materialized before her. Simultaneously, the space surrounding her began to ripple violently as Yunsan's attack neared. It curiously slowed down. In an instant, 2 immensely formidable attacks collided with ferocity, producing a thunderous explosion. The point of their clash generated waves of energy that rippled like a tangible force, distorting the very fabric of space, a testament to the terrifying power of their assaults. Had it not been for the formation set by Jiang Yun, the main hall would undoubtedly require extensive renovations. The warped space, propelled by the terrifying energy, tore towards the 2 combatants. However, as a favored child of space, Xian remained undaunted, darting through the fissures towards Yunsan. Yunsan, on the other hand, found himself struggling. While resisting the spatial forces, he was also worn down by Xian's relentless assault, soon rendering his garments tattered and torn. After several jarring impacts from Xian's spear, Yunsan's withered hand trembled as blood trickled from his palm, silently dripping down his fingers. Damn it, I underestimated you. Yunsan's expression darkened as he wiped the blood from his palm onto his robe. Gazing at the fiercely determined Xian ahead, he spoke solemnly. However, soon you shall realize the chasm between a Dozong and a Douhuang. Alas, regrettably, your sword pales in comparison to your sharp tongue. Faced with this boastful declaration from Yunshan, Xian displayed a look of disdain. Throughout the battle, she had discerned her opponent's capabilities. She realized that while her fighting spirit was slightly inferior to Han Feng's, she utterly dominated Yunshan in every other aspect. You seek your own demise. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy enveloped the air, causing Yunshan to collapse in agony. A somewhat ethereal white soul seemed to drift from his body, heading toward the fiery barrier. In that moment, Yunshan felt as though his very soul was attempting to detach from his corporeal form. Teacher, on the sidelines, Yun called out in panic, rushing to Yunshan's side. Xian frowned as she observed the scene, seeing Yunshan rendered powerless. With a disdainful snort, she turned her attention to Qing Lin and his companion, as Yunshan no longer posed a threat, and she had no desire to take advantage of his misfortune. Fortunately, the strange energy soon dissipated, leaving Yunshan kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. Damn that Miao protector! At this juncture, even he, in his ignorance, understood what had transpired. Growling in fury. Chapter 105. The Teleportation Array. Yunshan's sect leader, do you now realize that I am a benevolent soul? A somewhat teasing voice echoed. As the energy maelstrom surrounding Yunshan gradually subsided, and the chaotic rifts in space began to heal beneath the shrinking fiery disk. Clad in black, Jiang Yun appeared before Yunshan, unscathed, gazing at the young man before him. Although Yunshan acknowledged that Jiang Yun had indirectly saved his life, a sense of frustration welled within him as he recalled his previous commanding demeanor, only to now find himself in such a disheveled state. Yun, visibly anxious, turned her gaze to Jiang Yun before Yunshan could speak. With sincerity, she expressed, today, with the Master's assistance, our Yunlan sect has been aided in extricating my teacher from peril, shielding him from deceitful villains. I am immensely grateful, and in the future, should you require anything, our entire sect will exhaust our resources to fulfill your wishes. Her gentle voice conveyed unwavering resolve, yet Jiang Yun could still discern her underlying trepidation. He regarded Yun with a hint of amusement. She had placed all the blame on the Soul Palace, portraying Yunshan as a victim, especially since he had also taken action moments ago. If Jiang Yun were to hold him accountable, the Yunlan sect would swiftly face utter devastation. Yunshan's sect leader, do you not wish to say something? Jiang Yun bore no malice toward Yun, as she was unaware of the full circumstances, and her earlier inaction had spared the Yunlan sect some leeway. However, his patience with Yunshan had worn thin. The fact that he had refrained from killing him on the spot was already a concession made for Yun's sake. Fearing that his death might provoke her backlash and complicate subsequent matters, to kill or to maim, do as you see fit. This matter, I, Yunshan, shall bear alone, having no connection to Yun or the Yunlan sect. At this moment, Yunshan had traversed the thin line between life and death, seemingly gaining a newfound clarity, exuding the demeanor of one ready for self-sacrifice. The words of teacher Yunshan naturally caused Yun to cast anxious glances between him and Jiang Yun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a pleading essence that stirred the heart. Indeed, Yun regarded Yunshan as a father figure and the Yunlan sect as her true home. Very well, I seek but one thing from the Yunlan sect, and I shall let bygones be bygones regarding past events, Jiang Yun stated plainly, showing no concern for Yunshan's fate, for his sole purpose in coming to the Yunlan sect had always been singular. What is it? Yunshan inquired. Anything the Yunlan sect possesses can be bestowed upon the master. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Yun's face brightened with hope. There was still room for negotiation. At this moment, even if it meant relinquishing the sect's legacy, she would not hesitate in the slightest. I desire the method of entering and exiting the gate of life and death. The gate of life and death? Both Yun and Yunshan were taken aback by Jiang Yun's request. The gate of life and death was a secretive location within the Yunlan sect, historically. Only those who resonated with it could be considered for the position of the next sect master. It also served as the final trial for the successor before assuming the mantle of leadership. In the original tale, Nalan Yinran, after her defeat by Xiao Yan in a 3-year agreement, entered this very place, and in just a few short years, when Xiao Yan returned to the Yunlan sect, she had soared from a great fighter to a fighting king, a progression astonishingly rapid. Given the multitude of opportunities Xiao Yan had encountered, his cultivation was still comparable to hers. Furthermore, as Jiang Yun was aware, there were whispers surrounding the gate of life and death, and he had come to uncover its mysteries. Although the request left the others somewhat perplexed, for the gate of life and death was ultimately just a place for rapid cultivation. Its significance for Emperor fighters had diminished significantly. Nonetheless, given Jiang Yun's insistence, even if it were a resting place for the past sect masters, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Yunshan dared not linger before Jiang Yun and retreated hastily to seclude himself for healing. As for the matter of the dark manipulations inflicted upon his soul by the spirit hall, Jiang Yun had no interest in intervening. The gate of life and death lay nestled within the forbidden grounds of the Yunlan sect's rear mountains, and soon, Jiang Yun and the others, following Yun Yun and her master, navigated through the grand hall and arrived at the back mountain. Is that a spatial lock? Observing the unremarkable cave before them, the ancient characters for the gate of life and death were etched upon the adjacent stone wall. As she sensed the familiar fluctuations emanating from within, Xian gasped in surprise. She had encountered such a phenomenon at the Jianan Academy and was astonished to discover that the Yunlan sect possessed a similar secretive site. What is a spatial lock? Nailin Yinran inquired, puzzled, for this delved into the realm of Dozun. Were it not for the Yunlan sect's profound heritage, even Yun Yun would not have had the opportunity to engage with such concepts. Yun Yun quietly elucidated on the side. While Jiang Yun meticulously scrutinized the entrance of the cave, there was something peculiar about this opening. His soul force could not penetrate even a fraction, blocked by a mysterious power, yet he could sense that deep within the gate of life and death lay a terrifying energy. It appears that secrets indeed lie within this place. I shall venture inside for an exploration. Xian, take good care of Qinglin and Xiao Yixian. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun turned to issue commands to Xian and the others nearby. Very well, do exercise caution. Knowing they could not dissuade Jiang Yun from his decision, the trio could only choose to trust him. After all, how could a mere Dozuan impede Jiang Yun? Jiang Yun nodded, extending a hand as he began to slowly form hand seals. With the completion of these seals, an immense and formless wave of energy surged forth, rippling like ocean waves. This so-called resonance referred to the compatibility with the inheritance techniques of the Yunlan sect's leader, a task that posed no challenge for Jiang Yun, who swiftly comprehended what he required. The formless waves gradually expanded until they finally came into contact with the spatial folds, transforming the cave entrance before him into a mirror-like surface of water, continuously producing ripples. Nodding towards Xian and the others, without a hint of hesitation, he stepped directly into the cave. As Jiang Yun's figure vanished, Xian adopted a demeanor that seemed to ward off strangers, sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the life and death gate. This left Yun Yun, who wished to converse, to depart empty-handed alongside Nailin Yinran. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun found himself engulfed by an overwhelming darkness that filled his vision, and his mind experienced a slight dizziness due to the teleportation. Fortunately, this dizziness did not last long, as a blinding light surged forth once again. As the scenery shifted, a desolate atmosphere assailed him. Before him lay an endless expanse of wasteland, with clouds floating above and the surrounding world shrouded in a grayish haze. Jiang Yun's internal Dou Qi began to circulate, his gaze cautiously scanning the vicinity. The energy of this realm is indeed more concentrated than that of the outside world. Jiang Yun grasped a handful of the misty gas before him, discovering that it contained an exceptionally dense essence of heaven and earth energy. If absorbed, it could indeed accelerate one's cultivation speed. The life and death gate possesses some intriguing mysteries. Gazing further afield, everything appeared barren, intermittently disturbed by energy storms. As this overly concentrated spiritual energy could sometimes prove lethal. This place is rather fascinating. The ethereal figure of Qingming slowly materialized beside Jiang Yun, hands clasped behind his back, his profound eyes surveying the surrounding space. Senior Qingming, can you now ascertain the validity of my conjecture? Jiang Yun inquired, turning to him after his appearance. After a moment of reflection, Qingming responded, there is indeed an aura of the great thousand worlds present, but the ultimate outcome remains to be seen. We must delve deeper to comprehend the core of this realm. Then let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he looked into the depths of the secret realm, where energies rapidly coalesced upon the grayish earth, and ethereal figures flickered into view within his sight. He had not anticipated that the successive leaders and elders of the Yunlan sect could exist in such a form, reminiscent of the celestial tomb. Alas, these individuals possessed too little strength, their intelligence having long since faded. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery, Jiang Yun pondered silently. However, such distractions could not deter him. With a swift push off the ground, his figure darted rapidly into the depths. Halt! How dare you approach the sacred grounds of the Yunlan sect? Who are you to intrude upon this forbidden domain? Just as Jiang Yun surged forward, the phantoms erupted in a chorus of furious roars, each louder than the last, imbued with a palpable sense of murderous intent. As Jiang Yun had surmised, their intelligence was non-existent. They could only instinctively repeat those few phrases. With a forceful strike of his palm, he sent ripples through the space, dispersing the phantoms momentarily. Yet, they quickly reformed, howling and launching attacks as if they were truly alive. Realizing that these phantoms possessed little actual power, merely an indomitable nature, he lost interest and unleashed his full might, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he sped towards the center. Jiang Yun barreled through, finally coming to a halt at the edge of a cliff. So it is. Before him and Qingming lay a colossal stone array, severely shattered. Its appearance barely recognizable after the ravages of time. However, faintly discernible were intricate runes carved upon it, emanating astonishing waves of energy that caused the surrounding celestial energy to bubble with intensity. Moreover, Jiang Yun could sense a unique energy within, one he was quite familiar with, the spiritual energy of the vast world. It was likely this meager essence that allowed the fallen sages of the Yunlan sect to manifest such peculiar existences. As for why the Yunlan sect had failed to notice the anomalies here over the years, even Jiang Yun had nearly failed to recognize the form of this teleportation array, let alone the members of the sect. Is this a teleportation array? Qingming remarked in astonishment, gazing at the formation. Do you know where this teleportation array leads, senior? Jiang Yun's eyes flickered as he turned to Qingming, who then continued, is it possible to repair it? Jiang Yun's inquiry caused Qingming to furrow his brow slightly. He instantly grasped Jiang Yun's intentions. With a serious expression, he asked, do you wish to return to the vast world? Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Yun shook his head. My current strength is insufficient. There are still numerous opportunities within the Dou Qi Continent that can facilitate my rapid growth. It is not yet time for me to venture to the vast world. Nodding in understanding and recognizing Jiang Yun's clear plans, Qingming meticulously examined the teleportation array and softly stated, from my observations, this is a medium-sized teleportation array, likely established when there was still a connection between the vast world and this place, at least 30,000 years ago. I am uncertain where it leads, but with the foundation laid by our predecessors, it should be reparable. Can you accomplish this now, Senior Qingming? After a moment of contemplation, Qingming nodded, yes. But it can only send one trip. After that, the teleportation stone will be rendered useless. Since that is the case, I must trouble you, esteemed senior. Eventually, we will return to the vast realm of Daqian. The Dou Qi Continent is devoid of energy, and thus cannot produce a Dou Di. This place may serve as an alternative option for us. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Qingming nodded in agreement. This was indeed a viable approach. The Dou Qi Continent has not seen a Dou Di emerge in millennia, which, in his view, indicates a deficiency in a certain substance. At present, he could not ascertain whether Jiang Yun would be able to obtain that substance, or if the cost would be greater in comparison to venturing to Daqian, thereby presenting Jiang Yun with an additional choice. Without further hesitation, Qingming commenced the restoration of the formation, while Jiang Yun observed for a time before making his way outside. Qingming was uncertain how long this would take, but the environment here was pleasant and could serve as a suitable location for seclusion. Xiao Yun, you have emerged. Upon seeing Jiang Yun come out, Ziyin and the others were filled with joy. Even though they had faith in his strength, they could not suppress their concerns. Now that they saw him safe, they felt completely at ease. Observing the three, Jiang Yun recounted the circumstances within and mentioned his intention to enter a period of seclusion. No one opposed him. Everything was to be led by Jiang Yun. Even the usually restless Ziyin had no objections, as the recent auction had yielded considerable rewards, sufficient for her sustenance for quite some time. She, too, sought a tranquil place to digest her gains. As Jiang Yun led Ziyin and the others into the gate of life and death for seclusion, the capital of the empire once again fell into tranquility. However, with the return of the three elders of Mulan and Yin Luotian, the strength of Mulan Valley and Jin Yin sect naturally surged. Simultaneously, news of the annihilation of the Scorpion sect spread, subtly altering the atmosphere among the major empires, as none wished to relinquish this coveted prize. Following the arrival of a cloaked figure at the Jiamar royal family, who consecutively healed Jia Xingtian, Mu Chun, and Nalan Jia, the Jiamar royal family was equally unwilling to let this grand banquet go to waste. In an instant, the flames of war erupted among the great empires. On the vast, gray-brown earth, a faint energy mist swirled gently with the breeze, enveloping the hazy world in an aura of profound mystery. In this desolate realm, it felt as though even time had lost its meaning. Jiang Yun sat cross-legged atop a cliff, and at a certain moment, his aura surged dramatically. The instant he opened his eyes, the entire cliff seemed to shimmer with a sharp brilliance. 7 stars. Chapter 106. The Ancient Battlefield. Sensing the energy within him, Jiang Yun's eyes flickered with intensity as he fully devoured the sacred heavenly demon flame. His strength had remarkably advanced 2 stars within merely 3 months, truly astonishing. Indeed, to swiftly enhance one's power, one must seize the opportunity presented by the sacred heavenly demon flame. This was his first time unleashing his speed and fully absorbing and refining the sacred heavenly demon flame. The velocity was intoxicating. You are awake. From beside him, Ziyin observed Jiang Yun awakening from his cultivation, a glimmer of surprise illuminating her beautiful eyes as she softly spoke. Upon hearing Ziyin's voice, Jiang Yun turned to see Ziyin resting her chin in her hands, unusually quiet, gazing intently at him. With a sweep of his soul power, he immediately sensed the surging aura within her, and he murmured, "Have you already reached the late stage of the 6th rank? When did you awaken?" Noticing that Ziyin seemed to have been awake for some time, Jiang Yun regarded her with gentle eyes. "Just a tad earlier than you," Ziyin replied playfully, gesturing with her hand and chuckling softly. Seeing this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, his gaze drifting to the distance where two figures sat cross-legged, their internal fighting energy rapidly escalating. It was Qinglin and the little medicine fairy. Upon sensing that Qinglin had already attained the strength of a 5-star great fighter, Jiang Yun felt little surprise. She was on the brink of a breakthrough and had also benefited from the pills he had left behind. In addition to continuously absorbing the fighting energy of the 2-headed fire serpent and the 8-winged black snake king, such rapid progress was indeed expected. As of now, the 4-star pinnacle 2-headed fire serpent was nearing depletion, just a step away from falling to the 3rd rank. Yet, it dared not defy Qinglin's command, a testament to the dominance of the emerald serpent's 3 flower eyes. However, the speed of the little medicine fairy caught his attention. She too had broken through to the great fighter stage, albeit just shy of 2 stars. This was unexpected, as he had not anticipated her to possess such impressive cultivation speed without the ebon poison body. It seemed his earlier judgment had not been in error. Nonetheless, keeping pace with the cultivation speed of the emerald serpent's 3 flower eyes necessitated the energy crystals beside her. Jiang Yun was certain he had not prepared these for her prior to his own cultivation, and the only person capable of providing such resources must be turning to Ziyin. He felt a mix of emotions wash over him, akin to that of a proud parent witnessing their mischievous child finally mature. Of course, Ziyin responded with a proud smile, slightly puffing out her chest, her excitement palpable. Although the little medicine fairy is serene, witnessing Qinglin's rapid rise in strength would naturally create pressure for her. I don't want her to get stuck in a rut. A glint of amusement flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he embraced Ziyin, ruffling her hair. And in the midst of her puzzled gaze, he mused, "Little Ziyin has grown up." At that moment, a wave of energy surged forth, causing Jiang Yun's expression to shift. He promptly took Ziyin's hand and headed toward the distant cliff. Today bore much good news. Just moments ago, Qingming had conveyed to him that the teleportation array had been repaired, along with some unexpected gains. "You've arrived." Atop the cliff, Qingming's face broke into a smile upon seeing Jiang Yun and Ziyin approach together. As they were all allies, and Ziyin had already earned Qingming's recognition, there was no need for concealment. "Senior Qingming," Ziyin greeted cheerfully, clearly familiar with him, as she clasped her hands in salute. Subsequently, the duo's gaze was once again captivated by the colossal spirit array, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Within the teleportation array, waves of formidable spiritual energy surged forth. Rippling outward, a phantom beam of light ascended skyward, seemingly connecting to an unknown realm. Initially, it was presumed that this teleportation array, linking to the myriad worlds, could only be utilized once more in its current state. However, after the old man completed it, an unexpected gain emerged. Observing Jiang Yun, Qingming remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "What is it?" Jiang Yun inquired with curiosity, while Ziyin, standing beside him, was equally drawn in. What teleportation array? What myriad worlds? Although she did not fully comprehend, she sensed she was on the verge of uncovering the secrets nestled within Jiang Yun's heart. On the other side of the teleportation array lay an ancient battlefield. "Do you recall the tales I once shared about the Dou Qi Continent?" As Qingming's words echoed, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure and gazing at Qingming in astonishment. Indeed, that ancient battlefield should be one of the sites where the 2 realms clashed, likely a fragment of a shattered continent. Nevertheless, even so, it remains an exceptional training ground, perfectly suited for you at this juncture. Qingming observed Jiang Yun, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He held great esteem for Jiang Yun's extraordinary talent, yet felt there was a slight deficiency. Over the past few years in this Dou Qi continent, Jiang Yun had grown somewhat complacent, lacking genuine life and death trials. In Qingming's perspective, this ancient battlefield was precisely the right opportunity, due to the oppressive aura emanating from the fallen supreme beings of the 2 realms. It was improbable for any existence above the supreme level to reside there. Furthermore, as a consequence, the beings born within could not possibly attain sentience. As long as Jiang Yun exercised caution, Qing Ming was confident that he would encounter no issues. This was an excellent venue for honing one's skills. Wow. Upon hearing Qing Ming's description, Jiang Yun declared resolutely, though this body presents itself with formations and alchemical prowess, it does not signify that I have renounced the path of slaughter. On the contrary, it is the path of slaughter that I value most. The alchemy and formations serve merely as aids to my ascent. I wish to go as well. After Jiang Yun spoke, Ziyan affirmed with unwavering determination. Turning to her, Jiang Yun saw her steadfast gaze, reminiscent of the time they first met when she fearlessly stood in front of him. Ultimately, the words of refusal could not escape his lips. Very well, having Ziyan accompany me brings reassurance, Qing Ming remarked with admiration towards Ziyan, finally nodding in agreement. All right, Jiang Yun ultimately acquiesced, the words of refusal remaining unspoken. Next, let's make arrangements for Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian. As he spoke, Jiang Yun's gaze traversed the horizon, catching sight of the myriad drifting energy forms. 3 days later, Jiang Yun and his companions gathered near the teleportation array, where he looked at the reluctant Qing Lin and the little medicine fairy with a smile, saying, in the coming period, you must diligently cultivate. I have emptied the foundation of Yunmon's sect, so do not be lazy. At that moment, the secret realm of the gate of life and death was enveloped in tranquility. The energy entities that once roamed had transformed into crystalline orbs, all collected within the little medicine fairy's spatial ring. Next time, I will certainly assist you. She gazed at Jiang Yun with an unprecedented determination in her beautiful eyes, feeling an intense yearning for strength. She even regretted her earlier choice to abandon the Enin poison body. Otherwise, she could have accompanied him this time. All right, Jiang Yun chuckled, ruffling the hair of the elegant girl before presenting her with a green crystal. This is a Bodhi seed, a remnant of the Bodhi tree. While it may not be from the ancient Bodhi tree, it is still exceedingly precious. I bestow it upon you now, hoping it proves beneficial. The little medicine fairy solemnly accepted the Bodhi seed, feeling a surge of excitement upon receiving it, as it held a compelling allure for her. Qing Lin, you must also dedicate yourself to your training. Jiang Yun encouraged Qing Lin, knowing she was a favored child of destiny and required little concern. Brother Jiang Yun, Sister Ziyan, please be cautious. Qing Lin nodded, worry etched across her face as she glanced at Jiang Yun and Ziyan. Let us go. With that, Jiang Yun stepped towards the teleportation array, and Ziyan nodded at the two before following him, their hands entwined as they entered the vast teleportation spirit array. The brilliance surged, and soon they vanished from sight. Do not worry, with the strength of Yun and Ziyan, they will be fine if they remain cautious. Qing Ming reassured the concerned Qing Lin and the little medicine fairy, who watched the teleportation array with anxious expressions. Due to battlefield constraints, Qing Ming had not entered but remained on the Dou Qi Continent as a safeguard. Should a life-threatening crisis arise, the mark embedded within Jiang Yun would activate, bringing them back. The two nodded at Qing Ming, now aware of his identity, and held him in high esteem. Little medicine fairy, we must strive to cultivate. Yes, when Jiang Yun returns, we will give them quite a surprise. Seeing the two depart to train, Qing Ming smiled and nodded. Though their potential might not rival Ziyan's, they were still exceptionally gifted, and who could predict what the future held? The radiance of the teleportation spirit array filled Jiang Yun and Ziyan's vision, causing a slight dizziness in their minds due to the teleportation, though fortunately, this sensation did not linger long. They soon felt the spatial fluctuations stabilizing, and the dazzling light before them rapidly diminished. We have arrived. Jiang Yun and Ziyan silently circulated their Dou Qi, prepared for any unexpected circumstances. Buzz. Upon a mountain peak, the fabric of space suddenly tore apart. A brilliant light illuminating the scene, revealing two elongated figures gracefully descending. Is this the world beyond the Dou Qi Continent? A curious voice emerged from Ziyan. However, just as Jiang Yun was about to respond, the previously wandering energies of heaven and earth began to boil violently, surging madly into the bodies of the two. What is happening? Ziyan exclaimed, sensing the wild energy flooding into her, while her hard-earned Dou Qi rapidly dissolved. The sensation of witnessing her power slipping away was one that few could face with composure. Instinctively, she began to channel her techniques, her Dou Qi erupting like a tempest, desperately resisting the unknown energy's encroachment. Yet, this peculiar force acted like a poison, devouring her Dou Qi at an alarming rate. It felt as though her energy was being assimilated. Is this spiritual energy? At that moment, Jiang Yun also sensed the anomaly within himself, astonished to discover that this fragmented continent harbored spiritual energy. Without a moment to ponder, he grasped Ziyan's hand and softly reassured her, Ziyan, this is spiritual energy. I will impart a technique to you. Follow my guidance. Hearing Jiang Yun's voice, Ziyan quickly regained her composure. channeling the energy within her as instructed. Observing Xian getting back on track, Jiang Yun felt a sense of relief. He settled into a meditative position, operating his techniques to assimilate the Dou Qi within him. As his Dou Qi diminished and the spiritual energy increased, ancient white patterns began to glow on the surface of Jiang Yun's body. 1, 2, 3, 8 patterns appeared, and this was not the end. After the 8th, a dark, mysterious light coalesced, gradually forming a 9th pattern. 9 ancient patterns emerged on Jiang Yun's surface, their intricate designs seemingly etched into his very essence since birth. Imbued with the essence of the cosmos. Were there beings from other realms present, they would surely be astounded, for these were the legendary 9 divine meridians. Jiang Yun, born with the 9 divine meridians, had remained dormant since arriving in the Dou Qi Continent, likely due to the constraints of the plane. Now, it seemed the spiritual energy had rekindled their power, and an incomprehensible message surged into Jiang Yun's mind. His hand seals instinctively began to shift, and in an instant, the 9 patterns on his back moved in harmony, intertwining in black and white, ultimately forming a chaotic veil that enveloped his being. In that moment, the energy around Jiang Yun mysteriously vanished, entirely absorbed. Is it truly like this? As he sensed the awakening of his 9 divine meridians, a moment of clarity flashed through Jiang Yun's mind. He dispelled the chaotic veil. With the barrier removed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him. Jiang Yun, refusing to hesitate, activated his techniques, absorbing the spiritual essence, guiding it along his meridians, like a windmill filled to capacity, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. A stream of milky vapor swirled around Jiang Yun, flowing into his body with each breath he took. Within him, the holy heavenly demon flame and the 9 divine meridians surged with frenetic energy, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence, which then expelled pure spiritual power. Utilizing this essence, Jiang Yun's strength transformed at an astonishing pace. In an instant, he ascended through various realms, from the sense realm to the spirit realm, then the spirit wheel realm, the divine soul realm, and the fusion realm, ultimately arriving at the transformation realm. Thanks to his innate configuration, his power did not diminish after transformation. Instead, it harmonized perfectly with his former prowess on the continent of combat. This, indeed, was an unexpected boon. At this moment, Jiang Yun felt an extraordinary connection, as if his soul resonated with the cosmos, a phenomenon absent in the Emperor of Combat realm. After savoring the profundity of the transformation realm, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance akin to the blazing sun, only to gradually dim afterward. Chapter 107. The Celestial Serpent Empire. Having fully adapted to the spiritual power system, an unusual wave suddenly emanated from his chest. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and looked down to discover a small, 9-colored serpent nestled in his embrace, desperately manipulating its internal combat energy to fend off the encroaching spiritual force. Momentarily taken aback, he realized he had inadvertently forgotten about this little creature. Meanwhile, the 9-colored devouring python continued its struggle. Lacking experience, it could not withstand the vanishing combat energy. In its state of urgency, dark flames erupted, swirling around it and temporarily blocking the influx of spiritual power. However, this was not a sustainable solution. In its anxiety, it gazed up at Jiang Yun, its serpentine eyes flashing with a hint of hope, before it poked its head out from his embrace and began to hiss urgently. Understood, little one. I shall assist you at once, but time is of the essence. Let us call forth that sister of yours for greater efficiency. Jiang Yun replied with a gentle smile, observing the writhing 9-colored devouring python. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the python's eyes. Yet, under Jiang Yun's soft gaze, it ultimately acquiesced. In the next moment, its innocent and naive expression faded, replaced by a pair of cold, complex eyes. A radiant shaft of 9 colors illuminated the air, and a curvaceous, enchanting beauty with an almost flawless visage gradually materialized. Before she could ponder the situation, Medusa immediately sensed something amiss within her body. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Jiang Yun and inquired, "What is happening?" "The specifics can wait. I will transmit you a cultivation technique shortly. Follow it diligently. And once you have mastered it, I will explain everything in detail," Jiang Yun responded swiftly, pointing his finger toward the center of her brow. As she observed the approaching fingertip, Medusa hesitated briefly but ultimately did not resist, allowing his finger to rest upon her forehead. This was a significant display of trust. For the brow is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even on the continent of combat, if the physical form were to be destroyed, there would still be a chance of rebirth. However, if the soul were to be extinguished, one would have to wait another 18 years. Thus, Medusa's complete trust is indeed unexpected. Yet, given the influence of the 9-colored devouring python, it is not entirely surprising. As the influx of information into her mind increases, Medusa's astonishment deepens. Very well, let us first convert our powers. After a short while, Jiang Yun withdrew his finger and, gazing at Medusa with a gentle expression, spoke softly. After casting a deep glance at Jiang Yun, Medusa understood that the most pressing matter was to complete the conversion of her powers. Without further ado, she silently moved aside and sat cross-legged, following the method Jiang Yun had provided to transform her spiritual energy. As she cultivated, dark flames once again enveloped her delicate form, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged into Medusa's body in a near-flooding manner, and the fighting spirit within her began to convert rapidly. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun felt a tinge of surprise, yet he did not delve deeper, only sensing a peculiar notion within. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to the side, where Xian was diligently converting her spiritual energy. Noticing Xian's steady breath and confirming that she was unharmed, a flicker of relief washed over Jiang Yun. The existence of spiritual energy on this continent was indeed beyond his expectations, catching them off guard. Fortunately, their landing spot was favorable, and during this time, they had encountered no dangers. Otherwise, given the circumstances they had just faced, he, Xian, and Medusa would have found themselves in peril. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun raised his hand to set up a concealed formation and a gathering array. Once the formation was established, he finally had the leisure to survey the ancient world around him. They were currently situated in an area dominated by towering stone peaks, where amidst the rocky outcrops, weeds thrived, exuding a desolate and ancient aura that seeped from the ground. Gazing farther afield, a vast expanse of land unfolded before him, endless and boundless, yet riddled with unfathomable abysses that seemed not to be formed by nature, but rather as if they had been wrought by some horrific battle that had devastated the land. The vast heavens and earth were shrouded in a profound dark red hue. From a distance, even the ground and distant mountains appeared tinted with a faint crimson, as if saturated by an endless flow of blood, imbued with a sense of tragic intensity. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow as he surveyed this realm. The previous battle seemed unexpectedly brutal. Indeed, if everything aligned with their speculation, this was likely the main battlefield guarded by the possessor of the ever-burning body, a saint-grade celestial supreme, a being of primal dharma. If even such a formidable warrior had fallen, the ferocity of the battles fought here was beyond imagination. It appeared that this realm was also infused with demonic energy. With a twist of his palm, a sphere of energy began to coalesce within his grasp, revealing a strange black hue, starkly contrasting with the spiritual energy surrounding it. This was a sight he knew all too well. It was the demonic energy cultivated by the extraterritorial evil clan. In this light, it becomes evident that numerous formidable beings from both realms have fallen here. After acquiring a preliminary understanding of the situation, a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated outward, and upon confirming the safety of the stone forest, Jiang Yun felt a profound sense of relief. He was not averse to battle. Rather, he feared any disruption to Xian's process of converting spiritual energy. Casting a glance at Xian, who was diligently immersed in her cultivation, he surmised that she would require some time. Thus, Jiang Yun settled down in a meditative posture, patiently awaiting her awakening. Dingling. In the lofty skies of the northwest continent, the melodious sound of bells resonated, crisp and enchanting, wafting from the horizon. There, at the edge of the distant skyline, two colossal amethyst-winged lion kings gradually materialized. Their massive lion forms adorned with a thick layer of violet crystalline substance that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, nearly blinding in its radiance. With each step they took, the very void trembled, a testament to their unimaginable power. Concurrently, wisps of pale purple flames erupted from their bodies, coalescing into a fiery tether that trailed behind a sleek black war chariot. "Where are we?" A dispassionate voice emerged from within the chariot. The amethyst-winged lion kings quivered with fervor and reverence as they responded, "My lord, we have arrived at the Bailin River. Beyond this lies the territory of the Heavenly Serpent Empire." After a prolonged silence, a soft acknowledgement emanated from within the chariot. Without awaiting further instructions, the amethyst-winged lion kings instinctively quickened their pace towards the Heavenly Serpent Empire. Inside the chariot, feeling the vibrations reverberating through the vehicle, Yun Yi slowly opened his eyes. The Heavenly Serpent Empire, home to revered Dou Qi, stands as a preeminent force within the northwest continent. Let me witness the extent of the Soul Palace's power on this land. In contemplation, Yun Yi produced a seemingly ordinary black token inscribed with a single character, Soul. However, within the Soul Palace, only the Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master wield such a token, granting them command over all forces beneath the semi-holy level. Raising his hand, he unleashed a surge of Dou Qi. In the next moment, the soul token ascended into the air, humming with energy. while an inexplicable wave of power spread forth under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze. Having set everything in motion, Yun Yi closed his eyes once more, returning to his cultivation of Dou Qi. The Heavenly Serpent Empire, as a paramount power of the Northwest continent, boasts a formidable reputation even amidst the throngs of strength in the Central Plains, rivaling elite factions such as the Four Directions Pavilion. Its territorial expanse is vast, occupying the very heart of the Northwest continent. In terms of national strength, it surpasses the combined might of the four great empires, Jiama, Mulan, Chu Yun, and Luo Yin, boasting an even more extensive dominion. Within the Heavenly Serpent Empire resides a transcendent force known as the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Nestled on the outskirts of the imperial capital, amidst the spiritually abundant Heavenly Serpent Mountain range, it appears from the heavens as a colossal serpent lying upon the earth. The Heavenly Serpent Manor claims dominion over all resources of the Heavenly Serpent Empire. Even the emperor must seek the approval of the manor's master to ascend the throne. All of this can be attributed to their founder, a being with the unique Baishi Sanhua pupils, or perhaps a matured version of such. One can only imagine the immense strength of the Tianxi mansion during its prime. However, ever since the demise of the first mansion master, the Tianxi mansion has been on a relentless quest for the Baishi Sanhua pupils, yet to no avail. Recently, however, news emerged that someone had indeed brought back word of the Baishi Sanhua pupils. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Tianxi mansion, and as the situation unfolded, they found themselves in utter dismay. It was discovered that this generation's Baishi Sanhua pupil had encountered a benefactor who was suspected to be an 8th-tier alchemist. Additionally, they had vanquished a 6th-tier magical beast, a blatant affront to the Tianxi mansion. Accustomed to being the sovereigns of their realm, they had never endured such humiliation and were clamoring to eliminate Jiang Yun, ensuring he comprehended the consequences of offending the Tianxi mansion. They also sought to welcome back the Saintess, to guide and lead the Tianxi Empire to its former glory. Yet, a faction argued that given the individual was an 8th-tier alchemist and presumably young, it was likely they hailed from the central state, a force too formidable to provoke. Thus, a more cautious approach was warranted. Presently, while the Tianxi mansion may appear formidable in the Northwest continent, they would be but a shadow in the central state. Not to mention the terrifying forces that might lurk behind this individual. Even a solitary 8th-tier alchemist was not to be trifled with. The radical faction contended that at Jiang Yun's age, it was implausible for him to be an 8th-tier alchemist. Having lived for a considerable time, they had neither seen nor even heard of such a young 8th-tier alchemist. Even the renowned alchemist Yao Zun, whose fame spanned the continent, was merely a 5th tier at that age. Everyone must not be deceived. Conversely, the moderate faction believed in the adage better safe than sorry. If the claims were true, the Tianxi mansion could face dissolution, and they would have no opportunity for error. The two factions held steadfast to their views, embroiled in endless debate, leaving the current mansion master, the Baishi Zunjia, in a state of distress. Yet he was not devoid of insight. During this period, he dispatched individuals to the Jama Empire for intelligence gathering. The results astonished him. Jiang Yun had actually auctioned a 7th-tier pill, confirming that he was at the very least a 7th-tier alchemist, regardless of whether he was indeed the legendary 8th-tier alchemist. Being a 7th-tier alchemist was a sign of immense potential. The thought of inviting both Jiang Yun and the Baishi Sanhua pupils ignited a wild ambition in the eyes of the Baishi Zunjia. Just as the Baishi Zunjia was preparing to take action, Yun Yi, speeding towards the Tianxi mansion, finally arrived at the heart of the Tianxi Empire, Tianxi Sacred City. This grand ancient city, teeming with prosperity, dwarfed the Jama Sacred City, rendering it akin to a mere backdrop. As the capital of the Tianxi Empire and the stronghold of the Tianxi mansion, it possessed a unique characteristic that distinguished it from other human cities. Here, magical beasts were abundant, outnumbering humans significantly, with the serpent clan reigning supreme among them. Due to the fact that the original founder possesses the unique ability to command serpentine magical beasts, the inheritance techniques of the Heavenly Serpent House gravitate towards this capability. Although it cannot achieve the near enslavement state akin to that of the founder, it facilitates a harmonious coexistence between both parties. Thus, one can witness a plethora of serpentine magical beasts here. Suddenly, a resplendent purple halo erupted in the distant sky, accompanied by a cacophony of clanging sounds. The chimes seemed to possess an enchanting quality, growing ever louder until the entirety of the Heavenly Serpent Holy City could hear it distinctly. What commotion is this? What a formidable magical beast! Could it be the amethyst-winged Lion King? The aura it exudes is indeed that of a 7th-tier beast. Such profound depth. To employ a 7th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King as a chariot, I wonder which force is behind it. The Heavenly Serpent Empire is vast in influence, not only in terms of strength, but also as the epicenter of the Northwest region. undoubtedly the most economically prosperous place on the northwest continent. Thus, its inhabitants are well versed in the ways of the world. However, even so, witnessing a 7th-tier magical beast pulling a chariot is indeed a rare sight. Truly an eye-opener. Hiss, what are they planning? Do they not know that flight is prohibited in the Heavenly Serpent Holy City? This is not good. I have a foreboding feeling that a storm is brewing within the Heavenly Serpent Empire. Suddenly, gasps of disbelief echoed as the crowd watched the chariot glide overhead, an icy chill washing over them. Within the confines of the Holy City, the Heavenly Serpent House has explicitly forbidden flight, and any who dare to defy this edict face the wrath of the house. In the past, there have been those who recklessly disregarded this rule, only to find themselves cast into the serpent abyss as a grim warning. To think that today we witness yet another individual who treats the Heavenly Serpent House's regulations with such disdain, and this time, they are particularly formidable. Who dares to offend the Heavenly Serpent House? At that moment, a voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, reverberated throughout the city, clashing with the formidable presence of the amethyst-winged Lion King in the air. Boom. Following the tremor, powerful figures soared from all directions around the Heavenly Serpent House, swiftly encircling Yun Yi's chariot. Chapter 108. The Grand Assembly of the Soul Hall. The amethyst-winged Lion King regarded the encircling members of the Heavenly Serpent House, who unfurled their battle aura wings, and upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 of them. Among them were several figures who seemed to tread upon the void, exuding an aura of terror. The Heavenly Serpent House truly lives up to its reputation as a premier force on the northwest continent, incomparable to the Gamma Empire, where a battle king is merely one of the top 10 champions. Here, however, they are but a lowly steward. Only a battle zone may be deemed an elder. Faced with such a multitude of powerful adversaries, the amethyst-winged Lion King exhibited no trace of fear, enveloped in a blaze of purple flames, standing resolute against them. An elderly man, stooped and leaning on a serpent-shaped staff, stood at the forefront of the Tianxi mansion. His malevolent eyes swept over the amethyst-winged Lion King, and upon sensing the formidable power of both parties at the 7th tier, his pupils constricted sharply. As he beheld the war chariot behind them, shrouded in a veil of mystery, he inwardly lamented. To ride upon a 7th-tier magical beast was a feat beyond even the Tianxi mansion's capabilities. Each 7th-tier beast king possessed a unique pride. Despite the Tianxi mansion's special means of coexisting peacefully with serpentine magical creatures, they could not claim such beasts as mounts. The visitors bore ill intent. Yet now, under the watchful eyes of countless citizens within the city, he could not allow the reputation of the Tianxi mansion to falter. Truly a precarious situation. The elder quickly made a judgment, gazing at the amethyst-winged Lion King, and calmly spoke. I am Shi-Chi, the Grand Elder of the Tianxi mansion. Might I inquire your identity and purpose for visiting our esteemed establishment? In the skies above, the amethyst-winged Lion King regarded Shi-Chi with indifference and replied, My master has matters to discuss with your mansion's lord. You should hasten to welcome him. To meet the lord of the mansion? Shi-Chi, observing the imposing presence of the two beast kings, felt a surge of unease. These were no amicable guests. If the two 7th-tier magical beasts dared to cause trouble, he could capture them on the spot. After all, a mere pair of creatures equivalent to the strength of 2 3-star Dozone was no match for his own 9-star Dozone prowess. However, the presence of the chariot behind them complicated matters. To command 7th-tier beasts as mounts suggested a background that even the Tianxi mansion could not fathom. It would be unwise to offend them. Please, bring our esteemed guests inside, Grand Elder. Just as Shi-Chi contemplated this, an ancient voice resonated from afar, reaching the ears of all present. Combined with the overwhelming aura of Dou Qi, it cast a heavy pall over the crowd, causing some to stagger, nearly losing their composure. The Mansion Lord, a Dozun. The revelation that the Mansion Lord of Tianxi had been stirred was indeed terrifying. The amethyst-winged Lion King braced itself against the oppressive force, exchanging a grave glance. The Mansion Lord has invited you. Please allow our esteemed guests to enter the city. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Tianxi mansion stepped forward. However, in response to the Tianxi mansion's overtures, the amethyst-winged Lion King scoffed disdainfully, retorting with arrogance, What status does that Bashi hold to warrant my master's visit? He should come personally to extend the invitation. Hiss. As the words left the amethyst-winged Lion King's mouth, a wave of gasps echoed throughout the realm, and a single thought flooded their minds. It is over. This audacious act by the amethyst-winged Lion King was akin to ruthlessly trampling the pride of the Tianxi mansion. How could they possibly let this transgression go unpunished? You seek death. Indeed, the amethyst-winged Lion King's words incited the wrath of Shi-Chi. With a swift motion of his hand, a chilling aura of Dou Qi coalesced, transforming into a massive black serpent that emanated an icy dread, relentlessly permeating the air. Roar! Gazing at the colossal energy serpent sweeping towards them. The amethyst-winged Lion King emitted a thunderous grunt from its massive maw, as an immense surge of fire attribute energy coalesced behind it. Suddenly, a pair of enormous flaming wings, each spanning 10 zhong, materialized. The wings danced with swirling violet flames, radiating a terrifying heat that distorted the very fabric of the sky. With a powerful flap, a towering purple fire pillar, measuring 4 to 5 zhong, erupted around its body, hurtling towards the ominous black serpent. Beside it, the smaller amethyst-winged Lion King mirrored this action, as if they were mere reflections of one another, battling side by side. The three titanic entities collided in the air, and at the moment of impact, space itself seemed to hold its breath. A resounding boom echoed, reverberating through the clear sky. The terrifying attacks of the three Dou Zone powerhouses clashed violently in the heavens, each unleashing a torrent of formidable energy, creating subtle ripples in the space where they met. With a resounding thud, the horrific energy waves clashed, creating a cacophony of explosions as violet flames cascaded downwards. Enough! A voice laced with fury erupted, the terrifying aura awakening like a slumbering dragon. The space where the energy collided twisted violently, and dense spatial fluctuations radiated outward. A rift in space tore open, swallowing the shockwave of their collision in an instant, erasing it without a trace. Who dares? The amethyst-winged Lion King halted its assault, a sense of danger surging from within. It gazed warily at the rift, sensing an overwhelming terror emanating from it, an existence that posed a lethal threat. You wish to see me? Here I am. Where is your master? Let him reveal himself. Lurking in the shadows is beneath his dignity. A dispassionate voice emerged from the distorted space, and amidst the distortion, a terrifying emerald serpent silhouette materialized, followed by a figure draped in green hues, gradually stepping forth. This individual was tall and slender, resembling a spear, with hair and beard of deep green, and eyes that sparkled like emeralds, exuding an ethereal presence as if they were a mere apparition. Behind him loomed a serpentine phantom, a colossal green serpent emanating an overwhelming might. Subtly linked to the terrain below, its aura vastly superior to that of everyone present. It was none other than the lord of the heavenly serpent manor, the revered green serpent. To their astonishment, even a Dou Zun had been stirred. Esteemed ones, I harbor a foreboding feeling. The green serpent has not made an appearance in over a decade. One can only wonder what level of power he has attained. With the emergence of the green serpent, a flurry of discussions erupted within the heavenly serpent sacred city. This figure was a formidable force from a bygone era, shrouded in numerous legends. For many, he was a beacon of enlightenment on the path of cultivation. I have come to the heavenly serpent manor today for but a singular purpose. Within the carriage, a voice emerged, calm and unperturbed like an ancient well. In the next moment, a slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing Yuan Yi, clad in white. As he stepped out gracefully, the members of the Tianxi mansion were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. He was astonishingly youthful, far too youthful. The Baishi elder regarded him with a more profound gaze, unable to see through Yuan Yi despite being a formidable Dou Zun, a 3-star Dou Zun at that. This inability to perceive the young man hinted at the terrifying forces backing him. As this realization dawned, the Baishi elder felt a secret sigh of relief. Yet his vigilance surged anew. Judging by the demeanor of the visitor, it seemed likely that he harbored ill intentions. What brings you here? The Baishi elder inquired, casting a calm glance at Jiang Yun. With an expressionless gaze, Yuan Yi regarded the members of the Tianxi mansion, his eyes sharp and abyssal, compelling all who met his gaze to instinctively avert their eyes. Then, with a declaration that sent shockwaves through the Tianxi mansion, Yuan Yi proclaimed, I demand the Tianxi mansion. The utterance stirred the air like a stone cast into still waters. As Jiang Yun's words resonated, the previously boisterous Tianxi sacred city fell into an eerie silence, a hush enveloping the surroundings. The expressions of the Tianxi mansion's experts darkened instantaneously, their eyes glinting with cold determination. Impudent, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? In the sky, Shi Qi's eyes fixed on Yuan Yi, a murderous intent surging forth. Should the Baishi elder make a move, he would strike immediately, intent on swiftly eliminating the 2 purple crystal wing Lion Kings to sever the opponent's support. Young friend, do you truly understand what you are saying? The Baishi elder raised a hand, halting the indignant elder of the Tianxi mansion. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Yuan Yi with an impassive expression, his eyes flickering with a piercing coldness as his voice, devoid of any emotion, slowly emerged. Facing the murderous glares of the crowd, Yuan Yi remained undaunted, a chilling smile gracing his lips as his domineering voice resonated throughout the heavens. Today, The Tianxi mansion shall submit. There remains a path to survival, yet should you persist in resistance, death awaits. Although he had contemplated subjugating the Tianxi mansion to serve as his vanguard in igniting chaos across the northwest continent, the method of submission was of little concern. If the Baishi elder possessed wisdom, Yun Yi would gladly embrace a simpler path. However, should they prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to expend effort to turn the denizens of the Tianxi's sacred city into his fiery servants. Regardless, the outcome would remain unchanged. Arrogant youth. Today I shall capture you, and await your elders to redeem you. The Baishi elder growled, extending a hand. Suddenly, the space surrounding Yun Yi trembled, transforming into a prison, intent on ensnaring him within. Simultaneously, an enormous hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, reached out to capture Yun Yi completely, severing soul finger. Observing the descending hand, Yun Yi displayed no signs of panic. Dark flames surged forth, instantly engulfing the surrounding space in a searing blaze, causing it to disintegrate layer by layer. Suddenly, he extended his palm, and a pitch-black flame coalesced, gradually compressing within his grasp, exuding an astonishing power. Accompanied by a soft exhale from Yun Yi, he pointed decisively at the energy hand of his opponent. Boom! A phantom finger, no larger than a fingertip, shot forth. As the surrounding energies of heaven and earth frantically converged towards it, the dark imprint of the finger swelled dramatically, expanding to the size of the energy hand in the blink of an eye. Before countless witnesses, two terrifying attacks swiftly approached one another. Buzz! The dark finger pressed heavily against the energy hand, a resonant hum reverberating through the air, as formidable energy fluctuations spread outward with the sound. Below, in response to the terrifying hum, those of lesser prowess immediately spewed blood, with others suffering ruptured eardrums, blood streaming from their ears in a most tragic manner. Rumble! In the next moment, the buzzing ceased, giving way to a more violent wave of energy that swept forth. Yun Yi let out a muffled groan, his body trembling as he staggered 5 paces back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dripping blood transformed into a dark flame mid-air, scattering with the wind. In contrast to Yun Yi, the revered Baishi merely swayed slightly, sustaining no injuries at all. Observing Yun Yi, disbelief flickered in his eyes. In that fleeting moment of combat, Yun Yi's true strength was revealed. The pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Emperor. Such power, able to withstand a strike from a Dou Zun, was simply astonishing. Young one, I acknowledge your brilliance, but today, you shall surrender. Regaining his composure, Baishi's gaze toward Yun Yi was laden with intense murderous intent, yet he suppressed it in front of the multitude. The elders of the Tianxi mansion slowly encircled the area, intent on capturing 1 person and 2 beasts. In response to Baishi's words, Yun Yi suddenly smiled enigmatically. Are you not curious about my origins? Allow me to enlighten you. Upon hearing Yun Yi's words and witnessing his fearless demeanor, a foreboding sensation washed over Baishi. Proceed, everyone, let us commence this grand feast. As Yun Yi's words echoed through the air, a brief silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. Jia, the young master has such exquisite taste, daring to take on the Tianxi mansion. Qinghai, did you not have a grudge against Baishi? You shall handle him. Just as Baishi was about to strike again, a dense black mist suddenly swept in from the distant horizon, appearing ominously in the sky, accompanied by sinister cackles. That old fool truly does not know his place, daring to assault the young master, as if the Soul Temple is without defenders. Following the black mist, a detached voice reverberated through the skies like thunder, startling countless onlookers. Soul Temple. To everyone's astonishment, it was indeed members of the Soul Palace. The crowd from the Heavenly Serpent Empire erupted in a cacophony of shock and horror. The very notion that these individuals had dared to invade the Heavenly Serpent Mansion sent chills coursing through their veins. At that moment, the countenance of the esteemed Baishi was grim. This situation was likely insurmountable. A dense shroud of black mist enveloped the entirety of the Heavenly Serpent Holy City, dimming even the blazing sun above. After a brief moment, hundreds of figures emerged from the inky fog, among them dozens emanating the formidable aura of Dou Zong. The 3 elder figures at the forefront exuded an overwhelming terror. As they materialized, the very fabric of space trembled violently. Chapter 109. The team building begins. A Soul Palace Dou Zong. Following the appearance of these 3 individuals, an uproar erupted within the Heavenly Serpent Holy City. Many left in a state of utter disbelief. In the northwestern continent, Dou Zong were a rare sight, and now, the normally elusive Dou Zong had made consecutive appearances. Under different circumstances, they would have relished the opportunity to witness the might of the Dou Zong, but alas, this time it was the Dou Zong from the Soul Palace. Though the Soul Palace's stronghold lay in the central continent, Its reputation in the northwestern continent did not carry the same weight. Many present were, however, well aware of the Soul Palace's notorious reputation. This malevolent organization spanned the entire continent, and their presence often heralded death. Moreover, the sinister army surrounding the heavenly serpent holy city, with their cackling laughter, hardly seemed like benevolent guests. As the members of the Soul Palace made their entrance, Bai Shi's form stiffened, particularly upon recognizing one familiar face, his expression darkening instantly. Who are you? You are one of them. Beside him, Shi felt a wave of dread wash over him at the sight of the Soul Palace's army, his gaze wide with terror as he cried out to Yun. In stark contrast, Bai Shi's attention was fixed on one particular elder with blue hair, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ah, Bai Shi, it seems you are well. Today, you cannot escape your fate. The blue-haired elder paid no heed to Bai Shi's glare, offering a dispassionate smile instead. After uttering his words, he disregarded Bai Shi's grim expression and approached Yun with the other three, surveying him with curiosity. In a moment that left the onlookers astonished, they bowed in unison. Soul Palace Qinghai, Soul Palace Qintian, Soul Palace Qiulong. We pay our respects to the young master. With their homage, the surrounding Soul Palace guardians and envoys simultaneously bowed to Yun. At that moment, Yun stood tall upon a dark war chariot, two massive purple-golden winged lions lying at his feet, surrounded by Dou Zong, and Dou Huang paying their respects. Coupled with his extraordinary demeanor and aloof majesty, he seemed to embody the very sovereign of this realm, evoking a profound yearning in those who beheld him, compelling them to bow in reverence. You are, astonishingly, the young master of the Soul Palace. At this moment, Bai Shi gazed at Yun with disbelief, even though he had speculated about the latter's identity. His thoughts only drifted towards the direction of the Four Directions Pavilion, at most assuming that Yun hailed from the Three Valleys faction. Who could have imagined that he was, in fact, the most enigmatic young master of the Soul Palace? In this instant, Bai Shi felt an urge to curse. Was the vast central state not sufficient for you to display your might? Yet you choose to flaunt your power here in the northwest continent. Eliminate every last one. Yun, indifferent to the dazed Bai Shi, surveyed the crowd with a cold expression, his voice devoid of emotion resonating. Boom. As his words fell, a colossal pillar of black flames surged skyward, violently erupting in the heavens, its dark luminescence flickering. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, infinite black flames seeped forth from the void, ultimately spreading like a tempest, enveloping the entire Bai Shi sacred city, plunging the scene into darkness. Kill. This time, I must collect several souls. It's exhilarating to be with the young master. This endeavor will ensure my achievements for half a year. Just a few more high-level souls, and I can exchange them for a broken sect pill. May this place grant my wishes. As Yun took action, the eager guardians and envoys of the Soul Palace emitted sinister cackles, the clinking of chains ringing incessantly, akin to famished wolves. As they charged towards the heavenly snake sacred city below. Soul Palace, do you truly intend to commit this act of annihilation? Casting a cold gaze at the howling Bai Shi, Qinghai sneered. Bai Shi, your demise is nigh. I vividly remember that palm strike from long ago. Qinghai, you restrain Bai Shi. The rest will be entrusted to us. This is the young master's first strike. We must demonstrate our strength to him. Qin Tian glanced at the others before turning to propose, for in their eyes, Yun represented a significant opportunity. If this mission were executed flawlessly, allying with Yun would yield rewards beyond compare. Agreed. Qinghai and Qiulong had no objections to Qin Tian's suggestion. It was indeed the swiftest strategy for battlefield harvesting. Qinghai withdrew his gaze from the battlefield, turning instead to the frigid Bai Shi, offering a chilling smile. Before lightly stepping into the void, causing the space before him to warp rapidly. Bai Shi sensed this shift, his expression changing, and he instructed the nearby Shi, Elder, gather everyone in the city to act together. In this time of peril, only through cooperation can we have a sliver of hope. You talk too much. Before Bai Shi's words could fully escape his lips, his expression abruptly shifted, forcefully pushing Shi away while roaring, hurry. In the next moment, the space before him twisted, and Qinghai's figure emerged, his withered hand reaching out, instantly freezing the surrounding space, before he summoned all his strength to strike towards Bai Shi's crown. In the face of the frozen space, the azure serpent trembled with an overwhelming force, unleashing the full might of a 3-star Dou Zun as it struck towards the esteemed Qinghai, the lord of the manor. Witnessing the fierce clash between the azure serpent and Qinghai, shouted with concern, urging the elders of the heavenly serpent manor around him with a commanding voice. Hearken! All members of the heavenly serpent manor, form the 10,000 serpent great formation. The elders of the heavenly serpent manor shuddered. The 10,000 serpent great formation. A long-forgotten defensive array, had not been activated for countless years. Yet today, they found themselves compelled to summon it. The onslaught from the Soul Palace had instilled an unprecedented sense of peril in them, awakening the stark realization that the existence of the Heavenly Serpent Manor might hinge upon this very day. As Shi-Chi's voice echoed, numerous elders and disciples of the Heavenly Serpent Manor responded in unison, closing their eyes in concentration. In a brief moment, vibrant streams of energy emerged from above the heads of the disciples, transforming into ethereal serpent shadows that enveloped various tamed serpentine beasts, ascending into the sky in a continuous surge, gradually converging around the elevated figure of Shi-Chi. The scene resembled an ocean of serpents, with Shi-Chi positioned at its center. With a surge of power coursing within him, Shi-Chi was suddenly imbued with an invincible aura, slowly raising the serpent staff in his hand, forming intricate seals. Simultaneously, the elders and disciples within the array mirrored his gestures, and as their seals moved, the countless serpent shadows began to undulate violently. At the heart of the serpent sea, energy rapidly coalesced, releasing a series of terrifying roars, as though something monstrous was about to break free. With a chilling roar, the surrounding serpent shadows surged towards the epicenter of energy. In the next moment, a dense black mist enveloped the area, within which a pair of blood-red triangular eyes flickered ominously. A colossal figure weaved through the mist with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, a gigantic python. This enormous serpent, entirely black and exaggeratedly massive, resembled a mighty river or mountain in its grandeur. Yet, it appeared somewhat illusory, as if its existence was tenuous. If it were corporeal, the oppression it would exert is beyond imagination. It was none other than the ancient celestial serpent. High in the air, the previously composed Qin Tian and Xiu Long were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the 10,000 serpent great formation could summon the spectral essence of an ancient celestial serpent, a legendary ruler among serpents, rivaling the likes of the primordial ancient dragon, the ancient phoenix, and the nine-colored sky-devouring python. Even if this were merely a phantom, its terrifying might was not to be underestimated. In the distance, the fiery chaos was being manipulated by Yun Yi, who, upon catching sight of the ethereal figure of the ancient celestial serpent, cast a glance at the grand formation with surprise. However, recalling the three flower eyes of the azure serpent, he felt little astonishment. Perhaps it was the handiwork of the founder of the celestial serpent manor. Yet, a mere ethereal presence, comparable to a five-star Dozuan, could not impede the inevitable tide. Yun Yi's gaze shifted towards Qin Tian and Xiu Long, eager to observe their response. A mere apparition dares to halt the advance of my soul palace. Sensing the scrutiny from behind, Qin Tian clenched his teeth and commanded, Xiu Long, let us strike together and shatter his formation. What a delightful proposition. Xiu Long, with a sinister smile, revealed a dragon tattoo on his arm that flickered as if it had come to life. Kill! Kill! At that moment, with a furious roar from Shi-Chi, the people of the celestial serpent manor echoed in a unified shout. Instantly, the colossal python in the sky surged forward, breaking through the black mist, its gaping maw lunging towards Qin Tian and Xiu Long, exuding a terrifying destructive force. Break Soul Slash. Dragon Claw. With a thunderous roar, both Dozuan unleashed their Earth Tier techniques, the power capable of annihilating the entire celestial serpent sacred city, causing the very heavens to change in hue. A 100-foot blade of light, intertwined with a massive claw shadow, ruthlessly struck the gigantic python. Although the serpent was immense, the Dozuan's assault was equally formidable. With a resounding crash, the three forces collided, generating a horrific shockwave that scattered dense energy throughout the sky, creating a multitude of spatial rifts. Qin Tian and Xiu Long spat out blood. Yet the warriors of the celestial serpent manor were similarly affected, their breath faltering, uncertain if they could muster further attacks. I shall see how many more of these attacks you can unleash. Qin Tian wiped the blood from his lips and regarded the celestial serpent warriors with a cold smile. With a sudden stamp of his foot, he and Xiu Long surged toward the myriad serpent formation. Shi-Chi, responsible for maintaining the formation, paled at the sight and hastily altered his hand seals, his expression turning fierce as he bellowed, Serpent Spirit Guardian. Boom. Meanwhile, within the celestial serpent sacred city, chaos erupted. Where the black flames spread, skeletal remains were left in their wake. In mere moments, the entire city transformed into a hellish inferno. The architect of this devastation, Yun Yi, observed with indifference, seated calmly on his war chariot, directing the flames in relentless pursuit. Simultaneously, pure strands of Dou Qi converged towards him, drawn in by the fire. The barrier of Dou Zong lay before him. Ah, help! Help! What in the world is this flame? It cannot be extinguished and continues to devour my Dou Qi. Ah, save me! I do not wish to die, young lord. This is the enmity between the Soul Palace and the Celestial Serpent Manor. It has nothing to do with us. Please, show mercy and allow us to leave. We shall surely repay your kindness in the future." At this moment, the powerful Dou Kings and Dou Emperors, positioned in the third and fourth tiers, soared swiftly into the sky, their voices trembling with urgency as they called out. The frenzied actions of the Soul Palace had left them utterly stunned, and the strength of their adversaries surpassed their wildest imaginations. In this dire situation, they could only place their hopes upon the young master of the Soul Palace, praying that he would exercise caution in consideration of their numbers. After all, the main forces of the Soul Palace had begun a ruthless onslaught. Their power dispersed to a great extent. It was likely that even the Soul Palace would not wish to provoke such a formidable force. In truth, had it not been for the terrifying black flame net, they would have made a concerted effort to break free. Although the Soul Palace was indeed powerful, it could not possibly contend with so many of them. Why should they seek assistance from such a perilous figure as Yun Yi? I have declared that none shall leave today. Yun Yi's appetite for chaos was insatiable as he cast a cold, indifferent glance at the dozen or so Dou Kings and Dou Emperors. His tone as frigid as ice. "How dare you, brat? With so many of us. If you seek our lives, then you shall perish first." One enraged Dou Emperor bellowed, raising a massive azure blade to strike at Yun Yi. "Fool, you seek death." As Yun Yi manipulated the sacred heavenly demon flame, the net of flames he conjured restrained his energies, rendering him unable to fend off the onslaught. However, he harbored no concern for his own safety. Suddenly, a lion's roar echoed through the air, and in the next instant, a purple figure darted past. The Dou Emperor staggered backward, spewing a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The purple crystal-winged lion. As the colossal purple lion stood before Yun Yi, an icy dread enveloped the onlookers. Glancing at the Dou Emperor, they saw a massive claw mark carved through his upper body, with purple flames igniting at the wound. The anguished cries resonating in their ears. Purple crystal storm. Just as they were still reeling from the might of the purple crystal-winged lion, a colossal purple flame storm descended upon them with ferocity. Chapter 110, 3-Star Dou Zone. The slaughter persisted for a full day and night. When dawn broke on the following day, the black mist dissipated, leaving the entire heavenly serpent holy city in a haunting silence, devoid of its former splendor. Only figures clad in black robes roamed freely, ruthlessly reaping the souls of the fallen strong. "Old fool, you nearly fell into my trap." Amidst the ruins, the trio from Qinghai emerged, disheveled, dragging a tattered corpse behind them. The torn garments, embroidered with green serpent patterns, unmistakably identified him as the revered Bai Shi. Shi Qi led the elders and disciples of the heavenly serpent mansion, who had set up the grand formation of 10,000 snakes, but ultimately, it could not withstand the relentless assaults of Qin Tian and Xiao Long. When the formation shattered, the Dou Zone, Dou Emperors, and Dou Kings of the heavenly serpent mansion faced the frenzied slaughter of two Dou Zuns. Qin Tian and Xiao Long, ever mindful of Yun Yi's instructions, swiftly eliminated the surviving forces of the heavenly serpent mansion's Dou Zone, before joining forces with Qinghai to besiege Bai Shi. As for the remaining Dou Huang and Dou Wang, they will inevitably fall prey to the various guardians of the Soul Palace. The clash among the four Dou Zun was fierce. Although the strength of the Bai Shi was formidable, his fate was sealed in the face of the encirclement by three Dou Zun. Indeed, after enduring for half a day, the esteemed Bai Shi could not escape the treacherous hands of the trio. At this moment, the once renowned Bai Shi had lost all vitality. And had it not been for Yun Yi's request for his corpse, it is likely that this body would have been unable to be preserved. "Young master." The three approached the war chariot, gazing at the elegant young man seated cross-legged, emanating an eerie flame, their eyes filled with profound reverence. "Upon returning, each of you shall claim a Zun Shirdan and attribute it to my words," Yun Yi said, opening his eyes and addressing the three as he felt the continuous surge of energy within him. Indeed, upon hearing Yun Yi's words, expressions of ecstasy illuminated the faces of the three. Following the young master surely promises rewards. The Zun Shirdan is akin to the Huang Ji Dan and Dou Ling Dan, but is specifically tailored for the Dou Zun stage. Its most remarkable effect is the ability to elevate a Dou Zun's strength by an entire star level without any side effects. This is a coveted elixir that many Dou Zun yearn for. After surpassing the Dou Zun stage without the aid of bloodline enhancement, it typically takes several years, if not decades, to achieve a single star-level increase in strength. Moreover, for those Dou Zun whose talents have been exhausted, they may never again elevate their strength by even a star level throughout their lives. However, the Zun Shirdan offers them the opportunity to easily break through to a higher star level once more. Of course, such elixirs are not without their limitations. Each individual may only consume one throughout their lifetime. Nevertheless, This allure is more than enough to draw many individuals to the notorious Soul Palace. Not all members of the Soul Palace are of the Soul Clan. Only the Palace Master and the Deputy Palace Master belong to the clan, while the rest are a collection of ruthless individuals drawn from the outside world. Otherwise, even with the efforts of the Soul Clan, this organization, which spans the Dou Qi Continent, would struggle to fill its ranks. The Soul Palace's ability to attract such powerful individuals relies heavily on the abundant resources provided by the Soul Clan. Within the Soul Palace, only performance matters, not allegiance. As long as one captures enough souls, these elixirs are plentiful, revealing a pathway to power for these ordinary individuals. Thank you, young master. The three suppressed their joy and earnestly expressed their gratitude to Yun. He nodded in acknowledgement, and as for whether their contributions warranted 3 Zun Sherdon, he had no doubt. Given his status, no one within the Soul Palace would dare to question it. Young master, here lies the corpse of Bai Shi. At this moment, Qinghai respectfully placed down the body, stating that, despite his enmity with Bai Shi and his desire to reduce him to ashes, he recognized the gravity of the situation since Yun had spoken. Go, swiftly complete the cleanup, and ensure to seal off any news from this place. We shall act once I emerge. Yun nodded slightly, closed his eyes once more, and began to refine the chaotic fighting energy within him. The 3 individuals observed this and respectfully retreated slowly, whispering among themselves as they walked. It appeared that the young lord had further plans. Indeed, how could a mere heavenly serpent manor withstand the might of the young lord? The northwestern continent remains oblivious to the terror of our Soul Palace. It is time to let it bask in our brilliance. Let us hasten to resolve the remaining matters, as we must leave a favorable impression on the young lord. I have heard that there are significant objections to our actions from the Central Plains. It seems they are merely envious. This is understandable. Given the intricate web of power in the Central Plains, where the Alchemist Tower keeps a watchful eye, their lack of major actions is only natural, as they covet the northwestern continent. Let them envy us. This time, it is our northwestern Soul Palace's turn to indulge. As they spoke, their gazes fell upon a square within the city, where countless dark, expressionless figures stood silently. An estimate would put their number at no fewer than 1,000, all possessing the strength of the spirit fighters. At this moment, each bore a dark flame mark on their foreheads, indicating that they had been refined into fire slaves by Yun. The Soul Palace has its merits, yet its foundational strength is rather feeble. Yun's extensive use of fire, bolstered by his formidable power, ensured that only those capable of withstanding the refinement would be protected by the palace's guardians, serving as a reward for them. Most importantly, among the multitude, spirit fighters are the strongest group that cannot resist his refining prowess. The weaker ranks of great fighters, and combatants were incinerated in an instant. The spirit fighter stage strikes a perfect balance, making it ideal as the foundational army for the conquest of the northwestern continent. Merely cannon fodder. Casting a glance at the corpse of the green serpent on the ground, Yun shifted his focus, for it was not yet the time. He merely wished to use it for an experiment. He had already acquired the celestial demon puppet, yet enhancing it requires a substantial amount of Dan Thunder, and given his current identity, he is unable to concoct pills. Moreover, even if he were to create them, the celestial demon puppet may not keep pace with his growth and strength. As a disciple of the void-devouring flame, the Soul Clan possesses a plethora of subordinates and does not lack a puppet. However, in the northwestern continent, he intends to utilize this resource to bolster the strength of the northwestern branch. Furthermore, he harbors a unique idea, the feasibility of which remains uncertain. Thus this serves as his experimental endeavor. Nonetheless, the paramount concern at present is to enhance his own strength. As a being of the fire spirit body, although his combat prowess is formidable, the rate of his cultivation advancement is relatively slow. This occasion represents a grand feast for the Soul Palace, as well as for himself. Sensing the surging pure energy within, Yun no longer hesitated. He activated his techniques, allowing the energy to gradually spread throughout his body, permeating every meridian. A profound sensation emanated from the depths of each cell, extending to his very soul, drawing Yun's consciousness into an enigmatic state. Stepping into the realm of Do Wang signifies the commencement of a journey along the path of the continent's formidable warriors. Once one enters the domain of Do Zone, they truly become a part of the forest of the continent's powerhouses. This transition also unlocks further comprehensive enhancements, significantly prolonging one's lifespan, enhancing mastery over the energies of heaven and earth, and even granting control over spatial forces. Energy surged through the meridians, permeating every part of Yun's being, igniting an insatiable thirst within, as he voraciously absorbed the surrounding essence, seamlessly integrating it into his body, resulting in a profound transformation. Upon entering this state of breakthrough, Yun Yi's form resembled an insatiable black hole, beginning to devour the boundless, pure energies. In this tranquil period, a month gradually elapsed. At this moment, the holy city of Tianxi had become a desolate ghost town, its former splendor reduced to mere dust beneath the iron hooves of the Soul Palace. Yun Yi sat in stillness, flanked by two vigilant purple crystal-winged lion kings, attentively observing their surroundings for any signs of disturbance. A month had passed, and the aura of the young master indicated he was on the verge of a breakthrough. In midair, Qin Tian gazed quietly at the figure seated in meditation. Addressing the brooding Qiu Long beside him, the young master is indeed gifted. At his age, I was still struggling in the realm of Dou Qi. Qiu Long remarked with a wry smile, glancing at Yun Yi. By the way, it seems the Lion Ming sect and the Ziyang sect have noticed some anomalies. Suddenly, Qiu Long's expression shifted, his gaze darting into the distance. Qinghai has already gone to disrupt their focus. Once the young master emerges from his seclusion, it will determine their fate. The Lion Ming sect and Ziyang sect are the paramount sects of the Northwest continent, their strength comparable to that of the Tianxi mansion. This time, they launched a surprise attack, swiftly obliterating the Tianxi mansion. Although subsequent secrecy was maintained meticulously, a month had passed, and the limits of concealment were inevitably reached. In light of the ambiguous stances of several factions, Qin Tian and his companions dared not initiate hostilities. The Soul Palace's power in the Northwest continent could not achieve an overwhelming dominance. Just as the two conversed, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, stationed not far from Yun Yi, suddenly lifted its head, its form shifting as it retreated alongside the two magical beasts. Eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the once motionless figure. The surrounding atmosphere erupted with a resonating energy, and the very essence of the world began to oscillate violently. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the energies around surged as if drawn by an unseen force, frantically converging towards Yun Yi's body. The dark flames enveloping Yun Yi's exterior spontaneously detached, transforming into a vast sea of fire that swept towards the seemingly boundless forces of the universe. It was a success. The unexpected development startled the two, who then exchanged glances of joy at the sight of the figure cloaked in black. After an indeterminate time, Yun Yi's aura suddenly surged. An overwhelming presence emanating from within, spreading through the surrounding space, and causing the very realm to tremble. Seated in a lotus position, a figure suddenly opened a pair of eyes, unleashing a surge of brilliance that revealed orbs as dark as ink, deep and unfathomable like an abyss. Accompanied by a low growl from within Yun Yi, the immense energy surged toward the bottleneck with unrelenting force. In the next instant, the aura emanating from him erupted like a volcanic blast, soaring into the heavens with a magnificent presence reminiscent of divine might, sweeping across all directions. At this moment, Yun Yi's gaze was electrifying, his long hair swirling as if merging with the very essence of the cosmos. His terrifying aura felt capable of collapsing the heavens and the earth. The void trembled violently, distorting the space into chaotic patterns, densely resembling a dark web. In the blink of an eye, the figure transformed into a mere afterimage. The next moment, amidst the numerous spatial rifts, Yun Yi's form emerged as he gently waved his hand. Under some unseen enchantment, the fractured space began to mend itself, and within mere breaths, it was restored to its original state, completely devoid of any signs of previous destruction. 3-star Dozong indeed. Yun Yi clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, a force potent enough to shatter the void with a single blow, murmuring softly. To think he would break through to 3-star Dozong, the young master truly is a prodigy of cultivation. Both Qin Tian and Qiu Long, astonished by Yun Yi's newfound strength, quickly regained their composure. To be in the presence of such genius required a heart fortified against despair, otherwise, one might find themselves questioning their own worth. The two flew over in unison, offering their congratulations and praises, before promptly updating Yun Yi on the current situation. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yi spoke. You two esteemed elders should assist Elder Qinghai. I shall conduct a small experiment first, and join you shortly. Understood. The two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Yun Yi intended, yet they understood the boundaries of inquiry and respectfully acknowledged his command. Yun Yi, now contemplating the corpse of the revered Bai Shi, found himself in deep thought. One of the ancient 8 masters of the Tianxi continent, the Lord of Devouring not only wielded formidable strength, but also crafted a puppet using the Devouring Ancestor Talisman. This puppet was incredibly powerful, capable of rivaling those who had transcended the threefold reincarnation tribulation, truly a premier shield of the Tianxian realm. Yun Yi possessed flames imbued with devouring power and wondered if he could, through the Tian Yao puppet, replicate the strength of such a puppet on the Dou Qi Continent. This was the reason behind his desire for the revered Bai Shi's corpse, Whether it was feasible remained to be seen. Extending his hand, he summoned a wisp of pitch-black flame, gradually enveloping the corpse of the revered Dou Qi. The blazing fire, meticulously controlled to a precise temperature, began the initial process of refining. The intense heat transformed the corpse into a fiery red hue, and tendrils of black mist emerged. This was the corpse's residual energy, containing the faint will of its former master. If this black mist was not entirely dispelled, it would be challenging for an external soul to fully integrate with the body. As the refining process continued, the corpse began to shrink, becoming significantly more robust. Yun-yi, with a dual focus, retrieved a soul pouch, disregarding the anguished wails of the myriad souls within, and incinerated them collectively. Under the influence of his devouring power, tens of thousands of souls began to merge into a singular essence. An overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth. As the preparations of both the corpse and soul neared completion, Yun-yi flicked his fingers, creating a fist-sized aperture in the chest and forehead of the corpse. Chapter 111. Devouring the Celestial Corpse, Imitation. With the refinement process underway, the liquid within the corpse of the esteemed green serpent had been completely burned away. Thus no blood flowed from the created orifice. With a motion of his hand, the black spherical soul entity he had formed transformed into a black dragon of energy, darting like lightning into the opening above the green serpent's forehead. The energy contained within this patchwork soul, resulting from the fusion of countless spirits, had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, albeit somewhat chaotic. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the crafting of the celestial puppet. At this juncture, Yun-yi produced a blood-red magic core, no larger than a fist, yet brimming with energy as vast as the ocean. This 8th-tier magic core was a precious treasure of the celestial serpent manor. Observing the significant cavity in the green serpent's chest, he flicked his fingers to insert the core into the void. He then continued the refinement of the green serpent's corpse while simultaneously extracting various metallic minerals that shimmered in a spectrum of colors. With a divided focus, he conjured tendrils of black flames that clung to the metallic ores, initiating their refinement. Under the terrifyingly high temperatures of the sacred heavenly demon flame, the assorted metals melted into a dark golden solution, radiating an inexplicable luster in the glow of the flames. With a wave of his hand, the metallic solution, under Yun-yi's command, began to slowly envelop the surface of the puppet's body. As the pitch-black flames continued to scorch, the dark golden metallic solution gradually permeated every inch of flesh, rendering the surface of the body a deep gold. As the metallic solution merged, Yun-yi manipulated the flames, persisting in the crafting of the puppet, seeking the perfect synchronization of body, magic core, and soul. At a particular moment, he sensed a marvelous resonance emanating from the puppet. A glint of brilliance sparked in his gaze. At that instant, the optimal confluence of the puppet's body, soul, and magic core was achieved. At this point, the creation of the celestial puppet could be proclaimed a success, with only the final step of recognizing its master remaining. This would grant him a formidable weapon of at least 9-star Do Zong strength, a relentless harbinger of death. Yet, Yun-yi was not content. He opened his mouth and expelled a burst of sacred heavenly demon flame, while his left hand formed intricate seals in the air. In the next moment, the sacred heavenly demon flame erupted, merging into the corpse before him under Yun-yi's soulful command. As the sacred heavenly demon flame integrated, the previously golden-hued corpse began to transform into a deep black, resembling a dark demonic deity. The black flames danced within the puppet's form, and as time passed, it seemed an extraordinary power remained, with the puppet's skin emanating a subtle pull, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding world. Upon witnessing this, Yun-yi's eyes flickered momentarily as he deftly directed a spark of the sacred heavenly demon flame, which swiftly descended into the core of the puppet's chest. The instant the flame entered, Yun-yi formed a peculiar seal with his hands and uttered a somewhat peculiar syllable. A resonant hum echoed forth. As he guided the sacred heavenly demon flame to seamlessly integrate, tiny inky flames began to flicker upon the puppet's form, as if it had been animated, slowly writhing. Ultimately, a delicate black flame net took shape beneath the puppet's skin. With the formation of this flame net, in that fleeting moment, the corpse of the azure-snaked sovereign quivered, and the soul entangled within its mind was forcibly shattered by the sound, transforming into myriad points of luminous essence that surged throughout its body. Concurrently, the demonic core in its chest trembled, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy akin to a river bursting its dam, swiftly coursing through the corpse's meridians. As the body, soul, and demonic core merged, an overwhelming aura, devoid of any emotion, erupted from the corpse of the azure snake sovereign. In the blink of an eye, this formidable presence escalated to the level of Do Zong, yet it did not cease there. Shortly thereafter, it ascended to the rank of 9-star Dou Zone, and moments later, it broke through once more, reaching the stature of Dou Zun. After transcending to Dou Zun, this surging aura gradually reigned in, revealing to Yun Yi's perception that the heavenly demon puppet appeared dark and unremarkable, yet the latent power within was profoundly terrifying. Extending his finger, Yun Yi inscribed a complex rune in the void with his soul energy. As the rune took shape, it drifted gently to the puppet's forehead, slowly merging within. With the rune's entry, it left an indelible mark, and the puppet's hollow black eyes gradually began to exhibit a faint glimmer of vitality. The puppet stirred its stiff body, gazing at Yun Yi, and inclined its head slowly in submission. Observing this figure, akin to a statue forged from black iron, Yun Yi raised his palm and struck forcefully against its chest. Upon impact, the exceedingly hard surface of the heavenly demon puppet's chest indented nearly half an inch, fracturing its outer protective layer and revealing a golden interior. With a thunderous crash, an unsettling sound reverberated, and a terrifying shockwave emanated from the point of contact, spreading like a tidal wave, causing the ground to fissure in a spiderweb pattern. Without any resistance, the puppet's body jolted violently, and amidst the ferocious gust, it was instantly propelled backward, crashing onto the ground several dozen meters away. Upon landing, the heavenly demon puppet quickly sprang up, flying toward Yun Yi. Impervious to pain or injury, a flawless machine of slaughter. As long as its core remained intact, it would relentlessly execute its master's commands. As he gazed upon the sunken chest of the celestial puppet, surrounded by flickering flames, Yun Yi observed the chaotic influx of celestial energy. The injuries inflicted by his earlier strike were swiftly mending. He estimated that, in merely half an hour, they would be entirely healed. He nodded in satisfaction. The devouring celestial corpse possessed the formidable power of the devouring ancestral talisman, capable of absorbing injuries inflicted upon it, coupled with its terrifying physical resilience. These attributes amalgamated to form a grotesque entity. At this moment, Yun Yi's rudimentary version of the devouring celestial corpse bore striking similarities. His recent attack had not activated the internal saintly demonic flame of the puppet. Should the saintly demonic flame be invoked, this creature, originally at the first star of the Dou Zun level, would be a source of considerable distress even for a 3-star Dou Zun. With the addition of its devouring power, Yun Yi was confident that even a 6-star Dou Zun would find it challenging to contend with this puppet, thanks to its insidious attributes. Let us call it the devouring celestial corpse, Yun Yi stated with an air of indifference, before shifting his gaze towards the distance, where several formidable auras clashed. It was time to initiate the next phase of his plan. With a light tap of his toes upon the fabric of space, Yun Yi traversed the void, stepping towards the war chariot. Although he could have utilized spatial power to achieve this feat long ago, it was only after his ascension to the Dou Zone realm that he truly grasped the nuances of this power. The most apparent difference was his newfound ease in manipulating spatial forces. As Yun Yi entered the war chariot, the devouring celestial corpse stood impassively at the forefront, exuding an aura of chilling loyalty. Any adversary harboring ill intentions towards Yun Yi would face a tempestuous onslaught. Even the amethyst-winged Lion King, crafted from the remnants of the devouring celestial corpse, shuddered at the palpable chill emanating from behind him. Suppressing his unease, the amethyst-winged Lion King let out a resounding roar, propelling the chariot swiftly towards the horizon. As Yun Yi departed, a dense black mist enveloped the holy city of the Sky Serpent. When the mist dissipated, so too did over 1,000 fiery souls. Retreat, Lion Tian. Otherwise, the Lion Ming sect shall become the next target of the Sky Serpent Palace. In the skies above, a powerful tremor reverberated, accompanied by a chilling voice that emerged from the swirling black fog. The esteemed Qing Hai regarded the robust figure of a middle-aged man with indifference. The man, wielding a golden blade, annihilated a spectral shadow of the soul with a single stroke. Furrowing his brow, he addressed the tensions between the opposing factions. Qing Hai, the Sky Serpent Palace has indeed been obliterated by your soul hall. The Northwest Continent is not your soul hall's private garden. Are you not overstepping your bounds? Lion Tian appeared to be advocating for the Sky Serpent Palace, yet the truth lay elsewhere. The Soul Hall's rapid assault had instilled fear within them. The strength of the Sky Serpent Palace was on par with that of the Lion Ming sect, both possessing 3-star Dou Zun capabilities. Yet, the astonishing swiftness with which the Soul Hall had dismantled the Sky Serpent Palace was indeed alarming. From the esteemed Dou Zun to the formidable Dou Ji Li, not a single soul has survived. The ruthlessness of this event sends chills down even his spine. Upon receiving the news, he swiftly allied with several formidable sects to jointly exert pressure on the Soul Palace, aiming to curtail their audacity. Otherwise, he feared that he might be next. Observing the imposing figure of Shi Tian, whose strength had surged, Qing Hai furrowed his brow, The efficiency of the Soul Palace was alarming. As the Zun Sherdan arrived promptly, barely had Yun Yi finished speaking when a 9-star Dou Zun appeared, presenting 3 Zun Sherdan to the trio, each elevating their rank by 1 star. Simultaneously, the 3 understood deep down that the young master, Yun Yi, likely had hidden guardians. As the 9-star Dou Zun was undoubtedly not from Central Continent, but had been by Yun Yi's side all along. The protection of a 9-star Dou Zun instilled greater respect in the trio for Yun Yi. Previously, they had revered his status, but now, as he held the power to determine their fates, they began to honor his authority. He had also attained the rank of 3-star Dou Zun, nearly on par with Shi Tian, yet the latter's foundation was far more profound, making his chances of victory in a serious confrontation considerably slim. The Tianxi mansion was obliterated by my Soul Palace. What do you intend to do about it? As Qing Hai pondered his troubles, a domineering and indifferent voice resonated from afar. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qing Hai, along with Qin Tian and Xiu Long, who were confronting him, trembled with excitement and turned to face the source. In the distance, they spotted the well-known battle chariot and, without hesitation, respectfully shouted, "We welcome the young master." The young master? The actions of Qing Hai and his companions momentarily stunned Shi Tian and the other sect leaders, who gazed in astonishment at the approaching chariot, realizing that it was indeed the young master of the Soul Palace. No wonder Qing Hai and his companions had been so audacious. Everything suddenly seemed to fall into place. The Tianxi mansion was obliterated by my Soul Palace. What do you intend to do about it? Yun Yi stepped gracefully from the chariot, his gaze piercing as he fixed upon Shi Tian and the other pinnacle figures of the Northwest Continent, his tone commanding, as if their unsatisfactory response would unleash a tempestuous onslaught upon them. Yun Yi's high and mighty demeanor, akin to that of an accuser, caused Shi Tian and the others to furrow their brows, harboring a degree of dissatisfaction. Although you are the young master of the Soul Palace, a figure of great prestige, we too are the helm of a formidable force. When have we ever been questioned in such an accusatory manner? An elder clad in a purple robe, standing beside Shi Tian, expressed his discontent. He was Xuesi, the leader of the Ziyang sect. The Ziyang sect was also a top-tier force in the Northwest Continent, and as its leader, he possessed the strength of a 9-star Dou Zun, with the potential to break through to Dou Zun at any moment after years of seclusion, thereby elevating the Ziyang sect to a superpower in the Northwest Continent. Had it not been for the death of a disciple from the Ziyang sect in the holy city of the Heavenly Serpent, he would not have emerged from seclusion. Xuesi's words elicited slight frowns from the members of the Soul Palace. Upon noticing this, Shi Tian discreetly retreated behind several individuals, casting a glance at the imposing figure shrouded in darkness standing behind Yun Yi, reminiscent of an iron tower. Must our Soul Palace justify our actions to others? Yun Yi cast a cold glance at Xuesi, his words causing the air to thicken with tension. You, old man, are excessively loquacious. Eliminate him. As soon as Yun Yi's voice fell, the devouring celestial corpse behind him emitted a flash of crimson light, suddenly appearing beside Xuesi. Its fist, akin to a heavy hammer, descended with fierce intent upon the latter. Not good. The speed of the devouring celestial corpse surpassed the expectations of the onlookers. Xuesi could barely raise his hand to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the tremendous force shattered Xuesi's arm, propelling him through the air. The relentless devouring celestial corpse, with a decisive stomp, pursued the retreating Xuesi. Stop! The few who had just regained their senses urgently shouted at the devouring celestial corpse. However, it paid no heed to their cries, relentlessly hunting Xuesi. In the midst of the latter's terror and despair, within mere moments, 3 punches and 2 kicks shattered his bones, and before the horrified gazes of all, he was brutally torn asunder. A 9-star Dou Zun was thus vanquished in an instant. Utterly defenseless against the devouring celestial corpse, blood sprayed forth, staining the corpse's dark form, rendering it an ominous harbinger of death, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of the onlookers. The Ziyang sect has offended our Soul Palace. They deserve this calamity. Do any of you dissent? Upon hearing Yun Yi's emotionless voice, the crowd snapped back to reality, casting fearful glances at the blood-soaked, fearsome figure. They spoke in hurried agreement. We dare not oppose. Xuesi's affront to the young palace master was of his own making. Indeed, it is said that disciples within the Ziyang sect, emboldened by their sect's power, have been notoriously arrogant. Such a sect is a malignant tumor in our Northwest Continent. We must thank the young palace master for ridding us of this significant scourge. Under the pressure from the devouring celestial corpse and several Dou Zun, the crowd readily acquiesced, shedding their earlier demeanor of seeking justice for the Heavenly Serpent manner. Yun Yi nodded, turning his gaze towards the strongest among them, Shi Tian, the leader of the Shi Ming sect. With the strength of a 3-star Dou Zun and his formidable swordsmanship, none present, except for the devouring celestial corpse, could contend with him in a one-on-one duel. Thus, his stance was of utmost significance, albeit it was merely a matter of expending a little more effort. Ha ha ha, how can the young palace master say such things? The Heavenly Serpent Manor and the Ziyang sect have brought their own demise. To perish under the young palace master's stratagem is indeed their honor. With a resounding laugh that echoed through the heavens and the earth, Lion Tian flew closer to Yuan Yi and remarked, "In that case, let us discuss the turmoil in the northwest continent." Yuan Yi nodded slightly, and then turned to address the others, stating, upon hearing Yuan Yi's words. The others furrowed their brows in confusion, internally cursing their fate. Turmoil in the northwest continent? Could it possibly rival the chaos in Zhongzhou? On the surface, Zhongzhou boasts a palace and a tower, 3 valleys, and the square pavilion, while covertly, it is home to formidable sects such as the Earthwalk sect, the Treasure Mountain sect, and the Demon Rain sect. Additionally, the 7 great imperial clans have their spies hidden in the shadows, creating an intricate web of deception. Despite the chaos, the northwest continent is comparatively stable. After all, crucial resources are controlled by several major sects, and the prime locations have been largely divided, making large-scale conflicts unlikely. Thus, the surface remains quite harmonious. It seems Yuan Yi's words were a mere pretext. Since the others remain silent, I shall speak. Casting a glance at their solemn faces, Yuan Yi continued, his voice thunderous. The northwest continent is too small to harbor excessive noise. What? The others stared at Yuan Yi in shock, the intent behind his words glaringly apparent. They could not represent all the sects of the northwest continent. The Tianxi mansion was centrally located, and they were merely a few of the closer factions. Beyond them lay many more sections. It seemed that Yuan Yi intended to take action against them. This was utterly terrifying. You all understand the implications of joining the Soul Palace, Yuan Yi declared, cutting off any chance for the others to respond, his tone brooking no argument. Submit or perish. As his words hung in the air, Qing Hai and the 3 others immediately encircled the group, the sky above darkening ominously, thick black mist surging forth with shadowy figures flickering within. Cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. They were cursing their luck. What had brought them to the Tianxi mansion? Now, their very lives were at stake. Do you not wonder what benefits there are in joining the Soul Palace? Lion Tian pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly, gazing deeply at Lion Tian. Yuan Yi's eyes seemed to hold an abyss, flickering with dark flames, making Lion Tian's soul tremble. His intuition warned him not to meet Yuan Yi's gaze, yet inexplicably, he found himself unable to look away. A cold snort reverberated like thunder in Lion Tian's mind. Excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul, and he let out a pained howl. Soul technique. The gathered individuals were no novices. Even if they had never witnessed such a thing, they could glean some understanding from the reactions of the two. They gazed at Yuan Yi in terror, astonished that he possessed even the long-lost soul technique. Truly, he was worthy of being the young master of the Soul Palace. Observing the once imperious Shi Tian now engulfed in torment, a shiver ran through all present, deepening their reverence for Yuan Yi. Granting you the right to live is the greatest favor bestowed upon you by my soul hall. Casting a glance at the suffering Shi Tian, Yuan Yi's profound gaze swept over the crowd. In that moment, none dared to meet his eyes, all bowing their heads in submission. Indeed, faced with the tyrannical Yuan Yi, the few present possessed no courage to resist, not even Shi Tian himself. Qing Hai, Qin Tian, and Elder Qianglong. Contact all the branches of the Soul Hall across the northwest continent. Launch an assault centered around the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. They will assist you. After instilling fear in the assembly, Yuan Yi instructed Qing Hai and Qin Tian standing nearby. Understood. They replied without a hint of dissent. Having given his orders, Yuan Yi did not linger. After declining the trio's request for accompaniment, he, along with the devouring celestial corpse, boarded the war chariot and set forth into the distance. He too required extensive combat to enhance his strength. After Yuan Yi's departure, Qing Hai and the others had yet to act when a figure clad in black robes gradually materialized. Surrounding him were ethereal spirits swirling about, emitting chilling wails that sent shivers down one's spine. 9-star Dozuan. The presence of this being changed the color of every face in the room. The 9-star Dozuan was capable of annihilating them all. I am Soul Yu. Soul Yu cast a detached glance at the group, an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. Upon hearing his words and noticing the black token at his waist, Qin Tian and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly express their respect. We pay our respects, Elder. Since this is the command of the young master, execute it diligently, and do not bring shame to my soul hall. Soul Yu nodded slightly, his voice indifferent. As a member of the Soul Clan, these individuals usually held little significance in his eyes, yet he had an unpredictable young master to contend with. After speaking, Soul Yu scanned the crowd, lingering momentarily on Shirtian, causing the latter to tense up. Fortunately, Solyu merely glanced before shifting his gaze away. In the next instant, he tore through the fabric of space, vanishing as quietly as he had appeared. Once Solyu departed, Qintian and the others began to organize their tasks. This time, they cooperated seamlessly, even the strongest among them. Shirtian complied without exception. He had felt the weight of the 9-star Dozuan's gaze, which served as both intimidation and warning. Thus, he was thoroughly convinced. The strength of the Soul Hall was unfathomable. Previously, their might in the northwest had gone unnoticed due to a lack of unity. Moreover, several lower-ranked Dozuan were sufficient. But with Yun Yi's arrival, the Soul Hall showcased its terrifying power. Most importantly, Yun Yi was accompanied by formidable experts from the central continent. With a 9-star Dozuan acting as a bodyguard, the mere tip of the iceberg of the Soul Hall's capabilities left everyone breathless. At this moment, his heart was devoid of trepidation. Resistance equated to death. Since defiance was futile, he resolved to perform admirably, hoping that the young master might be pleased enough to bestow upon him a few 8th-grade elixirs. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, he embraced his role as the spear of the Soul Hall, ready to strike at will. In the ancient battlefield, the energies of heaven and earth began to surge violently, converging towards the two enchanting figures seated in meditation. The sudden commotion jolted Jiang Yun from his deep meditation, his dark eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle. A whisper escaped his lips. At last, it has succeeded. I wonder what realm they will attain after transforming their spiritual power. Even Jiang Yun felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the heights that Xian and Medusa might reach post-transformation. Xian had already ascended to the late 6th tier, equivalent to a human Do Huang of 7 or 8 stars, corresponding to the cultivation level of the vast world's transformation realm. Medusa, having evolved into the 9-colored devouring python, had attained the 7th tier as a magical beast, yet her power remained unstable due to her soul's condition. Nonetheless, she possessed the strength of 2 to 3 stars of Dozong, akin to the celestial realm in the great world. As if responding to Jiang Yun's curiosity, both Xian and Medusa stirred simultaneously, their internal auras shifting as they effortlessly stepped into the initial stage of perception. Subsequently, they ventured through the spirit movement and spirit wheel stages without hindrance. However, just as they were on the verge of entering the divine soul realm, a transformation occurred. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. A vast radiance of spiritual power coalesced behind them, and gradually, the ethereal silhouettes of 2 colossal magical beasts materialized. What is this? Jiang Yun was taken aback by the sight. During his own ascension to the divine soul realm, he had not experienced such a phenomenon. Contemplating the identities of Medusa and Xian, and observing the realms they occupied, he began to formulate a hypothesis. With a thunderous roar, the spectral forms of a violet ancient dragon and a 9-colored devouring python began to solidify, exuding an imposing presence. These formidable magical beast sovereigns seemed to sense each other's existence, their energies clashing subtly. In an instant of tension, perhaps sensing the other's strength or harboring reservations, they refrained from direct confrontation, instead transforming into points of spiritual light that flowed into the two women. As the spiritual light points merged into their beings, the stagnation in their cultivation resumed its explosive growth, propelling them into the realms of fusion and transformation. A milky white mist enveloped them, swirling in rhythm with their breaths, entering their bodies with each inhale and exhale. It appears this is the outcome. Jiang Yun, sensing their auras, felt a stir in his heart. Xian had barely reached the fusion realm, while Medusa astonishingly attained the mid-transformation realm. He himself was only at the mid-transformation realm, aided by the holy celestial demonic flame and the 9 divine meridians, which had prevented any significant disparity. Yet Xian lagged behind by an entire major realm. And what accounted for Medusa's prowess? Could it be that flame? One can only speculate. The current Medusa may have something extraordinary to convey, specifically that flame of beastly fire imbued with the essence of the sacred heavenly demon flame. However, one must wonder if Xian will feel a twinge of frustration upon awakening. Just then, 2 soft murmurs echoed, and both Xian and Queen Medusa opened their eyes simultaneously, feeling the spiritual energy within them and frowning slightly in discomfort. How do you feel? At that moment, Jiang Yun's gentle voice drew the attention of the 2 women. Xiao Yun. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Xian excitedly leaped into his embrace. Meanwhile, Medusa, observing this, subtly furrowed her brow, an inexplicable irritation brewing within her, akin to a sense of territorial infringement. A nameless fury ignited in her heart towards Xian. Nestled in Jiang Yun's warm embrace, he chuckled softly and ruffled Xian's hair. She nestled against him, murmuring, "This sensation is utterly uncomfortable." I clearly feel a surge of power, yet cannot unleash it. Spiritual energy is far more substantial than fighting spirit, possessing greater might. Once you acclimatize and regain your strength, your combat prowess will undoubtedly soar. Jiang Yun was acutely aware of the situation, although his realm remained intact. The spiritual energy within him had yet to reach its rightful potential, resulting in this disconcerting feeling of emptiness. However, once the energy was restored, the strength unleashed would be nothing short of terrifying. Where are we? And what is this energy within me? This is not fighting spirit. At that moment, Medusa felt like an outsider, her irritation intensifying as she stiffly inquired of Jiang Yun. It was only then that Ziyin realized there was another presence. And that voice and aura seemed somewhat familiar. Turning, she beheld Queen Medusa, her previously cheerful visage now icy. Why are you here again? Where is Xiaojiu? The nine-colored devouring python had always gotten along splendidly with Ziyin, both being ancient beasts with an irresistible allure, and she referred to it as Xiaojiu. However, her demeanor towards Medusa, who shared a body with Xiaojiu, was far less amiable. After all, she had lost to Medusa last time. Despite Medusa's advantage in cultivation, defeat was defeat. Medusa coldly scoffed at Ziyin's inquiry, disregarding it entirely as she turned her gaze to Jiang Yun. This act naturally incited Ziyin's ire. And had Jiang Yun not intervened, a physical confrontation might have ensued. Ziyin, this continent is fraught with unknown dangers. Having a familiar face here adds a layer of safety. After calming Ziyin, Jiang Yun addressed Medusa with a smile, explaining their current predicament. Are you saying this is not the continent of fighting spirit? Medusa gazed at Jiang Yun in shock, disbelief etched across her features, as the collapse of her long-held worldview was a challenging reality to accept. Fortunately, as the queen of the serpent people, she quickly regained her composure. Sensing the spiritual energy within her and the distinct cultivation system that Jiang Yun had just imparted, everything indicated that a far grander world was unfolding before her. What shall we do now? Having regained her calm, Medusa decisively turned to Jiang Yun and inquired. In this unfamiliar realm, with everything strange and compounded by the turmoil within her heart, Jiang Yun had evidently become her anchor. Chapter 113, The Fire Demon Clan. The situation here is unclear. Let us explore our surroundings and ascertain the general circumstances before contemplating our next actions, Jiang Yun suggested after casting a sweeping glance around him, extending his soul force outward and finding nothing amiss. Agreed. Ziyin had no objections, and Medusa, upon realizing their current predicament, adopted a mindset of acceptance. Jiang Yun had broadened her horizons, and as a tenacious queen, she was keen to seize this opportunity to enhance her own strength. The serpent people were awaiting her return. Having made up her mind, Jiang Yun dispelled the surrounding formations, and the trio ceased their lingering, their figures transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the distance. However, in a show of caution, they chose to fly at a low altitude, with Jiang Yun erecting a soul barrier to conceal their presence. As they raced onward, the towering mountains fell behind them, yet with each passing moment, Ziyin and Medusa's frowns grew increasingly pronounced. The environment here was markedly different from the continent of Dou Qi. The spatial essence was far more resilient. The once vibrant spatial power of the Dou Qi Continent had turned eerily subdued in this realm. The laws governing this world were in a state of disarray, and engaging in combat here would likely consume even more energy than it would on the Dou Qi Continent. Furthermore, it was uncertain if the low energy levels were a consequence of numerous powerful beings having fought here, but the pervasive sense of oppression made both Ziyin and Medusa, accustomed to the Dou Qi Continent, feel profoundly uncomfortable. This place is so desolate, Medusa remarked as she gazed at the distant dark red earth. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of oppression, the atmosphere was thick with ancient and desolate energy. Even the remnants of the setting sun in the sky appeared fragmented, emitting only a feeble glow. The landscape was riddled with endless chasms that seemed to tear apart the ground like abysses, the boundless darkness sending shivers down one's spine. It seemed as if this realm had once been crushed by colossal, terrifying hands, obliterating all vitality and order within it. Was this the aftermath of a battle between supreme beings? Even after tens of thousands of years, the remnants lingered, evoking both terror and a strange allure. If no life exists here, then this journey may prove fruitless, Ziyin said, retracting her scrutinizing gaze to look back at Jiang Yun, her voice grave. Indeed, Jiang Yun replied, his brow slightly furrowed in thought. If life cannot emerge from this shattered land, then it holds no value for our trials, and I must find a way to return. Disperse. At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly shouted, causing Ziyin and Medusa to instantly focus, wholeheartedly believing his words as the three of them swiftly separated. Boom. In the next instant, the earth shattered, and searing magma erupted into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying dark red figure that emerged from the molten depths, extending a massive hand. A heavy force crashed down upon the ground, the dull sound reverberating as if the earth itself had been pressed down. Under the watchful eyes of the three, a humanoid shape, adorned with twin horns and seemingly composed of magma, gradually took form. What is that? Roar. Before the trio could react, the shadow let out a furious roar, its body transforming into an afterimage as it lunged towards Xian. Xian, be careful. Sensing the overwhelming aura of an early-stage celestial realm emanating from the figure, Jiang Yun's expression shifted, and he shouted to Xian while employing his agility to dart towards her. How dare you underestimate me? Observing the figure charging at her, Xian's face darkened with fury, a vibrant purple light erupting from her being. In the next heartbeat, a suit of purple-scaled armor clung to her delicate form, and a long purple spear, even longer than her body, materialized in her grasp. Coiling dragon spear technique. With a fierce shout, she wielded the spear, its golden light dazzling as she unleashed a powerful thrust towards her adversary. Boom. In the sky, two brilliant beams collided with a resounding crash, unleashing a fearsome gale that swept across the heavens. Humph. A muffled grunt echoed as the fierce winds dispersed, causing Xian, wielding the amethyst dragon spear, to stagger and fly back several dozen paces. The dark red shadow also trembled, retreating a few steps, each footfall compressing the air with an overwhelming force. Crimson Flame Palm. Accompanied by Jiang Yun's soft command, fiery spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, suddenly thrusting forward, ripping through the air with a thunderous roar as it struck the shadow with a force that seemed to transcend space itself. The adversary had no time to react. Abruptly slammed into the ground by the fiery hand, Jiang Yun, unwilling to relent, saw the flames surrounding him mysteriously coalesce at his fingertips, flicking them as he pointed into the air. Flame spiral finger. Whoosh. A torrent of frenzied light beams, akin to a meteor shower, cascaded from the sky, imbued with astonishing lethality, enveloping the shadow's vital points. Thunderous roars echoed through the cosmos, dust filling the air as the ground lay still, as if the adversary had been vanquished. Roar. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted, and from within the dust, a fiery red glow coalesced, gathering terrifying energy. Boom. In a moment of crisis, a magnificent nine-colored serpent shadow descended, its tail, measuring 100 feet in length, swept forth with a tremendous force, accompanied by a fearsome sonic boom, striking fiercely against the figure. The terrifying sound of an explosion carved a colossal pit nearly 1,000 feet deep into the dark red earth. Observing the Medusa, who had stealthily retracted her vibrant serpent form, Jiang Yun nodded with a smile. He scanned the ground with his spiritual energy and, upon confirming that the opponent had indeed fallen silent, dissipated the energy imprint from his palm. Where is that wretched creature? I shall dismantle it. Just then, a furious Xian charged over, emanating a terrifying aura. The events unfolded in a flash, from Xian being struck away to the combined efforts of Jiang Yun and Medusa leading to the demise of their foe. It seemed Xian's desire for vengeance would be in vain. The adversary had already been vanquished. Seeing Xian, who appeared somewhat disheveled, and sensing the turbulent energy within her, Jiang Yun retrieved a 5th-grade healing pill and offered it to her. What? It's already dead. Upon hearing that the instigator had perished, Xian erupted in frustration. Yet her tongue moved swiftly to swallow the pill, after which she resentfully exclaimed, "How infuriating! I have never suffered such a loss." Medusa, having overheard, disdainfully curled her lip and made her way toward the corpse beneath the earth. Hey, what do you mean by that? Xian, with her keen hearing, caught the sound of Medusa's scoff and swiftly pursued her. Jiang Yun, observing the scene, rubbed his temples in exasperation and followed closely behind the two women. Such a peculiar creature. Upon landing, Jiang Yun saw Xian, now quiet, and Medusa, both frowning as they scrutinized the dark red figure within the pit. It was Xian who first voiced her confusion. "Isn't this creature a beast?" Medusa, her brow furrowed, articulated her own judgment. Jiang Yun gazed at the form in the pit, which had just exuded a menacing aura but was now devoid of life. Its dark red body lying inert on the ground, emanating an odd energy. This energy felt both familiar and foreign. With a flick of his fingers, a pure white flame surged forth, swiftly engulfing the corpse. As time passed, a black and white crystalline entity materialized before the trio. What is this? They stared at the object resting in Jiang Yun's palm, a diamond-shaped crystal roughly the size of a thumb, from which a faint glow and dense energy mist began to emanate. How strange. Jiang Yun frowned as he examined the object in his hand. It felt increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He activated his cultivation technique, and two streams of pure, yet entirely opposing energies surged into his being. As the energy circulated through his meridians, It gradually dispersed throughout his limbs, ultimately permeating his muscles, bones, and cells. His internal strength was amplifying. Is it truly so? After a full circuit, Jiang Yun observed the crystal in his palm had diminished slightly in size, and he spoke with newfound clarity. What? Zian gazed at Jiang Yun with a sense of urgency, eagerly inquiring, Xiaoyan, what is this? Beside her, Medusa cast a curious glance as well. This is an energy core, containing exceptionally pure energy that can be harnessed for cultivation, rapidly enhancing one's strength. Jiang Yun succinctly explained its purpose. Such items are rare in the Dou Qi Continent, unlike the vast world beyond, which possesses supreme spiritual liquid as a form of currency. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zian and Medusa's eyes sparkled with excitement as they surveyed the surrounding land. Currently, they were in a weakened state, and if they could acquire a substantial amount of these cores, their strength could be swiftly bolstered. It was likely that many more of these items lay hidden within the terrain, yet caution was paramount. The adversaries here were formidable, and they must avoid any unexpected setbacks. Additionally, Jiang Yun cautioned them against consuming the energy cores on their own, promising to set up a formation to facilitate a more efficient absorption later. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement with the women's thoughts. The emergence of dark energy invoked memories, reminding him of why the other party seemed familiar. The Flame Demon Clan. This clan is one of the 32 great clans from beyond the realms, overseen by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. It appears that the Flame Demon Clan was indeed the principal rival to his indomitable form, the immortal fire body. Their demise on this land, over time, transformed their remains into such entities. Furthermore, the coexistence of dark and spiritual energies here meant that the energy cores contained not only pure spiritual essence, but also dominant dark energy. Naturally, Zian and Medusa could not absorb the dark energy, which is why Jiang Yun had forewarned them against consuming the energy cores indiscriminately to prevent any unforeseen consequences. Alright, Jiang Yun's method was straightforward and convenient, leaving Zian and Medusa with no objections, and they promptly agreed. Shortly thereafter, the trio swiftly traversed deeper into the realm. Roar. Indeed, they seemed to have entered a specific area where numerous powerful beings had perished. Their undestroyed remains had transformed into such entities. The trio worked seamlessly together. Even beings of celestial realm strength could not withstand their onslaught. Soon, they had amassed a considerable collection of energy cores. On a nearby hill, the three stood in silence, gazing at the ground where over 100 energy cores lay accumulated. Jiang Yun turned to Zian and Medusa, stating, "This should be sufficient for us to restore some of our strength. Next, I will process the energy cores and set up a formation, so prepare yourselves." With that, Jiang Yun settled beside the mound of energy cores, enveloping them in a swirling mix of black and white flames. Unbeknownst to the others, tendrils of black energy coalesced towards him through the flames. Sensing the dark energy within, Jiang Yun hesitated not for a moment. He activated his cultivation technique. And as the dark energy entered his body, he did not absorb it directly, but instead channeled it into the holy heavenly demon flame within his dantian. Although the fiendish clan possesses an innate ability to cultivate malevolent energy and spiritual power, it is prudent not to recklessly delve into the established paradigm of the vast universe. As the process of refinement concluded, Jiang Yun, having laid down a gathering spirit array with the energy core, turned to Medusa and Zian, whispering, "It is done. Finally, it is complete." Upon witnessing this, Zian's face lit up with excitement, but her expression swiftly shifted as she raised her chin towards Medusa, declaring, "This time, I shall undoubtedly enter the transformation realm." Zian had long harbored this ambition, especially since both Jiang Yun and Medusa had reached the transformation realm while she lingered at the fusion realm, nearly on the verge of failing to achieve even that. This disparity infuriated her. Upon hearing Zian's boastful words, Medusa offered no leniency. She let out a soft laugh, her alluring tongue flicking across her luscious lips, her voice dripping with seduction. "The transformation realm? This time, I aim to ascend to the celestial realm." "Oh, I almost forgot, dear sister. You still have quite a distance to travel before reaching the celestial realm." Medusa's words struck Zian like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily speechless, though she longed to retort. However, Medusa had already seated herself in a meditative posture, quietly resuming her practice. After enduring Medusa's taunts, Zian shot her a fiery glare before settling down to devote herself to her cultivation. Sensing the newfound tranquility surrounding the two women, Jiang Yun stroked his chin, pondering that having a more powerful Medusa to spur Zian might not be a bad thing after all. Shaking his head, he joined the pursuit of cultivation. For there remained vast, unexplored territories on this battlefield, all demanding strength. On a massive crimson rock, an abrupt spatial rift materialized, followed by beams of light cascading from the heavens. As the light dissipated, numerous teams materialized seemingly out of thin air. Within mere minutes, dozens of squads had appeared upon the colossal stone. Each team, clad in standardized attire, unmistakably hailed from various factions. Upon landing, they instinctively grouped closely together, their gazes vigilant and wary, surveying their surroundings. A wave of vigorous spiritual energy rippled around them, with some individuals conjuring formidable spiritual artifacts to safeguard their ranks. Clearly, these individuals possessed an understanding of this realm. Upon discerning the absence of immediate danger, they temporarily relaxed their defenses. As they scrutinized one another, their eyes exchanged glances filled with suspicion, even hostility, creating an atmosphere of eerie calm despite the presence of hundreds. The silence did not endure for long, as these individuals tacitly dispersed, fanning out into the vicinity. Among them, a youthful leader of a 20-member team donned a fiery red robe. His flowing crimson hair danced with the wind, and a scarlet flame insignia adorned his brow, presenting him as a figure seemingly engulfed in flames. The air around him grew increasingly sweltering, marking him as a master of fire. The suppression here is indeed terrifying. It seems that the chances for that entity to thrive in this realm are considerable. The youth furrowed his brow, feeling the oppressive force of the heavens and earth, and murmured softly, his heart ignited with fervor. Even his esteemed status could not quell the rising intensity within him. "Elder Wu, how do you feel?" he inquired, glancing back at the elder who led their group. This elder, the most formidable among them, was a fifth-tier supreme being. However, upon entering this realm, he had been subjected to the oppressive aura of the Heavenly Supreme and the Heavenly Demon Emperor, leaving their current status uncertain. "Young master, there is no major concern. Merely the overwhelming suppression of this world limits my physical prowess," Elder Wu replied with utmost respect, acknowledging the youth's inquiry. "Is it merely the constraints of the physical form?" The youth frowned at Elder Wu's response. They had explored similar realms before, but none had been as dreadfully oppressive as this one. "And what of the rest of you?" After receiving the elder's reply, the youth turned to the remaining members of the group, only to find that nearly all were at the Heavenly Passage realm. A revelation that greatly astonished him. "Young master, this precisely indicates that those entities have significant opportunities here." Elder Wu maintained a calm demeanor, since they were all similarly constrained. No disparity existed among them, which was somewhat comforting. Moreover, their team, composed entirely of individuals at the Heavenly Passage realm, was indeed formidable among many others. Indeed, traversing through numerous realms, this one appears to hold the greatest promise. The youth gazed excitedly across the vast expanse of land. Should he discover those coveted items, his standing within the clan would undoubtedly ascend significantly, if he were audacious enough to obtain the legacy of that esteemed individual. Perhaps even the position of the junior clan leader would be within his grasp. In a moment, flames of desire ignited in the youth's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the world was on the brink of becoming tumultuous, while Jiang Yun remained in seclusion. As the energy core at the center of the formation gradually dissipated, the powers of Jiang Yun and his companions began to surge rapidly. Jiang Yun himself experienced little change. He remained at a similar level, having merely advanced to the late stage of the transformation realm, whereas Medusa reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, just shy of breaking into the Heavenly Passage realm. The most significant advancement was that of Xian, who leaped from the early stage of the fusion realm to the early stage of the transformation realm. Thus, all three now possessed the strength of the transformation realm, ensuring greater safety in this perilous world. With all three at the same level, Xian was elated, while Medusa felt somewhat disheartened, as she was so close to regaining the Heavenly Passage realm, a sensation that was indeed frustrating. Following their breakthroughs, the trio swiftly soared once more towards the depths of the ruins. Something approaches. In mid-flight, Jiang Yun, with his keen spiritual perception, was suddenly alarmed. Reacting swiftly, he grasped Xian and Medusa, guiding them swiftly towards the forest below, extending his spiritual power to obscure their presence. Indeed, after the trio concealed themselves, the distant sky erupted with the sound of piercing winds, followed shortly by silhouettes emerging into view. A small team of 8 swiftly traversed the air, their menacing aura hinting at a fierce struggle for survival they had recently endured. They were living humans. Upon spotting the living beings, Xian and Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment as they scanned the figures above. It is essential to note that they had traversed this fragment of a continent via a teleportation array, and throughout their exploration, they had believed this realm devoid of life. To their surprise, humans from the vast world existed here. Sensing the curiosity emanating from the two women, Jiang Yun, after assessing the strength of the 8 individuals, spoke in a low voice. Could it be that individuals from the vast world could teleport here? This world appears to hold more complexity than initially perceived. Moreover, it was evident that they were prepared for something, which raised a significant question in Jiang Yun's mind. If people from the vast world could arrive here, It was clear they possessed precise coordinates, suggesting that this realm harbored extraordinary secrets. Upon this realization, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he shared his hypothesis with Medusa and Xian. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes gleamed with excitement. Treasures awaited them. Capturing them would unveil everything. Medusa, ever the domineering one, insisted on direct action, preferring action over words. For the first time, Xian did not oppose this proposal. The strength of the 8-person team indicated that, aside from the imposing man leading them, the remaining 7 were at the transformation stage. This was feasible. I will handle those at the transformation stage. Xian, Medusa, you two should hold off the one at the celestial stage. Once I have dealt with them, the 3 of us can jointly capture the leader. Although collaborating with Medusa felt somewhat unusual, Xian was pragmatic enough to recognize it as the most effective strategy and promptly nodded in agreement. Hey, don't hinder my efforts, Xian said, crossing her arms, her figure accentuated by the pressure of her embrace, her voice cool and commanding. If you falter, do not expect my assistance. Medusa shot a disdainful glance at Xian, her eyes gleaming with contempt. Do you think a mere squeeze can surpass me? How Navi? In midair. One of the men spoke softly to the leader. Brother, there is no one here. Are you sure your senses are not mistaken? The man frowned, his gaze scanning the surroundings, yet all remained eerily calm, devoid of any anomalies, leading him to lean toward the possibility of misjudgment. Perhaps I did misinterpret. Let us proceed. After failing to detect anything unusual, the man nodded and turned to leave. Thunder roared. Just as the man was about to depart, the opposing figure suddenly turned around, unleashing a vast surge of spiritual energy that swept through the air, accompanied by dazzling bolts of lightning that bombarded the forest below indiscriminately. With a resounding roar, 3 silhouettes emerged from the woods. Indeed, it was Jiang Yun and his companions. The presence of others sparked admiration among the 8 onlookers, who cast a glance of reverence towards their leader before shifting their fierce gazes towards Jiang Yun and his companions. In the next moment, they were captivated by the beauty of Medusa and Xian, particularly Medusa, a woman who perpetually exuded an alluring aura, igniting an inexplicable flame of desire within the hearts of all who beheld her. However, the leader was not as easily swayed as his subordinates, sensing the unusual atmosphere. He became inwardly cautious. He understood that beauty often conceals danger. As a mercenary, maintaining composure is essential for longevity. Had he not acted out of prudence to bombard the forest below, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of others. He acknowledged that such a method of concealment was beyond his capabilities. Who are you? He asked, eyeing the trio with an air of vigilance. How did you discover us? Jiang Yun, rather than answering, inquired with curiosity. He believed he had executed his concealment techniques flawlessly, and the unexpected revelation was disconcerting. It was imperative to comprehend this matter. Otherwise, he would find himself in a vulnerable position should it recur. Intuition, the man replied gravely, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun. I see, Jiang Yun nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. It was merely an accident, yet it served as a reminder not to underestimate anyone. Kid, the boss is asking you a question. Who are you? A man in yellow, eyeing Medusa and Xian greedily, spoke up after sensing the trio's formidable cultivation. Your gaze is quite distasteful to me, Medusa replied coldly, her expression indifferent. In the next instant, she struck with ferocity, releasing a roar akin to a lion's, yet tinged with the essence of a tiger's growl, summoning a 9-colored energy serpent that charged towards the 8 men. Bold move. With furious shouts, energy attacks were unleashed towards the serpent. Be cautious and adhere to the plan, Jiang Yun instructed the 2 women before his figure flickered, suddenly appearing before the group. Crimson fire palm. As his pupils constricted, the leader barely had time to marvel at Jiang Yun's terrifying speed before witnessing the colossal fiery hand. Be careful, he shouted, propelling himself forward, grasping a spear that shimmered with lightning, its brilliance aimed at the flaming hand. With a thunderous crash, they were forced back, and Jiang Yun vanished once more from their sight, reappearing before the yellow-clad man, his gaze icy. In the face of the man's fearful eyes, he murmured, sometimes. Misfortune does not only stem from words. The eyes can also be a source of peril. As the sound echoed, Jiang Yun struck down with a palm. And before the yellow-clad man could emit a cry of despair, his heart pulse was shattered, and Jiang seized the storage bracelet upon his wrist, allowing the man to plummet to the ground. Fifth, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the moment several individuals were repelled to the instant of the man's demise, all transpired within mere breaths, sending a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. Seeking death. The reduction in their ranks ignited a furious response among the group, and the opposing captain, enraged, his garments billowing, unleashed a torrent of formidable spiritual power. In the next moment, his gaze turned ominous as he commanded, eliminate them. Whoosh. In answer to his command was a dreamlike, nine-colored sword aura that rent the air, its chilling intensity causing the captain's expression to shift dramatically. Clenching his palm, a black iron shield flickered into existence before him. Clang! The sword aura collided with the shield, a brilliant light erupting, revealing a deep scar upon its surface. Observing the profound gash on the shield, the captain's eye twitched, yet before he could gather his wits, a graceful figure darted behind him, a purple crystal dragon spear aimed at his back. Roar! With a tremor of the spear, a majestic dragon's roar resounded, and a violet wave surged forth from the spear tip, cascading down upon the man. As the icy radiance drew near, the captain's countenance shifted, clearly recognizing the astonishing lethality of the dragon's spear in the hands of the enchanting purple-haired warrior. Without hesitation, he moved, thrusting his palm, the thunderous spear darting forth with unmatched precision to meet the oncoming chill. Clang! The weapons clashed, sparks flying, and a fierce wind radiated outward, creating ripples in the surrounding space, while the tumultuous spiritual energy transformed into a hurricane, sweeping forth from the spear tip. What manner of power is this? The captain's grip on the spear trembled, his face contorting into a snarl as he realized that this seemingly delicate beauty possessed such terrifying strength, akin to battling a dragon. This is undoubtedly not the might of the transformation realm. With no time for further contemplation, the sharp threat from behind surged once more, causing his complexion to pale. Captain! Witnessing their leader struggle against two women of the transformation realm, the remaining six became increasingly anxious, yet the man before them loomed like a mountain, his oppressive aura and terrifying flames rendering them helpless. Bastard! One of the burly men bellowed, brandishing a massive axe to deflect the fiery giant finger Jiang Yun had summoned. Gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Move now. Make them perish." Just as his voice fell, a figure suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Yun, belonging to another late-stage transformation realm individual among them, wielding twin daggers and darting like lightning towards Jiang Yun's vulnerable back. Roar! Sensing the impending threat, Jiang Yun altered his hand seal, the eternal holy flame shifting as a colossal dragon surged forth, engulfed in fire, barreling toward the five adversaries. Simultaneously, with a calm demeanor, he retaliated with a powerful punch. An eerie black glow flickered upon his arm, unwavering and direct, aimed squarely at his opponent's dagger. Bang! Jiang Yun's fist collided forcefully with the adversary, and at that moment, it was as if a mountain torrent had erupted, sending visible waves of power rippling outward. Gush! Chapter 115, An Unexpected Turn. Gush! The figure that had attempted a sneak attack suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his form propelled backward for dozens of yards by the force of the punch. At that moment, his arms twisted grotesquely, as if rendered entirely useless. Yet, in that instant, the pain in his arms was forgotten, replaced by a stark terror as he gazed at Jiang Yun, the formidable power emanating from Jiang's fist overwhelming him instantly. What was most alarming was the adversary's physical prowess, so extraordinarily robust that even his inferior spirit weapon was rendered ineffective. The level of physical strength displayed was unmatched, surpassing even those he had encountered who had endured the tribulations of the physical realm. In truth, this was merely an illusion, although Jiang Yun's physique was indeed formidable. It was not to such an absurd extent. It was merely the application of devouring power that had brought him to this level. For those who had never witnessed such might, it was no wonder they fell prey to such misconceptions. How can your physique be so powerful? A look of horror swept across the faces of the onlookers, who were immediately inclined to retreat. With a body impervious even to inferior spirit weapons, they comprehended deeply that Jiang Yun and his companions were no ordinary beings. They hailed from a formidable power, and their abilities were far beyond what these individuals could afford to offend. Did they think to flee? However, just as they began to move, Jiang Yun flashed a chilling smile and unleashed a fierce punch. Bang! Without any opportunity for response, the man was obliterated by Jiang Yun's fist. What? This scene immediately incited a wave of astonishment among the few remaining survivors. Jiang Yun, at the late stage of the transformation realm, effortlessly dispatched a fellow late-stage transformation realm cultivator with merely 2 punches amidst their encirclement. What manner of monster is this? Such strength could scarcely be matched, not even by those of the celestial realm. Former companions now fell one by one before his eyes, and before he could even feel sorrow, Jiang Yun's figure appeared above them like a specter. The elegant features of the latter revealed a faintly indifferent smile. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from Jiang Yun, enveloping the surroundings. The intertwining black and white energy appeared as a harmonious fusion of yin and yang, strikingly peculiar. And evidently, this black and white spiritual energy was far more refined and potent than his previous combat aura. As the energy rippled, it transformed into an ethereal realm behind Jiang Yun, within which a colossal, beastly silhouette coalesced, ultimately manifesting as a magnificent beam of light, soaring above the group and becoming an immense divine seal. White tiger seal. Jiang Yun's gaze turned frigid as he formed a seal with his palm and suddenly pressed down. Boom! The white giant tiger let out a resounding roar, and the divine seal erupted with a brilliant radiance, causing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to flee in disarray from that area. Below, several individuals gazed up at the divine seal descending from the heavens, their expressions shifting dramatically as they recognized the terrifying nature of Jiang Yun's assault. Without hesitation, they shouted in unison, unleashing their spiritual power with reckless abandon. A series of formidable attacks surged forth, clashing directly with Jiang Yun's white tiger divine seal. The collision produced a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. However, it soon became evident that the expressions of the individuals changed drastically, for as the white tiger divine seal pressed down upon them, their resistance crumbled at an alarming rate. Their attacks failed to withstand the force of the descending seal, and in the face of despair, the divine seal hurtled downwards, instantly suppressing them beneath its weight. Without a sound, they were rendered powerless at the moment of contact, visibly dissipating into the ether. After collecting their storage bracelets, Jiang Yun turned his gaze towards the leader, who was being besieged, and swiftly darted into the fray. With a resounding roar, a blade of energy sliced through the space, narrowly grazing the opponent's forehead and severing strands of dark hair. The strike, though not yet grounded, was immensely powerful, cleaving a nearby mountain in two with the penetrating force of the sword energy. Observing the flattened peak below, the man's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he regarded the woman in the crimson robe, wielding a serpent-shaped sword, inwardly lamenting her ferocity. What a fearsome woman! Void-severing claw. A delicate voice rang out, and the man's expression soured further. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the might of his thunder spear, its brilliance intensifying as he thrust it towards Xian. A thunderous clash ensued as the spear met a delicate hand, emerging from the void. Yet, he dared not underestimate this seemingly fragile hand. The force emanating from it proved to be a formidable challenge. Blood transformation technique. Feeling Medusa charging in with her sword once more, the man's expression shifted, a vicious glint crossing his face as he let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, heat radiated from him, his exposed skin flushing a deep crimson, veins bulging grotesquely beneath the surface, and at that moment, his aura surged from the early stages of the celestial realm to its mid-stages. Die, he bellowed, his spear crackling with scarlet lightning as it lunged towards the comparatively weaker Xian. Be careful. Sensing the surge of his power, Medusa's expression paled, and she rushed towards Xian with urgency, her movements swift as she summoned a dazzling array of 9-colored spiritual energy, launching a vibrant serpent shadow towards his exposed back. Despite their usual conflicts, when Xian found herself in peril, Medusa's heart tightened instinctively, driving her to unleash her full strength in a bid to rescue her. Xian, witnessing the terrifying spear shadow barreling towards her, wore an expression of grave concern. Great Celestial Dragon Emperor Seal. With a resounding cry, Xian unleashed a brilliant surge of violet light from within her being. Her blood boiled and roared, radiating brilliance across the heavens. At that moment, a multitude of intricate purple dragon patterns ascended upon her delicate form, and in the void, a colossal purple dragon imprint began to take shape, obscuring the sky. Simultaneously, Xian's fair visage paled. Deep within her eyes, a slumbering ancient dragon of the void stirred, awakening amidst the impending crisis as the power of her bloodline began to deplete. This was precisely what Qing Ming had warned her about. Xian's royal bloodline of the ancient void dragon was still unstable, maturing as it was, and employing excessively powerful inherited combat techniques could potentially injure her bloodline, leading to instability. Previously, in the continent of combat, she had not encountered such a situation. It was unexpected that it would manifest here. Xian was acutely aware of her condition, yet recalling Jiang Yun's words about needing a living captive. She halted her steps that could have evaded, forcibly executing the heavenly combat technique from her heritage. Indeed, the great heavenly dragon royal seal was a celestial combat technique, exclusive to the Dragon Emperor bloodline, and with Xian's current cultivation as a combat emperor, she was insufficiently equipped to execute such a technique. However, upon converting her combat energy into spiritual power, coupled with the enhancement of her bloodline, she could barely manage to perform it. Feeling her frail body and gazing at the opponent within arm's reach, Xian let out a delicate cry, preparing to strike with her palm. What folly! Compared to you, do you think I would care for a living captive? In a critical moment, Jiang Yun suddenly appeared beside Xian, grasping her poised hand and channeling his vibrant combat energy into her, soothing her tumultuous bloodline. Jiang Yun gazed at Xian's pale cheeks, feeling a pang of sympathy mixed with a hint of reproach, while a surge of anger welled within him. Xuanma Divine Slash. An ancient mantra echoed in the ears of those present, seemingly emanating from nowhere, as a faint purple pattern emerged between Jiang Yun's brows. A formidable wave of spiritual power enveloped the area, since his breakthrough into the spiritual realm. He had diligently cultivated and had now naturally advanced to the mid-stage of the spiritual realm, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. Such spiritual power was terrifying even among combat sovereigns, instilling a sense of oppression in several individuals. The foremost man felt a profound flow of mysterious light flash by, and in an instant, his consciousness plunged into darkness, the power he had gathered dissipating. Boom. Although Medusa's attack was delayed, it arrived with devastating force. At the moment the man's consciousness vanished, a nine-colored colossal python descended, striking him down to the earth, leaving him utterly lifeless, staring in astonishment at the fallen adversary. Medusa recalled the earlier turn of events, casting a wary glance at Jiang Yun, who was playfully tapping Xian's head, prompting her to exclaim repeatedly, I understand. I realize my mistake. I won't dare again. Xiaoyun, please don't hit me. Xian clutched her forehead, which had been struck by Jiang Yun, casting a pitiful glance at the serious Jiang Yun. Noticing his unwavering stern expression, she reluctantly wrapped her arms around his, gently shaking him as she murmured, Medusa is watching. Little Yun, you are making me lose face. Seeing her tearful eyes, Jiang Yun sighed in resignation. Only this once. It shall not happen again. Home. Upon hearing Jiang Yun relent, Xian instantly brightened, nodding enthusiastically. She then turned to Medusa, her demeanor somewhat awkward as she said, Thank you for earlier. Taken aback by Xian's gratitude, Medusa momentarily froze before regaining her composure and nodding in acknowledgement. What do we do now, little Yun? There are no survivors, Xian exclaimed, surveying the corpses scattered around. They appear to belong to an organization. If this world truly harbors opportunities, there must be similar factions. Sooner or later, we shall encounter them. Medusa reflected, gazing at the fallen. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment that as long as they remained within this ancient battlefield, such encounters were inevitable. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the storage bracelets from the deceased, explaining to the two women, these are storage bracelets from the vast world, bearing the same functionality as spatial rings. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes lit up. They had previously wondered why their opponents lacked spatial rings, assuming they were too weak to afford them, only to discover the existence of these bracelets. With their victory secured, it was time for the joyous division of spoils. The auxiliary professions in the vast world were highly developed, encompassing alchemists, formation masters, battle array masters, and more, ensuring a plentiful supply of storage items. After providing a brief overview of the diverse auxiliary professions in the vast world, Jiang Yun proceeded to dispel the soul marks of the fallen, rummaging through their possessions. Moments later, he shook his head in disappointment, realizing that one should not harbor overly high expectations. Aside from some healing pills, he unearthed a few spiritual techniques. Regrettably, only one of which was of divine rank, and none interested the trio. Amidst the myriad of trinkets, there was nothing of use to them. What a bunch of paupers, Xian scoffed, wrinkling her nose in disdain as she swallowed a spiritual pill. The taste of the medicinal concoctions from the vast world was quite pleasant. These weapons, however, are rather exceptional, Medusa remarked, looking at the weapons they had used with a hint of disdain for Xian's behavior. Xian, having noticed Medusa's expression, chose to overlook it, demonstrating her magnanimity by not holding a grudge. These are spiritual artifacts from the vast world, Jiang Yun said to Medusa with a smile. Are these truly spiritual artifacts? Both Medusa and Xian curiously picked up a weapon to examine its craftsmanship. In the vast world, spiritual artifacts are categorized from low to high as spiritual tools, divine tools, sacred objects, and unparalleled sacred items. Each category further divides into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and absolute. Here, only this spear is a medium-grade spiritual tool. The rest are all inferior-grade spiritual tools, Jiang Yun explained to the curious and inquisitive Xian and Medusa, continuing, if you find anything useful, feel free to take it. Shaking her head, Xian realized that none of the weapons suited them. The only medium-grade spiritual tool was of the lightning attribute, which did not resonate with any of them, making her own forged weapon more practical. After setting down the spear, Xian's eyes brightened as she recalled Qing Ming, a weapon spirit, though she was uncertain of its grade. She was about to inquire but restrained herself, considering Medusa's presence. After gathering their belongings, the trio set out once more, hunting energy cores while making their way toward the center of the continent, where spiritual energy was abundant. As time passed, they did not encounter any unfamiliar teams. Although this was merely a fragment of a continent, its size was considerable, and not crossing paths was quite normal. During this period, The energy cores gradually accumulated, allowing Jiang Yun and Ziyin to reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while Medusa restored her cultivation to the celestial realm. On one particular day, a terrifying sound erupted from deep within the battlefield, followed by ripples of crimson spreading outward. Everyone witnessed the distortion of space in the distance. As time progressed, that distorted space began to gradually tear apart, revealing an endless blaze of fire beyond, emanating an ancient, profound aura reminiscent of a return to primordial lands. What is that? Could it be a legacy emerging? The rumors are true. Chapter 116, The Dark Forest. With the tearing of the distorted space, the atmosphere in this realm suddenly became charged with intensity, as countless gazes turned fervently toward the source. What attracts people most in ruins is the legacies of the powerful. Upon entering, they had received commissions to seek certain items and gather information, and the ruins they were to explore were not limited to this fragment. It seemed their luck was exceptionally favorable. Accompanied by the tremors of space, many individuals discreetly retrieved their spatial jade slips and shattered them, causing waves of inexplicable spatial fluctuations to rapidly expand. Whoosh! Silence lasted only a fleeting moment before a cacophony of wind-breaking sounds erupted, with figures near the torn space eagerly rushing toward the area where the legacy was revealed. It appeared that the motivation for so many to gather here was indeed the legacies of fallen powerhouses. On a cliff, Jiang Yun gazed deeply into the distance where streaks of light raced by, and quietly addressed Ziyin and Medusa. What kind of legacy could create such a commotion? Medusa's gaze momentarily sharpened as she observed the turbulent space in the distance, turning to Jiang Yun with a look of curiosity. I am uncertain, she replied. Based on our conjectures, this continent was once shattered by the clash of two formidable powers, led by two supreme beings. Whether their legacy remains, or that of their subordinates, remains unclear. Jiang Yun, sensing the spatial unrest emanating from that direction, spoke with intent. Supreme beings? Medusa mused, encountering such terminology for the first time. Her understanding of the power hierarchy in the vast world stemmed from Jiang Yun, but he had not elaborated on the specifics, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Casting a glance at Medusa, Jiang Yun smiled gently. Indeed, supreme beings reign within the vast world, with the Heavenly Supreme standing at the pinnacle among them. However, even the Heavenly Supreme has varying degrees of strength, the spiritual, celestial, and sacred tiers. The Supreme Being we speak of is a sacred Heavenly Supreme, undoubtedly a peak existence even within the vast world. As Jiang Yun spoke, Medusa's pupils contracted, her mouth slightly agape as her worldview expanded once more. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes, and her breath quickened. Then she understood the implications of the Heavenly Supreme, a being far more terrifying than the Battle Emperor. Such a legacy, if cast upon the Dou Qi Continent, would likely leave even the Dou Saints in awe, and now they had an opportunity to grasp it. For one who yearned for strength, this was an irresistible temptation. Since fate has brought us here, we cannot return empty-handed, Jiang Yun remarked, glancing at Ziyin, who appeared equally eager. With a light laugh, he continued. Following Jiang Yun's resolution, the two women exchanged determined glances. Filled with fighting spirit, the trio immediately activated their techniques and converged towards the source of the commotion. The location of the legacy lay at the heart of the continent. By the time Jiang Yun and his companions approached the area, half a day had already passed. The setting sun cast a dim red glow, enveloping the heavens and the earth. As they neared the vicinity, their pace gradually slowed, their gazes fixed ahead. There, a spatial barrier was slowly dissipating, as if another world was on the verge of revealing itself. Numerous teams had gathered in midair within this region, and from a distance, the sound of rushing winds echoed rapidly. The teams present had also sensed the arrival of Jiang Yun and his companions, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. Upon realizing that only 3 individuals approached, surprise flickered in their eyes. However, as they assessed the trio's strength, their expressions morphed into malicious smiles directed at Medusa and Ziyin. Noticing the attention directed towards them, Medusa and Ziyin's expressions turned icy. Yet, considering the more pressing matters at hand, they refrained from reacting, although the chilling aura surrounding them compelled others to take heed and abandon their dismissive attitudes. Jiang Yun, scanning the crowd, lingered for barely a moment. None of them warranted his attention, save for one individual who did capture his interest. Before them stood a man, his entire being cloaked in crimson, reminiscent of a blazing inferno, seemingly poised to consume all in its path. He was a master of the fire arts, and it appeared he belonged to a certain lineage, the Fire Spirit clan, an ancient race renowned throughout the vast world, a stepping stone for the illustrious Flame Emperor, Shaoyan. During his time among his kin, Jiang Yun had perused the accounts of several ancient races within the Great Expanse, and the Fire Spirit clan was indeed among them. Jiang Yun's gaze attracted the attention of this fiery figure. Upon noticing Jiang Yun and his companions, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his countenance. Yet he quickly redirected his focus to Jiang Yun. This youth, who had only reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, inexplicably evoked a sense of trepidation within him, an unusual sensation that not even many formidable beings who had transcended the tribulations of the flesh had instilled. Strangely, as he beheld Jiang Yun, the flames within him quivered slightly, as if in fear of something unseen. Regardless of the underlying cause, all signs indicated that this was a man of considerable danger. Exercising caution, he inclined his head in acknowledgement towards Jiang Yun, then shifted his gaze to the tumultuous space beyond. Jiang Yun, momentarily taken aback by the response, soon regained his composure and chuckled softly, yet deep within. He heightened his alertness. At last, he had encountered a prodigy from a formidable power, and with such individuals, one could never be overly cautious. After a full 10 minutes, as more figures converged, the very ground beneath them began to tremble. The already fragile spatial barrier erupted with a resounding crash, shattering before their eyes. The inheritance had manifested. Witnessing this spectacle, many felt their eyes redden with excitement. Instantly, they unleashed their forms, darting forth with fervor, as if fearing that the treasures within would be claimed by others before they could seize them. "Let us enter as well," Jiang Yun called to his companions, Xian and Medusa, and together they followed the throng into the breach. As they stepped inside, a formidable pressure enveloped them, eliciting panicked cries from the crowd as their bodies plummeted rapidly, as though flight had been rendered impossible in this realm. "Be cautious," Jiang Yun instinctively warned the two women beside him. All three, being extraordinary individuals, swiftly stabilized themselves and landed safely on the ground, gazing up at the dark red sky with solemn expressions. "What a striking display of dominance upon our entrance. Such an eerie forest." The trio surveyed the peculiar surroundings, filled with intrigue and suspicion. Before them lay a primordial forest, shrouded in shadows. Towering trees grew densely, yet this ancient woodland emitted not the vibrancy of life. Instead, it exuded an unsettling chill, suffused with an air of deathly stillness, rendering all who entered profoundly uncomfortable. It appears that to reach the center, one must traverse this dense forest. Medusa glanced around, observing the seemingly boundless expanse of trees, and spoke aloud. "Be cautious as you enter," Jiang Yun remarked softly, watching the procession of figures that had already ventured forth, clearly alluding to dangers that lay not only within the unknown forest, but also potentially from human sources. Indeed, Xian and Medusa nodded solemnly, fully aware that the perils here extended beyond the unfamiliar, possibly stemming from other individuals as well. The trio hastily plunged deeper into the forest, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The silence enveloping this woodland was unsettling. With so many having entered prior, one would expect some semblance of noise. Yet now it was utterly devoid of sound. It felt as if, the moment they crossed into the forest, they had been severed from the outside world, as if swallowed whole. As their eyes traversed the surroundings, they beheld towering ancient trees, all cloaked in darkness, their branches sprawling and overarching ominously. The area within 100 feet was shrouded so thoroughly that even sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting the forest in a deep gloom. The three stood closely together, cautiously advancing into the depths of the woodland, their formidable spiritual energy rippling about them, ready to unleash a fierce counterattack at the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, from the depths of the distant jungle, a colossal beam of light erupted, soaring towards the heavens, exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated the spirits of countless onlookers. Their gazes ignited with fervor as they directed their attention towards the heart of the forest, where this enticing scent seemed to emanate from a rare and wondrous treasure of nature. The team, now enticed by the alluring fragrance, found their eyes brightening, their greedy tongues flicking out in anticipation. Jiang Yun and his companions also caught a whiff of this extraordinary aroma, noticing a distinct fluctuation in their internal energies, a glimmer of surprise flashing in their eyes. Exchanging a glance, they hesitated not, springing forward like wisps of smoke into the forest, with Xian and Medusa swiftly following in their wake. Upon reaching their destination, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Before them lay a forest ablaze with crimson hues, where colossal trees stood tall, their fiery leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a sea of flames. In this otherwise dark forest, such a place stood out, exuding an eerie allure. Could it be the great sunfire tree? Came a gasp from nearby. Ahead, on the scarlet earth, a blood-red tree burst forth from the soil, its branches sprawling like a fierce network, gleaming with a cold, steel-like sheen. Upon its trunk, ancient runes appeared to naturally form, subtly emanating an extraordinary resonance. Moreover, what captured one's attention the most was a flaming crimson fruit, precariously dangling from the blackened trees, seemingly on the verge of falling. The The daylight flame fruit. Jiang Yun gazed at the scarlet orb, murmuring in astonishment. What is that? In contrast to Jiang Yun, Ziyin and Medusa were unfamiliar with the rare treasures of this vast world. Even their inheritances from the ancient dragon of the void and the nine-colored devouring python were insufficient. The daylight flame fruit, it is said, is an exceptionally rare entity of utmost yang, radiating boundless light and power. If one could consume it and successfully refine it, it would enhance spiritual power, the physical body, and the soul, imbuing one's spiritual energy with that unparalleled yang force, resulting in formidable strength and corresponding elevation of both body and soul. It is a treasure of immense value, capable of stirring the hearts of even the supreme beings. Listening to Jiang Yun's elucidation, Ziyin and Medusa stared in awe at the fruit, which was most suitable for fire attribute cultivators. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yun was the most fitting among the three. Subsequently, Ziyin turned to Jiang Yun and said, Xiao Yun, do not rush. Aware of Ziyin's intent, Jiang Yun, however, merely waved his hand, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings, speaking in a hushed tone. Although the daylight flame tree does not have specific environmental requirements for growth, it certainly would not thrive in this chilling place. There must be something unusual we must observe first. At the same time, upon discovering the daylight flame tree, the team that had arrived here, after a moment of eerie calm, suddenly erupted into a terrifying battle. Kill. The daylight flame fruit is mine. Step aside. With the daylight flame fruit, I can ascend to the realm of divine souls, and perhaps even beyond. Who dares to obstruct me? Impudence. You mercenaries dare to oppose the Wu family? Even if you are the child of a celestial sovereign, obstructing my path to ascendance, you shall still be slain. Moreover, the Wu family boasts but one terrestrial sovereign, able to overshadow the western region. The cacophony of furious combat reverberated throughout. Every individual present was at least a being of the transformation realm, with three formidable experts among them. The terrifying onslaught swiftly obliterated the surrounding forest. As figures occasionally plummeted to the ground, crimson blood staining the earth. At this moment, Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened, observing the ground below, where the scarlet earth was flowing with blood. However, he noted that the blood was vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. Further afield, in an open space, lay a dozen or so stark white bones. If his memory served him correctly, these bones were the remnants of those who had recently fallen. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun focused intently on the daylight flame fruit, a violet divine light flickering in his eyes. Instantly, the surrounding crimson forest vanished. Here, darkness persisted, merging seamlessly with the surrounding woods, the shadowy hue resembling a colossal maw of a demon, evoking a sense of dread. At the very center stood a charred tree, its blackened trunk adorned with blood-red veins emanating a dark crimson glow. Deep beneath the earth, dark tendrils extend towards the surrounding corpses, and moments later, a lifeless body transforms into a chilling skeleton. This is the bloodthirsty demon king vine. Chapter 117. The Might of the Sky-Devouring Python. The bloodthirsty demon king vine, an exceedingly perilous plant, emits a colorless and odorless hallucinatory mist that ensnares its prey in an illusory realm. Silently, through its tendrils, it leads its victims to an unsuspecting demise within this fabricated illusion. How treacherous! After hearing Jiang Yun's explanation, Ziyin and Medusa, who had gained clarity in the illusion with Jiang Yun's aid, gazed apprehensively at the tree emanating an eerie glow. Bang! Suddenly, a flurry of black leaves took flight, and several streaks of darkness surged forth, wrapping around the waists of those suspended in midair like lightning, yanking them down to the ground. It could no longer contain itself. The abrupt turn of events startled the remaining individuals, and they soon beheld the writhing black tendrils dancing across the earth. Blood flowed along these tendrils, only to be consumed as they writhed. Damn it, it's the bloodthirsty demon king vine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone frantically attacked the vines coiling around their waists. However, their formidable strikes, capable of splitting mountains, merely left shallow gashes on the tendrils, which exhibited astonishing resilience. Swoosh! One end of the tendril suddenly propelled a black tree spike, slicing through the air with a whisper, mercilessly aiming for the throats of all present. Accompanied by anguished cries, the scene before the three resembled a hellish nightmare, as figures were swiftly drained and reduced to bones. Ignoring the screams, the trio remained focused. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the heart of the bloodthirsty demon king vine, where a peculiar fruit, resembling a heartbeat, was on the verge of ripening. Xiao Yun, we must depart. Witnessing the demise of one figure after another and recognizing the futility of their situation, Ziyin spoke up. Wait, Jiang Yun interjected, as the two exchanged puzzled glances, stating, although the bloodthirsty demon king vine is fearsome, its heart is an invaluable treasure, capable of nurturing one's bloodline and enhancing physical prowess. Are you suggesting? Medusa's eyes sparkled with interest. What is most vital for magical beasts? Their bloodline. If we were to take this to the continent of fighting Qi, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless magical beasts. Indeed, the heart is nearing maturation. No wonder it reacted so eagerly upon seeing these individuals. It can scarcely contain itself. Jiang Yun's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the pulsating heart. Ziyin, unexpectedly awakening her bloodline, had not undergone the necessary purification. Having hastily utilized a heavenly-grade combat technique earlier, she had narrowly avoided damaging her bloodline. Although she had refrained in time, a lingering deficiency remained within her. The arrival of this heart could not have been more opportune. Let us flee. At this moment, Medusa suddenly turned her gaze towards the arena and let out a cold snort. A dazzling nine-colored light coalesced in her palm, manifesting as a serpentine sword of exquisite hues. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from her being, and with a single sweep of her sword, a massive sword aura, nearly 100 feet in length, sliced through the air towards the figure that had just darted away. Who goes there? The man's fury erupted as his escape was thwarted, and his chaotic spiritual energy radiated violently as he scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto the silhouettes of Jiang Yun and his companions. Damn it! He roared. But before he could retaliate, the sound of slicing air echoed from behind him. With no time to spare, he could only pivot and slash at the dark tendrils that lunged at him. Medusa's action immediately captured the attention of the few remaining survivors in the arena. It seems we are in trouble, Jiang Yun remarked with a light chuckle, though his tone betrayed no hint of concern. What is there to fear? It is the perfect opportunity to test our current strength, Ziyin declared, her eyes brimming with eagerness as she regarded the adversaries. Medusa remained silent. Yet the glimmering sword in her hand spoke volumes of her current mood. Jiang Yun glanced at the two battle-hungry warriors beside him, and though he felt a headache coming on from the unfolding situation, he bore no resentment. After all, 3 formidable beings were not enough to deter them, especially with 6 others at the celestial realm. Remember, do not linger in battle. Coordinate with the bloodthirsty Ghost King's vines. Just hold them off while I prepare something grand. He instructed. Understood. Both agreed without hesitation. Be cautious. Just then, the bloodthirsty Ghost King's vines grew increasingly ferocious, trembling wildly before unleashing a torrent of black tendrils that surged from the colossal tree, enveloping the figures suspended in midair. The crowd gasped in alarm as their spiritual energy erupted forth, revealing various spiritual artifacts, all launching fierce counterattacks against the incoming vines. The collective assault was formidable, successfully intercepting the onslaught of tendrils, which littered the ground around them. However, the tendrils seemed endless, their sheer magnitude striking terror into their hearts. If this continues, we will surely perish here. We must unite and break through, one of the powerful beings exclaimed. Agreed, let us charge together. Should anyone dare to disrupt us, we shall strike as one. Another replied. I reckon those 3 fools are courting death. With 1 at the celestial realm and 2 at the transformation realm. Should more arrive, they will be left without a grave. Despite the extraordinary might of the bloodthirsty Ghost King's vines, they faltered under the combined efforts of the group, allowing them to break free from the encirclement. At that moment, Medusa and Ziyin exchanged a glance, and with a swift motion, they positioned themselves to block the path of their allies' escape. One wielded a violet crystal spear, while the other brandished her sword, their flowing hair dancing in the gentle breeze, creating a breathtakingly stunning scene. However, in this breathtaking moment, the escaping individuals harbored no thoughts of compassion. A torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth, targeting the 2 women. This formidable force, akin to a tempest, swept through the surroundings, and even the mightiest of physical warriors dared not confront it directly, opting instead to evade its lethal edge. Yet, in the face of such oppression, Medusa let out a cold snort. Grasping her sword firmly, a radiant light of 9 colors erupted from within her being. It resonated with a roar reminiscent of a lion or tiger, echoing from the resplendent glow. With a thunderous roar, a colossal, 9-colored serpent manifested before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The sight of this magnificent creature elicited gasps of astonishment, as the onlookers were awash with awe. Could it be the legendary sky-devouring python? How could such a being appear here, and moreover, a 9-colored one at that? Are you from the divine beast continent? The 9 individuals stared, dumbfounded, at the vibrant serpent, which shimmered in a spectrum of colors. Its scales, the size of human heads, glistened with a kaleidoscopic sheen, adorning its massive form. As the serpent undulated slowly, it exuded a formidable presence, capable of effortlessly crushing mountains, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Bathed in sunlight, The serpent reflected a dazzling array of colors, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. Yet, in that moment, the spectators had no desire to admire such beauty. Instead, their hearts surged with trepidation. Although their powers were insufficient, their knowledge was vast. They recognized several renowned divine beasts from the Divine Beast continent. And this was none other than the sky-devouring python from the Divine Beast rankings. To refine a sky-devouring python and ascend to the spirit realm, what formidable strength must one possess? Did they not fear the wrath of the Python clan? In that moment, they felt their limbs turn cold, losing the ferocity they had just displayed. As the nine-colored sky-devouring python appeared, its intelligent eyes swept over Jiang Yun and Xian, revealing a glimmer of joy within its serpentine gaze, accompanied by a crisp hiss. Its robust tail swirled joyfully in the air. Is that little Jiao? Xian hesitated, observing the lively eyes of the serpent. She too possessed the ability to summon the phantasm of the ancient void dragon to battle, a unique trait of the spirit realm. However, the serpent's spirited demeanor was far from that of a mere summoned beast. In response to Xian's doubt, Medusa nodded lightly and explained, I'm not certain why. But after breaking through to the spirit realm, the soul of the sky-devouring python exists in this form, united with me. And it no longer manifests as it used to. Nodding in understanding, Xian set aside her concerns and fixed her bright gaze upon their adversary. With the surrounding spatial forces coalescing, she declared in a firm voice, now? Spatial prison. The surrounding force of space surged, and in the blink of an eye, before the 9 individuals could recover from their astonished gazes, an ethereal spatial prison swiftly ensnared them. This sudden turn of events roused everyone from their stupor. And before they could lament yet another monstrous encounter, one individual bellowed, If you wish to live, do not dwell on such thoughts. Let us shatter it together. However, Medusa would not grant them a moment to react. Her colossal serpent tail, imbued with unparalleled and celestial strength, lashed out towards them. The impact was thunderous. The tail struck with such force that the group was sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as the terrifying power jarred their internal organs, sending them hurtling downwards like cannonballs. Struggling to regain their balance, they scarcely had time to stabilize their dislocated insides when black vines swiftly ensnared them once more, plunging them into yet another entanglement. Having easily dealt with the task at hand, Xian and Medusa exchanged bewildered glances. Xian, perplexed, inquired, Is the devouring python renowned in the vast universe? Why do they appear so astonished? Medusa, too, was filled with questions, but recalling the legends surrounding the devouring python, she understood that it was the ruler of serpents, possessing the potential of a battle sage as a 7-colored entity, while the 9-colored devouring python was a mythical beast spoken of only in ancient lore. In certain respects, it surpassed even the ancestral ancient sky serpents of the serpent beast lineage. Thus, it became clear that the 9-colored devouring python was a divine beast with the potential to attain the status of a celestial sovereign. Moreover, she had just learned from the group that the vast universe harbored a continent of divine beasts, home to the devouring python clan. This revelation rendered everything reasonable. As the devouring python clan thrived in the vast universe, it was indeed a formidable creature, not a mere obscure entity, even in such a realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun was not idle. Although the events unfolded more simply than anticipated, he remained poised in midair, surrounded by a complex interplay of beams of light, evidently a nascent yet formidable spiritual array. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy radiated from within. Regardless of the process, these creatures, including the bloodthirsty Ghost King Vine, were consumed. Empowered by the heart array state, Jiang Yun swiftly completed the formation of the array. Casting a glance at the writhing figures entwined together, he uttered no further words, merely forming a hand seal. At that moment, the vast spiritual array was activated instantaneously. Boom! The grand spiritual array erupted in a resplendent glow, as countless intricate beams of light intertwined. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in this realm seemed to erupt violently, converging madly in this direction. A fierce wind howled, and spiraling storms of spiritual energy materialized within the array, their sinuous forms resembling twisting dragons. Array Master. Gazes turned towards Jiang Yun's figure suspended in the air, filled predominantly with astonishment and intrigue. Upon realizing the truth, I could not suppress my astonishment and gasped aloud. Who would have imagined that this individual harbored the hidden identity of a spirit array master? Such a profession is exceedingly rare in the vast world, and to encounter one today is indeed a matter of fortune for us. Observing the tremors instigated by Jiang Yun's spirit array, Medusa's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had witnessed Jiang Yun employ spirit arrays before, albeit only supportive ones. She never anticipated that the offensive array he had just set up would wield such formidable power. The energy storm took shape within the array, and in the next instant, numerous swirling energy vortices began to spin at high speed, gradually coalescing into 5 larger whirlpools. The entire realm reverberated with the harsh sound produced by the rapid rotation of the energy storm, creating ripples in the space surrounding the array, accompanied by several earth-shattering roars. Enormous figures emerged from the energy whirlpools, gazing at the colossal silhouettes of the dragon, phoenix, tortoise, white tiger, and Qilin suspended in midair. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting their shock. The 5 spirit convergence array. Jiang Yun's calm voice echoed on the winds. The 5 divine beasts, responding to the changes in Jiang Yun's hand seals, suddenly let out a long cry, and in that moment, they surged forward, propelled by the swirling energy storm towards the crowd and the bloodthirsty demon King Vine. The very essence of the world was set into turmoil as a result. Before they could approach, the ground beneath them was furrowed deeply by an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 118, Ascension. As the terrifying force of suppression descended, the expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. In that instant, they felt as though they had lost control of their own bodies, being subjected to an overwhelming sealing power. The energy within them began to move as slowly as a snail, making it nearly impossible to muster any response in the short term. Just as they were ensnared in this quagmire, several lightning-fast black vines, leaving behind afterimages, mercilessly lunged towards their throats. With no resistance whatsoever, they were pierced through the throat, the vitality within them flowing along the black thorns towards the main body of the bloodthirsty demon King Vine. As darkness enveloped them, Jiang Yun's cold expression came into view, and they realized that the bloodthirsty demon King Vine had not been suppressed. It was a result of Jiang Yun's deliberate manipulation. As for his purpose, a faint sound accompanied by a dazzling crimson glow revealed the main trunk of the bloodthirsty demon King Vine, where a heart, as red as blood, pulsed slowly, resembling a human heart. An unusual fragrance wafted through the air, catching the attention of Xian and Medusa. In that moment of maturity, without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Yun pressed forward, restoring the halted array to operation, and the terrifying oppressive force descended upon the bloodthirsty demon King Vine. The omnipresent pressure elicited a piercing, shrill scream from the entity. Boom! The magnificent divine beasts, trailing elongated tails of ethereal energy, moved with an elegance akin to flowing water. Their speed was astonishing. In the mere blink of an eye, they collided with the bloodthirsty demon King Vine below. A tremendous sound reverberated through the air as a brilliant orb of light, laden with alarming force, began to expand. Within the hierarchy of spiritual array masters, reaching the 5th level introduces an element of unpredictability. At this tier, ascending to the next level would grant one entry into the ranks of array grandmasters, who typically possess power comparable to that of supreme beings. The strength of a 5th level spiritual array master can vary immensely. Some formidable 5th level masters can command respect even from those adept at overcoming spiritual and soul tribulations. Conversely, others may find themselves in considerable difficulty when confronting even the most basic physical challenges. During his battles against the King of Fighters, Jiang Yun had previously arranged a 5th level spiritual array, the 4 Spirits Array, utilizing his keen insight. However, this formation only matched the power of the celestial realm, falling short of the challenges posed by supreme beings. Subsequently, he acquired the 5-round fire array from the revered Fire Sovereign and the ancient refinement array from the pure Lotus Demon Saint, extracting their essence to elevate his understanding of spiritual arrays. Eventually, he perfected his 4 Spirits Array into the 5 Spirits Array, achieving the pinnacle of 5th level formations. In Jiang Yun's capable hands, given sufficient preparation time, he could ensnare even those who posed challenges at the level of soul tribulations. Thus, confronting a foe merely comparable to spiritual tribulations, such as the bloodthirsty demon King Vine, would be effortless. Observing the commotion below and the now lifeless bloodthirsty demon King Vine, Jiang Yun raised his hand in a soothing gesture, causing the previously tumultuous spiritual energy in the surroundings to dissipate instantly, restoring tranquility to the space. In midair, Jiang Yun sensed the remaining 30% of his spiritual power and silently acknowledged the need for cautious application of his formations. Within his dantian, the holy heavenly demon flames circulated, enhancing his cultivation as the spiritual energy from the world surged into him, replenishing his depleted strength. Gradually, he descended, with Xian and Medusa following closely behind. Let us proceed. It is time to reap our rewards. He gestured towards the 2 women, summoning a multitude of storage bracelets that fell before him, before striding towards the bloodthirsty demon King Vine. As they approached, the trio truly felt the menacing aura radiating from the vine. Gazing at the crimson fruit resembling a heart, Jiang Yun smiled slightly and extended his hand. intending to extract it from the vine's grasp. However, just as his palm was about to make contact, a violent gale erupted from the swirling, fragrant mist. The fierce wind, akin to a mountain's might, surged towards the three of them with ferocity. "Be careful." Xian and Medusa reacted swiftly, their bodies darting away as they unleashed a powerful strike with their jade hands, infused with relentless spiritual energy. In an instant, the tempest dissipated, leaving the already fragmented black forest once again at the mercy of cruel fate. After shattering the spiritual tempest, Xian withdrew her hand, her gaze falling contemplatively upon Medusa, whose unexpected reaction had taken her by surprise. Was this woman not one to incite chaos and violence? Why had she begun to express concern for Xiaoyan's safety? Noticing Xian's scrutiny, Medusa nonchalantly averted her gaze, playfully toying with the vibrant nine-colored devouring serpent coiled around her shoulder. Observing everything with a knowing smile, Zhang Yun raised his hand with an air of solemnity and drew the fruit into his possession. The fruit felt as smooth as jade, radiating a magnificent and pure surge of spiritual energy. "Xian, let us find a suitable place to consume this shortly," Zhang Yun suggested, handing the fruit to her. "Agreed," Xian replied, accepting the fruit without pretense, nodding in affirmation. Turning to Medusa, who had not acquired anything, Zhang Yun remarked, "We have gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. With your beast fire's devouring power, it should be sufficient for you to elevate your level by 1 or 2. Medusa nodded in agreement, having no objections to Zhang Yun's allocation. Even if the fruit were given to her, it would hold little significance. She had already evolved into the 9-colored devouring serpent, and any further enhancement of her bloodline could not be achieved with this single fruit. Having finalized their distribution, the trio swiftly vanished from the spot, leaving the forest once more enveloped in silence. This was a desolate mountain range, steeped in an atmosphere of bleakness. The three took refuge in a cavern carved into the mountainside. The entrance was concealed by an illusionary formation, and Zhang Yun had fortuitously gathered several spirit-gathering stones. Within, he had arranged a 5th-grade spirit-gathering array, causing spiritual energy to manifest as mist, creating an ethereal ambience despite the inhospitable surroundings. At that moment, Medusa and Xian had each ingested their respective herbs to enhance their powers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun gazed at the jade slip in his hand, sensing the spatial force within it. Lost in contemplation, after a prolonged silence, he stored the slip away and murmured softly, his voice echoing within the cavern, "How intriguing. Is this how it is? It seems the true competition has only just begun. I too must elevate my strength." With this resolve, Zhang Yun glanced at the two women who had found their focus and, without hesitation, sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, numerous jade vials and various spiritual herbs floated into the air. A rough estimate revealed that there were no fewer than 100. These were the fruits of their labor since arriving on the battlefield, with everything here, except for what was meant for Medusa's advancement. "Let us begin," Zhang Yun declared, retracting his gaze as a swirling conflagration of black and white flames erupted around him, engulfing all the items. His slender fingers intertwined, weaving a series of intricate seals, from which numerous beams of light surged forth, ascending into the heavens amidst a tapestry of radiant beams. Boom! A deep, muffled resonance seemed to echo across the horizon, as countless beams of light erupted into a dazzling brilliance. The spirit-gathering array previously set by Zhang Yun now appeared to manifest an inner array within an array, encircling him tightly. In an instant, the object suspended in midair shattered entirely, transforming into the purest essence of spiritual liquid under the refinement of the sacred heavenly demon flame. The light coalesced, forming a swirling vortex of radiance approximately 100 feet in diameter in the sky. This vortex drew the spiritual liquid from the air, within which surged an immensely powerful force of spiritual energy, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Observing this, Zhang Yun hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and inhaled, causing the glowing orb of spiritual energy in the vortex to be drawn into him under the influence of the sacred heavenly demon flame. The resplendent spiritual energy detonated within Zhang Yun's body, creating a terrifying resonance with the external spiritual force. A colossal vortex formed around him, and the spiritual energy within this inner array became so dense it seemed to verge on liquefaction, obscuring the scene within. At this moment, Zhang Yun's internal cultivation technique operated at high speed, refining the overwhelming spiritual energy within him. Unseen by others, 9 mysterious meridians within his body radiated a brilliant light. Inside his dantian, the mass of spiritual energy surged like waves, cascading towards his limbs and bones. As time progressed, Zhang Yun's aura expanded rapidly. The immense waves of spiritual energy surged violently, each wave more tempestuous than the last, ultimately resembling a roaring flood rampaging, through Jiang Yun's body. Had it been another at the transformation heaven stage, they would likely have perished upon consuming such energy. Yet, with the aid of the 9 divine meridians and the sacred heavenly demon flame, Jiang Yun accomplished this formidable feat just then, amidst the extreme turbulence of spiritual energy. A faint sound of cracking echoed. A series of deep, resonant sounds emanated from within Jiang Yun, akin to the roar of a tiger or the song of a dragon, imbued with tremendous spiritual power. In the next moment, a diminutive, ethereal figure emerged from his body. It was his soul, also known as his divine essence. At this juncture, his soul had ascended to the late stage of the spirit realm, appearing remarkably refined and exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. With a sudden burst, the divine essence soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of flowing light, ascending to the heavens. The surrounding energy vortex seemed incapable of inflicting any harm upon it, as if it possessed the ability to traverse the cosmos unscathed. This marked the sign of entering the celestial ascendance realm, where the soul departs from the body, soaring through the universe in an indestructible state. Jiang Yun had unmistakably broken through to the ultimate stage of the 3 heavens realm, the celestial ascendance realm. Furthermore, his aura was not that of an ordinary early-stage celestial ascendant, but rather that of the pinnacle of the mid-stage. With just a month of further cultivation, he stood poised to advance into the late stage of the celestial ascendance realm. As Jiang Yun experienced his breakthrough into the Tongtian realm, a spacious cavern adjacent to his own was illuminated by an ethereal purple light and a myriad of vibrant hues, casting a dreamlike aura upon its walls. Within this enchanting setting sat Xian and Medusa, resembling 2 exquisite celestial blossoms, their serene presence transforming the humble retreat into a place of striking beauty. At the very moment of Jiang Yun's ascension, the latent energies within Xian and Medusa erupted with the force of a volcanic explosion. 3 formidable auras intertwined, causing the mountains beneath them to tremble. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's prior arrangements to create a barrier, the trio might have been overwhelmed by their own burgeoning power. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from their secluded meditation, cataclysmic events unfolded. With a resounding crack, the blood-red heavens became riddled with fissures, as if on the verge of shattering. Terrifying spatial rifts emerged, exuding a formidable void energy that was utterly fearsome. As time progressed, the gaping chasms expanded, threatening to rend the very fabric of existence. Boom! A colossal noise reverberated through the air. From an external perspective, one would witness immense hands traversing the void, crashing against the dark red membrane surrounding the fragments of this continent. An external attack was underway upon the battlefield's spatial barrier. Just as the membrane appeared on the brink of collapse, a flicker of crimson flame emerged from the void. Though the flame was faint, as if it might extinguish at any moment, it suddenly radiated an unprecedented brilliance. An immortal aura emanated from it, causing the wielder of the massive hands to tremble involuntarily, the hairs on their bodies standing on end. The divine flame surged, illuminating the 9 heavens and spanning the celestial dome, igniting the vast cosmos in a dazzling spectacle that dimmed the surrounding void. It was him, without a doubt. After traversing numerous ruins and salvaging countless battlefield fragments, they had finally arrived at this moment. Was there still hope for the undying fire body to reunite? My friends, with such an indomitable will present, if we cannot enter this relic, it is best to proceed according to plan and allow the younger generation to contend for it. Agreed. Upon concluding their discussion, several figures dispersed, restoring the ancient tranquility of the void, save for the occasional drifting tempest that hinted at the dangers lurking within the ephemeral space. After their departure, a man enveloped in divine flames surveyed his surroundings with a blank expression before reverting to flames and returning to the battlefield of the relic. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a black flame blazed fiercely within the void, emitting a terrifying temperature that warped the very space around it. Suddenly, a blood-red eye opened amidst the flames, excitement flickering within its depths, as a chilling voice echoed through the void. It is the presence of our ancestor. We must swiftly report back to the clan. His trace has been found. Just days later, a series of radiant arcs silently traversed the void, heading directly towards the battlefield ruins where Jiang Yun and his companions resided. The number of these luminous arcs was considerable, and as they swept across the sky, they exuded powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that these individuals were far from weak. Chapter 119, The Treasure. 3 figures flickered rapidly. In mere moments, they leaped a significant distance, soon setting foot upon a vast expanse of crimson earth, with a dark forest looming behind them. The trio consisted of Jiang Yun and his companions, all of whom had emerged from their seclusion, each now possessing the cultivation of the celestial realm. Jiang Yun had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage celestial realm, while Xian, due to her more stable bloodline and further development, had surpassed Jiang Yun, attaining the later stage of the celestial realm. Such is the nature of magical beasts. Once their bloodline power undergoes a transformation, their strength surges exponentially. However, this power derived from bloodlines often imposes limitations on their upper strength. In comparison to humans, it is considerably more challenging for them to advance further under equivalent conditions. Meanwhile, Medusa progressed from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Although her progress was significant, it appeared somewhat ordinary when compared to her companions. Upon touching down, an extreme and ferocious heat suddenly erupted from within them, as if it sought to ignite their very bodies. Under this oppressive heat, even their hearts seemed to grow a tad restless. The sudden change did not incite panic among the trio, although the heat was intense. It posed no real threat to their prowess. With a mere shift of their minds, they unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, effectively suppressing the scorching intensity. However, this incident did heighten their vigilance as they scrutinized the crimson terrain around them, where waves of heat rose, distorting the very space. Something is amiss. We must proceed with caution, Medusa cautioned gravely, her brow furrowed as she surveyed their surroundings. Curiously, we have yet to encounter any other teams along our journey, Xian remarked, perplexed as she too scanned the area. Her words instantly heightened the alertness of the others. The trio remained acutely aware, aimlessly wandering as they delved deeper. As they advanced, they observed numerous fissures of varying sizes scattered across the crimson earth. Amidst the red soil, remnants of shattered weapons were visible, exuding an air of desolation. This appears to be the site of the most intense battles. After wandering for several minutes, the marks on the ground made it clear to the trio that they were indeed in the heart of the fiercest combat. Jiang Yun had not been lacking in discovering fragments of divine artifacts and sacred relics amidst the debris. Continuing deeper, they finally caught sight of towering peaks rising at the horizon, where ancient city walls could be faintly discerned. Let us investigate, Jiang Yun exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he swiftly moved towards the walls. Medusa and Xian exchanged a glance before swiftly following Jiang Yun's footsteps to his left and right. As they approached, the trio realized they stood before a dilapidated city wall, bearing the scars of war that were evident in every crevice. Even after all this time, the dark crimson marks on the wall still testified to the brutality of the past conflict. This forsaken expanse had languished in silence for millennia, presenting a desolate visage. Yet, the wall still retained a faint, indistinct aura, so tenuous that it seemed insubstantial, yet it enveloped Jiang Yun and his companions in an inexplicable sense of oppression. One could surmise that in ancient times, this place must have been home to formidable beings capable of shaking the very heavens with a mere thought. Even the residual essence, after countless ages, refused to dissipate, continuing to instill a sense of dread. Upon entering the city wall, the ancient remnants of a once thriving metropolis came into view, each ruin a testament to utter destruction. This must have been one of the front lines during the cataclysmic war. Xiaoyan, look over there. At that moment, Xian seemed to have discovered something, pointing excitedly in a particular direction. Jiang Yun and Medusa followed her gaze, and their eyes fell upon the ruins of a grand hall, littered with skeletal remains. Some of the bones were positioned as if gazing skyward, while others faced forward, each displaying a myriad of postures. Yet all shared a common characteristic. Their faces were frozen in expressions of sheer terror, as if something dreadful had descended upon them from all directions. Clearly, the ferocity of that ancient war surpassed their imagination. Witnessing this scene, Medusa's expression grew somber. She thought of the Serpent Clan and wondered if, one day, should they face peril and be unable to resist, her kin might also wear such expressions. A chill coursed through her at the thought, but as she turned to behold Jiang Yun's silhouette ahead, her heart found tranquility, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Everything seemed transformed. She had glimpsed a broader expanse of the sky and nurtured grander aspirations. Alas, time had eroded so much, and the surrounding malevolence had rendered these ancient artifacts and storage bracelets useless. At that moment, Jiang Yun knelt to inspect the weapon and storage bracelet on a nearby corpse, shaking his head in disappointment. Upon grasping those items, they crumbled to dust, scattering into the air. The two women beside him felt a pang of disappointment as well. Had these treasures still held value, they would have constituted a significant fortune. After surveying their surroundings, the trio shook their heads, indicating the absence of any further findings. Jiang Yun's gaze drifted further afield as he declared, "Let us proceed. There is nothing of worth here. We should delve deeper, as other teams have yet to encounter this place, suggesting we have not yet reached the innermost depths." As the words fell, the three individuals did not hesitate. Swiftly darting forth like streaks of light towards the inner city, they raced along, and soon, they encountered numerous figures of considerable strength. Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his companions, these individuals appeared somewhat taken aback. However, Upon recognizing the trio of transcendent beings, they could not help but suppress their ill intentions. After a while, the three halted near a dilapidated grand hall. With their arrival, it seemed as if a switch had been triggered, as a continuous sound of rushing wind echoed from afar, and countless shadows swiftly approached. The atmosphere in this realm grew considerably livelier. Numerous groups kept a watchful eye on one another, none daring to speak. As they circled around the relatively intact grand hall, seeking an entrance, before long, Jiang Yun and his companions stopped at a connecting corridor, at the end of which stood a tightly shut stone door. At that moment, a torrent of light and shadow surged forth, clearly having discovered the anomaly here. In a mere span of several minutes, the area became densely populated with figures both above and below. Jiang Yun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharpening slightly. Among these figures, a member of the Fire Spirit clan was unmistakably present. Furthermore, he noticed that many individuals emanated astonishing waves of spiritual energy, their strength rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the three formidable beings they had previously encountered. It appeared that the explorers of the ruins were not limited to those they had initially met. There were indeed other entrances to this place. Be cautious, a number of troublesome foes have arrived. While Jiang Yun scrutinized the crowd, Medusa was not idle either. Sensing the overwhelming auras surrounding them, she could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation, prompting her to voice a warning. Remarkably, this time, Ziyin did not oppose her, but nodded gravely in agreement. Look, the door is opening. A startled cry erupted, instantly igniting a frenzy among the crowd. They turned to see the stone door in the distance slowly creaking open, a fragrant aroma wafting forth, revitalizing all those present. Charge! One individual could no longer contain their excitement, dashing towards the grand hall, which seemed to incite a rush among all others present, each eager to surge inside. We must enter as well. Observing the swelling tide, Ziyin grew anxious. Noticing the situation was ripe, Jiang Yun seized Ziyin and Medusa, propelling them towards the grand hall. The three transformed into beams of light, hurtling directly into the immense chamber. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Yun and his companions discovered that the illumination within was even more radiant than that of the outside world. The hall was vast and spacious, with numerous passageways extending forth towards the depths of the chamber. As they stepped inside, Ziyin immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Yun, I sense treasure. Jiang Yun gazed at her with surprise. It seemed the treasure-hunting spirit had awakened. Following Ziyin's footsteps, the trio spent over 10 minutes arriving at an ancient edifice, where three majestic characters soared above. Alchemy chamber. Lowering their gaze, they beheld four stone beasts crouching on the ground, guarding the sole exit of the chamber like vigilant sentinels. Instinctively, Jiang Yun sensed that these stone creatures were far from ordinary. However, their lack of any aura of spiritual energy suggested that perhaps he was overthinking it. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from behind, indicating that someone had arrived. Without further contemplation, Jiang Yun called out and swiftly entered the spacious hall. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, their surroundings suddenly expanded. Neatly arranged wooden racks lined the space, countless jade vials methodically placed upon them. Many of these vials emitted subtle waves of spiritual energy, indicating the presence of surviving elixirs within. Let us go. After a brief glance, Jiang Yun decisively pulled Ziyin towards the inner sanctum, and upon locating the staircase, ascended directly to the second level. Medusa, trusting Jiang Yun's judgment, followed suit without hesitation. Hastening after him, the decision to forego the elixirs on the first floor stemmed from Jiang Yun's cursory examination, which revealed that most were of 6th grade or below. Such elixirs were unworthy of his time. They were racing against time, with numerous factions lurking behind them, eager for an opportunity. As for dragging Ziyin along, had he not done so, she would likely have been lost in the sea of elixirs by now. Indeed, shortly after the three entered the second level, several groups burst in after them, their eyes turning crimson at the sight of so many elixirs, leading to immediate chaos. The second level's elixirs remained vast, albeit considerably fewer than those on the first. Strangely, the retention of elixirs here was significantly diminished. Had they been consumed? A vague hypothesis flickered in Jiang Yun's mind, though he could not confirm it. He picked up a jade vial, opened it, and discovered a 7th grade elixir preserved within. After a brief search, he found several 7th grade elixirs, some familiar to him, and others ancient and unknown. Sensing the waning spiritual energy, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer and once again led Medusa and Ziyin towards the third level. This must be where the legendary 8th grade elixirs reside. Upon entering the third level, even the usually indifferent Medusa displayed a hint of excitement. 8th grade elixirs, indeed a mythic treasure. Perhaps, Jiang Yun thought, he was rather open-minded. If he left empty-handed, he would not feel disheartened. If his assumptions were correct, this place served as a logistics point for warfare. With these elixirs intended to sustain the armies at the front lines, and higher-grade elixirs would undoubtedly be in greater demand. The principal force in this war is the Supreme and the Earth Supreme, these formidable beings. Ordinary low-level elixirs have become largely ineffective. Thus, the consumption of high-level elixirs is substantial, and their refinement is fraught with difficulty. Under such circumstances, it would come as no surprise to Jiang Yun if not a single one were to be found. Upon entering the third layer, the alchemy chamber was noticeably smaller. Yet as soon as they arrived, the three individuals fixated their eager gazes upon the chamber's ceiling, Jiang Yun included. There, a magnificent and vast array of spiritual light filled the space, resembling a starry sky adorned with countless twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these were not stars at all, but rather elixirs transformed into ethereal forms. Remarkable, the three exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the same sentiment reflected in one another's eyes. Such a plethora of elixirs, equivalent to 8th grade quality, could only be procured by the Alchemist Tower. Apart from the ancient 7 clans in the continent of combat, 8th grade elixirs possess their own intelligence, some even exhibiting combat capabilities. Assess your capabilities, and do not fixate on acquiring those of superior quality. There are others pursuing us, and we must seize as many elixirs as possible at the swiftest pace. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yun swiftly admonished Xian and Medusa on either side. Upon hearing his counsel, both women nodded solemnly, and together, the trio darted upwards into the air. With a swift motion, a large hand emerged, rapidly shattering the barriers to collect the elixirs within. Fortunately, while the 8th grade elixirs possess sentience, their strength remains somewhat lacking. Had 9th grade elixirs been present, Jiang Yun would have likely been compelled to flee. Suddenly, as the three gathered several elixirs, a dull thud resonated through the air. Chapter 120, Subduing the Elixir Beast. With that sound, Jiang Yun and his companions immediately turned alert, only to witness the grand door of the third layer swing open, followed by a swarm of individuals pouring forth. Two factions faced each other in astonishment, not expecting that others had already gained access before them. Gazing up at the elixirs exuding a rich aroma above, their eyes turned crimson with desire. In the next instant, a fierce killing intent erupted from the eyes of the personnel in the two groups. Within the enormous alchemy chamber, the two parties collided. And upon witnessing Jiang Yun and his companions gather their bounty, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged forth, causing the temperature within the chamber to plummet. The intense killing intent howled through the entire room like a tempest. Heh, you little rascals are quite cunning. Arriving ahead to the third layer and leaving behind the elixirs you just collected. I, Zhongshan, assure you that I will spare your lives. The imposing figure of Zhongshan led his group, a sinister expression etched upon his face as he glared at Jiang Yun, Xian, and Medusa, mocking them with a cruel grin. Then come and try? Medusa chuckled coldly, her voice unwavering as the formidable aura of the pinnacle of the celestial realm quietly erupted. Oh, I too wish to witness how you intend to seize what is mine. Xian approached Medusa, her frigid gaze sweeping over the crowd, emanating the formidable presence of the late stages of the celestial realm. Though her strength did not match Medusa's, the terrifying aura laced with dragon might commanded a far greater intimidation. It seems I misjudged. They are indeed formidable adversaries. Upon sensing the presence of Xian and Medusa, Zhongshan's expression immediately turned grave, aware that he was merely at the level of physical difficulty. Although both Xian and Medusa were only at the celestial realm, the oppressive atmosphere they exuded weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to deliberate cautiously. At that moment, Jiang Yun stepped forward with a smile, remarking, "If we continue to entangle ourselves here, once the others arrive, your chances of gaining anything will diminish considerably." Jiang Yun's words instantly stirred a commotion among their opponents. Coupled with the sounds emerging from behind, Zhongshan's countenance shifted profoundly as he cast a hard glance at Jiang Yun and his companions. If he failed to make a decision soon, chaos would likely ensue among his own ranks. Ultimately, he bellowed, "Disperse. Each of you, take action to collect the elixirs." As his command echoed, shadows surged forward, filling the air with figures, each employing their unique skills to gather the elixirs. Watching the elixirs fall into the hands of others, Xian felt an urge to act and turned to Jiang Yun, asking, "Shall we not make a move?" Xian's inquiry drew Medusa's gaze towards Jiang Yun as well. Uncharacteristically, Jiang Yun frowned, his voice low and resolute. "We have already gathered quite a bounty. We must not be greedy, lest we become targets ourselves." Xian and Medusa nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Yun's prudent counsel. They had indeed amassed a considerable number of elixirs, each possessing at least 6 or 7. A fortune that felt almost like striking gold. In truth, Jiang Yun harbored another suspicion. In the process of collecting elixirs, He had discerned that the majority of the elixirs here were of 5 colors or below, with not a single 8th grade elixir surpassing 5 colors in sight. This peculiar situation prompted him to adopt a cautious approach. Shortly thereafter, more teams arrived, inevitably sparking conflict, and battles erupted throughout every corner of the elixir chamber. The trio of Jiang Yun maneuvered along the edges of the battlefield, effortlessly dispatching those who charged at them, gradually retreating towards the exit. Just as they were about to exit, Jiang Yun abruptly turned, a grave expression overtaking his features. He observed that the grand door behind them was now obstructed by 4 stone beasts, their eyes aglow with a remarkable brilliance, pulsating with astonishing vitality. These are elixir beasts? Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise at this revelation. Elixir beasts? Ziyin and Medusa also recognized the anomaly. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, they exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly unfamiliar with this phenomenon, the Dan beast is a type of puppet from the vast world, distinct from the Dan beasts of the Dou Qi Continent. Its activation relies not on spiritual power, but on the medicinal potency of the elixirs within its body, suggesting that more advanced elixirs reside within these creatures. Jiang Yun turned to the 2 companions and cautioned, "Be careful." At that moment, Medusa suddenly exclaimed, swiftly pulling Jiang Yun and Ziyin into the sky. A deep roar echoed next, reverberating like thunder through the stone hall, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. "What is that?" someone gasped. "It's a Dan beast." The 4 stone statues at the entrance have transformed into Dan beasts. Panic ensued as the realization struck. If they did not defeat these formidable foes, escape would be impossible. The tremendous roar startled those engaged in combat within the Dan room, causing the various factions to pause in their struggle and turn their attention to the stone statues blocking the entrance, igniting a wave of astonishment. Incredible! Zhongshan gazed intently at the 4 Dan beasts, resembling dragon serpents, their eyes glimmering with a crystalline sheen, emanating a peculiar and powerful aura. "This is troublesome," a man beside Zhongshan remarked, scratching his head in frustration. The strongest among them were their leaders, all in the physical realm. And breaching the encirclement of 4 formidable spiritual beings seemed nearly impossible. "Let us all strike together and break through," declared another man wielding a sword, his tone icy. "Agreed." The others nodded in unanimous agreement. However, when it came to assigning opponents, they faced a dilemma. With only 3 in the physical realm and a number of adept practitioners, the question loomed, who would confront the last Dan beast? In the silence, Zhongshan's gaze shifted to Jiang Yun and his companions, and he proposed, "You 3 are clearly not ordinary individuals. As you can see, the situation is dire. Let us 3 handle 1 Dan beast, and you can deal with the remaining 1. Surely, for the sake of our comrades, you would not refuse?" Zhongshan's words thrust Jiang Yun and his companions into the spotlight, with all eyes fixed upon them. Although none questioned why Zhongshan would have 3 adept practitioners face the spiritual Dan beast, the aura exuded by Jiang Yun's group was undeniably extraordinary, hinting at possible hidden capabilities. "Very well, we shall intercept the last Dan beast." Jiang Yun responded with a smile, showing no sign of anger at Zhongshan's moral coercion. Medusa and Ziyin offered no dissent to Jiang Yun's decision. To them, the Dan beast posed no fear, but rather an enticing challenge. "Leave the one on the far left to us." With that, Jiang Yun advanced toward the leftmost dragon-like Dan beast, with Ziyin and Medusa closely following. "Let me see what tricks this puppet has in store." With fierce determination, Ziyin gazed at the dragon puppet, and in an instant, a flash of purple light enveloped her, manifesting a suit of purple-scaled battle armor. This armor embraced her exquisite and voluptuous form, accentuating her alluring curves to perfection. Beneath her battle skirt lay a pair of long and slender jade-like legs, their lustrous sheen rendering many unable to avert their gaze, cascading like a waterfall. Her silken hair fell gracefully, cascading over her pert dairy grasping a formidable dragon-shaped purple crystal spear. She resembled a goddess of war, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon the approaching beast. Though Ziyin possessed a delicate and graceful figure, those who had faced her in combat understood the terrifying power concealed within her enchanting frame. The beast, devoid of intellect, roared in fury as it perceived Ziyin's overwhelming presence, a flash of crimson igniting in its eyes. In the next moment, propelled by a surge of wind and thunder, it charged directly at her. With a scoff, Ziyin responded, her jade foot striking the ground as immense spiritual energy surged forth. Behind her, it seemed as if magnificent and colossal dragon wings of light were unfurling. In a blink, she vanished like a specter, reappearing beside the beast. With a swift motion, she tightened her grip on the spear, unleashing a brilliant stream of purple gold light. Amidst the terrifying dragon's roar, a fierce spear shadow shot forth, striking the beast with lightning speed. Yet, This fierce gust of energy merely left a shallow mark upon its formidable hide. Startled by the rebound force in her palm, Xian's pupils constricted. The beast's defensive capabilities exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, she refused to concede defeat. With a subtle lift of her delicate hand, radiant energy surged forth, transforming into a massive dragon claw. This sharp claw exuded a chilling brilliance, causing even the surrounding space to tremble in response to its lethal edge. As she swung the dragon claw, a terrifying imprint surged forth, crashing into the beast's body and carving out deep gashes approximately a foot deep. Although this destructive force was significantly stronger than her prior attack, it was still a mere trifle against the beast's immense bulk. With a roar of frustration, the beast lashed its colossal tail, unleashing a tremendous force directed at Xian. An overwhelming pressure permeated the air, seemingly solidifying the very spiritual essence flowing within the chamber. Witnessing this, Xian's pupils narrowed sharply. With a light tap of her toes, she concentrated the spatial power of her dragon wings, vanishing from her original position. The beast's tail slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the entire chamber to tremble violently, massive cracks snaking across the floor like serpents, evoking a sense of dread in all who beheld it. What an astonishing beast! Medusa remarked solemnly, observing Xian's failed attempts to strike back as she was forced to retreat. Would you care to give it a try? Jiang Yun chuckled, glancing at the massive figure that had just pummeled Xian. The reason for such relaxation lies in Jiang Yun's discovery. While the Dan beast possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, its speed is significantly lacking in comparison. Although Xian is currently in a precarious situation, she is not facing any immediate threat to her life. Therefore, I shall test the might of the divine soul. Perhaps I might uncover an opportunity to elevate my corporeal form. Medusa cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yun, momentarily averting her gaze under his scrutiny, and spoke in a frosty tone. With a resounding crash, a claw descended, unleashing a tempest of force that caused the earth to collapse. Xian was propelled outward from the depths. Her condition, though somewhat disheveled, was not dire. However, she had never experienced such a humiliating battle in her life. Her physical strength was utterly overwhelmed, and had it not been for the beast's inferior speed, she might have found herself in grave danger. This infuriated her greatly. Suddenly, a fierce and unparalleled stream of sword energy surged forth, striking the Dan beast. A graceful figure emerged from behind Xian. I do not require your assistance. Even without turning, Xian recognized the newcomer and pouted with an air of pride. I have no intention of aiding you. I merely wish to assess my own strength. Medusa retorted coldly, then recklessly soared toward the Dan beast. That is my quarry. Upon witnessing Medusa advance with her sword, Xian felt a surge of urgency and hurriedly followed suit. As the two women coordinated their attacks, their fierce strikes rained down upon the Dan beast, producing a series of deafening roars. Observing that they were not in immediate peril, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, turning his attention to the battle not far away, where the main force led by Zhong Shan began to encircle the three Dan beasts. However, they encountered the same predicament as Jiang Yun and his companions. The Dan beast's defenses were exceedingly robust. Apart from a few peak celestial realm practitioners and those with formidable physical prowess capable of breaching the defenses, the majority of their attacks felt akin to mere scratches upon the beast's hide. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. After observing for a while and assessing that it would take some time for the others to wear down the Dan beast, Jiang Yun redirected his focus to his own adversary, which was now riddled with wounds due to the relentless assault from Xian and Medusa. With this realization, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. He flicked his fingers, unleashing an array of spiritual seals that soared through the air like a myriad of stars, intertwining with the very fabric of this realm. At this moment, Jiang Yun's mastery of formation techniques had nearly reached the level of a grandmaster. The formation he was about to deploy flowed with remarkable grace. In the span of mere moments, the space before him began to warp, gradually coalescing into a colossal spiritual formation, within which the air grew notably viscous, and the spiritual energy felt as heavy as a mountain. Xian Medusa. With the formation taking shape, Jiang Yun bellowed, then extended his hand to direct the formation as it surged toward the combatants engaged in battle. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's reminder, Medusa and Xian tacitly soared out of the formation's range as it descended. However, the Dan beast was not so fortunate. Its low intelligence rendered it completely enveloped by the emerging formation. Within the confines of the array, the dragon-like Dan beast struggled frantically. Yet it was ensnared in what felt like a quagmire, sinking deeper into its grasp. Chapter 121, The Uninvited Guest. The Dan beast's struggles grew increasingly desperate, as the binding force intensified, layering upon its form. Within mere moments, the speed of the dragon-like Dan beast had diminished significantly. resembling a creature ensnared in a swamp's tenacious grip. Were it a sentient human, they would likely devise every possible means to escape. However, the dragon-like Dan beast could only unleash a more terrifying force in its futile struggle, ultimately becoming ensnared deeper still. This was a confinement formation, particularly effective against physically formidable opponents. Once ensnared, the more one struggled, the stronger the binding force became. Furthermore, this array had a hallucinatory effect. If one could not extricate themselves in time, they would be gradually drained of their spiritual energy, ultimately succumbing to capture. Zhang Yun observed the trapped Dan beast with a light chuckle and remarked to Xian and Medusa beside him, "The principles of formations are indeed profound." Medusa sighed softly, her voice tinged with awe. Had it come to a direct confrontation, even with Xian's partnership, defeating the dragon-like Dan beast would have necessitated a fierce battle, and victory was not guaranteed. Yet, here Zhang Yun had merely employed a singular formation that rendered the beast utterly harmless. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he had executed this with ease, evoking a sense of envy within Medusa. Were they not unfamiliar? She might have implored Zhang Yun to set up several intricate formations for the Serpent People clan, alleviating her concerns for the future in her absence. The reasons for her potential absence remained known only to her. In truth, even a formidable spirit realm practitioner would find it challenging to achieve such an effect with a level 5 spirit formation. Alas, the opponent was a Dan beast lacking in intellect. Possessing mere brute strength without corresponding intelligence, it was effortlessly manipulated by Zhang Yun. What shall we do next? Xian inquired after observing for some time, uncertain of where the Dan pills were concealed. We shall strike together and shatter it, Zhang Yun declared. Boom. Medusa and Xian naturally had no doubt regarding Zhang Yun's judgment. Their formidable attacks descended in succession, overwhelming the Dan beast. Moments later, the creature lay in ruin, revealing a small, snow-white dragon devoid of any energy fluctuations, appearing merely as an ordinary beast. Xian and Medusa exchanged puzzled glances, looking to Zhang Yun. Capture it. This is the Dan pill. As the words fell, disregarding the astonished Medusa and Xian beside him, Zhang Yun swiftly approached the little dragon, extending his hand to capture it. At that moment, a sudden force surged forth, causing the little dragon to slip from Zhang Yun's grasp, being drawn upwards. With a swift sound, two playful exclamations echoed, and in the next instant, the space surrounding the little dragon became rigid, allowing Zhang Yun to reclaim it effortlessly. Ignoring any resistance, he concentrated the flames in his hand, transforming it back into a medicinal pill and storing it in a jade vial. Simultaneously, a resonant sound of sword chanting filled the air, and a wave of sword light enveloped the vicinity. This sword light was so sharp it was beyond description, even slicing the very fabric of space into fine cracks. With a loud bang, a figure gradually emerged, casting an unpleasant glance at the crimson mark in his palm. He turned to Medusa and declared, "Such fierce sword energy. Hand over the divine pill, and I may spare your lives." The man cautiously scanned Medusa and Xian, realizing the situation was somewhat unexpected, yet he remained unfazed. These two women, though formidable, ultimately harbored a fatal weakness in their cultivation. As for Zhang Yun, while his mastery of formations was indeed astonishing, the creation of such formations required time, a luxury he would not afford him. "Who are you?" Zhang Yun inquired, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the man before him. The overwhelming spiritual power emanating from him was suffocating. He was undoubtedly a formidable spiritual force. "I am Wu Tong," the man replied indifferently. Noticing Zhang Yun's refusal to yield the pill, his expression darkened. "Since you are unwilling to present the divine pill, then prepare to die." A colossal wave of spiritual power surged forth, an overwhelming sense of pressure crashing in waves. Black lightning flickered around Wu Tong, his skin darkening, revealing intricate patterns of lightning coursing across his exposed flesh. With his inner power pushed to its limits, Wu Tong's piercing gaze coalesced like a blade, and he grinned coldly. Suddenly stepping forward, boom, the lightning erupted beneath his feet, black arcs flashing as he surged forward in an instant. "Be careful." Medusa and Xian had been on high alert, and as soon as they saw him make a move, they shouted out. Yet, they were a moment too late. Wu Tong's speed was too swift. His lightning attribute already a potent force, enhanced by explosive velocity. Thus, as Medusa and Xian acted, Wu Tong had already reached Zhang Yun. A torrent of vast spiritual power sweeping through the air, seemingly shattering the very atmosphere. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yun unleashed the spiritual energy within him, delivering a punch toward his opponent. Boom. The overwhelming spiritual force rushed forth like a roaring tide, and the two figures collided with tremendous impact. Bang! In the instant of impact, a ferocious gale erupted, tearing the ground asunder in a myriad of fissures. Your corporeal form and spiritual prowess do not seem to belong to one of the celestial realm. From whence do you hail? As the force of the clash reached him, Wu Tong's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. Before Zhang Yun could respond, Xian and Medusa surged forward, unleashing a terrifying beam of gunlight and a fierce sword aura aimed directly at Wu Tong. Observing this, Wu Tong clenched his fingers into a tight fist and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch to the side. Boom! A torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, and Wu Tong's fist shimmered with a jade-like luminescence, showcasing immense power. He effortlessly shattered the combined assault of Xian and Medusa. The deathly hand seal. Zhang Yun was not to be outdone. He concentrated his hand seals, summoning black and white spiritual energy that soared skyward. A colossal hand, as if extending from the depths of the abyss, shot forth, seemingly traversing the fabric of space to envelop his foes. The black hand obscured all dimensions of existence, leaving no avenue for escape. Divine art. Wu Tong's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed the imminent peril for the first time. Thunderbolt finger. He bellowed, curling his fingers, with sparks of lightning flickering at their tips. In the next moment, he thrust his fingers into the air, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged forth, resembling a deluge suspended in the void. The lightning streaked through the air, colliding violently with the immense hand seal descending upon him. The resulting thunderous roar resonated as two colossal forces clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Amidst the terrifying impact, Zhang Yun's form shimmered with void energy, as if he melded into the fabric of nothingness, allowing the shockwave to wash over him without consequence. Rather than retreating, he advanced swiftly towards Wu Tong, the approaching force seemingly bypassing him entirely, as though it had lost its target. Meanwhile, Wu Tong waved his hands, summoning a formidable barrier of spiritual energy before him. However, the hastily conjured shield was unable to withstand the appalling force, and it was soon violently shattered, sending him staggering backward. Before he could regain his balance, Zhang Yun had already closed the distance. He raised his hand, and in an instant, a raging inferno enveloped the atmosphere, unleashing a terrifying heat that made the very stars within the chamber appear to waver. Phoenix of fire, coalesce. With the command, the undying sacred flames morphed into a seething sea of fire, and in a moment, a fire phoenix, as large as a mountain, emerged in the sky. What? Wu Tong's eyes turned cold as he beheld the approaching fire phoenix, utterly unprepared for Zhang Yun's unexpected prowess. In a frantic response, he hurled forth a bracelet. Buzz! A peculiar wave of energy permeated the air, and at the critical moment, an ethereal barrier enveloped Wu Tong. Zhang Yun narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this scene. It was, astonishingly, a protective spiritual artifact. That seemingly unremarkable bracelet was a unique spiritual tool, and judging by its fluctuations, it likely possessed the caliber of a high-level artifact. Thus, the opportunity for a definitive strike was thwarted. Boom! The fire phoenix collided with the barrier, instantly unleashing a remarkable surge of spiritual energy. As the flames dissipated, Wu Tong, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gazed apprehensively at the fissured space before him, clutching a bracelet riddled with cracks. His eyes bore an icy intensity as he directed a menacing glare at Zhang Yun and his companions. With lightning flickering at his fingertips, a hoarse voice reverberated, betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. Well, I underestimated you. Prepare to witness just how vast the chasm is between you and those adept at overcoming the trials of spiritual energy. As his words echoed, the void surrounding Wu Tong seemed to ripple with arcane energy. He then formed a peculiar seal with his hands, and simultaneously, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion, filling the realm with its might. Ninefold thunder of the thunder path. When Wu Tong's frigid voice resonated within the alchemy chamber, everyone could feel an indescribable torrent of spiritual energy surging from his body, akin to a volcanic eruption, and the resulting winds whipped violently throughout the grand hall. This was a master of overcoming the trials of spiritual energy. They had inadvertently provoked a formidable foe, and the implications were dire. Alas, those two beauties might well accompany that young man to his doom. The terrifying storm of spiritual energy disturbed the others who were still refining their alchemical beasts. And upon witnessing the dread storm confronting Zhang Yun and his companions, malicious whispers began to circulate. Only the few from Zhongshan, who had also mastered their physical forms, intensified their efforts. With the emergence of a master of overcoming spiritual energy, they needed to secure the divine elixir without delay to avert impending calamity. Xiaoyan, we are in trouble. Xian and Medusa exchanged grave glances, their expressions reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Despite their confidence, they sensed the situation was indeed precarious. It is somewhat troublesome. Jiang Yun concurred, rubbing his palms together. However, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, as if the unfolding spectacle held no sway over his inner peace. Buzz. A peculiar sound resonated as Wutong deftly shifted through intricate seals with his hands. Behind him, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy coalesced, lightning crackling as a terrifying sea of thunder amassed in mere moments. Great bolts of lightning surged within like serpentine dragons, exuding a menacing aura as the formidable spiritual energy seeped forth. Ninefold thunder of the thunder path. Kill. Wutong gazed at Jiang Yun, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He slowly raised a finger and pointed towards Jiang Yun, his eyes glinting with a blade-like chill. Boom. The thunderous sea in the sky erupted with dazzling light. A terrifying lightning dragon surged forth like divine retribution, enveloping Jiang Yun and his companions. Bang! The very air in this vicinity exploded, waves of force radiating outward. Flames of the departed. Stopping the impulsive actions of Xian and Medusa, Jiang Yun faced the descending thunder, lifting his hand to summon a tempest of fire. Roar! 5 colossal fire spirits rapidly coalesced, forming an intricate array in the heavens, with Jiang Yun positioned at its core. As he beheld the descending lightning dragon, Jiang Yun pointed decisively. In an instant, the 5 immense fire spirits let out a resonant howl, then began to spin rapidly, ultimately transforming into a massive white fire disk measuring 200 zhang in diameter. The disk hovered above Jiang Yun, whirling with haste, emitting a series of sonic booms. Its terrifying energy palpable enough to alter Wutong's expression. Spirit Array Master. Gritting his teeth as he stared at the white fire disk, Wutong's demeanor hardened. So what if he is a Spirit Array Master? Kill him. In the next moment, 2 substantial assaults, akin to meteors, streaked across the sky and collided with a thunderous crash under countless astonished gazes. Instantly, a cataclysmic roar erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. On the ground, fissures roughly the width of a foot spread like a spider's web, the destructive force astonishingly immense. Whoosh! A figure, cloaked in black and white mystic light, effortlessly traversed the sea of flames and the lightning, standing before Wutong in his astonishment. A brilliant flash of fire illuminated the scene, plunging Wutong's world into darkness. In his final moments, a singular thought consumed him. Why had those attacks not reached him? He felt no fluctuations in space, and in such a catastrophic clash. What kind of formidable spatial control was required to achieve this? Could it be that my cultivation is a mere illusion? Chapter 122, the finale. Thud. A fierce assault annihilated all of Wutong's spiritual defenses, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings. A crimson gash pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth as his body traced 1,000 zhang long arc in midair before crashing against a colossal pillar. The pillar cracked under the impact, teetering precariously as though on the brink of collapse. Wutong's lifeless form lay blood-soaked beneath the giant pillar, his flesh and blood consumed by the ravenous flames, leaving only ash in their wake. Stones fell upon his body, burying him, as his aura faded into the confines of the chamber. The thunderous sounds gradually subsided within the alchemical chamber, and the energy shockwaves dissipated, plunging the room into an immediate stillness. Even the several teams that had just been battling the alchemical beasts now gazed at Jiang Yun with uncertainty, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Glancing at the corpses buried beneath the rubble, who could have anticipated that the formidable expert, exuding an aura akin to a demonic deity, would now be reduced to such a state? Zhongshan and the others regarded Jiang Yun and his companions with fluctuating expressions, particularly focusing on Jiang Yun, who had astonishingly defeated a master of spiritual prowess. It is worth noting that Jiang Yun was merely in the mid-stage of the Tongtian realm. In this world, there are indeed individuals capable of transcending their ranks in battle. Initially, the onlookers were skeptical, but it had become evident that this was no illusion. Each of these individuals was a prodigy, defying conventional understanding. Jiang Yun was likely one among them. Should they consider themselves fortunate or unfortunate, simply exploring a hidden realm, and they encountered such a remarkable talent? Zhongshan felt a twinge of hesitation. He had just moments ago sought to undermine Jiang Yun, contemplating ways to eliminate him and seize the alchemical pills he possessed. Now, it seemed they were fortunate that Jiang Yun had no intentions of targeting them. Amidst the myriad of gazes, Jiang Yun remained indifferent. He felt a wave of emptiness in his spiritual energy and could not help but cough lightly. Although that last divine ability was indeed profound, the consumption it entailed was alarmingly severe. Jiang Yun estimated that even at his peak, he could only sustain it for 3 to 5 breaths. The divine ability of the 9 divine meridians would likely only be feasible for a battle at the Earth Sovereign level. It was only upon reaching that realm that it could serve as a regular means of engagement without concerns over energy depletion. Xiaoyan, how are you? At that moment, Zi Yin and Medusa approached him, their expressions tinged with concern as they observed Jiang Yun's pallid complexion. Medusa, fiercely gripping her long sword, subtly positioned herself protectively behind him, casting vigilant glances at the others. I'm fine. The consumption of spiritual energy was excessive, but I will recover shortly. After consuming a restorative pill and allowing his cultivation to circulate, Jiang Yun's complexion had already improved, and he offered a reassuring glance to Zi Yin and Medusa. Subsequently, he cast a detached glance at the apprehensive crowd and then surveyed the three alchemical beasts teetering on the brink of collapse. His gaze settled on the lifeless Wu Tong. With a swift motion of his hand, he exerted a pulling force, and amidst the flying debris, a glimmer emerged from the fallen beast's chest. Ultimately landing in Jiang Yun's grasp, it was the storage bracelet of his opponent. Casting a brief look at its contents, Jiang Yun turned to Zi Yin and Medusa and said, "Let us depart. There is nothing further to explore here." Agreed. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zi Yin and Medusa nodded in unison. They had already reaped significant benefits. Competing with the others for the final 3 alchemical pills seemed a fruitless endeavor, and given the wary expressions of those around them, it was prudent to withdraw from such a thankless pursuit. The 3 individuals swiftly made their way outside the alchemy chamber, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once they departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, who were unaware of the profound fear that had taken root in their hearts after witnessing the demise of a formidable spiritual adept at the hands of Jiang Yun. The earlier confrontation had left them utterly astounded. Who could have anticipated that a being, nearly invincible in their eyes, would meet defeat and death at the hands of Jiang Yun, whose power was merely at the mid-stage of the celestial realm? After the trio's exit, silence enveloped the room for a moment as the remaining individuals exchanged glances, gazing at the shattered alchemical beast. They once again raised their weapons, and the cries of battle erupted anew. Within a secluded chamber, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged in the grand hall, observing the dragon-eye-like elixir in his hand. Sensing the presence of 2 female guardians outside, he murmured to himself, "Time is of the essence. I must hasten." He then gently placed the elixir into his mouth. Boom. The instant the elixir touched his tongue, Jiang Yun's complexion flushed crimson as he felt an overwhelming surge of potent medicinal power erupting from within. The terrifying force coursed through his entire being, and he distinctly sensed waves of convulsive pain emanating from within, while his meridians emitted faint creaking sounds under the pressure. This elixir was their bounty from the alchemy chamber, according to the collected notes. It was a celestial pill capable of elevating one's standing in the celestial realm by 1 level. Having already reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm, and after enduring numerous battles, Jiang Yun had firmly established his cultivation, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. As for Zi Yin and Medusa, the former had just experienced a significant leap in her cultivation. Without a considerable opportunity, it might take her some time to advance further, while Medusa still had a ways to go before reaching the realm of physical adeptness. Hiss! Black and white flames surged forth from Jiang Yun's body as he activated the holy celestial devil flame, rapidly refining the medicinal power within him. Boom! The vast medicinal energy surged like a roaring flood, sweeping through Jiang Yun's limbs and body, enveloping him in a rising heat akin to steam. As the holy celestial devil flame swiftly refined the medicinal energy, droplets of pure spiritual power emerged and ultimately settled within Jiang Yun's dantian. Gradually, his internal aura began to rise, with the late stage of the celestial realm within reach, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. A powerful aura briefly flashed within the hall before settling into tranquility. He had succeeded. As Jiang Yun opened his eyes, Zi Yin entered, her gaze sparkling with joy. "Did you break through smoothly?" Jiang Yun smiled at her and then nodded at Medusa, who leaned elegantly against the doorway, her figure strikingly perfect. "Shall we continue our exploration within the city?" Zi Yin inquired, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she regarded the newly ascended Jiang Yun. At this moment, Medusa cast a questioning glance, for they had already reaped considerable benefits, yet time had slipped away. It seemed that within the confines of the city, everything had likely been consumed by others. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to delve deeper, to explore whether they might encounter the so-called inheritance they had spoken of. There was no rush. It should be able to provide us with answers. Jiang Yun smiled as he produced an item. Zi Yin and Medusa regarded Jiang Yun with curiosity. It was the storage bracelet of Wu Tong, which contained only a few medicinal pills and the divine technique of Thunder Path, but nothing that particularly captured their attention. In response to their puzzled expressions, Jiang Yun extracted a map from within. The map exuded an aura of antiquity, its surface adorned with intricate inscriptions, emitting a gentle glow that rendered it somewhat enigmatic. As Jiang Yun infused it with his spiritual energy, the esoteric inscriptions appeared to awaken, radiating a resplendent brilliance. Suddenly, a stream of mysterious light shot forth, and an image expanded exponentially within the grand hall. It depicted ancient scenes, showcasing a majestic cluster of ancient palaces, each larger than the great hall beneath their feet. Constructed from unique materials, these palatial structures emanated an imposing aura, their fortitude unmatched. This was indeed a vast and ancient ruin. Jiang Yun was certain that this was the visage of the palace complex in its complete glory during the height of the battlefield. As his spiritual awareness swept across the landscape, he discerned a corner of the ruin where they stood. Deeper within this city, Jiang Yun beheld a massive mountain range. At its base stood an imposing grand hall, while its summit was shrouded in mist. His gaze fell upon the grand hall, which was filled with an array of dazzling lights. A closer inspection revealed that within these clusters of brilliance lay various treasures of heaven and earth, exuding pure and potent waves of spiritual energy. It was akin to a mountain of treasures. However, Jiang Yun surmised that much had been destroyed in that battle. Nevertheless, even in its ruined state, the treasures within were still worthy of exploration. According to the map, this location was deemed the greatest source of fortune on the battlefield. If nothing of value could be found here, the pursuit of fortune would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The three of them would have to contemplate whether it was worthwhile to continue spending time in this place. After examining the map, the three exchanged glances, their eager anticipation revealing a shared thought. With a light chuckle, they set off like three beams of light racing into the distance. In the void, a black flame flickered, and a dark fissure abruptly appeared in a corner of the battlefield, from which figures began to emerge. These figures resembled humans, yet their hair bore the marks of combustion, the flames exhibiting a sinister black hue. What a feeble world this is, so devoid of malevolence, leaving me in a state of discomfort. I must endure. This is merely a battlefield remnant, and the lingering darkness here likely emanates from that esteemed individual. I have heard that many from the vast realms have arrived. Let me observe their true worth. Silence. A towering man at the forefront admonished sharply, his voice cutting through the air like a blade upon hearing the raucous laughter of those behind him. Indeed, as soon as the man's command echoed, the crowd fell silent, casting fearful glances in his direction. Our foremost objective in this venture is to retrieve the remains of that esteemed individual. Should your reckless actions lead to our failure, I shall personally sever your heads, and your souls will endure the torment of 1,000 flames. The man's hair blazed with fierce black flames, and intricate patterns of fire were etched upon his face. As you command. The members of the fiery demon clan behind him responded in unison, their voices resonating with a fervor that belied their innate affinity for flames. Even they trembled at the thought of the fiery torment he spoke of. Simultaneously, from all directions, countless practitioners radiating an aura of terror began to advance towards the path taken by Jiang Yun and his companions. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the battlefield, the surrounding darkness thickened, nearly shrouding the entire expanse in shadow. Occasionally, dim beams of light pierced through, only to be swiftly engulfed by the encroaching gloom. In the distance, savage roars echoed, reverberating through the air. Whoosh! Three silhouettes darted swiftly across the ground, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings, exuding a powerful and imposing presence. Along their journey, the trio encountered bizarre creatures animated by the remnants of the deceased and glimpsed treasure seekers who had come before them. Those who had made it this far were no weaklings. Peak practitioners of the celestial realm were commonplace, and both physical prowess and spiritual strength were no longer rare. However, the inhabitants of this realm remained exceedingly cautious, and none dared to provoke the trio. After a considerable time, they finally reached their destination, a magnificent and ancient edifice, standing tall and overseeing the land. In ancient times, this structure served as a central hub for coordinating various affairs of the battlefield. At present, numerous figures had gathered here. Although their numbers paled in comparison to the once mighty city, the quality of these individuals was remarkably high. A glance revealed that physical strength was no longer the measure of a formidable presence. Only those with profound spiritual power could claim dominance. While the essence of the soul remained elusive to Jiang Yun for now, however, it was likely that many would soon reveal their spiritual prowess. The arrival of the trio drew the attention of the crowd. After a cursory examination of Jiang Yun and his companions, they quickly returned to their own pursuits. Ziyin and Medusa had donned black robes upon their ascent, with veils shrouding their exquisite visages. While the crowd was astonished by the elegance and alluring forms of the two women, it was evident that more pressing matters demanded their attention. Three mere celestial realm practitioners posed no threat. Despite being overlooked, Jiang Yun found it quite delightful. Accompanied by Ziyin and Medusa, they settled in a corner, eavesdropping on the discussions around them to glean information from the crowd. As the assembly neared completion, one could no longer afford to wait. Let us unite to break the spatial barrier. What say you? After a considerable pause, a young man clad in white surveyed his surroundings, confirming his observations before speaking aloud. His long hair cascaded freely, swaying gently in the breeze, while his white robe and dark locks exuded an air of elegance. A radiant smile adorned his handsome visage, rendering him exceptionally amiable. Upon his utterance, whispers erupted among the onlookers, recognizing him as Wu Ming, the 14th son of the Wu family from the Yangyan continent of the western regions. Who would have thought he would be present? Hearing the chatter of the knowledgeable passers-by, Jiang Yun's gaze settled on Wu Ming, from whom he sensed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of ordinary experts who struggled to transcend their limits. Wu Ming? What connection does he have with Wu Tong? Indeed, since all were gathered, their objectives aligned. However, being obstructed from entry was not their desire. Wu Ming speaks wisely. Let us first collaborate to breach the array. Just then, a piercing cry echoed, heralding the approach of a terrifying figure soaring from the horizon. As this silhouette drew near, the spiritual energy of the realm seemed to simmer with anticipation. The figure transformed into a streak of golden light, slicing through the sky and commanding the forces of nature, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. This overwhelming presence radiated arrogance, yet no one dared to harbor dissatisfaction. As the golden light dissipated, a formidable figure bearing a long spear gradually materialized, emanating a potent aura that rippled through the cosmos, akin to an unparalleled spear towering amidst the heavens. Lian, we thought you had perished, remarked a slender man in blue, suspended in midair, his tone laced with derision. Huh, I thought it was someone of consequence. Turns out it's you, Lan Yuan. What a recovery you've made. Lian responded flippantly, as if he had only just noticed the other. Hearing Lian's words, Lan Yuan glared fiercely at him, his right cheek still throbbing with pain. His eyes filled with malice as if he wished to consume Lian whole. Enough. We all share a common goal and are not here to bicker. Let any disputes be set aside until after this matter is resolved. Wu Ming interjected solemnly, and indeed, even the haughty Li Yin fell silent. Right. Our immediate priority must be to dismantle the barrier. The most crucial matter lies within, the inheritance. At that moment, a man enveloped in crimson, with flames coalescing at his brow, spoke up. Xiao Yun, it's him. Zi Yin whispered to Jiang Yun, clearly recognizing the individual as the fiery spirit tribe member they had encountered previously. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded. Perceiving that the members of the fire spirit clan concealed their formidable prowess, their energies restrained yet palpable. By his estimation, one of them was likely a prodigious figure of extraordinary talent, and there was something peculiar about his aura. Jiang Yun sensed a terrifying power lurking within him. The other young leaders present also exhibited similar levels of cultivation, exuding an enigmatic quality, as if they were veiled by an even greater strength. These individuals must represent the elite youth of the Dacian world, albeit not the pinnacle of their kind, yet still commendable. To think that even your fire spirit clan has arrived. Upon spotting the young man, Lian's eyes flashed with seriousness as he clasped his hands in greeting and spoke solemnly. This is Dou, hailing from the fire spirit clan. Wu Ming succinctly introduced the group. Even such a brief introduction, coupled with the mention of the fire spirit clan, commanded the attention of those present. For it was a true lineage of celestial supremacy, ruling over a continent, incomparable to their terrestrial elite clans. As the seal approaches its weakest point, I hope everyone will act decisively and break the seal in one fell swoop. Dou scanned the others before his gaze settled on the spatial barrier, speaking softly. Hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Let us commence. As time progressed, at a certain moment, Dou bellowed, and in the next instant, he raised his hand, unleashing a fiery light, a flame sword of extraordinary craftsmanship, a divine artifact. Following Dou's lead, the remaining individuals also displayed their resolve, channeling their full strength through their own divine artifacts to strike at a specific spatial node. Boom. Several fierce attacks landed upon the spatial seal of the Grand Hall, creating ripples that radiated outward. Crack. A series of delicate, crisp sounds echoed, and then the onlookers beheld the space ahead, resembling a mirror, beginning to fracture with visible cracks. The seal is about to break. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd erupted in exuberance, their eager gazes fixated on the Grand Hall beyond the shimmering barrier. Bang! Under the fervent gaze of the audience, the already fissured spatial seal finally exploded with a resounding crash, unleashing a tempestuous storm that swept through the sky like a hurricane. Move. The hurricane did not disturb the figures ahead. Their gazes remained transfixed as the barrier shattered, and in that instant, they transformed into streaks of rainbow light, darting into the Grand Hall and vanishing from sight. The seal has fractured. Everyone, surge forth. As they witnessed the figures disappear into the Grand Hall, the crowd behind erupted in jubilant cheers, their spiritual energies surging as they propelled themselves forward, transforming into radiant beams racing toward the grand hall. In that moment, the sound of rushing winds filled the landscape. Let us enter as well. Gazing at this scene, Jiang Yun smiled at the side, addressing Xian and Medusa. In an instant, the three transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly surpassing the crowd ahead and vanishing like lightning within the hall. Upon entering the grand chamber, countless passageways unfolded before their eyes, each leading to an unknown destination. At this moment, the treasure-seeking dragon re-emerged, and following Xian, the trio arrived outside a particular room. The door remained closed, yet an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from within. Remarkable. The three exchanged glances, their minds resonating with the same thought. Eagerly, Xian reached out, intent on opening the door. However, as her hand made contact with the stone barrier, she was violently repelled by a powerful energy wave. A restriction? The sight astonished Jiang Yun and the others, as they hadn't anticipated the presence of such a barrier. Sensing movement behind them, as if someone was approaching swiftly, Jiang Yun focused his mind, channeling his soul power to entwine around the door, rapidly merging with it. Moments later, the door began to tremble, and amidst the delighted gazes of the two women, it creaked open with a thunderous sound. Instantly, a fierce wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Ha ha ha, brother! Who would have thought we would be so fortunate, encountering treasures upon entering? At that moment, a boisterous, derisive laugh echoed, and two men clad in black robes, resembling each other, appeared before the trio. Oh, it seems we have two lovely beauties as well. The newcomers, despite their ordinary appearances, radiated a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Yet, their slightly elongated eyes roamed lecherously over Xian and Medusa, their smiles taking on a distinctly lascivious quality, even veiled by sheer fabric. The two women's alluring figures could not be concealed. Rather, this only enhanced their mysterious allure, making them more enticing in the eyes of lascivious onlookers. You are courting death. Jiang Yun's gaze darkened as he regarded the two men, his calm eyes concealing a bone-chilling coldness as his voice emerged, frigid and resolute. His words finally drew the men's attention from Medusa and Xian, narrowing their eyes as they focused on Jiang Yun, their expressions growing sinister. A late-stage celestial realm cultivator dares to speak boldly in our presence? How utterly foolish. One of the black-robed men sneered. Leave this brat to me, brother. You may deal with the two beauties. However, do be gentle, for neither of us has encountered such exquisite women before. Let us not offend them. The other black-robed man cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yun and then exchanged banter with his companion, their words rife with lewd implications. Rest assured, younger brother. It seems that behind us lies a spiritual pool in that room. Once we deal with this brat, we can indulge with the beauties. Hearing their lewd exchanges, Medusa and Xian, concealed beneath their veils, felt their expressions turn as frigid as ice, the murderous intent in their eyes more palpable than ever. How delightful it is. It has been quite some time since I felt such a fervent desire to extinguish a life. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, yet his smile was suffused with a chilling intent to kill. Xian, Medusa, ensure they do not escape. Neither of these two shall leave. Understood. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's frigid gaze, Medusa and Xian nodded slowly, resolutely sealing off all potential avenues of retreat for the two adversaries. As for whether Jiang Yun could contend with the formidable duo, they placed their unwavering faith in him. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Jiang Yun's eyes, ablaze with a black and white flame, fixed upon the two men as his voice resonated with an eerie calm. The youth of today are increasingly audacious. Boy, with your mere celestial ascendancy cultivation, you dare to speak so boldly? If you are wise, you will quickly vacate and surrender the two beauties. Perhaps Lord Huang will take pity and spare you. Huang Wu sneered menacingly at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun regarded the scene with indifference, suddenly raising his hand to deliver a forceful strike aimed at the two men. Boom! As his palm descended, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, transforming into a colossal crimson flame that rained down upon the Huang brothers with ferocity. Childish trick. Huang Wu scoffed at the sight of the descending imprint. With a surge of formidable spiritual power erupting from within him, he unleashed a punch that shattered the air before him, sending a fierce gale directly towards Jiang Yun. Huang Wu's assault left no room for hesitation. It was a lethal strike. The two had navigated the vastness of the world for years. Not once had they underestimated an opponent only to falter. Vajra glazed fist. A resplendent golden light enveloped Jiang Yun, his golden fist appearing as weighty as a mountain. In that moment, he stood as steadfast as a boulder, his feet anchored in the void, and with a single punch, he struck upward toward the heavens, his might overwhelming. The sheer power effortlessly shattered Huang Wu's gale and bore down upon the two men. What a formidable attack! Astonished, they gazed at Jiang Yun. Such terrifying prowess could only belong to a divine technique. As this thought crossed their minds, their surprise was swiftly consumed by an even greater greed. Second brother, let us strike together. Do not give him an opportunity. With a commanding shout from Huang Wei, the two men launched themselves forward in an instant. Appearing on either side of Jiang Yun, their eyes fierce as they unleashed their palms. Ghostly Claw. A torrent of frigid and immense elemental power coalesced between their hands, generating myriad afterimages and a chilling gale that enveloped Jiang Yun's vital areas in an instant. The black and white spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Yun's body, coalescing into a layer of chaotic, mysterious light that enveloped him tightly. Then, in the astonished gaze of the two men, Jiang Yun remained unyielding, executing the white tiger seal as he struck directly at Huang Wu's head. Madman! The Huang brothers were taken aback by Jiang Yun's audacity, and Huang Wu sneered. With your mere celestial ascendancy, you dare to gamble your life against mine? Die! With a thunderous roar, a chill-laden force surged forth, targeting Jiang Yun's heart. At this moment, the power of space surged beneath Jiang Yun's feet, propelling him swiftly towards Huang Wu, completely disregarding his attacks. With a swift rotation of the white tiger seal in his hand, he struck down forcefully at Huang Wu's forehead. Huang Wu, witnessing Jiang Yun pass through his energy palm imprint unscathed, was struck with dread, utterly perplexed as to how Jiang Yun could emerge unharmed from his assault. Second brother. The anxious voice of Huang Wei reached his ears, jolting him back to reality. As he beheld the descending white tiger divine seal, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. With a roar, he prepared to unleash his escape technique. Nowhere to run, Jiang Yun sneered, a flash of purple light flickering in his gaze. Opposite him, Huang Wu suddenly felt a heavy blow to his spirit, his consciousness wavering. When he regained clarity, he found the world before him awash in blinding white light. Boom. Second brother, you seek death. Witnessing his younger brother's skull shattered before his eyes, Huang Wei erupted in fury. A torrent of dark, gray spiritual energy surged from within him, coalescing into a massive shadow behind him, emanating a staggering aura. Underworld slash. A low growl escaped his lips as the colossal shadow materialized a gray blade in its grasp, descending wrathfully towards Jiang Yun. Yet, Jiang Yun employed the same tactic, remaining steadfast and undeterred. With a mere tap of his toes, he propelled himself towards Huang Wei, showing no concern for the looming blade. Boom. As the great sword struck Jiang Yun, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded once more. The terrifying slash, akin to an illusion, failed to inflict any damage upon him. This cannot be. Witnessing this, Huang Wei's pupils constricted sharply. In the next instant, a figure surged forth. The vermilion bird seal crashing down, sending Huang Wei flying, his chest caving in significantly as he crashed into a pile of rubble, rendered immobile. Having repelled Huang Wei, Jiang Yun, feeling his spiritual energy nearly depleted, furrowed his brow and consumed a medicinal pill. The sacred heaven-demon flame surged within him, swiftly refining the pill's potency to restore his spiritual energy. Sensing a resurgence of power within, Jiang Yun gazed down at Huang Wei, who lay incapacitated amidst the debris. With a cold glint in his eyes, he pointed a finger, sending forth a plume of black flames that soon materialized into a lifeless body. Let us see what treasures lie hidden here, Jiang Yun declared, stowing away the storage rings of both men, addressing Medusa and Xian. Indeed, the two women nodded. Though they were curious about why Jiang Yun had earlier ignored the attacks, it was evident that this was not an opportune moment for conversation, so they suppressed their inquiries, planning to ask him later. Chapter 124, a further breakthrough. Fortunately, the recent commotion had not attracted any formidable foes, allowing the trio to enter the chamber unimpeded. Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed as Jiang Yun and his companions stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Rather than encountering powerful treasures infused with spiritual energy, the room was instead filled with skeletal remains. Was my intuition erroneous? Gazing at the scene before her, Xian felt a flicker of doubt regarding her own innate abilities as she scrutinized Jiang Yun and Medusa. Surrounding them lay a multitude of various corpses, rendering the atmosphere somewhat chilly and damp, with bones strewn about, including those of humans. This certainly did not appear to be a place of rare treasures. Let us venture inside, Jiang Yun declared after closing his eyes to attune himself for a moment. He sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy in the vicinity, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Trusting Jiang Yun's judgment, the two women agreed, and since they had come this far, turning back was not an option. Furrowing their brows, the trio traversed a small mountain of bones, progressing onward until they finally halted at the end of the chamber. The interior remained littered with skeletal remains. Yet at the center of these bones lay a pool of deep crimson, approximately 10 yards wide, filled with a liquid that exuded a blood-like essence. The surface of the pool was alive with bubbling blood, each bubble bursting to release a rich crimson energy that wafted into the air like mist. "Is this a blood pool?" Medusa remarked, her brow arching in hesitation as she beheld the sight. "I believe there are similar accounts in my ancient dragon heritage, where the blood of powerful clan members is gathered for the progeny's baptism and breakthroughs. I never expected such a thing to exist here," Xian interjected, her gaze fixated on the surrounding corpses. "Moreover, this blood pool likely serves a similar purpose. The energy here is incredibly dense, sufficient for us to elevate our strengths to new heights." Jiang Yun mused with a light chuckle, feeling the boundless energy emanating from the blood pool. At his words, both Medusa and Xian nodded, their expressions brimming with excitement. Though their progress had been swift since arriving, the adversaries they faced had grown ever more formidable. In this instance, the divine soul could reign supreme on the battlefield, yet they were merely at the celestial ascendancy stage. Despite their exceptional talents and formidable bloodlines, transcending 3 major tiers was a daunting task, leaving them feeling somewhat anxious. This opportunity could swiftly bridge the gap for them. How could they not be elated? "The energy here is exceedingly volatile. Xiao Yun, exercise caution upon your entry," Xian advised, glancing back at Jiang Yun. The blood pool's energy was far too fierce for an ordinary individual to endure, but for Xian and Medusa, the ancient dragon of the void and the 9-colored devouring python, it posed little challenge. Although aware of Jiang Yun's formidable physique, Xian could not help but offer her caution. "Understood. However, it seems that Medusa may struggle to break through her physical limitations this time. You might find it quite challenging. Instead of worrying about me, perhaps you should focus on your own well-being," Jiang Yun replied gently, a teasing glint in his eyes. Indeed, Xian's expression stiffened momentarily, and she retorted, flustered, "You annoying Xiao Yun, just wait. This time, I will definitely break through my physical limits." Upon concluding her words, still unsatisfied, she twisted her eyes and stepped on Jiang Yun's instep. Watching the discomfort flicker across his face, a glimmer of satisfaction passed through Xian's gaze. In the next moment, she transformed her form and gracefully leaped into the blood pool like a mermaid. As Jiang Yun beheld Xian's enchanting silhouette vanish beneath the crimson surface, the pain in his foot startled him momentarily, eliciting a bemused shake of his head. He turned to Medusa beside him and remarked, "The corporeal body becomes increasingly challenged when confronting stronger beings. You must exercise caution." Medusa, acknowledging Jiang Yun's well-meaning warning with a cursory glance at his foot, merely hummed softly. With a delicate sway of her figure, she too plunged directly into the blood pool. After the two had entered, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, setting up a precautionary array before turning back. With a swift push of his toes against the ground, he leapt into the blood pool, his body making a resounding splash as he fell into its depths. With the entrance of the three, the once tranquil blood pool began to bubble violently, countless blood bubbles rising incessantly. A tempestuous energy surged within, howling fiercely, while a peculiar sound, deep and thunderous, resonated subtly before diffusing into the distance. Though the blood pool appeared to encompass only 10 zhang from the outside, its depths were astonishingly vast, seemingly without end. Noticing the absence of the two women, Jiang Yun began to sense the changes within his own body. Pain, a sensation of discomfort radiated from every part of him. The turbulent energy that enveloped the blood pool surged upon his arrival, akin to countless venomous serpents, crashing relentlessly against Jiang Yun's form. A torrent of spiritual power surged through his crown, cascading downwards with a ferocity that brought excruciating pain akin to being sliced by blades. Yet, in the next moment, as the pain subsided, Jiang Yun sensed an exceptionally pure and unique energy enveloping him from all sides, continuously penetrating into his body. Under the influence of this energy, he felt as though he were undergoing a baptism, a gentle sense of comfort spreading throughout him. Fine, crystalline threads emerged within his meridians and flesh, penetrating through veins, tissues, and even bones. Though seemingly inconsequential, Jiang Yun could discern the formidable resilience these glimmering threads possessed. Consequently, his flesh, meridians, and bones grew increasingly robust and resilient. Simultaneously, both the exterior and interior of his body began to exude traces of dark blood under the relentless cleansing. This dark fluid contained impurities and latent injuries sustained during previous battles, but at this moment, these concealed wounds were swiftly mended. The transformations he experienced ignited a spark of delight within Jiang Yun, unable to suppress his joy at the changes unfolding within him. However, before Jiang Yun could experience joy, a sharp pain surged once more, a relentless cycle that truly felt like torment. Sensing the transformation within his body, Jiang Yun crossed his legs and floated amidst the blood pool, his eyes firmly shut, immersed in cultivation, quietly awaiting the moment of breakthrough. As time passed, under Jiang Yun's voracious absorption, the energy of the blood pool remained boundless. In his current state, Jiang Yun resembled a statue, eyes tightly closed, utterly motionless. Beneath his skin, waves of sanguine light flowed imperceptibly. Yet within him, an immensely powerful energy brewed, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, seeking the opportunity for breakthrough. Suddenly, an invisible wave erupted violently from within Jiang Yun. He was the first to achieve the breakthrough, and his tightly shut eyes flew open. In tandem, an extraordinarily potent surge of spiritual power erupted from his being, ravaging the space around him like a tempest. The surge of energy surged in an instant, followed by a deep, muffled sound resonating from the depths of Jiang Yun's soul, as the spiritual power within him once again settled into tranquility. The pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, what a pity. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual power within, Jiang Yun lamented, if only I were one step closer to transcending the physical realm. However, he swiftly composed himself and approached the ruins. He was a 7-star Dou Emperor, at the late stage of the transformation realm, and now had reached the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, a remarkable advancement in less than a year, indeed terrifying. Emerging from the blood pool, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, noting the untouched formations, indicating no one had entered. After all, the two corpses outside, infused with spiritual power, were quite formidable. 10 days had elapsed. He wondered how far the others had ventured. Shaking his head and sensing the steady rise of energy from the pool's depths, Jiang Yun resumed his meditative posture at the pool's edge, waiting for the two to emerge. 3 days later, a resounding roar, akin to that of a lion or tiger, echoed as a 9-colored colossal python burst forth from the pool's surface. Its powerful form radiated the essence of the Tongtian realm, each movement generating torrents of spiritual energy that distorted the very fabric of space. Jiang Yun gazed at the colossal python, noticing its skin bore a faint reddish hue, emanating an intense heat. An imperceptible force radiated from its heated veins, gradually infusing the flesh of the devouring serpent. Is transcending the physical realm so difficult? Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, one could indeed attract the challenge of transcending the physical body. Yet, as one's power reached a certain threshold, the blood energy within the body would become saturated. The fusion of blood energy and spiritual power would give rise to a phenomenon known as blood fire. This blood fire, born within the flesh, would spread throughout the body, refining the physical form and rendering it immensely robust. Should one fail to withstand this refinement, their flesh would be consumed and evaporated by the blood fire, resulting in catastrophic damage should the physical body be destroyed. This is the origin of the tribulations of the physical body. It is not something that can be aided by any external force, but rather must be endured through one's own resilience, transforming amidst the flames of adversity. Moreover, the stronger the physique of an individual, the more formidable the trials they must undergo, accompanied by increasingly intense suffering. Yet, upon overcoming these challenges, the rewards reaped are equally profound. As time progresses, Medusa's trials approach their conclusion. The 9-colored devouring python, a divine beast, is not hindered by the tribulations of the flesh in its stride, especially considering that this beast embodies the fierce spirit of a woman like Medusa. The majestic form of the 9-colored devouring python unfurls in a radiant array of colorful light, swiftly diminishing into a slender silhouette. Medusa stands poised in midair. Her closed eyes suddenly snap open, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual pressure from within her being. As her gaze shifts, she spots Jiang Yun by the edge of the pool, a charming smile curving her lips. In an instant, she materializes beside him, her presence silent yet palpable. Despite the absence of any visible fluctuation of spiritual energy, Jiang Yun senses a chillingly powerful force emanating from her exquisite form. Congratulations, Jiang Yun remarks with a light chuckle, gazing at Medusa. Yes, Medusa replies, her heart swelling with joy as she feels the strength coursing within her. However, she maintains an air of cool composure, nodding slightly before turning her attention to the depths of the pool. Has Xian not emerged yet? It has been a couple of days. Their gazes drift into the crimson waters, seemingly penetrating the layers of blood to see the ancient dragon lying dormant within, its energy rapidly accumulating, awaiting a moment of cataclysmic revelation. Just then, Medusa's hesitant voice breaks the silence. Turning to her, Jiang Yun notices her contemplative demeanor, as if she wishes to express something yet holds back. With a warm smile, he assures her, as comrades who have shared life and death, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. I believe I possess certain capabilities. Feeling a warmth spread within her at Jiang Yun's smile, Medusa speaks up. Could I trouble you to set up a protective formation for my serpent clan? Noticing a peculiar look in Jiang Yun's eyes, she hastily adds, rest assured, the serpent clan will compensate you. Upon uttering these words, Medusa hesitates. The recent expedition to the ruins yielded significant rewards, and Jiang Yun's mysterious background suggests he lacks for nothing. It seems the Serpent Clan may not possess anything enticing enough to sway him. Certainly. Jiang Yun's gentle voice interrupts her thoughts. What? In a moment of distraction, Medusa gazes at him in surprise. I said I can assist the Serpent Clan in establishing a protective formation. Jiang Yun beams at her, finding amusement in the rare display of vulnerability from this usually stoic queen. Thank you. Regaining her composure, she turns her gaze back to the blood pool. Watching the silhouette of the youth, and a captivating smile graces her lips as she murmurs, by the way, what is the current situation with Xiaojiao? At this moment, a curious voice from Jiang Yun emerged. Hiss. Before Medusa could respond, a flash of rainbow-colored light emanated from her, and a vibrant serpent swiftly darted out, ultimately coiling around Jiang Yun's shoulder, playfully flicking its tongue at him. It was Xiaojiao. Observing the little serpent on his shoulder, Jiang Yun smiled fondly, gently cradling it in his hands and playfully teasing it. Ever since I cultivated the spiritual energy system and reached the realm of divine soul, it seems I have refined the soul of the sky-devouring python into my own divine soul. Now, we have formed a peculiar symbiotic state, allowing us to manifest together. Perhaps, if we reach a certain level, it might even condense a physical form, becoming a new entity. Medusa, gazing at Jiang Yun as he played with the serpent, smiled softly. That would indeed be a splendid outcome. Hearing Medusa's words, Jiang Yun smiled faintly. Initially, he had pondered how to resolve the shared soul state, but unexpectedly, it seemed to have succeeded, a delightful surprise indeed. Chapter 125, The Change. As the two conversed, time gradually passed. On this day, Jiang Yun, with closed eyes, slowly opened them, while Medusa beside him also turned her gaze toward the surface of the blood pool. Finally, it is complete. Sensing the surging aura from the bottom of the pool, Jiang Yun chuckled softly. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from the depths. In the next moment, a dragon shadow broke through the water's surface, bathed in crimson radiance. The entire hall became exceptionally warm, a result of the heat emanating from Xian. As Xian's body flushed red, fine beads of blood began to seep from within, cascading down the scalding dragon scales with a sizzling sound, rising wisps of delicate white mist. Hiss! The sound grew increasingly intense as blood beads continually emerged from Xian's surface, ultimately evaporating, enveloping her in a shroud of mist. This is a bit taxing. Medusa frowned as she observed the wildly thrashing Xian, who was enduring immense pain, her voice laced with subtle concern. It is indeed rather rushed. However, it is fortunate that this time, we have garnered significant rewards, otherwise, it would be for naught with this girl's suffering. Jiang Yun cast a reproachful glance at Xian. Her cultivation still fell short of Medusa's, and at this moment, forcing her body through was indeed a strain. Moreover, the corporeal strength of the ancient void dragon made the suffering she endured even greater than Medusa's. Xian had been somewhat reckless this time. Yet, gazing into her stubborn eyes, Jiang Yun felt a pang in his heart. Clenching his palm, a jade-green pill appeared in his hand. The pill emitted an enchanting fragrance, shimmering with light, radiating pure energy. This is the elixir obtained from the pill chamber, the immortal spirit pill, which can provide some assistance in overcoming the challenges of physical transformation. At the opportune moment, Jiang Yun raised his hand and deftly tossed the elixir, which accurately landed in Xian's mouth. As the potion entered her, a peculiar force swiftly coursed through her flesh and blood. With the aid of the elixir, Xian's condition stabilized immediately, although she still had to endure excruciating pain. She was now on the right path towards recovery, and success would soon follow. Observing this, both Jiang Yun and Medusa felt a sense of relief, quietly awaiting Xian's triumph. Mount Yuansheng. It is said that in ancient times, many formidable beings perished upon this battlefield, among whom was an extraordinarily powerful sage. Hence, the cliffs here emanate an enigmatic aura of pressure, which has, for millennia, prevented the emergence of sentient beings in this realm. This legendary mountain lies just behind the Grand Hall, and now Jiang Yun and his companions have arrived at the central region as indicated on the map. At this moment, Xian had successfully advanced to a formidable state. Though she could not escape a lecture from Jiang Yun, her foolishly joyful demeanor left him feeling exasperated. He could only affectionately pat her forehead, warning her not to let it happen again. Subsequently, the trio hastened towards Mount Yuansheng, naturally encountering other factions along the way. However, in this place, where friend and foe are indistinguishable, no one harbored intentions of forming alliances. After sidestepping each other, they continued their journey towards Mount Yuansheng. This was a desolate mountain range, barren and devoid of life, as if ravaged by some cataclysmic force. Even after countless ages, it remained lifeless. As their eyes scanned the surroundings, the group, with their keen senses, could faintly perceive an extremely terrifying power lingering beneath the earth of this desolate mountain range. It seemed to be two distinctly opposing forces, locked in a silent confrontation. Such terrifying energy made it evident that the tales of a celestial supreme heritage here were not mere fabrications. Gazing at the mountain range before them, Medusa's expression turned solemn as she spoke gravely. These are merely remnants of power, and despite the passage of countless years, they still exude such terror. The might of the celestial supreme exceeds my expectations. We are about to encounter the pinnacle of this relic's denizens. Do your utmost to protect yourselves. The inheritance is secondary. Do not jeopardize your safety. Zhang Yun warned the two women with equal seriousness. After receiving their affirmations, the trio swiftly advanced further, where an overwhelming aura of strength had congregated. Be cautious. As they drew closer, the palpable fluctuations of potent spiritual energy became evident, with thousands at the peak stage present. It was likely that all the experts participating in this secret realm had gathered here. One could only imagine the chaotic medley of talents within this convergence point. As they approached, Zhang Yun conveyed a silent reminder to the two women. Medusa and Xian both nodded. Those who could endure until the end were certainly not to be underestimated. Once conflict erupted, it was inevitable that complications and difficulties would arise. In the blink of an eye, the trio arrived at the outskirts of the gathering place, their presence attracting a few glances, which quickly shifted elsewhere. At this time, various teams and formidable individuals were arriving, making their presence rather unremarkable. Moreover, with two physically challenged and one at the celestial realm, they were not particularly formidable. However, the enchanting beauty of Xian and Medusa, along with their graceful figures, still drew numerous curious gazes. In a vast forest, one could encounter all sorts of beings. Most of the teams arriving here possessed considerable strength and retained a modicum of rationality. Otherwise, some would have succumbed to the urge to approach them for conversation. Yet, even so, some audacious stares rendered the cheeks of the two women slightly frosty. It was them. Huadu's surprise was evident as he spotted the trio, particularly Zhang Yun. Clearly recalling the young man who had left an unusual impression on him. Huadu knows them. Wu Ming, who had been beside Huadu, inquired curiously after noticing his reaction and following his line of sight to Zhang Yun and the others. To be remembered by Huadu was no small feat. However, upon inspection, it seemed that aside from their appearance, they had no remarkable traits. We have crossed paths once, Huadu replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a wave of perplexity surged within him. Encountering Zhang Yun again, the young man who could evoke flames within him, the previous strangeness had dissipated. As if it had all been a mere illusion. Could it truly have been just a coincidence? A perceptive fellow, Zhang Yun scanned the surroundings casually, mentally scoffing as he glanced at Huadu. This man from the ancient fire spirit clan was likely the most formidable presence in this place. If he was not mistaken, the opponent's strength had been suppressed to the third level of the divine soul, coupled with formidable divine abilities and spiritual treasures, rendering him indeed a formidable adversary. The arrival of Zhang Yun and his companions did not stir any commotion. Everyone continued with their rest or trade as they pleased. Although this was merely a fragment of a continent, it remained vast, and one could not traverse its entirety in a short span. Moreover, many powerful beings had perished here. Both the Supreme and Earth Supremes were present, thus a considerable number of treasures had been preserved, leading to some acquiring items they did not require while others failed to find what they sought, giving rise to a temporary trading area. People congregated here, not only to recuperate, but also to facilitate trade. As Zhang Yun led Xian and Medusa through the trading zone, the area buzzed with activity as numerous figures moved about. Medusa and Xian observed their surroundings with keen interest, noting the many individuals seated on the ground, with various seemingly inexplicable items scattered across the stalls before them. These items possess an ancient aura, adorned with mottled traces of time, exuding a profound sense of history. A plethora of goods lay before them, many treasures subtly emanating faint ripples of spiritual energy. The trio navigated through this bustling marketplace, having surveyed a myriad of ancient artifacts. However, it must be said that the majority were merely inferior items masquerading as treasures. Xian scanned her surroundings, only to turn back with a disdainful curl of her lips, her eyes brimming with contempt. Just a bunch of junk, she muttered under her breath, her words inevitably reaching the ears of Zhang Yun and Medusa. Zhang Yun chuckled, understanding that true treasures were unlikely to be presented for trade. Instead, these individuals merely showcased superficial wares in hopes of deceiving others. Nevertheless, there were a few items that the stall owners had misjudged, yet Zhang Yun had no intention of engaging in trade. Such items would require considerable effort to explore and restore, and he simply lacked the time for that. Exiting the trading area, the trio found themselves empty-handed. with no satisfactory acquisitions, leaving them somewhat regretful. It seemed they were not destined to be the protagonists who uncover hidden treasures. Perhaps the items worthy of their interest simply did not exist here. The following day, Jiang Yun and the others ventured to the fallen Saint Mountain range. Upon gazing at the towering peaks before them, Jiang Yun finally comprehended why those gathered below, despite knowing the treasure lay within their sight, chose to wait. The mountains were rife with countless energy storms, the summit appeared fragmented, and the entire realm was shrouded under two formidable pressures. Under such weight, even the heavens trembled. If this continued, they might never draw near. What should they do next? Medusa regarded the scene with a grim expression, although they approached this legacy with ambivalent intentions. Their initial anticipation was now marred by this disheartening situation. Let us wait a little longer. If after a few days the circumstances remain unchanged, we shall depart. The gains from this journey have already sufficed. After 7 days of waiting, observing the unyielding energy ripples before them, Jiang Yun ultimately chose to abandon the quest. There were plentiful visible opportunities awaiting him in the continent of fighting Qi. It was unnecessary to squander time for a possibly non-existent legacy. Let us go? It seems we are not fated for this, he remarked with a smile, teasingly addressing the somewhat disheartened Medusa and Ziyan. Boom. A tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping violently through the cosmos, accompanied by a thick scent of blood, mingling with a palpable aura of killing intent that enveloped the sky. At this moment, the heavens appeared tinged with a dark crimson hue. What was happening? The sudden upheaval startled the three individuals, prompting Medusa and Ziyan to swiftly position themselves beside Jiang Yun, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. A flicker of purple light flashed through Jiang Yun's dark eyes as he remarked in astonishment, "The commotion originates from the gathering place. Something has transpired there." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the two women were taken aback, realizing that the gathering place was inhabited by the formidable warriors of the entire relic. How could such chaos arise? Exchanging glances, the trio hastily made their way towards the gathering site. The plains, which had been recently cleared, were now engulfed in utter chaos. Countless figures collided with one another, devoid of unnecessary dialogue. Spiritual energy surged, and various divine techniques were unleashed, with crimson-eyed warriors fiercely bombarding their adversaries. Such a melee could only be described as brutal. However, Jiang Yun and his companions were bewildered. These individuals had appeared perfectly fine just days prior. What had caused this sudden frenzy? Exercise caution. Abnormal occurrences often conceal malevolent forces, Jiang Yun warned as he prudently drew Ziyan and Medusa back, remaining alert to the slightest disturbance in the atmosphere. Fortunately, Ziyan and Medusa had also recognized that this irregularity was undoubtedly troubling. Jiang Yun scrutinized the chaotic scene, attempting to discern the underlying cause among the throng. In the midst of the fray, Wu Ming, enveloped in thunder, commanded terrifying blue-purple lightning, resembling a deity of storms. With each thunderbolt that struck, an adversary was grievously wounded, instilling fear in all. Furthermore, Jiang Yun recognized that this was the same divine technique as that wielded by Wudong. Lying dormant within his spatial ring, the 9 heavens of Thunder Dao, it appeared that the two were indeed from the same origin. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Yin wielded his spear with unparalleled dominance, embodying the essence of a war god, effortlessly dispatching foes with each strike. Yet, the most formidable presence belonged to the Fire Emperor, who controlled an unknown crimson flame. With a mere wave of his hand, a sea of fire descended, turning everything in its path to scorched earth, incinerating even the corpses to ashes. If this continued, the inhabitants of this place would inevitably be decimated. Hee. The powers of the Heart Demon clan are indeed formidable. The denizens of the vast world are mere trifles. Brother Xinkuei's slight maneuver has led to their self-destruction. Such wretches are hardly worthy adversaries for my holy clan. In the depths of a black mist, several members of the Flame Demon clan observed the scene with cold laughter. They then turned their gaze to the calm figure at the center, offering their flattery. As the accolades from the Flame Demon clan surrounded him, Xinkuei of the Heart Demon clan displayed a hint of arrogance. Among the 32 clans, who could rival us? If not for the fortuitous emergence of an immortal emperor in the vast world, it would have long been our territory. Xinkuei cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, harboring a profound contempt for the vast world. In the vast and boundless world, the immortal emperors cultivate the eternal unyielding body, one of the 10 primordial forms of existence. In the great battle of yore, 5 of these primordial forms were lost, and the remaining 5 have yet to find worthy successors. The eternal flame body, which perished in that conflict, belonged to our clan's ancestor. Now, astonishingly, a legacy has emerged in the present age. Such a legacy would be better left shrouded in eternal silence. The leader of the Flame Demon clan observed the chaos with a cold demeanor. speaking with an air of arrogance. Only 10 primordial forms exist in the vast world, and they have already destroyed 5, one of which was irreparably damaged by their own ancestor. This accomplishment is indeed a source of pride. Naturally, Xin Kuei nodded in agreement. While he was not averse to complications, fewer troubles would certainly be preferable. Threats should be nipped in the bud. Suddenly, Xin Kuei's gaze fell upon a hidden corner in the distance, shrouded in shadows, where the surrounding space seemed to warp subtly. If others were to glance there, they would instinctively overlook it. However, the Heart Demon clan excels in the power of the soul, and this particular location, which even he instinctively disregarded, was evidently abnormal. An enigmatic force swept across, and instantly, Xin Kuei perceived a newfound clarity in the world. When he looked back in that direction, astonishment overtook him. There, he beheld a pair of equally astonished eyes, black orbs shimmering like stars, captivating yet sending chills down his spine. For it was evident that someone was lurking right beneath their noses. Before he could utter a sound, a piercing shriek echoed, and a purple, ethereal chain shot forth like lightning, traversing the space to strike at Xin Kuei's brow. How audacious! The leader of the Flame Demon clan, witnessing such boldness, narrowed his eyes, letting out a fierce roar as he raised his hand. In an instant, black flames coalesced within his grasp, transforming into a sphere of fiery darkness. This orb exuded an overwhelming heat, capable of igniting the malevolent fires hidden deep within one's heart. Prolonged exposure could lead to a loss of sanity. In the next moment, countless black fire serpents erupted from the sphere, each fierce maw filled with flames akin to molten lava, charging ferociously toward Jiang Yun and his companions. Threefold divine soul difficulty. Sensing the intensity of the enemy's aura, Jiang Yun felt a tinge of confusion. Although the presence bore the hallmark of threefold divine soul difficulty, he had an instinctive feeling that this was not the enemy's full strength. Yet now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Confronted with the terrifying assault, Jiang Yun pointed with one hand, summoning torrents of black and white spiritual energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Behind him, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy soared into the heavens, condensing into a colossal four-spirit Great Seal. As this formidable light seal radiated an oppressive might, it descended just as the fire serpents were about to strike. Boom! In the instant of impact, a deep voice suddenly reverberated. The realm of the mind. Simultaneously, Xin Kuei gazed upon the descending purple chains and let out a long howl, as a transparent barrier abruptly manifested above his head. Hiss! How could this be? Silently, and without warning, the purple chains swiftly pierced through the barrier, descending upon Xin Kuei. Bang! A barely audible sound emerged as the ethereal purple chains traversed through Xin Kuei's form. Ah! At that moment, a piercing scream echoed. Xin Kuei clutched his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Jiang Yun, the unbearable pain within his spiritual sea igniting an overwhelming desire to consume his adversary whole. What is happening? Wu Ming, have you lost your mind? You dare to strike me? My Chen family shall not let this go unpunished. Huidu, you executioner. Even if you belong to the Fire Spirit clan, having slain so many on the Sunfire continent, you shall not escape retribution. Just then, a chorus of furious roars resounded as those who had been embroiled in battle moments ago now stared in disbelief, their expressions resembling those of the mad. Even Huidu, Wu Ming, and others found themselves in a daze as they surveyed the corpses strewn about. They could hardly recall having taken the lives of these individuals. Yet the familiar fluctuations of energy emanating from the bodies unmistakably bore the mark of their own martial arts, sending shivers down their spines. What a splendid performance. Suddenly, a sinister laugh broke the tense atmosphere, causing the crowd to turn sharply, their eyes narrowing in alarm. The Outer Evil Clan. Many were struck with horror upon seeing the members of the Flame Demon clan. Although some bore the appearance of humans, the unsettling and repugnant aura they exuded could belong to no other than the Outer Evil Clan. No. Observing the terror etched on the faces of the crowd, the leader of the Flame Demon clan shook his head with a mocking grin, speaking amidst their bewildered gazes. It is the Flame Demon clan. The Outer Evil Clan is merely a fabrication conjured by you natives of this vast world. It was your doing. At that moment, Huidu seemed to grasp the truth, his eyes burning crimson as he glared at the crowd, gritting his teeth in fury. Brother Xin Kuei merely magnified the darkness within your hearts. All of this is of your own making. The leader of the Flame Demon clan shook his head once more, then grinned widely, his gaze towards the crowd growing ever more playful. Upon hearing his words, several individuals turned their attention to the somewhat distinct figure among them, their eyes brimming with wariness. It was he who had orchestrated all of this. Yet, at that moment, Xin Kuei paid no heed to the crowd. Instead, fixing his icy gaze upon Jiang Yun and his companions, particularly Jiang Yun, and coldly inquired, "Who are you? How could you shatter the mental barrier of my clan?" As Xian Kuei's words hung in the air, the gazes of the crowd shifted toward Jiang Yun and his companions. And upon witnessing their formidable prowess in the celestial realm and unparalleled physical strength, a wave of astonishment swept through them. "It is him." Upon catching sight of a familiar figure, several individuals acquainted with Jiang Yun were struck with astonishment. They never anticipated that a mere ant of the heavenly realm could rescue them. In response to the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yun maintained his composure and remarked, "Is this truly so difficult?" Hearing Jiang Yun's words, coupled with his disdainful demeanor, Xian Kuei's eyes grew increasingly cold and cruel, ultimately uttering in a sinister tone, "Very well. I shall extract your soul later and host you properly, and we shall see if your tongue remains so defiant." The malevolent clan from beyond the realms, daring to intrude upon our Dacian territory, is utterly oblivious to the peril they invite. Li Yan, witnessing the demise of the members of the Li family around him, glared at the Inferno Demon clan with eyes ablaze with fury, emitting a roar of rage, clearly consumed by hatred. Boom! A tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from his being. Its intensity transcended the second level of the divine soul realm, advancing toward the third level. And even after breaking through the third level, it showed no signs of abating, releasing strands of sovereign pressure from within. So this is how it is. In the distance, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered as he sensed the overwhelming sovereign pressure. Concurrently, he acutely perceived the pervasive sense of oppression surrounding him, which intensified as Li Yan's strength approached the sovereign level. In that instant, he comprehended that these individuals all possessed sovereign-level power, albeit forcibly suppressed to enter this secret realm. Suddenly, the surrounding pressure surged drastically, causing Li Yan to spout a mouthful of blood. Undeterred, he moved with swiftness, appearing directly before Xian Kuei. His spear shot forth like a dragon, veins on his arms bulging like coiling serpents, emanating a terrifying force. "Sovereign, you say?" Sensing the erupting momentum within, the leader of the Inferno Demon clan murmured softly, followed by a chilling smile, yet it was still insufficient. As the opponent's spear sliced through the air, the Inferno leader retaliated with a fierce punch, transforming black flames into a colossal fiery fist aimed at Li Yan. Boom! The terrifying force sent Li Yan reeling back hundreds of meters, his arm tingled with numbness, his entire being flushed red, emanating smoke as if he had been scorched. "Li Yan, are you all right?" Observing the top three powerful individuals of the arena being knocked back by a single strike, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Huidu rushed to Li Yan's side, crimson flames rising to dispel the black embers within him. To think there was a little brat from the Fire Spirit clan. Upon witnessing Huidu's flames erupt, the leader of the Inferno clan cast a surprised glance at him, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Little brats. Eliminate these worthless Dacian scum," the Inferno leader proclaimed with a sinister grin, stomping his foot vehemently, as if shaking the very heavens. Black flames surged forth from his being, and the temperature of the world skyrocketed, even the air igniting in response. An unparalleled sense of oppression erupted from the Inferno leader. As the crowd sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the other party, their expressions changed dramatically. Although the opponent's strength was on par with Li Yan, constrained within the third level of divine soul, the sense of pressure they exuded was incomparable. Ha ha ha. It has been quite some time since I savored the fresh blood of the vast expanse. Though this encounter was unforeseen, the unexpected gain is rather delightful. Let these little ones from the vast expanse once again experience the terror of my holy clan. Gazing at the hundreds of demonic shadows charging forth, the people of the vast expanse turned pale. For many, it was their first encounter with the malevolent beings from beyond. Feeling the relentless pressure that inevitably ignited fear within them. Esteemed ones, there are no cowards in the vast expanse. Let these evil beings know that our world is not to be trifled with. Fire Emperor, observing the oncoming demonic shadows, slowly inhaled the chill-laden air that seemed to thicken with tension. His gaze swept across the faces of those present. Suddenly, a crimson longsword materialized in his hand, and a colossal fire lotus ascended from his palm, swirling gracefully in midair. Kill! With a resounding roar, this prodigy from an ancient lineage finally unleashed his might. With a cultivation level at the third level of divine soul, and wielding 2 mid-grade artifacts, he descended upon the enemy like a tiger among sheep. One swift strike severed a member of the Flame Demon clan in twain, while the fiery brilliance cascaded down from the heavens, incinerating another demonic shadow into nothingness. Kill! Witnessing the formidable prowess of Fire Emperor, the crowd felt an intense surge of fervor, a deep, resonant growl reverberating in unison. As 2 torrents of power collided, the contest between life and death erupted, engulfing the atmosphere in an exceptionally fierce aura. "Xiao Yun, let us join the fray." Purple Yin stated solemnly, casting her gaze upon the fierce battle. Medusa, wielding her sharp sword, had Xiaojiu circling her shoulder, both fixated on the distant conflict. They were acutely aware of the relationship between the malevolent beings from beyond and the vast expanse. At this moment, they felt an undeniable sense of duty. Furthermore, if the people of the vast expanse were to be defeated, they doubted the adversaries would spare the three of them. Very well. Jiang Yun began to respond to their proposal, but in the next instant, the three abruptly turned their heads towards an approaching figure. A sinister demonic shadow advancing with deliberate slowness. Trouble approaches, Jiang Yun murmured, while Medusa and Purple Yin regarded Xian Kuei with wary expressions. They had not forgotten that it was this very individual who had caused chaos among their ranks with a single divine ability, marking him as an exceptionally perilous foe. I hadn't noticed before, but reflecting on it now, your attack feels oddly familiar, as if I've encountered it before. There are not many divine abilities that leave an impression on me. Which clan do you hail from in the vast expanse? Xian Kuei inched closer. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Yun, a flicker of doubt evident in his eyes. On either side, Medusa and Xian guardedly observed one another, their ears perked up, intrigued by the origins of Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun felt a stir within, but maintained an impassive demeanor, calmly stating, "In this world, soul attacks largely bear similarities. It is not surprising that it feels familiar." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's response, Zinke nodded noncommittally and, in a chilling tone, declared, "Even if you refuse to speak now, once I extract your soul, all will be revealed." A colossal sword aura, nearly 100 feet in length, grazed Zinke's cheek. "If you wish to kill him, you must first contend with me," Medusa proclaimed, her jade hand gripping a serpent-shaped sword, a torrent of spiritual power surging forth from within her. At that moment, the sword shimmered with ripples, emanating an indescribable, sharp sword intent that caused the very fabric of space to ripple. Upon hearing Medusa's imposing words, Xian smirked, annoyed with herself for being a step behind, while also admiring the woman's eloquence. Faced with Medusa's threat, Zinke erupted into maniacal laughter, only to abruptly cease. His gaze freezing like the depths of an abyss as he fixated on the trio, a sinister voice resonating, "Then let us perish together." Chapter 127, Battle Against the Evil Clan. The chilling voice reverberated throughout the realm, as boundless malevolence surged from Zinke's eyes. The ground beneath him, along with some flora, rapidly withered under the onslaught of that dark energy, vitality being ruthlessly stripped away. Even the spiritual energy of that region gradually turned gray, a morbid aura permeating the atmosphere. What a potent malevolence! Medusa and Xian gasped in astonishment, their expressions tightening as they beheld the overwhelming force of evil that tainted even the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. They pondered the devastation it would wreak if it were to invade a human body. With this thought, a profound caution and wariness clouded their eyes. It seemed that these extraterritorial evil beings were far more formidable than anticipated. Engaging them necessitated utmost vigilance against the intrusion of their eerie malevolence. Soul-devouring hand. Zinke's icy command resonated as he extended his pale palm, sinister arcane symbols materializing in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a terrifying hand of immense size, shattering the air as it hurtled towards the trio. In the face of Zinke's assault, Medusa and Xian exchanged glances. And in the next instant, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy erupted from within the two women, a tempest of power sweeping through the vicinity. Yet Zinke, gazing at their formidable spiritual pressure, sneered and bellowed, "A mere physical body dares to contend with me? Die!" The arcane hand roared through the heavens, seemingly intent on crushing the three beneath its grip. Feeling the terrifying power of the colossal hand, the three individuals remained outwardly composed, yet their hearts brimmed with caution. A peculiar roar reverberated across the battlefield, instilling a sense of unease in all present, as though an ancient ferocious beast loomed nearby. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a magnificent pillar of radiant, multicolored light surged upward, unveiling a colossal, 1,000-foot-long nine-colored python, which emerged slowly, its vast form concealed within the clouds. Reminiscent of a soaring dragon, the nine-colored devouring python, gazing upon the breathtakingly majestic serpent, all were momentarily entranced, forgetting their perilous circumstances. The emergence of the nine-colored devouring python raised the question, who were they? One individual, having previously battled 7 fiery warriors of the Flame Demon clan, was the first to snap back to reality, his curious gaze shifting toward Jiang Yun and Xian. From their first encounter, he had sensed their extraordinary nature, and now, with the apparition of the nine-colored python, his initial judgment proved accurate. He grew increasingly intrigued by Jiang Yun's identity, suspecting that the trio might hold the key to unraveling the crisis. The sudden turn of events startled Xin Kuei, even within his clan. The nine-colored devouring python was a formidable figure, having caused considerable tribulations for their holy tribe. However, upon sensing the formidable strength of the beast, Xin Kuei bellowed defiantly. "What of the nine-colored devouring python? Just in time. I am in need of a serpent skin belt, and you shall do splendidly." Boom! From within the clouds. A massive tail descended with tremendous force, the python's might approaching that of a divine spirit. The impending strike felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. "A serpent skin belt? I would disdain to use your head as a lamp." A chilling voice interjected as the crowd's attention was captured by the nine-colored python, and a brilliant violet light surged forth. A crystalline war spear, resembling a great dragon, soared through the air, its spiritual power reaching unprecedented heights. The spear's brilliance tearing the surrounding space asunder with a series of rifts. With terrifying force, the spear vanished only to reappear abruptly before Xin Kuei, the fierce winds shattering the surrounding mountains. A mere trifle. Upon sensing the spear's lethal edge, Xin Kuei reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom! The violet war spear rebounded, landing in Xian's delicate grasp. Her dragon-like eyes swept over the battlefield, her cold gaze locking onto Xin Kuei, whose expression darkened upon witnessing the crimson mark upon his palm. With gritted teeth, he enunciated each word, "True Dragon Clan. What of it? How many divine beasts have fallen beneath my clan's iron hooves?" In a surprising turn, Xin Kuei's demeanor soured, his malevolent energy coalescing to its zenith. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he clenched his hand, revealing a black long knife, emanating a chilling aura. The blade bore dark red patterns, dripping as if fresh blood were perpetually falling, exuding an aura of sinister coldness. Thud! With a resounding stomp of his foot, the air around Xinchi erupted, and his figure appeared before the three with astonishing speed, his long knife aimed viciously at their throats. Humph! Xian let out a cold snort. She did not retreat in the face of Xinchi's full-force strike. Gripping the heavy war spear with her massive dragon claw, she unleashed it with a violent thrust. As the purple light enveloped her, it seemed as if an ancient dragon's shadow flickered within the spear, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Clang! The spear tip met the blade with pinpoint precision, sending ripples cascading through the void, while the surrounding air exploded in successive bursts. Xian's expression darkened as she sensed the energy emanating from her opponent's blade, a malevolent force as vast as the ocean. Despite channeling her power to its utmost limit, she found herself unable to budge him even slightly. The force transmitted through the spear nearly caused her to lose her grip. The strength of her adversary surpassed her expectations. Buzz! At that moment, a clear, resonant sound of a sword filled the air, accompanied by a blindingly bright sword light that erupted from behind Xian. The nine-colored radiance emanated in indescribable sharpness, as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth. Sensing the intensity of the sword light, Xinchi's eyes flashed, and black mist enveloped him as he vanished in an instant. "Playing with space, are we?" The moment he disappeared, Xian shouted sharply, twisting her spear and striking fiercely at a specific location. Medusa, without hesitation, turned her gaze to the same spot, her enchanting eyes swirling with strange energy, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. A muffled grunt escaped as Xinchi's figure gradually reappeared within the space targeted by the two women's attacks. Gazing at the peculiar light in Medusa's eyes, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Regaining his senses, he was astonished to find gray-white rock layers suddenly creeping up his legs. A powerful malevolence surged forth, shattering the encroaching rocks into dust. Simultaneously, he sensed a fierce gale sweeping from above. Xinchi swiftly turned and slashed out with his knife. Clang! Sparks flew as an overwhelming force surged from the spear, causing Xinchi's hands to ache painfully, propelling him back several meters before he steadied himself. Such formidable soul power. Medusa rubbed her throbbing forehead, focusing intently. Meanwhile, Xian tightened her grip on the spear, nodding seriously. Well, it seems the divine beast lineage is indeed formidable. Even mere physical forms can pose such a challenge. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by two fleshly beings, Xinchi, filled with rage, laughed mockingly, finally stating with a detached expression, "However, you shall have no further chances." Demon Emperor's sacred image. From Xinchi's body, a torrent of malevolent energy erupted, transforming in the air behind him into a colossal, ethereal, demonic figure. The shadowy figure was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, revealing only a pair of enigmatic eyes reminiscent of an abyss, evoking an uncanny sensation. Those eyes were fixed intently on the two women, heralding an extraordinary pressure descending from above. Beneath this oppressive force, it seemed as if the very energies of the surrounding realm grew tumultuous. At that moment, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered, and he swiftly extended his hand, flicking his fingers. Suddenly, a series of spiritual seals shot forth, merging rapidly into the air around him, unleashing waves of astonishing spiritual power. The brilliant array of patterns intertwined like serpents, filling the space within several hundred feet of Jiang Yun with radiant energy, causing the air to ripple as a luminous formation, roughly 100 feet in diameter, emerged around him. Naturally, this commotion caught Xin Kuei's attention. He turned to Jiang Yun, and, upon seeing the glimmering light in his eyes, felt a jolt in his heart. The heart eye? He was well acquainted with this phenomenon, having clashed with spiritual array masters from the vast universe before. However, he had not encountered a practitioner who had comprehended the heart eye state in many years, making this unexpected meeting all the more astonishing. Sensing the roaring waves of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Yun, Xin Kuei realized the opponent was establishing a formidable formation, causing his own attacks to intensify. Yet, Ziyan, Medusa, and Xiaojiu were no ordinary adversaries. While each was individually less powerful than Xin Kuei, their combined efforts and seamless cooperation presented a formidable challenge, making it difficult for him to break through. Standing at the center of the spiritual array, Jiang Yun observed the fierce battle between Medusa, Ziyan, and Xin Kuei in the distance, and his hand gestures shifted dramatically. The demon fire deity, a vast torrent of fire-attributed spiritual energy, rapidly converged towards him, coalescing in the air above the center of the formation into a colossal fire giant nearly 1,000 feet tall. The giant's feet plunged into the fiery ocean of gathered fire-attributed energy below, its immense size causing the very souls of onlookers to tremble. When this giant struck down with a single fist, even the strongest of souls would likely be obliterated to nothingness. This formation was an improvement derived from the legacy of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, whose most powerful combat techniques were of heavenly rank. Techniques Jiang Yun had yet to master. Thus, he was compelled to rely on the formation's strength to tenuously wield such formidable techniques, albeit with a lengthier incantation. Moreover, many powerful techniques required the accompaniment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire to unleash their full potential. It must be said that the pure Lotus Demon Saint and the pure Lotus Demon Fire shared a profound bond. While Jiang Yun could substitute the holy heavenly demon flame for the pure Lotus Demon Fire, he refrained from doing so. Given the presence of the Flame Demon Clan and the Heart Demon Clan among his adversaries, revealing his true power would be akin to crippling himself. He even abstained from employing the dark arts of the Evil Spirit Clan to avoid detection. Fortunately, he had received the legacy of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Otherwise, he would have been left without access to potent combat techniques. Observing the clash between the three once more, Jiang Yun cast a cold smile at Xinqi ahead. Uttering a low command, the demonic fire statue behind him abruptly lifted its fist, resembling a colossal mountain, and struck down toward Xinqi. Medusa's gaze. The ancient dragons roar. In their retreat, Ziyan and Medusa synchronously launched another attack toward Xinqi. Instantly, an eerie petrifying divine light, intertwined with the terrifying dragon's chant, surged towards him. The hand of the demon emperor. Realizing his escape route was blocked, Xinqi let out a furious shout. In the next moment, a massive hand, adorned with mysterious runes, emerged from the demonic shadow behind him, crashing towards the fist suspended in midair with formidable force. Boom! The two colossal entities collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept through the surroundings, the space finally unable to endure such intense impact. A series of cracking sounds echoed as everything shattered into darkness. The very fabric of space ruptured under their confrontation. The dreadful force compelled Xinqi to stagger back, feeling a wave of emptiness within, a manifestation of his excessive consumption of dark energy. Conversely, Jiang Yun remained steadfast, supported by the spirit formation. Though he too had expended considerable energy, he still possessed reserves. Fire Demon Spear. Without granting his opponent a moment to react, the demonic saint statue behind him gently clasped its hand, causing the ocean of flames within the formation to surge violently. Subsequently, a massive, pure white flame spear materialized in the statue's grasp. The towering figure, wielding the formidable spear, swung it down with ferocity, as if intending to cleave heaven and earth asunder. Unsteady on his feet, Xinqi's complexion shifted drastically upon sensing the approaching spear, and he could no longer refrain from shouting to the distant fire demon commander, "You fool, are you ready yet?" The fire demon commander, preoccupied with his own pursuits, had been exploring elsewhere, indifferent to the battle unfolding on the field. Upon hearing Xinqi's bellow, he glanced up and witnessed the spectacle of Xinqi being struck away by the enormous spear. Unable to suppress his disdain, he muttered, "Useless. A supreme being suppressed by mere ants." With a scoff, he stood atop a hill, sensed the surroundings for a moment, and murmured to himself, "This should be the place." As his words fell, he suddenly descended, placing an exceptionally pale hand upon the ground. The familiar tremors stirred his emotions, compelling him to gaze around at those present, his cold visage revealing an eerie smile. Ha ha ha, let us offer our tributes to the return of our king. The fire demon commander grinned ominously, as a black, demonic formation erupted from his palm. Black flames surged from the formation, relentlessly shooting towards the depths of the earth. Boom. Chapter 128, Demon Emperor, Celestial Supreme. Boom. The earth suddenly quaked violently, as enormous fissures rapidly spread across the ground. Swish. Amidst the cracks, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, and suddenly, a beam of black light ascended towards the heavens, unleashing an exceedingly terrifying wave of demonic aura that permeated the very fabric of the universe. This unforeseen event captivated the attention of all present on the battlefield. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Fire's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in horror, "There lies the fallen body of a demon emperor. Is he your target?" At these words, a tremor coursed through the hearts of everyone present. Could it be that beneath the earth, a demon emperor's corpse lay concealed? Indeed, the fierce clash of two formidable presences atop the mountain, enduring for millennia, could only belong to the celestial sovereign and the celestial demon emperor. A smirk appeared on Xian Kuei's face as he abruptly retreated, observing the scene with a slight smile before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Now, behold the might of our clan's demon emperor. What of the true dragon clan or the nine-colored devouring python? Before our esteemed master, they are but defeated foes. Today, you are fortunate to witness this spectacle, rendering your demise without regret. Boom. At the moment Xian Kuei's words fell, the ground below began to tremble violently. From the fissures, demonic energy spread from the deepest depths of the earth, as if a colossal, boundless shadow of a demon was slowly rising. This shadow emerged from the endless abyss, towering above the earth, embodying the essence of a sovereign among demons. Medusa and Ziyan's pupils constricted as they gazed at the imposing shadow, which bore a striking resemblance to the members of the Flame Demon clan, yet the oppressive aura it exuded was incomparable to that of the present Flame Demon warriors. "This is troublesome," Jiang Yun murmured, witnessing this scene, for the first time feeling that events had spiraled beyond his control. In a world where countless powers converged, all calculations seemed as fragile as paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Now, the one wielding such overwhelming power was their adversary, which posed a significant dilemma. Should he display the Holy Celestial Demon Flame and masquerade as the heir of the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor? Surely, by rallying under the banner of the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor, the three of them would be safe. This thought briefly flickered in Jiang Yun's mind, but was swiftly discarded. It was a desperate measure, fraught with too many loopholes and lacking feasibility. Our royal lineage returns, and let it be celebrated with the bloodline of the myriad realms. The Flame Demon leader gazed reverently at the colossal shadow, casting a chilling smile at all present. Boom. At that moment, the entire space quaked violently, and the massive mountains in the background trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. What is happening? The sudden turn of events caused the Flame Demon leader's expression to change, and he spoke solemnly. Bang! As the echoes of the roar faded, the colossal mountains trembled, and a peak erupted with a sudden explosion, transforming into a cascade of rubble and dust before the astonished gazes of onlookers. Simultaneously, a crimson flame ascended languidly. A torrent of fire reminiscent of apocalyptic infernos surged forth from the depths of the mountains, ultimately coalescing into raging waves of flame that rushed toward the heavens. With a roar that resonated through the air, the shadowy figure of a demon sensed the fiery tempest, and in an instant, the overwhelming demonic energy morphed into a black sea of fire, charging toward the oncoming inferno. The two formidable forces collided, each eroding the other, enveloping the entire realm in a suffocating pressure that made the very fabric of existence tremble. Evil shall be vanquished. With that proclamation, an ethereal silhouette emerged, striding across the fiery waves. Clad in crimson, the figure radiated an incandescent glow, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet, his towering presence stood unwavering, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to transcend the bounds of the universe. All the formidable beings present gazed upon this figure, regardless of their prior ranks, and felt their inner energies stir uncontrollably. Those with lesser physical prowess felt their spiritual energies erupt violently, some even spewing blood in shock, instinctively averting their eyes. Unable to withstand the sight, this presence, even after millennia of decay, exuded such a potent force that merely gazing upon it could inflict harm. What unfathomable power was this? How terrifying! Ziyan and Medusa clutched their chests, struggling to breathe, even their exhalations tinged with a searing heat. In that moment, they profoundly felt the might of the heavenly sovereign, and a fervent longing for that exalted realm blossomed in their hearts. Sensing the discomfort of the two women beside him, Jiang Yun clasped their hands, channeling black and white spiritual energy into them to alleviate their inner turmoil. His gaze swept across the assembly, his soul's consciousness poised to activate the illusory Qingming Tower within his spiritual sea, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Everything hinged on self-preservation. Any notions of legacy were but illusions. The entire venue was shrouded in a deathly silence, all strong beings transfixed on the two towering figures, clearly awestruck by the overwhelming aura emanating from them. This astonishment lingered for what felt like an eternity before some gradually regained their composure. That is the heavenly sovereign of our realm. Tremulous voices erupted, laden with profound reverence. The despair that had gripped the crowd moments before dissipated upon the sight of the Emperor of Flames, igniting a resurgence of hope, as if they had been granted a second lease on life. Simultaneously, a flicker of greed ignited within the hearts of many. Their presence here was driven by a singular desire, the inheritance of the other party. The ever-burning body, among the most formidable of the 10 primordial manifestations in this vast cosmos, represented unparalleled strength. Should they acquire it, they would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of existence within the grand universe, stepping into the elusive realm of the celestial sovereign. Could this indeed be the celestial sovereign, the very legacy they sought? At this moment, Jiang Yun gazed curiously at the figure, the master of the ever-burning body, a being of unparalleled fire within this universe, second only to the holy celestial demon emperor. Had he not fallen prematurely, he might have very well attained the level of the holy celestial demon emperor. Behind Jiang Yun, Medusa and Xian, too, could not suppress their curiosity, gazing upward in wonder. What of the celestial sovereign? Our lord is invincible. Unlike the jubilant crowd from the vast universe, the infernal demon leader's eyes glowed a fiery red, and he let out a frenzied roar. He then turned to the crowd, revealing a sinister smile that sent shivers down their spines. Members of the infernal demon clan, heed my command, he bellowed, and in unison, the surviving members of the clan responded with a thunderous shout. We welcome the return of our ancestor. Following a piercing cry, the members of the infernal demon clan momentarily fell silent before collectively breaking into maniacal smiles, leaving the crowd from the grand universe in a state of shock. Boom, boom, boom. At the instant the infernal demon leader's voice echoed, a series of self-destructive explosions erupted among the infernal demon clan members. Jiang Yun, Huidu, Lian, and others were horrified to witness the foreign evil beings exploding one after another. Dense demonic energy, mingled with black blood and flesh, splattered forth, ultimately merging into the shadow of the demon. As the countless waves of demonic energy and flesh surged forth, two crimson beams slowly opened within the shadow, the eyes of the entity. With each widening of those blood-red eyes, the oppressive force emanating from it intensified. The previously contending malevolence and sea of flames began to dim, gradually succumbing to the encroaching evil, now clearly at a disadvantage. Without external reinforcement, defeat was merely a matter of time. The explosions continued unabated, transforming the entire mountain range into a sea of black blood. The onlookers gazed in horror at the scene before them. The overwhelming demonic energy, combined with the bloodlust and rancor birthed from the earlier battle, surged relentlessly into the demon's shadow, amplifying its aura with each passing moment. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air as the ground below quaked violently, fracturing and releasing a torrent of demonic energy. A beam of demonic light pierced through the ancient formation sealing this place, tearing through the heavens and racing toward the shadow of the demon. A hand adorned with fiery runes emerged, and with its appearance, the surrounding sky shattered in layers, unleashing an aura of magic that sent chills down one's spine. Boom. The crowd, caught in a flurry of unexpected events, stared vacantly, their eyes fixated on the fusion of the demon emperor's hand and the shadow of darkness. As these two entities merged, the colossal shadow erupted with a terrifying roar, a tempest of magic surging forth, hinting at an indescribable wave of dread that was slowly taking form. Ha ha. The hand of the demon emperor is the palm of my clan's ancestor. With the aid of the demon emperor's hand, I shall undoubtedly ascend as the new demon emperor. The flame demon commander laughed maniacally, his face alight with fervor as he gazed upon the obsidian shadow. With a thunderous crash, he too exploded, but unlike the others, a black flame intertwined with a trace of soul energy surged towards the shadow. What a lunatic, yet I still wish you success, Xin Kuei thought to himself as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. As the flames entered the shadow, its crimson eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality, as if resurrected. Run. He has successfully activated the demon emperor's hand. His power now approaches that of the celestial sovereign. We must flee. At that moment, Huidu finally regained his senses. Realizing the escalating threat of the shadow, and bellowed as he brandished the dimensional shuttler, striking at the surrounding space. At this juncture, concerns of inheritance were irrelevant. Survival was paramount. Run! Huadu's urgent shout jolted everyone awake. Feeling the overwhelming power that pressed upon them, a shiver ran through each person, prompting them to produce their life-saving tokens and hastily flee. Xiaoyan, we must leave at once. Xian and Medusa, sensing the crowd's frantic movements, hurriedly urged Jiang Yun. If their opponent were merely a soul realm expert, or even a sovereign, they might have dared to fight, but against a celestial sovereign, they knew it was beyond their capabilities. This could spell trouble, Jiang Yun sighed, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Xian and Medusa exchanged astonished glances before turning their eyes skyward. Indeed, they witnessed the collective failure of everyone's dimensional escape techniques. As the realization dawned that no means of escape remained, panic surged through the crowd, akin to ants on a hot pan. Once it became apparent that escape was utterly impossible, Xian and Medusa's expressions dimmed. Xian cast a resentful glance at the shadow, then, in a sudden flash, leaned in to kiss Jiang Yun. The soft, icy touch caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned by her unexpected action. Beside them, Medusa stared in wide-eyed disbelief before quickly averting her gaze, her clenched and then relaxed fists revealing the turmoil within her heart. Jiang Yun gazed at the enchanting Xian, her large eyes wide with surprise as she forcefully kissed him. At that moment, a delicate flush enveloped her slender figure, the soft, fair skin radiating a gentle pink glow that was utterly intoxicating. Suddenly, a slick sensation coursed through his mind, prompting Jiang Yun to hastily push Xian away. Observing her blushing countenance, he quipped, "Do you really lack so much confidence? Can we not escape this predicament?" "I do not know," she replied. "But I only know that without experiencing Xiao Yun, I would never find peace in death. I have craved you for over a decade." Indeed, she found it sweet, the most delectable thing she had ever tasted. As she looked directly at Jiang Yun, a brilliant smile illuminated her face, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, adding an extra layer of allure. Jiang Yun chuckled and shook his head, recalling how she had drooled upon their first meeting, a far cry from this current desire. "Hey, why not give it a try? After all, we are uncertain of our survival. I shall simply turn a blind eye. If we miss this opportunity, it may never come again." At this moment, having savored the memory, Xian called out to the aloof Medusa, who had turned her head away. Medusa, upon hearing this, glanced back, her usually cold and enchanting visage momentarily betraying a rare fluster. Instinctively, she looked at Jiang Yun, and her typically alluring face was now tinged with an unusual flush, rendering her even more captivating. "Shameless," she muttered under her breath, turning away to disregard Xian's words. You shall regret this," Xian retorted, observing Medusa's indifference. If not for their shared experiences during this expedition, her perception of Medusa had shifted, and their relationship had thawed. She mused whether she would have been so generous otherwise. However, given Medusa's current aloofness, should they survive and return, she contemplated how she might punish her for this slight. As she regarded Medusa's alluring silhouette, a mischievous idea struck her. An excitement bubbled within. She resolved to let Medusa be the last to enter, anticipating how amusing her expression would be then. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained disengaged from the playful banter, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the encroaching crimson sea of flames that was steadily overwhelming their surroundings. Chapter 129, The Sixth. Great Flame Emperor, you have been dead for millennia. How can an ancient relic of the past stand against me? Boom. In the sky, a torrent of demonic energy surged violently, akin to an ominous black cloud overshadowing the entire expanse of the ruins. Amidst the darkness, only a singular, fiery red sea remained, where a phantom figure resisted the encroaching darkness, striving to preserve the last vestiges of light in this world. As they watched the great flame emperor gradually succumb to the encroaching shadows, despair washed over everyone. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Cackling, if I can refine you, combined with my current demon emperor's hand, it would significantly enhance my chances of ascending to the demon emperor realm. At that moment, the towering shadow of the demon emitted a sound reminiscent of thunder, its crimson eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, fixated upon the blazing red flames within the Vampire Emperor. If it were to amalgamate the legacies of both the Vampire Emperor and the Flame Demon Ancestor, it would surely ascend to an even more profound realm. With this thought, the shadow was unable to contain its fervent desire. Boom. It struck with a powerful hand, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that transformed into a colossal demonic seal, imbued with indescribable force, aimed directly at the Vampire Emperor's ethereal form. Buzz. Sensing the impending attack, the ethereal visage of the Vampire Emperor seemed to awaken, his eyes sparkling with vitality. With a mere flick of his sleeve, boundless flames surged forth, akin to radiant auroras, repelling the demonic seal. The familiar aura. Yes, the flame demon. The celestial demon emperor. Fragmented words escaped the Vampire Emperor's lips, as if his consciousness were fragmented, struggling to articulate. But upon uttering the title of the celestial demon emperor, an endless brilliance coalesced in his eyes. In the next instant, his eyes, brilliant like the stars, opened wide, containing the essence of the cosmic cosmos, exuding an intoxicating allure. A force that transcended the heavens and earth, seemingly suppressing the entire world, erupted suddenly. The Vampire Emperor's residual consciousness had awakened. You are not the Vampire Emperor. His gaze fell upon the shadow, shaking his head. Even if I am not the ancestor, you are not the true Vampire Emperor. In my current state, I am more than capable of vanquishing you. Gather. The flame demon leader sneered, releasing a long howl. As the overwhelming demonic energy began to compress, the massive shadow visibly shrinking, while a terrifying power coalesced. An aura of dread permeated the space, unsettling the remaining powerful beings of the vast world. Fortunately, they had formidable allies. Lifting their heads, they beheld the magnificent figure, momentarily stunned. Before the likes of Fire City and Li Yin exclaimed in astonishment, the Vampire Emperor. To their amazement, the residual will of the Vampire Emperor had coalesced at the final moment. Did this mean they were saved? Ha ha ha, the legendary Vampire Emperor. I have already acquired the ancestor's power. You are but a fragment of consciousness. Better to obediently become my sustenance on the path to the celestial demon emperor. Allow me to lead you back to the pinnacle of the world. As the flame demon leader compressed the demonic shadow, he gazed at the awakened will and laughed heartily. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow your evil to run rampant. The Vampire Emperor regarded his adversary with a serene, yet grave expression. With those words, his gaze swept over the crowd below, beginning to survey them. May the Emperor slay the demons. Sensing the Vampire Emperor's scrutiny, the crowd hastily voiced their declarations. This was the moment to showcase their allegiance. With the appearance of the Vampire Emperor's will, it signified that the legacy was within reach. They understood that by leaving a favorable impression, they might seize the opportunity to inherit the legacy. Moreover, this situation was indeed a deadlock. The sudden emergence of a glimmer of hope compelled them to seize it tightly, even if it were not the revered inheritance of the eternal flames. The mere hint of such formidable power would suffice to satiate their hunger. Could it truly be approached in this manner? Ziyin and Medusa gazed at the unfolding scene, momentarily dumbfounded, feeling for the first time their own youthfulness, unable to match the audacity of the others. In midair, the Emperor of Eternal Flames cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, pausing momentarily upon the figure of Huidu, and with a sense of gratification, remarked, I never expected that after countless eons, this solitary spirit of mine would finally behold the descendants. Upon utterance of the Emperor's words, a wave of astonishment cascaded through the crowd, disbelief etched upon their faces as their gazes flitted between the two. Are you the ancestor of my fire spirit clan? Huidu, equally bewildered, stared in astonishment at the Emperor of Eternal Flames. As a member of the fire spirit clan, he had never realized that his lineage had once possessed such affluence. Jiang Yun too exhibited surprise. Could it be that 5 millennia ago, the Eternal Flames were overseen by the fire spirit clan? Their strength at that time was akin to that of the 5 ancient clans, standing atop the vast universe. Was it indeed the case that there existed 10 ancient clans, each possessing a primordial body of inheritance? Yet, it was only after the fall of the Emperor of Eternal Flames, a pinnacle of celestial supremacy, alongside his loyal kin, that the fire spirit clans suffered grievous injuries, plummeting from their once lofty status to their current plight, unable to summon even a semblance of a top-tier powerhouse. Contemplating this hypothesis, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered. The fire spirit clan was an ancient race within the vast universe. If their ancestors bore such illustrious renown, it would not be without merit. The fire spirit clan served as the stepping stone for the destined child, the Flame Emperor. Thus, what lineage did the Ice Spirit clan, the foundation of the martial ancestor, possess? If Xiaoyin practiced the Eternal Flames and Lin Dong derived another primordial body's legacy from the Ice Spirit clan, each, through their innate talents, forged their own paths, leading them to the pinnacle of celestial supremacy within a mere century. This also elucidated how both could transcend the threshold of celestial supremacy, ascending to the celestial rankings and achieving dominion. It is worth noting that the esteemed Qing Shan Sword Saint, who stood alongside them, ultimately did not transcend. Just as Jiang Yun pondered these matters, the Emperor of Eternal Flames cast a complex glance at Huidu, waved his sleeve, and a mystic light descended into Huidu's brow amidst the fervent gazes of the assembly. At that moment, a singular thought resonated among all. The inheritance had been bestowed upon Huidu. The crowd regarded Huidu and the Emperor of Eternal Flames with intricate emotions. Indeed, having someone in the court made matters easier, and as a fellow member of the Fire Spirit clan, the Emperor naturally felt a closer affinity to Huidu. Faced with the complex, fervent, and piercing gazes of the crowd, Huidu, however, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Only he understood that the gift from the Emperor of Eternal Flames was neither the inheritance of the Eternal Flames nor the illustrious 36 unparalleled divine arts. It was not even a singular divine art, but rather a profound technique named the Fire Control Art. Although this was indeed precious, it paled in comparison to the previous two. He gazed at the Emperor of Flames, opening his mouth, but ultimately lacking the courage to speak. At that moment, the Emperor of Flames disregarded the complex expression of the Fire City and directed his smile towards Jiang Yun, saying, "Today, in our quest to vanquish the demons, we shall require the strength of our young friend." Upon the Emperor's utterance, all eyes fell upon Jiang Yun and his companions. Astonished that amidst the multitude of Supreme Emperors present, he had chosen a mere celestial realm cultivator. At that moment, no one paid heed to the presence of a celestial realm, for with the arrival of the Heavenly Demon Emperor and the Emperor of Flames, the suppression of the heavens and earth was lifted. The cultivations of the beings from the vast world had been restored, all at the supreme level. The weakest being a first-grade supreme, while the mightiest was the Fire City, a seventh-grade supreme. To them, a celestial realm was but an insignificant insect. Who would concern themselves with 3 such insects, even if they bore unique identities? The recent vivid memory of the 9-colored devouring python and the ancient void dragon lingered still. Yet, potential is merely potential. Ultimately, Jiang Yun and his companions were at a disadvantage in terms of strength. No one regarded them as adversaries, only defining them as entities not to be trifled with due to the special status of Ziyin and the Medusa divine beast. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurred, as the Emperor of Flames had actually taken a liking to the seemingly weak Jiang Yun. The thought of him possibly obtaining the Emperor of Flames' legacy filled many with a dark resentment. They clearly had not anticipated that amidst a host of supreme beings, the Emperor of Flames would choose Jiang Yun, a celestial realm cultivator. If that were the case, would not a portion of the Emperor of Flames' legacy also belong to Jiang Yun? It was one thing for the Fire City, a relative of the Emperor of Flames, to be favored by their ancestor. After all, it was only natural for a progenitor to care for their descendants, bolstered by a formidable background and strength that deterred any contention. However, Jiang Yun was different, despite having 2 divine beasts as companions, which might suggest an impressive backing. Their actual power here was a glaring shortcoming. Upon this realization, jealousy surged in some eyes, unable to be concealed. Jiang Yun, unexpectedly the target of such attention, was taken aback. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "To assist the esteemed elder in vanquishing the demons is a duty I cannot refuse. However, my strength is lacking, and I fear I may not bear such a significant responsibility." The Emperor of Flames waved his hand dismissively, scrutinizing Jiang Yun with a meaningful gaze, stating, "We are destined to cross paths. You are the best candidate." A stir within Jiang Yun's heart revealed that the Emperor had discerned the marks of the burning technique upon him. Looking into the Emperor's smiling eyes, he felt an unsettling anxiety. With a swift thought, Jiang Yun discreetly grasped the delicate hands of Ziyin and Medusa. As the Azure Ming Tower within his soul's sea radiated a mysterious light, with an apologetic tone, he said, "My strength is feeble. I fear I cannot shoulder such a great task. Brother Fire City possesses exceptional power and is a member of the imperial lineage, making him the most suitable candidate." As Jiang Yun uttered these words, all present were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his apparent madness in rejecting such an opportunity that was almost within his grasp. Although Jiang Yun was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, the appearance of the great Emperor of Flames instilled in him a sense of the extraordinary. The latter claimed a connection with him, likely due to the Fiery Sutra, which Jiang Yun had once harnessed to refine the sacred Heavenly Demon Flame, a fact he suspected had been discerned by the Emperor. However, he pondered whether the Emperor could also perceive the sacred Heavenly Demon Flame within him. The thought sent a chill down Jiang Yun's spine, given the Emperor's character. Should he uncover this secret, he might not merely strike him down on the spot, but instead would likely have far grander schemes in mind. At that moment, as he observed the Emperor, Jiang Yun felt a surge of revulsion towards him. His unexpected refusal astonished the crowd and exceeded the Emperor's expectations. Initially taken aback, the Emperor quickly regained his composure and coldly stated, "Eradicating evil is the duty of my people. Though you possess limited strength, I have my means to assist you. You need not worry. I shall take care of everything. Come forth." Upon finishing his words, the Emperor projected a beam of willpower directly towards Jiang Yun's crown. Sensing the ominous shift, Jiang Yun recognized the danger, and both Medusa and Ziyin cried out in alarm. Yet, The terrifying pressure from the Emperor rendered them immobile, leaving them helplessly watching as the luminous streak drew ever closer to Jiang Yun. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of mysterious spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Yun's crown, hurtling into the vast azure skies, effortlessly repelling the Emperor's will. Who dares? The great Emperor of Flames reappeared, his form now dimmed significantly, his expression grim as he regarded the figure enveloped in the radiant column of energy. It was indeed a disgrace for a revered celestial supreme to bully a mere cultivator of the celestial realm. At that moment, numerous azure points of light began to manifest on Jiang Yun's surface, growing increasingly luminous. These mysterious azure lights vibrated intensely, intertwining to form a dense network of azure beams that swiftly expanded outward. A low hum resonated as a mysterious azure ancient tower began to take shape. The tower, ancient and towering 7 stories high, emanated a profound aura, suffused with azure luminescence and intricate, mysterious patterns, pulsating with wild energy. A transcendent artifact of celestial quality. The great Emperor of Flames remarked, observing the tower with contemplation. Those who have wronged me shall witness the true capabilities of the legendary Great Emperor of Flames. As Qing Ming materialized, he waved his hand, drawing Jiang Yun and his companions into his being, and addressed the great Emperor in a deep voice. Upon concluding his words, Qing Ming clasped his hands together, and from his palms emerged a small, enigmatic tower. As soon as the tower appeared, it radiated like a crystalline sun, suppressing the brilliance of the entire cosmos. With a tremor, the tower emitted a stream of azure radiance, containing an extraordinarily profound power. The radiant light surged forth, directly aimed at the Emperor of 10,000 Flames. A mere projection of an extraordinary celestial artifact dares to obstruct me and leave me behind. With a resounding howl, a vast sea of flames rolled in, wildly converging before him, and after a few breaths, it transformed into a crimson fireball, no larger than a human head. This fireball resembled a great sun. As it emerged, the surrounding space crumbled as if unable to bear its weight. It represented a flame compressed to its utmost limits. Boom! In the next instant, the fireball shot forth towards the radiant light, leaving a trail of collapsing space in its wake. Such a simple maneuver possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. However, observing the impending collision, Qing Ming wore a peculiar smile, raised his hand in a sweeping motion, shattered the space, and his figure flickered away in a fluid motion. By the time the Emperor of 10,000 Flames regained his senses, Qing Ming's presence had vanished from the spot. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the fireball, unobstructed, pierced through the radiant light and struck the very place where Qing Ming had just stood, incinerating the entire mountain range. Yet, the expression on the Emperor's face was far from pleasant. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere weapon. Roar! At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from behind, revealing a pitch-black, demonic figure slowly approaching him, the infernal demon lord, who had completed his power consolidation. The Emperor of 10,000 Flames cast a glance at the bewildered group of Huidu, still reeling from the recent turn of events, and let out a quiet sigh. Chapter 130, Return. The Emperor of 10,000 Flames had indeed discerned the traces of the everlasting fire body within Jiang Yun's cultivation. However, he also recognized the familiar yet loathsome flame within him, the sacred heavenly demonic flame. While others might mistake it, he, as the sole being capable of rivaling the sacred heavenly demon emperor in the path of flames, would recognize it even in death. This revelation greatly exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated the arrival of a destined individual to inherit his legacy, only to discover that this fated being was an adversary. What? You claim to be an ally? Do not jest. How can one harbor the sacred heavenly demonic flame and still be considered a friend? Am I truly losing my sight? Or has the sacred heavenly demon emperor lost his edge? Moreover, the fact that Jiang Yun, an outsider from the evil tribes, was cultivating a spiritual power system only compounded the emperor's concerns. With the presence of the 9-colored devouring python and the true dragon clan by Jiang Yun's side, he felt an urgent need to ascertain whether the foreign evil tribes had infiltrated the divine beast continent. He was undoubtedly a hawkish figure, adhering to a principle of better to kill wrongly than to let slip, and he was resolute that this time he would not err. All these factors led the Emperor of 10,000 Flames to a firm resolution. Jiang Yun must not leave alive. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Yun displayed such caution in the face of the celestial sovereign's legacy that it compelled him to intervene forcefully, ultimately leading to Jiang Yun overturning the table. Summoning the Qing Ming Tower, in the face of this extraordinary celestial artifact's projection, the Emperor's fragmented will clearly suffered an unseen setback. As he prepared to immolate himself, utterly eradicating his opponent, he was taken aback by the cunning of the Qing Ming Tower, which eluded him with remarkable ease. Showing no regard for the prestige of the unparalleled sacred artifact, The artifact, undoubtedly crafted by a master of deception, left the Emperor of 10,000 Flames seething with frustration, nearly dissipating on the spot. Were the youth of this generation devoid of the dignity befitting true power? With a heart filled with resentment, the Emperor had no time to lament, for behind him, the infernal demon commander had already coalesced, approaching with a sinister cackle. Let this world offer the most opulent funeral for my birth. The infernal demon commander, shrouded in overwhelming malevolence, laughed heartily, raising both arms in triumph as he gazed at the Emperor of 10,000 Flames. Had they fought earlier, he would have possessed only a 30% chance of subduing his adversary, but now, having absorbed the energy from the recently consumed celestial sacred artifact, his confidence surged to 70%. The thought of the opponent's legacy ignited a fervor within the infernal demon commander, as if the gates of the celestial demon emperor were slowly opening for him. Infernal demon spear. A torrent of black flames erupted from his mouth, and moments later, he withdrew a pitch-black spear of flame from within, radiating an intensely scorching aura. Annihilate the demons, annihilate the demons. Sensing the perilous energy emanating from the spear, the Emperor of 10,000 Flames bellowed, fully igniting himself, his aura swelling as he rushed towards the infernal demon commander. As for the others, he could no longer concern himself with them. Perishing in the battlefield against the wicked demons was, after all, a worthy demise. Had the others known the Emperor's thoughts, they would have surely cursed his ancestors, for he was but a remnant of a soul long past. Afraid of death? They were still young, life had just begun. However, this did not sway the Emperor's resolve. The clash between two near-supreme beings sent terrifying ripples across the already ravaged continent. Just as it commenced, the land splintered further, this miniature world hurtling towards destruction. With a thunderous roar, the small world shattered completely, countless streams of chaotic void engulfing the remnants and dragging them into the unknown. Cursed old fool, even in death, you cannot rest. In the vast, boundless void, the infernal demon commander, clutching his chest, glared with crimson eyes, his voice laced with venom. He had never anticipated that, at the final moment, the Emperor of 10,000 Flames would outmaneuver him. A mere remnant soul could still self-destruct. His fortune, his path to becoming the celestial demon emperor, had all slipped away. How could this not pierce his heart with agony? The Emperor of 10,000 Flames, bereft of hope, turned his gaze towards Huadu, the one who seemed to have inherited his legacy. Yet, just as he was about to strike, his ephemeral surge of power waned. The might of the Celestial Supreme dissipating, leaving him with only the original realm of the 9th rank Supreme. Moreover, the opponent tore open the Space Jade slip, from which emanated a menacing aura that deterred him from advancing further. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as the Fire Clan departed, while he remained in this endless void. Grappling with his own disarray, he gazed at the distant tempest of space, where meteors occasionally streaked across the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars. Meanwhile, the Heart Koei, casting a glance at the ill-tempered fire demon leader, remarked indifferently, "You have obtained what you desired. Our collaboration has reached its conclusion." After venting his frustrations, the fire demon leader had regained his composure and spoke to Heart Koei in a subdued tone. "I must thank you for your assistance this time. Should you require my support in the future, I shall surely offer it." Nodding in acknowledgement, Heart Koei reflected on his efforts, which not only yielded the rewards he deserved, but also secured a promise from a promising member of the Fire Clan, marking a bountiful endeavor. As he turned to depart, a thought struck him, and he abruptly inquired, "I recall that this area is under the influence of your Fire Clan, is it not?" Furrowing his brow, the fire demon leader replied softly, "Our ancestral land lies in the northern regions of the vast world. This territory belongs to the west. Although it is quite distant from our ancestral domain, there exists a minor clan here that is affiliated with us. I believe they are known as the Fire Evil Clan. What are your intentions?" "Ah, naturally, I intend to seek that brat." Heart Koei scoffed coldly, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity, fixated on Jiang Yun, the individual who had caused him considerable distress. That fellow possesses a celestial-grade extraordinary artifact for protection. He is certainly not an insignificant character. Are you certain you wish to provoke him? The fire demon leader was aware of Jiang Yun, for not everyone bore a celestial-grade artifact. He hesitated, considering Heart Koei's evident awareness of the formidable connections involved, yet still pursuing confrontation. "We are not the same. Our strengths are disparate. The celestial realm and the physical body small 3 are surely out of their depth in this relic. And do you not find their combination rather peculiar?" Heart Koei shook his head, a glimmer of insight in his eyes as he analyzed the situation. "Indeed, it is somewhat odd." After Heart Koei's assertion, the fire demon leader pondered deeply, recognizing the strangeness of the trio's alliance. Humans, the 9-colored devouring serpent, and the true dragon clan, while the former may be set aside, The latter two, despite both being apex divine beasts of the vast world, shared a tenuous relationship. Furthermore, the nine-colored devouring serpent was a top-tier entity even among its own kind. How could it have allowed them to escape so easily? Upon further reflection, the situation indeed seemed perplexing. What do you imply? The fire demon leader queried, believing such cerebral matters were best left to specialists. I speculate that they may hail from a lower realm. After a moment of contemplation, Hart Kue ventured a bold hypothesis. Are you jesting? Which lower realm could possibly gather such an assemblage of elite bloodlines? Moreover, do not forget, they possess celestial-grade extraordinary artifacts. Are such things even found in lower realms? The conjecture posed by Xingqai startled the flame demon leader, who instinctively retorted. Furrowing his brows and pondering, Xingqai began to doubt his own judgment. He recognized that this hypothesis was exceedingly audacious. However, when all seems impossible, the most improbable possibility may indeed be the ultimate truth. Shaking his head, Xingqai spoke in a low voice. Regardless of the truth, the remaining fragments of that ancient battlefield have yet to be discovered, and the likelihood of finding them in this area is considerable. Should we succeed, it would yield significant rewards. Very well, I shall notify the Fire Evil clan, urging them to fully cooperate with your search of this region. As for myself, I fear I must enter a profound state of seclusion. Take good care of yourself. Nodding, the flame demon leader acquiesced, recognizing that he owed Xingqai a substantial debt of gratitude. Out of this sense of indebtedness, he would indeed assist his counterpart. May you swiftly ascend to the realm of the Demon Emperor. I appreciate your kind words, dear brother Xingqai. I too wish you an expeditious breakthrough in your cultivation. Let us inspire one another. As the two departed, this ethereal space once again succumbed to an ancient tranquility. Within the confines of the life and death gate, two graceful figures stood atop a mountain, their gazes fixed intently upon the distorted space. Sister Medical Sage, with Elder Qingming having just departed, it must be that Brother Jiangyun and Sister Xian are returning. Qinglin exclaimed, her voice a blend of excitement and apprehension as she addressed the medical sage beside her. After more than a year of cultivation, Qinglin had advanced from a great Dou master to a 9-star Dou Wang, an astonishingly rapid progression. Only with the aid of the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent and the ample resources left by Jiangyun could she have achieved such swift elevation. Presently, the twin-headed fire spirit serpent and the 8-winged black serpent king no longer posed any challenge to her. The thought of Jiangyun's impending return filled Qinglin with exhilaration. She yearned to share this joyous news with him, for she was no longer the fragile girl in need of protection. It should be so. The medical sage echoed her excitement, though she remained more composed than Qinglin. Nodding, she spoke softly. Her gaze remained fixed on the warped space, and she too felt a tinge of nervousness. Although she was unaware of the perils Jiangyun and Xian faced in their training, she surmised that it must be fraught with danger. If anything were to befall them, she truly did not know how she would cope. I wonder if Brother Jiangyun and Sister Xian will be astonished by Qinglin's current strength. Qinglin was eagerly anticipating the expressions on their faces. Suddenly, she adopted a playful demeanor, teasingly remarking, her tone laced with mischief. The medical sage, upon hearing this, smiled subtly. Indeed, while Qinglin was exuberant, she too shared a similar sentiment. She was curious about Jiangyun's reaction to her current cultivation level. Hee. As the two conversed, a sudden rift of darkness opened within the space, and under their tense gazes, a man accompanied by 2 women gracefully stepped forth from the void. The trio, distinguished by their exceptional grace and poise, emerged from the abyss and firmly established themselves in the air, their robes and hair dancing lightly in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of celestial beings. After safely escorting the 3 individuals, Qingming retreated into Jiangyun's consciousness to recuperate, as saving others should not deplete one's energy. The toll had been immense, requiring several months for recovery. Brother Jiangyun. Before the trio could regain their composure, 2 delighted voices rang out in succession. Upon looking up, they were greeted by the excited figures of Qinglin and the little medical fairy. It was indeed Qinglin and the little medical fairy. Seeing the 2 women, Jiangyun's tense expression softened into a gentle smile. Medusa, observing the imminent embrace from the 2 women towards Jiangyun, furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a pang of discomfort as she turned her head away. I have missed you so much, Qinglin, little medical fairy. Just then, an exuberant voice resonated, and in the next moment, the 2 women, about to leap into Jiangyun's arms, were intercepted by Xian. Noticing this scene, Medusa, who had previously worn a cold expression, was suddenly uplifted by a charming smile from a concealed corner. Xian, with one arm around each of the women, held them tightly, creating an astonishingly picturesque scene. To her surprise, within just over a year, Qinglin had grown remarkably, exhibiting an aura of potential dominance, while the little medical fairy, in comparison, appeared somewhat ordinary in their presence. Sister Xian lamented the intercepted Qinglin and little medical fairy, their voices tinged with resignation. All right, Xian, let them go. We can reminisce later. Our immediate concern is to replenish our energy. Jiang Yun, observing the situation with an amused shake of his head, intervened. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Xian immediately regained her composure, reluctantly releasing Qinglin and the little medical fairy. Truth be told, embracing the two soft figures had been quite comforting, akin to holding two oversized pillows. Jiang Yun, shall we revert to the fighting energy system? Medusa inquired, her brow furrowed. Having experienced the spiritual energy system, she recognized its superior potential compared to the fighting energy system and was naturally reluctant to relinquish her enhanced strength. Upon hearing Medusa's remark, even Xian looked at Jiang Yun with longing. She too preferred the spiritual energy and the system that accompanied it. Alas, we are currently in the fighting energy continent, devoid of any source of spiritual energy. Even if we were to cultivate the spiritual energy system, it would be futile. Jiang Yun sighed, gazing at the two women. The spiritual energy system fundamentally relied on spiritual energy for cultivation, which was entirely incompatible with fighting energy. He could indeed devise a formation to convert fighting energy into spiritual energy, yet the limitations were too great, rendering it unworthy of the effort. Chapter 131, Emergence from Seclusion. In the continent of Dou Qi, if one continuously cultivates spiritual energy without replenishment, they will eventually deplete their reserves. To rectify this, Jiang Yun devised a conversion array to restore the spiritual energy, a process that proved to be excessively cumbersome. The trio could venture to the vast world for training, yet they had pressing matters to attend to in the Dou Qi continent, making it unwise to recklessly pursue the grand world. Thus, reverting to the Dou Qi cultivation system emerged as the most prudent and convenient approach. The ancient Dragon Emperor had yet to be rescued, and numerous opportunities within the Dou Qi continent remained undiscovered, all of which necessitated strength. Furthermore, the cultivation system of Dou Qi was not devoid of merits. The spatial forces within this realm were remarkably vibrant, rendering it an exceptional environment for enlightenment. After absorbing Jiang Yun's explanation, even though Medusa and Xian felt a twinge of reluctance, they acquiesced to his counsel. They had just perceived a slight discomfort, as if the very heavens were repelling them. Given their current prowess, they had attained the rank of Dozuan. In the Dou Qi continent, a Dozuan could adeptly wield spatial energy and had a high degree of affinity with the world. This sense of repulsion was unprecedented since their cultivation began. This realization compelled the two women to understand that if they wished to remain in the Dou Qi continent, they must revert to the cultivation system. Despite their hesitations, they bore no resentment. They resolved to formally cultivate spiritual energy only when all matters were resolved, and they truly ascended to the vast realm. They considered this experience a mere rehearsal. The trio promptly settled into a meditative posture within the gates of life and death, reverting to the Dou Qi system. The energy here was rich, making it an excellent locale for their endeavor. The Dou Qi system was familiar territory for them, and they effortlessly sensed the Dou Qi energy in the surroundings. After expelling the spiritual energy from their bodies, they began to restore their Dou Qi with ease. The transformation of high-level energy into low-level energy prevented the earlier conflict of spiritual energies. When spiritual energy once surged into their bodies, the inferior quality of their internal Dou Qi led to a natural resistance, resulting in conflict. Now, however, the quality of their internal spiritual energy surpassed that of the external Dou Qi, ensuring that the latter could not contend with it unless they permitted it to. Consequently, energy conflict ceased, and under their deliberate control, the transformation to Dou Qi was successfully completed. Jiang Yun's strength reached the rank of 9-star Dozuan. Xian attained 2-star Dozuan, while Medusa, the most powerful among them, stood at the pinnacle of 3-star Dozuan. Remarkably, within just over a year, their strengths had significantly advanced, each crossing a major boundary, with Xian even surpassing 2. Suddenly, 3 immense auras permeated the heavens, distorting the sky, as a colossal energy vortex, spanning 100 feet, converged from the outside world to descend heavily upon the seated figures. Unexpectedly, this time they achieved their transformation simultaneously. This aura was a Dozuan. As Qinglin sensed the formidable intensity of this overwhelming presence, her cheeks flushed with astonishment. After a moment, she inhaled deeply, her voice trembling as she murmured, "No." Gazing at the trio, the little doctor shook her head and pondered for a moment before proclaiming, "It is not Dozuan, but Dozuan." Upon hearing this, Qinglin was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes widening as she beheld the 3 figures gradually awakening. As those 2 words escaped her lips, both the little doctor and Qinglin trembled slightly, having believed their own advancement significant. only to realize that Jiang Yun and his companions had achieved even more extraordinary feats. With the energy dragon's disappearance, the three figures atop the mountain gradually came into focus, ultimately appearing clearly before Qinglin and the little doctor. Rising to his feet, Jiang Yun lazily stretched, and at that moment, his skin began to ripple, as if his bones were intricate machinery, emitting a series of crisp sounds resembling the clashing of bones. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a stream of warmth, feeling the renewed closeness with the surrounding space and the pleasant sensation spreading within him. Indeed, one must cultivate within the framework of their world. Even a superior system might feel out of place. Jiang Yun clenched his fist, sensing the feeble Dou Qi within him, and chuckled softly. Indeed, Ziyan nodded. As the ancient void dragon, a favored child of space, was acutely aware of such sensations, her understanding of the differences more profound. Extending her hand, she suddenly grasped, causing the space before her to contort into a bizarre depression. If such an attack were to strike a Dozong, it would undoubtedly rend their body into a bloody pulp. This exemplifies the might of Dozong, and such manipulation of space would be utterly impossible in the battlefield ruins. Sigh, I feel an emptiness within, Medusa lamented, her tone tinged with regret. Just then, a swift sound of wind rushed by, and two figures appeared beside the trio, accompanied by a joyful voice. Congratulations, Brother Jiang Yun and Sister Zi Yin, on your successful breakthrough. To think that in such a short time, Qinglin and the little doctor could already transform their Dou Qi into wings. How swift. Observing the winged forms of Qinglin and the little doctor, Zi Yin sighed, her tone filled with nostalgia. Her own breakthrough to Do Wang had been swift, yet it paled in comparison to their rapid progress. It was indeed a testament to the disparity among top-tier bloodlines. Not just that, Jiang Yun remarked, casting a curious glance at the two. Under Zi Yan's puzzled gaze, he turned to the little doctor and declared, the little doctor has already reached Do Huang, and she is a 3-star Do Huang. What? At Jiang Yun's revelation, both Medusa and Zi Yin turned their attention sharply. They were aware that before entering the ruins, the little doctor was merely a great Do master. To think that in just a year, she had ascended so remarkably. Although Jiang Yun had initially left a substantial amount of cultivation resources for the two, it was remarkable that even the exceptionally talented Qinglin, known for his extraordinary cultivation skills, had only reached the rank of a 9-star Do Wang. In contrast, the speed at which Xiao Yixian advanced after purging the poison from her body was astonishingly swift, surpassing even that of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. What could account for this phenomenon? Did you discern the reason? Xiao Yixian gazed at Jiang Yun with surprise, having intended to present him with a delightful revelation, only to find that she had ultimately failed to conceal it from him. Sister Xiao Yixian, I told you there is nothing you can hide from Brother Jiang Yun. Qinglin chimed in with a grin, his tone brimming with pride. How did you achieve this? Medusa, regaining her composure, inquired curiously. The consecutive emergence of such terrifying bloodlines in cultivation had slightly unsettled her equilibrium. Xiao Yixian was well aware that during her slumber within the 9-colored devouring python, she was not entirely oblivious to the happenings outside. She had witnessed the entire series of encounters between herself, Jiang Yun, and others. Thus, she was astounded by Xiao Yixian's rapid ascension in cultivation. It is worth noting that she had already surpassed a century in age. Although this age would diminish in significance with the elevation of cultivation, witnessing Qinglin and Xiao Yixian, both in their youthful prime, possessing such formidable prowess stirred a twinge of envy within her heart. At that moment, Qinglin and Xiao Yixian exchanged glances with Medusa, momentarily silenced. They were unfamiliar with this fierce woman and had yet to formulate questions regarding her presence. Now, with her inquiry, Xiao Yixian found herself uncertain whether to respond. Sensing Medusa's wariness, she refrained from pressing further, redirecting her curiosity elsewhere and preparing to depart. Do share, I am equally intrigued. There is no need for secrecy. We are all allies here. Jiang Yun, perceiving the tension, spoke gently, accompanied by a warm smile directed at Medusa. Humph. Medusa felt a warmth spread within her upon receiving Jiang Yun's gaze, yet she merely scoffed softly and averted her head. Who said we are allies? Nonetheless, she hesitated, her previously moving foot pausing once more. Encouraged by Jiang Yun's reassurance, Xiao Yixian cast a sidelong glance at the alluring Medusa, her thoughts swirling with quiet musings. Another one? Nevertheless, she softly explained, it is the Bodhi seed. Extending her hand, she retrieved a luminescent green object from her neckline. The very Bodhi seed that Jiang Yun had once gifted her. Now resting against her fair skin, it emanated a vibrant vitality. A Bodhi seed? Both Zi Yin and Medusa regarded the seemingly ordinary object with curiosity. Hadn't Jiang Yun mentioned that it was meant to sense the Bodhi tree? Furthermore, it was said to enhance cultivation as well. I do not know why, but possessing the Bodhi seed has allowed my cultivation to progress exceptionally smoothly, without encountering any bottlenecks. Coupled with the resources you left behind, I have been able to advance so swiftly. Grasping the Bodhi seed, Xiao Yixian gazed at Jiang Yun with a tender expression. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Upon careful sensing, he discovered that the Bodhi seed resonated peculiarly in the presence of the little medical fairy, as if the two were intertwined in an extraordinary harmony. Under this resonance, it seemed that the little medical fairy was perpetually engaged in her cultivation. Could it be that her utilization of the Bodhi transformation saliva to activate her would attribute was the cause? The connection between the Bodhi seed, derived from the Bodhi transformation saliva, and her was not altogether implausible. Moreover, if this were indeed the case, it might herald a significant fortune awaiting the little medical fairy. With a curious gaze fixed upon her, he marveled at the unexpected turn of events. Having lost a poisonous body of misfortune, she now possessed a sacred body of wood? This girl must be favored by the heavens. In any case, this was a fortuitous development. He encouraged her to keep the Bodhi seed and to attune herself to it, as it might yield unexpected benefits. Ultimately, Jiang Yun spoke with a smile. It has been over a year since we arrived here. I wonder how the outside world fares. It is time for us to depart. He lifted his gaze toward the distant exit of the gate of life and death, standing with hands clasped behind his back, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. Behind him, the four women also gazed into the distance. Their expressions varied yet all tinged with excitement. In silence, the five of them departed from the gate of life and death, emerging upon Yunlan Mountain. Observing the bustling disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect below, none noticed the presence of five living individuals materializing in their midst. Before we leave, we should at least bid farewell to our master, otherwise it would come across as impolite. Jiang Yun scanned the area before his gaze settled on a grand hall, seemingly able to discern the poised and regal figure seated in meditation within. In the next moment, a jade slip flew from his hand toward the hall. Shortly thereafter, Yun hurriedly approached, clutching the very jade slip that Jiang Yun had just dispatched. Surveying the surroundings and seeing no sign of him, she shook her head in mild disappointment. This was not due to any particular sentiment towards Jiang Yun, but rather the desire of any esteemed alchemist to cultivate good relations. It appears that my Yunlan sect is fated to be without ties to Master Jiang. She sighed with regret, her gaze then drifting to a courtyard where a diligent girl was practicing her swordsmanship, none other than Nalan Yinran. Observing her earnest disciple, a fleeting softness crossed Yun's eyes as she murmured, "It seems the time for Yinran's agreement with Xiao Yin of the Xiao family has arrived. I hope this matter will find resolution soon." Suddenly recalling something, a shadow of worry flitted across her eyes, and she sighed. What a tumultuous season this is. A gentle breeze swept by, and in an instant, Yun's figure had vanished, leaving the mountaintop tranquil once more. In the city of Jayamar, as the capital of the Jayamar Empire, the flow of people was immense. Yet recently there had been an unprecedented surge in the crowds flocking to the holy city. The reason was simple. The grandest event of the Jayamar Empire, the biannual Alchemist Conference, was impending. A year prior, the emergence of the seventh-tier alchemist ignited a fervor within this year's Alchemist Conference. In the city, five figures strolled leisurely down the street, occasionally pausing to observe amusing sights. These were none other than Jiang Yun and his companions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Yun extracted a fragment of illusion from the nightmare mist and bestowed it upon the four women, instantly rendering the five of them unremarkable in the eyes of passers-by. Although a man accompanied by four women inevitably attracted attention, the sight of his alchemist attire quickly normalized it in the minds of onlookers. Eagerly, Ziyin remarked, "Xiao Yun, the Alchemist Conference is bound to be lively. Let us go and take a look." "As you wish," Jiang Yun replied, taking her hand and affectionately ruffling her hair. Seemingly struck by a thought, he turned to the petite healer beside him and suggested, "You should also participate, Xiao Yixian. It would be an excellent opportunity for me to gauge your current alchemical prowess." "Oh," Xiao Yixian instinctively covered her mouth and shook her head, a hint of timidity evident. Noticing her hesitance, Jiang Yun encouraged her. An alchemist must continually engage with their peers. This conference serves as a splendid platform, perfect for you. "Very well. I shall not bring shame upon you, my teacher," she affirmed with determination, nodding in response to his encouragement. Chapter 132, Meeting Xiao Yan. The city of Jama has been bustling with excitement lately, not only due to the impending Alchemist Conference held once every 8 years, but also because the 3-year pact between Nalan Yinran, the young master of the Yunlan sect, and Xiao Yin of the Xiao family is approaching its conclusion. 3 years ago, when Nalan Yinran went to the Xiao family in Wutan City to annul their engagement, the news created quite the uproar. It was common knowledge throughout the Jama Empire. Although the incident initially seemed trivial, given the inherent disparity between the Xiao and Nalan families, especially with Nalan Yinran being both a princess of the Nalan clan and the young master of the Yunlan sect. How could the Xiao family stand against such formidable forces? Yet, Xiao Yan's 3-year promise dramatically escalated the narrative, particularly as news emerged of his regained talents. This theatrical turn captured the public's attention. After all, who does not revel in tales of the underdog's resurgence? The passionate entanglements between the gifted young woman and the boy reclaiming his potential have become the talk of the town. Now, with the arrival of the 3-year agreement and the backdrop of the Alchemist Conference, Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran have become the epitome of circulating intrigue. The populace has long awaited these two grand spectacles. Outside the city, a young man clad in black, with a pitch-black giant ruler, as tall as he was, strapped to his back, approached Jama City. Though not particularly tall or striking in appearance, his demeanor exuded determination and aloofness. Gazing towards the distant Yunlan mountain, a flicker of wild crimson light flashed within the depths of his eyes. In the Cloud Flame sect, Nalan Yinran, once considered a mere waste, has arrived as anticipated. Are you prepared for her presence? With his gaze fixed intently upon the majestic mountains shrouded in mist, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently at that moment. Xiao Yan, compose yourself. A deep voice resonated, followed by the emergence of an ancient tone. Startled, Xiao Yan regained his composure and, filled with remorse, replied, Master, I apologize for my lapse in demeanor. The elderly voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness, responded, the Dou Qi Continent is vast beyond measure. What significance does the Cloud Flame sect hold within it? My disciple is destined to rise beyond the confines of a mere country like the Jiaomai Empire. Once you depart from here, you shall discover mountains that soar even higher than those of the Cloud Flame sect. This is merely a minor obstacle on your path forward. During this visit to the Cloud Flame sect, we have made prior arrangements to ensure your safe return. You need only to act with confidence. I shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes ignited with fervor. Indeed, with his master by his side, Xiao Yan was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. Otherwise, how could he resurrect his master or live up to Sun Heir's expectations? Nalan Yinran of the Cloud Flame sect, I vow to make you regret your actions. With clarity of purpose, Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at the black ring upon his finger, promising inwardly not to disappoint his master. Haha. Observing the spirited disciple, Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with pride. Let us enter the city. This alchemist conference holds promise. I surmise your alchemical skills are now quite commendable, even among the 4th tier. As my disciple, you must secure the first place. I shall not fail you. With that, Xiao Yan quickened his pace toward the bustling city gate, each step leaving a faint imprint on the ground, indicative of the considerable weight he bore. Despite the burden, he navigated through the throngs of people with the grace of a fish gliding through water. Emotionless, he maneuvered through the crowd, occasionally unleashing his Dou Qi, allowing his soft sleeves to be enveloped by a thin layer of energy, which he then wielded to strike the hand of a thief attempting to pilfer the ring from his finger. Having dealt with the would-be pickpocket, Xiao Yan continued his journey toward the Alchemist Guild. Meanwhile, within the guild, for individuals, 3 women and 1 man, each possessing a distinctive aura yet unremarkable in appearance, awaited in silence. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in white approached them, her face alight with excitement. Did it succeed? Jiang Yun inquired with a beaming smile, gazing at the exuberant little medical sage. Clang, clang, clang. In response to their eager gazes, the little medical sage excitedly produced the attire and badge symbolizing her status as a 3rd-tier alchemist, exclaiming, from this day forth, I am officially a 3rd-tier alchemist. Wow. Little medical sage, you are incredible. Quickly, can you concoct some pills for me to compare with those made by Xiao Yan? Congratulations. Observing the exuberant little medicine sage, Jiang Yun and his companions offered their heartfelt congratulations, sharing in the joy of this girl whose fate had been fraught with challenges. She had finally become the alchemist of her dreams. Come, Master Little Medicine Sage, shall our sect gain renown across the continent through your prowess? After the congratulations, Jiang Yun rose and made his way outside, a light-hearted tease echoing in the air. I will ensure the task is completed. The Little Medicine Sage responded with a serious demeanor. I shall await your success. Jiang Yun chuckled at this exchange. The Little Medicine Sage's alchemical skills surpassed the 3rd-tier realm. She had already reached the Do Huang level. Even without cultivating soul techniques, her abilities flourished alongside her cultivation, boasting soul power equivalent to the 4th or 5th tier. Coupled with Jiang Yun's guidance over the past few days, she could already concoct a significant portion of 4th-tier pills. In previous years, such alchemical prowess would surely have secured the top prize, but this year, the competition was uncertain. The 5 of them chatted and laughed as they exited the Alchemist Guild, with Jiang Yun engaging in conversation with Zi Yin and Xing Lin, while the Little Medicine Sage preferred to quietly listen. The Queen Medusa needed no introduction. Suddenly, their gazes landed on a figure approaching, a young man with a cold demeanor, bearing a large black measuring stick on his back. Boom! Xiaoyan felt the weight of their attention. Despite their lack of imposing aura, a chill enveloped him, making each breath feel arduous, as if he were being scrutinized by a terrifying entity. Teacher, teacher! In his urgency, Xiaoyan called out to Yao Chun in his mind. But the normally omnipotent Yao Chun seemed unreachable at this moment, leaving Xiaoyan to display a smile that was more painful than tears to the onlookers. Jiang Yun noticed the bone flame ring in Xiaoyan's hand and offered a meaningful smile, addressing the four women. Let us proceed. With that, he stepped onto the street. While the four women cast puzzled glances at Xiao Yan before closely following Jiang Yun. After they departed, Xiao Yan belatedly realized he felt as if he had been pulled from water, drenched through and through. Nearby, chattering voices broke the silence. Xiao Yun. That person seems so strange. Indeed, it appears he carries a coffin board. Brother Jiang Yun, why does he carry a coffin board? Perhaps it is to attract attention. Jiang Yun replied with a light jest aimed at Xiao Yan. Queen Medusa hesitated, glancing at Jiang Yun. He discerned her unspoken thoughts and softly remarked, I understand. But how does it concern us? Medusa was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. Indeed, she had attained the Dou Zone level. A soul entity with the strength of a Dou Zone posed no threat. Moreover, they bore no animosity towards him, so why fret unnecessarily? As Jiang Yun faded from Xiao Yan's line of sight, he turned to glance back at his counterpart, his eyes flickering with flames of black and white. At that moment, in Jiang Yun's perception, Xiao Yan's figure gradually vanished, replaced by a cluster of blazing red flames that intermittently morphed into various forms of magical beasts. Truly, it was a marvel to behold. Was it the spirit fire of myriad beasts? Retracting his gaze, Jiang Yun murmured to himself. Was it merely a coincidence? He then cast a glance at the cloudless sky above, pondering, or perhaps it is your guidance. Observing the five individuals retreating into the distance. A voice filled with schadenfreude emerged from Yao Chun. Xiao Yan, how do you feel now? Are you beginning to understand that there are people beyond the realm of mortals? Hearing this unprincipled taunt, Xiao Yan retorted with annoyance. Then why did you flee so quickly, master? Aren't you the continent's foremost alchemist? Coughing to mask his embarrassment from Xiao Yan's jibe, Yao Chun thought, wasn't I just startled? Walking along the bustling streets where Dou masters thrived. The sudden appearance of several Dou kings and Dou emperors, not to mention a few suspected Dou Zuns, was indeed alarming. How could he not be terrified? In his current state as merely a soul entity, he was perceived as quite the prize by some. A mere flick of their hand could send him flying. Hence his desire to keep his distance. However, upon hearing Jiang Yun's earlier words and the reactions of the others, he instantly realized that he had been detected. Yet they showed no concern for his presence. This is all to encourage your growth. Fabricating a reason he himself found unconvincing, Yao Chun opted to change the subject. Let's proceed and gather the necessary herbs for the alchemical competition. You needn't focus on anything else for now. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan had no choice but to head toward the alchemist's hall. During their journey, curiosity got the better of him, and he could not resist asking, Master, what is the strength of those individuals? They seem even more formidable than the Qi Yun Tiger King. Do not inquire further. Knowing will not benefit you at this moment. In summary, they are formidable little fellows. After a moment's contemplation, Yao Chun replied with a hint of gravity. Oh, hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine and nodded solemnly. As he crossed the threshold of the Alchemist's Guild, a whisper escaped his lips. How do they compare to that individual from 3 years ago? Stronger than that person from 3 years ago. But remember, Xiao Yan, people can grow. Yao Chun fell silent for an extended moment, recalling that time 3 years prior, which had been one of his most painful experiences. Aside from being betrayed by Han Feng, this was a memory he was reluctant to revisit. After listening, Xiao Yan fell into a contemplative silence, clenching his fists as he sensed the power of the 9-star Dou master within him, murmuring to himself, Strength, it is all about strength. At the Miter family estate, the 5 individuals silently returned to the place where Jiang Yun had once resided. Observing the impeccably clean room, Jiang Yun's perception revealed that Hai Buodong and Miter Tingshan were within the council chamber. A whisper of soul transmission echoed forth. In the next moment, a figure clad in icy blue rushed towards them. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yun, Hai Buodong's face lit up with excitement. As he sprinted closer, his gaze swept over a few individuals, and he was immediately struck by the sight of a perfect countenance that embodied cold elegance, seductive charm, and enchanting allure. Reflexively halting his steps, he stared in a daze at that familiar silhouette. In the next instant, a voice filled with terror rang out, Medusa. A shiver coursed through Hai Buodong as he leapt away, swiftly distancing himself from the Queen of Medusa. His fear of her was deeply ingrained. Before her, He could never mask the trepidation in his heart, a lingering dread stemming from their battle in the desert that still haunted him. The seal that had forced him into decades of seclusion only intensified his aversion to the Queen of Medusa, whom he regarded with the utmost caution. "Ah, it is you." Medusa scrutinized Hai Buodong closely before realizing. "So, your strength has been restored?" Hearing her words, Hai Buodong stammered, "I must thank Master Jiang for his assistance, which has allowed me to regain my power." Noting Medusa's gaze, Jiang Yun sighed softly and gently remarked, "For my sake, please do not frighten him anymore." "Understood." At Jiang Yun's tender words, Medusa's heart trembled, her expression softening as she replied quietly. She then cast a dismissive glance at Hai Buodong, ignoring him entirely as she languidly settled beside Jiang Yun. Observing Medusa's demeanor towards Jiang Yun, Hai Buodong appeared utterly bewildered. Could this woman truly converse in such a civil manner? Yet, upon seeing Jiang Yun, he felt it was only natural. The little medicine fairy is preparing to participate in the alchemist conference, and I shall be troubling the middle family for a few more days. Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head at the sight of Hai Buodong quietly observing him and Medusa. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's voice, Hai Buodong snapped back to reality, joy radiating from him as he exclaimed, "It is the honor of the middle family. Master Jiang, stay as long as you wish. You won't be staying for free." Jiang Yun laughed as he tossed a jade vial towards him. Watching as Hai Buodong hurriedly caught it, he added with a grin, "This is a 6th-rank ice spirit pill. Consuming it will triple the cultivation speed for those attuned to the ice attribute, and with a stroke of luck, you might even break through your current bottleneck." "Thank you, Master Jiang." Hai Buodong joyfully accepted the elixir, feeling the benefits of being associated with a high-ranking alchemist. He could only think that this truly was a delightful circumstance. "Have there been any significant events during my absence?" Jiang Yun inquired softly, observing Hai Buodong with the pill in hand. "Indeed, quite a few matters have transpired in the northwest continent." Hai Buodong's expression shifted from elation to seriousness in response to Jiang Yun's inquiry. Chapter 133, Intelligence. Seeing Hai Buodong's grave demeanor, the others exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. It was evident that something substantial had occurred to elicit such a reaction from someone of Hai Buodong's stature as a Dou Huang. "I have been in seclusion for over a year, completely oblivious to the outside world. Please, share what significant events have taken place." Jiang Yun turned to Hai Buodong and explained his curiosity. It turned out that the master had gone into seclusion. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong was taken aback. Why was Jiang Yun unaware of such matters? Logically, given his status, he should be more informed than Hai Buodong, a Dou Huang of the Gamma Empire. This situation was not merely confined to the Gamma Empire, but involved the entire northwestern continent. Unbeknownst to the master, shortly after his retreat, news erupted from the Outcloud Empire regarding the annihilation of the Scorpion Gate. In a bid to claim legitimacy over the Outcloud Empire, various factions within it unleashed their might, severely wounding the Empire's strength. During this tumultuous time, the Mulan Empire and the Luoyan Empire launched attacks, sending vast armies against the already weakened Outcloud Empire, which, in less than a month, was swiftly divided among them. As Hai Buodong recounted this, his tone was tinged with a sense of lamentation. After all, the demise of a top-tier power was a significant shock to him. Did the Gamma Empire not intervene? The little medicine sage inquired, intrigued by the prospect of such an opportunity being forsaken. Upon hearing her question, Hai Buodong shook his head regretfully and continued. The royal family seemed to have been caught in some unforeseen turmoil, enforcing a citywide lockdown. Subsequently, they not only annexed the two major empires of the Outcloud Empire, but were also unsatisfied and joined forces to attack the Gamma Empire. Initially, the empire faced continuous setbacks until that old fellow, Jie Xingtian, unexpectedly reappeared, not only healed, but having broken through to Douzone. With Yunshan's involvement, the two Douzones managed to repel the two empires. After finishing his account, Hai Buodong's face still bore the marks of lingering fear, clearly affected by the perilous circumstances he had encountered. "I presume the situation has yet to reach its conclusion?" Jiang Yun remarked, gazing at Hai Buodong. In response, Hai Buodong, filled with admiration, said, "The master truly lives up to the title." After the Luoyan Empire and the Mulan Empire withdrew their troops from the Gamma Empire, they did not cease their endeavors. Instead, they began to conquer the surrounding empires. According to intelligence from the Middle Family, chaos has erupted across the northwestern continent, engulfed in flames of war. Suddenly, Medusa sprang to her feet, her mesmerizing gaze fixed intently on Hai Buodong. The imposing aura of a Dou Zun enveloped him, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "What has become of the Serpent Clan?" Overwhelmed by Medusa's formidable presence, Hai Buodong found it hard to breathe, as if the very heavens were pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. He cast a pleading glance at Jiang Yun, inwardly lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a woman. Each encounter seemed to bring calamity. Medusa, remain calm. Jiang Yun interjected, raising his hand to release a gentle stream of Dou Qi that dissipated Medusa's pressure. He grasped her delicate wrist and spoke softly. If this continues, he may perish. As the queen of the Serpent clan, it is crucial to maintain composure in times of crisis. Do not allow your emotions to cloud your judgment. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's comforting words, Medusa regained her composure, suddenly aware of the hand clasped in hers. Her heart skipped a beat as she quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to find that no one had noticed their intimate contact. Instantly, her heart raced, yet she chose to disregard the matter. At that moment, Haiba Dong sat on the ground, terror etched on his face as he gasped for breath, unable to meet Medusa's gaze. The woman's strength had far surpassed his expectations. He was certain that no Dozong possessed such an overwhelming aura. The thought of delving deeper into that realm was beyond his comprehension, a realm into which no one from the Gamma Empire had stepped for centuries. Haiba Dong, reveal everything you know, lest Medusa dismantle your Mitre family. Jiang Yun jested, sensing Medusa's calmness and Haiba Dong's recovery. Haiba Dong looked up to meet Medusa's piercing gaze, his heart sinking. It was no idle threat. This woman would indeed take action. Though the entire northwestern continent was in disarray, the Serpentmen clan remained unscathed, with neither the Mulan Empire nor the Luoyan Empire daring to intrude upon their territory. As he contemplated this, Haiba Dong's mind churned. Should these two great empires ignite a war, the Gamma Empire, bolstered by two Dozong, would be a formidable opponent. Circumventing them was a sensible choice. Yet, at that time, the Serpentmen's Queen Medusa was missing, leaving only 4 elderly Do Huang elders, making them an enticing target. It was perplexing that the Luoyan and Mulan empires would choose to forego such an opportunity. He could not fathom their reasoning, as it was a directive from Yun Yi to ignore the Serpentmen, provided they remained within their territory. As long as they stayed put, the surrounding flames of war would not encroach upon them. Hearing this, Medusa exhaled deeply, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yun, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Feel free to return. After the Alchemist Conference, we shall visit the Serpentmen clan. Jiang Yun observed her intentions with a gentle smile, speaking softly. Indeed, Medusa responded, a flicker of joy igniting in her heart upon receiving Jiang Yun's affirmation. However, in a flurry, she withdrew her hand from his grasp. After steadying her emotions and bidding farewell to Xian and the others, she transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading toward the Serpentmen territory. With Medusa's departure, Haiba Dong let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure of being in her presence had been overwhelming. Observing Haiba Dong's reaction, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and inquired, do you happen to know how the injuries of Jia Xingtian were healed? Haiba Dong paused, momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly replied, I'm not certain, but during that period, a mysterious figure in a black robe frequently visited the royal palace. However, the royal family kept their secrets tightly guarded, leaving no trace of that individual. If the master wishes to know, I shall personally inquire with Jia Xingtian. I trust he will not refuse such a trivial matter. However, it is not necessary. I am merely curious. I have encountered Jia Xingtian before, and his injuries are not something that an ordinary alchemist or physician could remedy. Jiang Yun shook his head, for he had already ascertained that the enigmatic figure in the black robe was indeed Xiao Yin and Yao Chun. Given Yao Chen's alchemical prowess, it would not be too difficult to heal him. Unexpectedly, without the assistance of Haiba Dong, they had once again found themselves at the royal family's doorstep. Moreover, that old fox Yao Chun would undoubtedly leave no clues to expose his identity. Upon hearing this, Haiba Dong's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from further comment. After becoming acquainted with the events of this period, Haiba Dong departed, and Jiang Yun learned of Yun Yi's recent activities. Overall, it bore the distinct style of the Soul Palace, igniting conflict everywhere and recklessly harvesting souls. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun cast another glance at the little medicine fairy, who understood his intent and retrieved a 10,000 beast cauldron, beginning to craft medicine under Jiang Yun's guidance. As the little medicine fairy concocted one pill, while Ziyin consumed another, the day of the Alchemist Conference finally arrived. On the day of the Alchemist Conference, the sky was a deep azure, unblemished by clouds, with a gentle breeze wafting through, and the sun shone modestly, making it an ideal day for the event. Jiang Yun donned a simple black robe, not making any deliberate effort to adorn himself. His black hair was casually tied back, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. The little medicine fairy wore a flowing white dress, her long hair billowing, and without any makeup, she resembled a Tianshan snow lotus, captivating all who beheld her. Ziyin styled her long purple hair into a ponytail, while Qing Lin fashioned 2 ponytails. Today, the little medicine fairy was the main attraction, and the two refrained from overshadowing each other, opting for a more understated appearance. The four of them boarded a luxurious carriage arranged by the middle family, heading towards the royal square, the venue for this alchemist conference. Along the streets, throngs of people bustled to and fro, as this event, held once every 8 years, was undoubtedly the most vibrant and sensational affair in the city of Jayamar. Even amidst the turmoil of war beyond, the fervor of the crowd remained undeterred, especially since the flames of conflict had yet to encroach upon this place. Moreover, in a continent where strength reigns supreme, alchemists capable of forging powerful warriors were the most esteemed profession, shrouded in mystery and awe. Even a dozen individuals of equal strength could not match the popularity of a single alchemist. On this day, noble alchemists, rarely seen, appeared in droves, and the prospect of witnessing them concocting pills on site was enough to stir excitement and longing. The thronging crowd flashed by outside the window, and soon the vast expanse of the royal square came into view, surrounded by fully armed soldiers maintaining order at the scene. As Jiang Yun made his entrance alongside the Mitre family, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment, for the once-vanished Master Jiang had reappeared. With his arrival, the assembled alchemists and figures such as Jia Xingtian promptly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. Master Jiang. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Today as protagonist is not I. Please, feel free to act naturally. This atmosphere is somewhat disruptive to the main event." If he had his way, Jiang Yun would prefer to remain in a corner and observe, yet the presence of the little medicine sage necessitated his conspicuous appearance. At Jiang Yun's discreet gesture, the crowd began to orderly commence the alchemist conference. With Master Jiang now present in the Gamma Empire, there was ample time ahead. As the conference drew near, it was time for the competitors to enter. Jiang Yun looked at the participants and spoke to the little medicine sage beside him. "Go on. Keep a relaxed mindset. Even if you doubt yourself, you must trust in me. Just wait. I shall return with the championship for you to see," she retorted, rolling her eyes at Jiang Yun as she made her way to the venue. Scanning the area, Jiang Yun did not spot the alchemist from the Outcloud Empire, but recognized several familiar figures: Lu Ling, Yao Yu, and the one known as Yin Xiao, who had assumed the guise of Yin Xiao. At that moment, a soft voice broke through. "It has been a year. Your mastery has only grown more impressive, truly captivating." Princess Yao Yi had arrived beside the three, her cold yet enchanting visage adorned with a smile as she bowed with impeccable grace. "Princess Yao Yi has become even more stunning." Jiang Yun responded with a smile. "Look, little medicine sage is about to perform." At this, Ziyan's sudden interjection interrupted Yao Yi, causing her expression to stiffen slightly. At the same time, Jiang Yun felt the gentle embrace of both Ziyan and Qing Lin. Ziyan was eagerly observing the little medicine sage in the arena, while Jiang Yun, with a tender expression, followed her gaze, occasionally exchanging opinions with her. Qing Lin wore a serene smile as she regarded the two, before her gaze turned expressionlessly to Yao Yi, conveying a clear message without words. Disappointment was evident on Yao Yi's exquisite face, yet as a royal princess, she had to maintain the dignity of her lineage in public. Thus, with a reluctant expression, she slowly retreated to sit beside Jia Xingtian, not sparing a glance at him, seemingly unaware of the earlier exchange, and sighed inwardly. As time passed, the moment for the conference to commence finally approached under the watchful eyes of the multitude. With the announcement from Fa Ma, the Gamma Empire Alchemist Conference officially began. In the first round of selection, the task was to concoct the second-tier pill, the bone growth pill. The recipe was casually transcribed onto paper, testing the alchemist's foundational skills. With only 2 sets of materials provided, meaning there would be only 2 chances to succeed. After the commencement of the competition, all the alchemists in the square were deeply engrossed in their study of the bone elixir formula, their expressions varying significantly. Some exhibited indifference, others were dumbfounded, while a few appeared anxious. As the hourglass began its countdown, over 2,000 alchemists, regardless of their mindset, conjured flames to commence their potion crafting. In an instant, a multitude of flames erupted simultaneously, elevating the atmosphere to a fervent peak. In the square, the petite healer, having reviewed the formula, waved her hand, summoning the beast cauldron, into which pink peach blossom flames gracefully danced, methodically refining the elixir. The appearance of the beast cauldron did not incite a commotion, as few present were truly discerning. Only Xiao Yin stood there, wide-eyed and drooling, fixated on the cauldron before the petite healer, his heart brimming with envy. How could a mere second-tier elixir warrant the use of a cauldron from the heavenly cauldron rankings? Casting a glance of envy at the petite healer, for the first time, he felt the malicious intent of the affluent. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yin summoned his own flames and officially began his alchemical endeavor. Chapter 134, The Expedition to Gamma. On the viewing platform, as Xiao Yin summoned his flames, Jiang Yun's gaze was drawn to him. with the prowess of a 9-star Dome Master. Complemented by his evolution to the intermediate level of the Mystic Flame technique, his strength had already surpassed that of the original narrative's contemporaries. Moreover, the flame within him was the beast's spirit flame. Confirming Xiao Yan's current condition, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted away. He remained uncertain whether this was mere coincidence and decided to observe further. As time progressed, explosive sounds began to resonate throughout the square. The first round tested the fundamental skills of the alchemists, and evidently, among the 2,000 participants, many were mere pretenders, or first-tier alchemists for whom second-tier elixirs were still overly ambitious. Numerous alchemists lacked the foundational skills necessary for producing second-tier elixirs, resulting in a meager success rate. Additionally, within the high-pressure environment of the Alchemist Conference, those with insufficient mental fortitude faced even lower chances of success. As the materials were exhausted, many alchemists wore ashen faces, retreating from the square amidst the sympathetic gazes of onlookers, grumbling in discontent. As the sand within the hourglass trickled to the halfway mark, accompanied by a delicate exclamation from the petite healer, a perfectly round elixir soared out from her cauldron. She deftly caught it in her hand. Being the first to successfully refine an elixir not only astonished the guests in the VIP section, but also highlighted that the quiet girl beside Jiang Yun was the first to achieve this feat. Although the speed of elixir refinement does not necessarily reflect the mastery of alchemy, being the fastest to produce one is indeed a remarkable talent. Truly, a master begets exceptional disciples. The crowd offered their utmost respect to Jiang Yun, yet he remained indifferent, for such competitions were beneath his notice. However, the little medicine fairy had never competed alongside alchemists before. This occasion was a perfect opportunity for her to unwind. Had it not been for this serendipitous event, they would have already embarked on their journey to the central continent. In the plaza, following the little medicine fairy, a chain reaction ensued. Lu Ling, Yao Yu, and other proficient alchemists successfully concocted the bone growth pill. After this round of eliminations, approximately 1/3 of the alchemists remained. At this juncture, the host, Kimir, began to announce the methods for testing the pills. During the evaluation, no alchemists from the Outcloud Empire intervened, and as anticipated, the top 3 were claimed by the little medicine fairy, Xiao Yan, and Lu Ling, leaving the disappointed Yao Yu, the only ordinary individual among them, to cast a discontented glance at Xiao Yan. In my humble opinion, the little medicine fairy possesses the prowess of a third-tier alchemist. For someone of her age to achieve such talent is truly indicative of an exceptional mentor. As the results were declared, Fa Ma, gazing at the remarkably young figure of the little medicine fairy, marveled at her adept alchemical techniques. A third-tier alchemist? Perhaps just average, Jiang Yun remarked nonchalantly, without contesting the claim. Observing the bemused expressions of Jia Xingtian and the others, a playful thought crossed his mind, prompting him to state casually, in the central continent, an 18-year-old Dou Huang is considered a top prodigy, while only 6th or 7th-tier alchemists are deemed geniuses. Moreover, there are always greater heights to reach. The little medicine fairy still has a long journey ahead. As Jiang Yun unveiled a glimpse of the central continent, Jia Xingtian, Haibuodong, and several clan leaders and elders around them felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The casual words of Jiang Yun evoked a sense of living life in vain for them. Nalan Yinran's eyes shimmered with shock as a wave of defeat surged within her. Her once proud talents now appeared trivial in comparison. Indeed, the central continent is a realm of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After a long moment, Jia Xingtian managed a bitter smile and, in a somewhat despondent tone, remarked, "It seems we have much to learn." While the crowd was still absorbing Jiang Yun's revelations, the second round of the competition commenced. Bolstered by the solid foundation laid by Jiang Yun, the little medicine fairy successfully concocted the elusive third-tier wind-chasing pill in one attempt. Following her success, after contemplating their earlier failure, Xiao Yin and the others finally grasped the method and easily produced the wind-chasing pill. As time slipped away, the sun gradually dipped in the west, and the number of alchemists in the plaza dwindled rapidly. By the end, fewer than 100 alchemists remained on the square. As the second round of the competition concluded, the host, Chamir, proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's assembly shall come to a close. I urge all successful contestants to rest well this evening, for tomorrow marks the final round of our gathering, a decisive match that will determine the champion." With the day's contests behind them, Jiang Yun and his companions declined the invitations from Jian Tian and others, taking the little medical sage and heading towards the middle family estate. How did I perform today? Upon returning to their lodgings, the little medical sage gazed eagerly at Jiang Yun, awaiting his assessment of her performance. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yun, noticing her growing impatience, smiled gently and replied, 99 points. There remains 1 point to be awarded once you secure the championship. Hearing Jiang Yun's response, The little medical sage's face lit up with delight, and she proudly declared, "Just you wait and see. I will bring home the first championship for our sect." Listening to the little medical sage's bold assertions, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to the scroll in his hand, an ancient method of resurrection obtained from Yao Chun. The Flame's sovereign had been in his possession for quite some time. Keeping it in hand was no longer practical. He had promised to resurrect the sovereign when the opportunity arose, and now, with his own prowess reaching the level of a fighting sovereign, the Flame's sovereign had become somewhat dispensable. It was an opportune moment to study the method and seek a chance to resurrect him. The following day, as dawn broke, the holy city of Jamma awakened from its slumber, the sounds of activity reverberating through every corner of the city. The atmosphere on the competition stage was charged with intensity. With Mitchell's announcement, the final showdown of the Alchemist Conference commenced. Observing the ingredients being refined by Xiao Yin and his companions, Jiang Yun quickly discerned the situation. Lu Ling and Yao Yu were crafting the same ordinary fourth-grade elixirs as in the original narrative, while Xiao Yin had chosen not to concoct the three-pattern Qingling pill, but instead was engaged in the creation of the Zixing Pazhong Dan. Was this a reflection of his lack of ambition to claim the championship? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yun shifted his gaze to the little medical sage, who was diligently refining her materials. He paused, a smile of amusement forming within him, recognizing her unwavering determination. At that moment, she was concocting the fifth-grade Yunqi Dan, designed to stabilize the tumultuous energy following a breakthrough. While it was a relatively straightforward fifth-grade elixir, its value was incomparable to that of fourth-grade ones. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, the little medical sage finally succeeded in producing the fifth-grade Yunqi Dan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and his companions, having completed their own concoctions earlier, sighed in disappointment upon witnessing the little medical sage's success, yet they accepted the outcome with grace. Subsequently, under Fa Ma's announcement, the little medical sage was declared the champion of this alchemist conference, earning the coveted prize, the formula for the sixth-grade elixir, Rong Ling Dan. As the alchemist conference came to a close, the vibrant atmosphere of the city of Jamma remained undiminished, for the young heir of the Shao family, who had withdrawn from his engagement, was soon to fulfill his 3-year pact with the young master of the Yunlan sect, Nailin Yinran. In a modest courtyard, Xiao Yin slowly opened his eyes, enveloped in a solid armor of fighting spirit. Indeed, congratulations are in order. You have advanced to the rank of great fighter. And due to the potency of the purple heart breakthrough pill, you have successfully broken through to a 2-star great fighter. Although Nailin Yinran's strength surpasses yours to some degree, with the addition of you certainly possess the capability to contend. Yao Shen smiled as he regarded Xiao Yin. It is time to ascend Yunlan Mountain, Xiao Yin declared solemnly, shouldering his heavy weapon and stepping through the door with measured grace. In a vast expanse of ruins, a pitch-black war chariot stood silently, drawn by 2 majestic magical beasts, which were now trembling on the ground. Within the chariot, the oppressive aura emanating from within caused the amethyst-winged Lion King to feel a wave of suffocation, as if its very life hung in the balance. Young lord, at that moment, a figure clad in a black robe appeared, respectfully bowing to the chariot. Is everything handled? A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated, sending chills down the spine. The remnants of the Holy Light dynasty have been completely eradicated. What are your further instructions, young lord? Upon hearing Yun Yi's words, Qin Tian's demeanor stiffened, responding with even greater reverence. Set forth to the Jamma Empire. I have an inkling we shall encounter intriguing individuals this time. After a moment of silence, Yun Yi's voice once again echoed. Understood. Qin Tian nodded and began to make arrangements. Over the past year, his interactions with Yun Yi had transformed his initial respect into a palpable fear of the latter's formidable strength. Having grown significantly over the span of a year, and having reaped numerous resources alongside Yun Yi, he had ascended to 4-star Dozun. Such rapid advancement, 2 stars in a single year, was remarkable among Dozuns. However, Yun Yi was even more terrifying, having reached 9-star Dozong 3 months prior, and having single-handedly slain a 3-star Dozun. The image of that figure, akin to a demon, was indelibly etched in the minds of all who witnessed it. With Qin Tian's departure, inside the chariot, Yun Yi examined the intelligence in his grasp. Information relayed from within the Soul Clan. Recently, a team of Black Swamp soldiers from the ancient clan departed from the southern region, seemingly heading towards the northwestern continent. Ancient clan, Black Swamp Army. A dispassionate voice emerged as Yun Yi summoned a sphere of pitch-black flame, incinerating the animal hide that contained the intelligence until nothing remained. On the day of the 3-year pact, Jiang Yun had already taken refuge with Ziyin and the others atop the main hall of the Yunlan sect. The view from this vantage point was exceptional, allowing them to oversee the entirety of the Yunlan sect. After setting up a simple concealment formation, None among the gathered multitude detected anything amiss. The Yunlan sect has truly gone to great lengths to deal with a mere Xiaoyan. Ziyin leaned against Jiang Yun, her gaze falling upon the 10 seated figures in the square below as she spoke softly. Among them were Yun Yun and Na Lan Yin Ran, master and disciple, while the remaining 8 were elders led by Yun Long. This assembly reveals the true strength of the Yunlan sect. The first 4 of the 8 elders are Dou Kings, with Yun Long being a high-tier Dou King, while the remaining 4 are peak Dou spirits, just a step away from ascending to Dou King. Together with Yun Shan and Yun Yun, they're power rivals that of half the Serpent tribe. This does not even account for the influence of Gu He, a 6th-grade alchemist. With such formidable strength, it is no wonder that the Jama royal family is restless. To confront a single Xiaoyan, such a grand display seems unnecessary. They are clearly making a show of force to the outside world. Jiang Yun observed Yun Yun's calm demeanor and shook his head. As a sect leader, Yun Yun is indeed somewhat inadequate, her temperament too gentle. In a world where strength reigns supreme, it is absurd for a Dou Emperor sect leader to be subordinate to a Dou King elder. He had previously warned her, yet it seems nothing has changed. Such a disposition is ill-suited for a leader of a sect. Ziyin nodded, scanning the surroundings and finding nothing of interest before leaning against Jiang Yun, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on his chiseled features. Sensing Ziyan's gaze, Jiang Yun smiled slightly and embraced the girl tighter. Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin watched this scene with admiration, feeling no jealousy, for Ziyin truly deserves it. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed softly as Xiaoyan approached, his black Xian heavy ruler slung over his shoulder. Beside the towering ancient trees at the edge of the square stood Jiaxing Tian and Hai Bo Dong, silently observing below. Isn't that the boy who carried the coffin last time? As she noticed the familiar coffin board on Xiaoyan's back, Ziyan's face lit up in realization, exclaiming, "So he is Xiaoyan. This Xiaoyan is extraordinary." Xiao Yixian raised an eyebrow. As Xiaoyan faced the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect and nearly 1,000 disciples surrounding him, he exhibited an exceptional demeanor. At least among the so-called young talents of the Jama Empire that Xiao Yixian had seen, none could compare. Indeed, he possesses remarkable qualities. Ziyin commented sagely, "Does the Nalan family have such high standards? They cannot appreciate such a prodigy?" Hai Bo Dong looked at Xiaoyan, confusion evident as he glanced at Jiaxing Tian beside him. "The youth has his own ideas. Do not impose your outdated notions upon him, you old fellow." Jiaxing Tian shot a sidelong glance at Hai Bo Dong, speaking gently, as he was, after all, the Lionheart marshal of his own faction and could not afford to undermine his position. "Huh." Hai Bo Dong sneered, casting a disdainful look at Jiaxing Tian. "Such words may be acceptable from others, but from you, the royal family TSK. Chapter 135, A Grand Performance. At this moment, Xiaoyan's gaze, devoid of joy or sorrow, traversed the vast expanse of the Grand Plaza, ultimately resting upon a beautiful woman atop the stone platform, who reciprocated with a pair of bright eyes. The young man lifted his head, fixing his stare upon the lady, and spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. "Xiaoyan of the Xiao family." His unembellished words drifted through the immense square, drawing the attention of countless disciples from the Yunlan sect, each harboring a myriad of emotions as they regarded the black-robed youth at the stone steps. Some looked on with disdain, others with revulsion, some with curiosity, and certainly, there were those who admired him. Alone, emerging from a modest family of a great fighter, he dared to confront the formidable power of the Yunlan sect, a force of hegemony in the Jia Empire. Such audacity was not commonplace. Nalan family, Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran observed the young man before her, her fiancé, with a complex expression. Over the years, she had matured significantly. Reflecting on her past actions, she acknowledged a certain recklessness. Yet, given the chance to relive those moments, she would make the same choice again. She, Nalan Yinran, would never allow herself to be constrained by a mere marriage contract. Before encountering Jiang Yun, her aspiration had been to become a female Dou Huang like her mentor, Yun Yun. However, after witnessing Jiang Yun and the talents that the continent had to offer, her horizons expanded, and her heart grew restless with discontent for the Jia Empire. The world was vast, and she yearned to explore it. Nalan Yinran stood tall like a proud snow lotus, her bright eyes locked onto Xiaoyan. Gradually, her complex emotions faded, and her voice mirrored his tranquility. From the main seat, Yin Yun raised an eyebrow, observing the extraordinary young man before her, then casting a glance at her disciple beside her, feeling a tinge of regret. Had it not been for the annulment of the engagement, he would have made a fitting match. Nonetheless, she bore no judgment regarding Nalan Yinran's decision, though the methods employed during the process were somewhat excessive. Contemplating this, Yun Yun addressed Xiao Yin with an authoritative tone. "Xiao Yin, you and Yinran shall resolve your entanglements today. This competition's specifics are for you to determine. Neither I nor the Yunlan sect shall interfere. Beside her, Yunlong furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with Yuan Yun's decision, yet in the presence of the public, he refrained from openly contradicting the sect leader. Most importantly, he sensed a shift in Yun Shan's focus, who seemed to have wholly embraced the sect's foundational essence. Recently, he had even assisted the imperial family in repelling the coalition of the Luoyan Empire and the Mulan Empire, leaving Yunlong uncertain of Yun Shan's intentions. Thus, he had adopted a more subdued demeanor of late. Life and death, each to their fate, Xiao Yin remarked to Nalan Yinran with a calm demeanor. Such a spirited young fellow. Jia Xingtian observed Xiao Yin with surprise, offering praise, before adding with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems the Yunlan sect may find itself in a predicament. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Nalan Yinran's gaze rose slightly as she regarded the black-robed youth. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded ever so slightly, her voice cool and composed. Very well. As the words fell, Azure Wind attribute energy and Crimson Fire attribute energy surged simultaneously, the nimble long sword clashing with the heavy black staff in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yin were engulfed in a fierce battle. A great fighter indeed. This lad's cultivation is impressive, Jia Xingtian remarked, observing the tangible energy armor surrounding Xiao Yin with astonishment. Achieving such a feat at this age, in the imperial capital, aside from Nalan Yinran present in the arena, there was likely no one else who could rival him. Even Mu Zhan of the Mu clan fell short. A flicker of perplexity arose within him. This person seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered him before. In the arena, the intensity of the battle between Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yin escalated. Nalan Yinran had also summoned her energy armor, and the two exchanged blows, the clanging of metal resonating continuously, azure wind spirals entwining with crimson energy in a fierce clash. Xiao Yan's cultivation stood at 2-star Great Fighter, while Nalan Yinran held a slight advantage with her 5-star Great Fighter status, bolstered by the support of the Yunlan sect. Although Nalan Yinran's equipment was not excessively advanced, it was comparable to Xiao Yan's at this stage. Soon, the azure wind spiral began to gain the upper hand. Xiao Yan's expression hardened. He was fighting for his life. Yet Nalan Yinran held her ground, her fierce and ruthless combat techniques unable to gain any advantage over her. This coffin bearer possesses some skill, Ziyin remarked gleefully while munching on a snack, offering her commentary. Of course, compared to me, he still falls short by a wide margin. At the same level, I could send him flying with a single punch. Before the trio could respond, Ziyin proudly declared once more. Suddenly, her exclamation drew laughter from the three. Jiang Yun chuckled as he ruffled Ziyan's hair, then lifted his gaze toward the distance. A familiar presence was approaching with a large entourage. The outcome is about to be determined, Ziyin exclaimed, sitting up straight, her excitement palpable as she watched the arena intently. Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian also cast curious glances. Clang. The sound of the sword echoed abruptly. A wave of fierce sword energy howling as it swiftly severed the energy armor encasing Xiao Yin, sending him flying. Xiao Yin, you have lost. Nalan Yinran panted, her gaze steady upon Xiao Yin, the remnants of tension still evident in her eyes. Although Xiao Yin possessed only 2-star Great Fighter strength, his perilous fighting style rendered Nalan Yinran quite unaccustomed, causing her, despite her higher cultivation, to be momentarily pressed by Xiao Yin. Fortunately, it appeared that her skills ultimately surpassed his. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh erupted as the fallen Xiao Yin sprang to his feet, extending his right hand. Red flames burst forth with a resounding whoosh, igniting in full view of the audience. Simultaneously, his cold voice rang out, Nalan Yinran, the contest is not yet over. After the appearance of the Crimson Flame, the ordinary disciples of the Yunlan sect remained relatively unfazed, yet the elders and formidable figures such as Gu He atop the towering trees widened their eyes in astonishment. Is that a exotic fire? Gu He fixated intently on the flame in Xiao Yan's hand, a glimmer of yearning flickering in his gaze. This was the he had long sought after and could never attain. What a fortunate lad. Ultimately, Gu He managed to suppress the greed within his heart, sighing deeply as he cast a complex look toward Xiao Yan. Gu He, are you certain that is? Yin Yin inquired, glancing skeptically at the astonishing flame emanating from Xiao Yan's hand. Indeed, it is, Gu He replied, his tone tinged with certainty. Judging by its form, it belongs to the 22nd rank of the exotic fire ranking, the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. He had intended to address her as you, but upon noticing her furrowed brow, he swiftly corrected himself. Nodding, Yin Yin cast a worried glance at Nalan Yinran, with Xiao Yan's aiding him. The outcome of this battle began to seem increasingly unpredictable. Her gaze remained fixed on the arena, ever prepared to intervene should an unforeseen event arise. In the distance, observers such as Jia Xingtian, Nalan Jia, and Mu Qin also turned their attention to Xiao Yan, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Could it be him? Memories from the past resurfaced for Jia Xingtian, who recalled the figure in a black robe that had visited the royal family, claiming to be able to cure him. The resemblance between the two was striking at that moment. Since he refused to concede, let us settle this with one decisive move. Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes locked onto the poised figure of the young man below as she inhaled deeply. In the next instant, her long sword began to shift with an almost imperceptible grace, and as it moved, the ripples of energy emanating from it intensified. At that juncture, Xiao Yan summoned yet another flame, a blue fire appearing in his left hand, his gaze steady as he regarded the increasingly fierce sword intent of Nalan Yinran. Oh, it has finally emerged, the Emperor of Flame's ultimate technique. Jiang Yun observed with curiosity, unable to suppress his musings as he looked at the two flames in Xiao Yan's palm. With gasps of astonishment echoing around him, Xiao Yan guided the two flames closer, their flickering tongues growing more erratic, the scorching temperature rising rapidly. Suddenly, a radiant red-blue light erupted from his palm, revealing a swirling red-blue fire lotus. Gazing up at Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and flicked his fingers against the fire lotus, murmuring softly, carrying 3 years of my wrath and the humiliation of 3 years past. Today is the time for resolution. Go forth, Buddha's wrath fire lotus. As his voice fell, the azure-purple fire lotus shot forth like a comet, streaking toward Nalan Yinran with blinding speed. At the moment the fire lotus surged forward, the energy upon her long sword reached its zenith. Nalan Yinran finally ceased to suppress her emotions, her delicate countenance now grave. With a crisp cry, the sunlight glistening on her sword surged brilliantly once more, momentarily eclipsing the fierce rays of the sun above. Wind of the extreme, sunset radiance. As her voice echoed through the heavens, a terrifying wave of energy erupted violently, unleashing a fierce sword aura that descended from the sky, overwhelming Xiao Yan with its relentless force. The sharpness of the aura tore through the air, creating a haunting wail that resonated in the atmosphere. The solid ground beneath them cracked under the pressure of the sword's might, fissures spreading across the square like creeping vines. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar that shattered the serene sky, the fire lotus collided with the sword aura, each releasing their immense energies. Fire and wind entwined. Their opposing attributes clashed and consumed one another, reminiscent of thunder igniting the earth, spiraling out of control. In an instant, the brilliant light erupting from the clash overshadowed the sun, becoming a sun of its own, followed by surging waves of energy that swept out in all directions like a tempest. The elders, upon receiving their orders, quickly formed a defensive array, determined to prevent the residual energy from spreading. Yun, sensing the potency of the energy waves, let out a sharp cry and darted toward the epicenter of the explosion. The sheer power of their duel was formidable. The energy unleashed in the sky was not to be underestimated. Even the Douling would find it challenging to endure. Should any residual waves disperse, the disciples of the Yunlan sect, of Dome Master rank and below, would surely suffer, and several structures could be destroyed in the aftermath. Yes, with Yun Yun's command issued, vibrant energy shields rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire square. It is indeed Xiao Yan who has triumphed. At that moment, Xian's gaze pierced through the tumultuous energy waves, observing the scene with a sense of lingering fascination. Xiao Yan's final move was extraordinary, even among Doulings. Few could withstand such a technique. Nalan Yinran's defeat was hardly unjust. The technique was indeed formidable, remarked the little doctor, her eyes glinting with insight. How did he achieve such a harmonious fusion of the two flames? The control over fire required for this is far beyond that of a mere dome master. Qing Lin added, casting a questioning glance at Jiang Yun. Flame fusion? Xian tilted her head in contemplation, finding the concept vaguely familiar as she glanced at Jiang Yun. Indeed, he has cultivated the flame formula, Jiang Yun affirmed, subsequently explaining to the little doctor and Qing Lin, who were unaware of the technique. Should we eliminate him? After hearing this, the little doctor turned to Xiao Yan, her expression filled with murderous intent. Why would I kill him? Jiang Yun replied, exasperated by the little doctor's fervor, noting that she was no longer the heavenly poison woman and questioning the source of her bloodlust. I see you are also collecting exotic flames. He is currently in pursuit of them as well. The number of exotic flames in the world is limited, and he will inevitably become our adversary. Thus, eliminating him now would save us considerable effort later. The little doctor stated with conviction. Do not be so quick to resort to violence. You are now a brilliant alchemist, more devoted to healing than harm. Moreover, I have certain hypotheses to validate, never intending to take a life. Jiang Yun gently flicked the smooth forehead of the little healer and spoke softly. Understood. The little healer pouted, holding her forehead and casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, In the arena, Xiao Yin was nearly depleted of his fighting spirit, curled up with a grim expression, seeking refuge beneath the Xianzhong Qi, relying on its solid form for protection. Above the plaza, Nalan Yinran was in a perilous situation, helplessly descending towards the ground, devoid of the strength to evade. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Yun Yun arrived, shielding Nalan Yinran and preventing further injury to her disciple. The blinding light gradually dissipated, and the energy slowly calmed, with smoke enveloping the entire plaza as all eyes focused on the haze, awaiting the final outcome. Young master. As the smoke cleared, many gazes fell upon the scene, revealing Nalan Yinran slumped in Yun Yun's embrace, her azure battle armor dissipated, and her moon-white gown torn, exposing skin that had turned red and charred. Xiao Yan, too, appeared far from unscathed, his robe tattered and his body bearing numerous abrasions. Yet, driven by unwavering determination, he leaned on the Xianzhong Qi, swaying but refusing to fall. With a complex gaze, Nalan Yinran glanced at Xiao Yin, retrieving the letter of divorce from her bosom, her voice raspy as she declared, "Xiao Yin, you have won." Upon hearing Nalan Yinran concede, Xiao Yin exhaled sharply, only to be immediately overcome by a wave of soreness. He had merely sustained himself through sheer willpower until now, and with the sudden relaxation, the injuries he had endured during the battle erupted with intensity. Simultaneously, Nalan Yinran slowly rose from Yun Yun's embrace, biting her red lip. "According to our agreement, I am to serve as a maid, but please forgive my capriciousness." With that, she swept her sword across, aiming for her neck. As she had previously stated, life and death, each to their own fate, she was well prepared. Nalan Yinran's abrupt action sent shockwaves through the plaza, causing all disciples of the Yunlong sect, including the elders, to change color in alarm. No one had anticipated that Nalan Yinran would take such a drastic step due to a loss in the competition, and her resoluteness left everyone stunned, denying them a chance to react. In the midst of the turmoil, some elders wished to intervene, but due to the distance, they could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade drew nearer to Nalan Yinran's neck. Yinran, just as the sword was about to pierce her fair skin, a powerful force suddenly struck her arm, causing her to falter. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword clattered to the ground. Yet the razor-sharp aura still left a faint cut upon Nalan Yinran's delicate neck. "Teacher." Nalan Yinran turned to Yun Yun, who appeared frightened, realizing it was her timely intervention that had halted her reckless act. In such a brief span of time, only Yun Yun possesses both strength and status. "Yinran, why must you endure this?" Observing the sorrowful smile in Nalan Yinran's eyes, Yun Yun could not help but be moved, embracing her and sighing, with a complex expression directed at the embrace between Yun Yun and Nalan Yinran. Xiao Yin could not suppress a sigh. "I have no interest in taking you as a servant, so there is no need for you to act in such a manner to preserve the reputation of the Yunlong sect and the Nalan family." Having triumphed over Nalan Yinran, the humiliation brought by the broken engagement has dissipated. Now, people will merely say that Nalan Yinran is short-sighted and has misjudged the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Nalan Yinran is still the young master of the Yunlong sect, and Yun Yun, along with the elders of the sect, will not allow her to act in such a way. Furthermore, the Xiao family still exists within the Gamma Empire. Should you force the Yunlong sect into a rage, he lacks the strength to safeguard the Xiao family amidst the collective fury of the sect. The 3-year agreement has concluded, and our paths will no longer intertwine. Ultimately, Xiao Yin cast a carefree smile at Nalan Yinran, retrieved the fallen Xianzhong Qi, and turned to leave. Nalan Yinran was left in a daze, her heart a tumult of emotions, overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Is this truly the end? Ziyin, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, smacked her lips. She had found this grand performance quite enjoyable. Indeed, the prologue has concluded. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the distant horizon as he spoke in an inexplicable tone. However, it seems greater troubles are approaching. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Ziyin, the little medical sage, and Xing Lin exchanged puzzled glances, looking towards Jiang Yun, who was fixated on the distant sky. Yet, upon turning their heads, it appeared that there was nothing there. No. Suddenly, Ziyin's expression changed dramatically. Her demeanor shifting from languid to sharp, her gaze firmly fixed on that space, she gravely remarked, "Many powerful individuals are drawing near." The little medical sage and Xing Lin stared for a long while, yet found nothing, a flicker of despondency crossing their minds. Are they truly unable to keep pace with Jiang Yun and Ziyin's rising strength? In the next moment, both regained their composure, their expressions serious as they prepared to confront the impending crisis. Observing the 3 women in deep concentration, Jiang Yun chose not to disclose the truth to them. He was familiar with the newcomers, who posed no immediate threat to their existence. Suddenly, on the plains outside the Gamma Holy City, a fierce wind began to howl incessantly. At a certain moment, The void of space erupted with violent fluctuations, and a massive spatial black hole, spanning dozens of feet, gradually materialized. Within the bone flame ring, Yao Chun felt a prickling sensation and shouted toward Xiao Yan, who was meandering down the mountain. Xiao Yan, hurry to Jiang Xingtian's side, and be ready to flee at a moment's notice. Master, what is happening? Yao Chen's thunderous call startled Xiao Yan. Yet he quickly reacted, making his way towards the trees where Jiang Xingtian and Hai Buodong were located, all the while inquiring in his mind about the situation. This is indeed troubling. If this escalates, the entire Gamma Empire may become but a chapter in history. Yao Chen's expression was unprecedentedly grave as he spoke in a low tone. Xiao Yan instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly approached Jia Xingtian in a few swift strides. Is there something the matter, my young friend Xiao Yan? Jia Xingtian inquired, his eyelids twitching as he recognized the figure before him, the mysterious alchemist who had once saved him, Mu Chun and Na Lanjia. Before Xiao Yan could utter a word, a violent fluctuation erupted in the atmosphere, causing everyone present from the Yunlan sect to gaze in astonishment towards the distant horizon. A colossal, pitch-black rift was slowly taking shape in the sky. Is the sky splitting apart? They wondered, their attention diverted from the matters between Na Lan Yanran and Xiao Yan, all fixated on the ominous fissure. Curiosity enveloped the crowd. What was happening? Xiao Yan, equally intrigued, inquired within his mind to Yao Chun. A Dou Zone can initially harness spatial power. A Dou Zone can tear through space to create spatial tunnels, while the legendary Dou Sheng can forge a small world within the void for living beings to inhabit. Yao Chun spoke solemnly, enlightening Xiao Yan about the mightiest beings of this realm. What is that? Returning to reality, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly. His gaze filled with trepidation as he stared at the vast rift. Indeed, a Dou Zone is traversing the fabric of space. Xiao Yan, we must be prepared to flee at any moment. Yao Chun nodded before continuing in a composed manner. Teacher, this is rather exaggerated. What if they are benevolent? Xiao Yan questioned. Benevolent? Yao Chun scoffed. In the Dou Qi Continent, anyone could potentially be a good person, except for them. Is it the Soul Palace? A spatial passage, a Dou Zone is descending. With such a significant occurrence, Yun Shan could no longer remain in seclusion, standing together with Jia Xingtian, both gravely observing the shattered space. Ultimately, he uttered a phrase that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. A Dou Zone? In the Jiama Empire, where the Dou Zone reigns supreme, the sudden emergence of a Dou Zone is explosive news. A melodious chime resonated in the air, and soon the crowd beheld two enormous amethyst-winged lion kings emerging from the spatial black hole, dragging behind them a pitch-black war chariot. A terrifying pressure emanated from the chariot. Beside it stood a figure as dark as ink, resembling a statue, exuding a bloodthirsty and frigid aura, akin to a perfect killing machine. Once the chariot appeared, three figures followed closely, stepping through the void and gradually descending outside the sacred city of Jiama. These three were the esteemed Qin Tian, Qin Hai, and Xiu Long. As their presence materialized, it seemed as if a switch had been flipped from the black vortex. Figures clad in dark robes emerged, cackling ominously as they advanced. What formidable beings they are. Ziyan's gaze swept across a few individuals. To her, Qin Tian and his companions posed no threat. Her eyes lingered for a moment on the devouring celestial corpse before settling upon the obsidian war chariot, her tone laden with gravity as she spoke. In that moment, she sensed a perilous aura akin to an abyss emanating from the chariot. To her perception, the space surrounding it was gradually contorting, centering around the vehicle. Should anyone unwittingly step into the domain of the enemy, they would undoubtedly be torn asunder by the surrounding space. At that moment, Jiang Yun beheld Yun Yi's entrance into the Soul Palace for the first time, pondering whether the repercussions might be too great. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the city of Jama as many powerful figures appeared. Is this the end for the Jama Empire? This is the Yunlan sect, truly pitiful in its weakness. Qin Tian gazed at the distant Yunlan mountain, taking in the scene above, and mocked aloud. Haha, the once great Yun Patian was indeed a remarkable talent. It's disheartening to see his descendants so lackluster. Sighed Master Qiu Long, his tone tinged with regret. Esteemed elders, may I inquire about your purpose in the Jama Empire? Jia Xingtian, with trepidation, approached the formidable figures radiating an aura of terror, his tone respectful, yet apprehensive. Why have you come? Qin Tian suddenly grinned enigmatically, and the words that followed plunged Jia Xingtian into despair. Hee, we have come to annihilate your nation. Jia Xingtian's eyes widened in horror as he gazed helplessly at the army of the Soul Palace, while the attention of the crowd was drawn elsewhere. Xiao Yan stealthily made his way into the distance. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the Dou Zone, leaving no one to notice the departure of a great Dou Master, nor would the Soul Palace take particular interest in such a figure. Master Yao, we meet again. Just then, Yun Yi's calm voice emerged from the war chariot, causing Xiao Yin to freeze in place. As Yun Yi stepped out of the chariot, the sight of his youthful figure incited a wave of gasps among the onlookers, even amidst the looming threat of death. The resemblance of his youth to that of Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran sparked astonishment in their hearts. Is this the outside world? Are the prodigies beyond as terrifying as Yun Yi and Jiang Yin? As Yun Yi's words resonated, Xiao Yin instantly became the focus once more, drawing the curious gazes of Qin Tian and his companions toward the seemingly insignificant Great Dou Master. It is you. The ethereal figure of Yao Chun materialized behind Xiao Yin, his expression icy as he directed a gaze filled with uncontainable hatred and dread toward Yun Yi. Who would have thought that the continent's foremost alchemist would find himself in such a predicament? A cold smile crept across Qin Tian's lips upon Yao Chun's appearance, laced with derision. Thanks to your soul palace, this is a memory that Yao Chun shall hold dear. Yao Chen's gaze remained fixed on the figures of the soul palace, his voice chillingly resolute. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, all eyes gravitated towards the seemingly unremarkable soul, astonished to discover that this individual was, in fact, the continent's foremost alchemist. Yet, even the greatest alchemist could not escape the clutches of the soul palace. I am truly honored that you have mobilized such forces on my behalf, Yao Hua remarked, turning to gaze at Yuni, mistakenly believing that Yuni had come for him. After all, in his perspective, what need had the Soul Palace to exert such grand efforts for a small nation like the Gamma Empire, which scarcely had any Dou zone? You are mistaken. My primary purpose here is to await someone, though I did not anticipate such an unexpected gain, Yuni retorted disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Yao Hua before abruptly shifting his gaze to the side, where Jiang Yun and his companions were concealed. Yuni's words left Yao Hua feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation. Suddenly, Yuni raised his palm slightly, and a black hole began to manifest in his hand, rapidly expanding to an enormous size of 100 feet. The terrifying force of absorption seemed poised to engulf the very heavens and earth. As they beheld the ominous black hole, Xiao Yin, Jia Xingtian, Yun Shan, and the others felt a chill creep into their hearts. They harbored no doubt that being drawn into it would render their souls into nothingness in an instant. Under Yuni's command, the black hole surged towards Jiang Yun's location, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Ah, I've been discovered. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly upon seeing the descending black hole. He raised his hand, and a torrent of Dou Qi erupted from within him, causing the temperature of the surroundings to surge dramatically. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at the oncoming black hole, his hands swiftly forming seals. In an instant, spiritual seals erupted from his palms, and a formation took shape within his grasp. Brilliant spiritual light surged forth from the formation, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. The space around Jiang Yun distorted violently, and in the next moment, a dragon-like shadow, seemingly forged from light, burst forth from the formation in his palm. The clash of their attacks unfolded under the watchful eyes of countless observers, colliding with tremendous force. A visible energy storm erupted, ravaging the surroundings, reducing structures to rubble in an instant. In the sky, waves of chaotic energy surged and eroded one another. Ultimately, it spread outwards like tumultuous ocean waves. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the area, affecting even the powerful figures in the sky. Many who were too slow to evade were caught in the aftermath, gasping as if struck by a heavy blow, blood spewing forth in crimson bursts. In that moment, chaos reigned within the Yunlong sect. Chapter 137, Battle. What? Who is that person? Is there such a genius in the Northwest continent? How could it possibly withstand the young lord's assault? Qin Tian and the others could not help but exclaim, as the energy surged violently, swirling around them. The entwined dragon shadow, interlaced with a black hole, displayed no signs of waning. Only those who accompanied Yun Yi understood just how extraordinary their young lord truly was. In merely a year, Yun Yi had ascended from a Dou Huang to the realm of a 9-star Dou zone, and his combat prowess was unfathomable. Even they felt a shiver of trepidation when facing him at times. Gazing at Jiang Yun, who withstood Yun Yi's palm strike, the trio was utterly astonished. Upon a towering treetop, Hai Bo Dong and the others descended swiftly from the skies, their appearances somewhat disheveled. The terrifying energy had left them in a state of disarray. Despite their quick reactions, it was Master Jiang. After calming the tumult within, Hai Bo Dong immediately spotted the 4 figures on the distant rooftop and exclaimed with excitement. Kuxing Tian and the others soon recognized Jiang Yun, their expressions filled with fervor as they spoke. In this moment of despair, Jiang Yun's appearance seemed like a glimmer of hope, stirring the hearts of all present. It truly is Master Jiang. Wonderful, with Master Jiang here, surely we will be safe. Yet, it may be premature to rejoice. Master Jiang is merely a 7th-grade alchemist, and it is doubtful he can compel the Dou Zun to relent. Gu He, fully aware of the situation, spoke with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, as Gu He's words echoed, it felt like a cold shower extinguishing the flickering hopes within the crowd. Teacher, what shall we do? In the throng, Xiaoyan could not help but turn to Yao Chen for guidance. Yao Chen's gaze swept over Jiang Yun and his companions before he replied solemnly, "Let us observe the unfolding events." With a light flick of his sleeve, he dissipated the rolling waves of energy. Yun Yi, intrigued, regarded Jiang Yun and his 3 companions with curiosity, inquiring, "The path of formations? Among the 7 great imperial clans, I am certain no one like you exists. Whose esteemed disciple are you?" Yao Chun and Qin Tian's expressions shifted at Yun Yi's words. The imperial clans. For the common folk, a Dou Zun is already a sovereign of Zhongzhou, exalted and untouchable. Yet only upon reaching a certain level of understanding does one realize that the true rulers of this realm are the descendants of those lofty imperial clans. Even the Dan Tower is no exception. Only a millennium ago, during the zenith of the Dan Tower and the burning Flame Valley, could they rival the great imperial clans. However, as time passed, the ones who gazed down from the pinnacle of the continent have always been those fearsome 7 imperial clans. Upon hearing Yun Yi's words, the others exchanged puzzled glances, for at their level, such matters were beyond their reach. What force dares to bear the imperial name? They felt as if they had stumbled upon a great secret, a mere country bumpkin, and yet the young lord may not even be aware of it. In response to Yun Yi's inquiry, Jiang Yun wore a gentle smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze, and softly replied. Yuni let out a cold laugh and speculated. Your fighting spirit is imbued with what amidst the flames, combined with the formidable soul power characteristic of a late-stage spiritual realm practitioner. It is evident that you are an alchemist, and moreover, a grade 8 alchemist. Even among the younger generation of the medicinal clan, few can match your prowess at such a tender age, and the Pill Tower lacks the capability to cultivate someone of your caliber. As Yuni gradually unveiled Jiang Yun's true identity, the onlookers were left in astonishment, gazing at Jiang Yun in disbelief. Who could have imagined that this young individual was, in fact, a grade 8 alchemist? Many among the crowd appeared deeply disheartened, reflecting on their own paths at such an age, merely at the 1st or 2nd tier of alchemy, while he had already ascended to the 8th tier. This revelation was indeed a significant eye-opener for those from the Gamma Empire. The outside world was truly astonishing. Yao Chen also regarded Jiang Yun with curiosity, unable to discern his true strength until it was disclosed by Yuni, which left him profoundly shaken. A flicker of intrigue arose within him, from which esteemed master of alchemy had Jiang Yun emerged. Few in the realm of alchemy possessed the ability to nurture someone of his caliber, and apart from the medicinal clan. Perhaps only the ancient master Xiandan from a millennium ago, the venerable Shinnong, could be capable of such a feat. Shinnong? Upon hearing this name from Yuni, Yao Chen appeared momentarily dazed, his heart swayed with belief. His own alchemical skills had reached the pinnacle of the continent, and only a handful of ancient beings surpassed him, among whom stood the most unassuming yet renowned elder of the alchemical world, Shinnong himself. Master, who is this Shinnong? Is he renowned? Xiaoyan inquired curiously, casting a glance at Yao Chen. At this moment, Hai Buodong and others perked up their ears, eager to hear the insights of the continent's foremost alchemist. Oh, the venerable Shinnong. He was already a grade 9 grandmaster alchemist 1,000 years ago. Presently, who knows the heights to which his alchemical prowess has ascended? In the realm of alchemy, it is unlikely anyone would dare claim superiority over him. Yao Chen spoke with a tone of reverence, not concealing his admiration. Gasp! Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, all present could not help but inhale sharply. Such an existence surely belonged to the pinnacle of the continent. If what Yuni said was true, then Jiang Yun was indeed a disciple of the grade 9 grandmaster alchemist, and presumably, the Soul Palace would extend him a degree of respect, would they not? Contemplating this, the crowd regarded Jiang Yun with expressions akin to those seeking a savior. Jiang Yun, bemused by the lofty identity Yuni had ascribed to him, pondered their intentions. Were they attempting to shroud him with an ephemeral background to preempt future troubles from the Soul Palace? Out of respect for the venerable Shinnong, I shall grant you a reprieve and allow you to depart, Yuni asserted, observing Jiang Yun's tacit acceptance with a nod, his tone tinged with a hint of trepidation. To think that the beast spirit flame resides in your possession. Though it ranks only 22nd on the list of extraordinary flames, it is still better than nothing. After arranging matters concerning Jiang Yun, Yuni's gaze shifted to Xiaoyan, speaking in a tone of indifference. As the words fell, a chilling aura instantly enveloped the heavens and the earth, leaving the members of the Gamma Empire feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. In a thunderous moment, Qin Tian resolutely struck forth, his pale hand emerging from his sleeve. A vast black mist surged, coalescing in an instant into a colossal Tinjong black mist palm imprint, which he ruthlessly slammed down upon Yunlin Mountain. The ominous sound of the rushing wind sent shockwaves through the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically as they floundered like ants on a hot skillet. At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar pierced the air, and a violet beam of light surged forth, swiftly penetrating the black palm imprint and hurtling towards Qin Tian without hesitation. What? Qin Tian exclaimed in terror upon witnessing the violet radiance. The suddenness of the attack left him aghast. In the blink of an eye, the assault was upon him, and he felt an invisible force binding him, rendering him immobile. "Young lord, save me." A resounding clash echoed atop Yunlin Mountain, the terrifying force causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it were on the verge of shattering. What was that? A long spear. At that moment, those clutching their chests finally discerned the nature of the violet light. It was indeed a spear resembling a dragon's head, crafted from purple crystal, radiating a splendid brilliance under the sun. Everyone turned to gaze at the recently transformed Xian, astonished that she possessed such formidable power, nearly extinguishing a Dou Zun's life with her initial strike. What was that dragon's might? Which race could wield such influence? Meanwhile, Yao Chun regarded Xian with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with curiosity, as he beheld the spear tip, mere inches from him, and felt its sharpness emanating. Qin Tian could not help but swallow hard, gazing anxiously at the great halberd that stood against the spear. It was a jet-black halberd, exuding an eerie, devouring force. It was the weapon of Yun Yi, which he had witnessed tear through Dou Zun's defenses over the past year. "Thank you, young lord, for saving my life." Qin Tian expressed his gratitude, looking at Yun Yi, who wielded the halberd. Yun Yi, however, paid no heed to him. Instead, with a powerful tremor of his hand, the spear that had been blocked at the halberd's tip transformed into a streak of light and flew back towards Xian. With a thud, Xian caught the returning spear, her expression serious as she regarded Yun Yi and solemnly remarked, "This fellow is remarkably strong." Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin nodded gravely, fully aware of Xian's prowess. The young lord had effortlessly countered her attack, revealing himself as a formidable opponent. "Be cautious. The members of the Soul Palace are all quite enigmatic." Jiang Yin approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xian, his demeanor serious. "Ancient Void Dragon." At that moment, Yun Yi, shedding his usual indifference, regarded Xian with seriousness and declared, "You are of the ancient Void Dragon lineage." Yun Yi's tone was imbued with certainty as he gazed at Jiang Yun with an expression of astonishment. "I never anticipated that you would have ties to the ancient dragon clan. The Taishu ancient dragon, that supreme beast of the monster realm. I can't believe that after all these years, a Taishu ancient dragon has re-emerged from the void onto the continent." Xian's identity naturally sparked a ripple of unease among the group, causing Qin Tian and the others to sense the gravity of the situation. The Taishu ancient dragon clan's power is likely on par with that of the imperial clans. If we were to provoke them, I wonder if the Lord of the Hall would tear us apart. "It is astonishing that anyone could have a connection to the ancient dragon clan," Yao Can remarked, observing the unfolding scene with a solemn expression. "Teacher, is the Taishu ancient dragon truly formidable?" Xiao Yan inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. He was aware from ancient texts that the Taishu ancient dragon was the sovereign of the monster realm, yet he lacked a concrete grasp of its true strength. To my knowledge, at its peak, the Taishu ancient dragon was capable of contending with any force on the continent. They dwell amidst the chaotic void, and no one knows the location of their dragon island. They have not set foot on the continent for many years, reigning as the undisputed overlords of the monster realm. Upon hearing Yao Can's explanation, Xiao Yan gasped in astonishment. The Taishu ancient dragon is an embodiment of invincibility, with the ability to both attack and defend. It is no wonder that Yun Yi harbors such trepidation. Although the ancient dragon clan is formidable, my soul clan does not cower. Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of us? After the initial shock, Yun Yi asserted his dominance once more. "Humph. You were the ones who attacked us first. Am I not entitled to resist?" Ziyin glared coldly at Qin Tian, her voice laced with iciness. All right. Even if our side made a prior mistake, I shall remain resolute," Yun Yi declared firmly. "Qin Tian, I will hold them off. You go seize the Jiamar Empire." "Yes." At Yun Yi's command, Qin Tian's excitement was palpable as he licked his lips, casting a beaming smile at the members of the Jiamar Empire. "Let me show you what I can do." With a swift exhalation, Ziyan's gaze sharpened, and a fierce aura surged from within her like a tempest. With a powerful stomp, Ziyan propelled herself forward, her form darting like a specter. Boom! Just as Ziyan made her move, the figure of the devouring heavenly corpse, standing beside Yun Yi, shifted. Like an iron tower, it descended from the heavens, intercepting her assault entirely. "Scoundrel! Frustrated that Yun-yi would not engage her directly, Ziyin glared at the devouring heavenly corpse, feeling a palpable pressure from this peculiar puppet. A thought crossed her mind as she lunged forward with her spear. The force of her strike infused with overwhelming battle energy that ripped through the air. The devouring heavenly corpse remained unmoving in the face of the oncoming spear, its body adorned with bizarre runes emanating a strange aura. It retaliated with a chaotic punch aimed directly at Ziyin. Clang! As fists and spearheads collided with a resounding crash, sparks flew, and a visible wave of energy swept outward, causing the surrounding air to erupt explosively. Since my debut, among my peers, only you have captured my attention. Although this encounter is unexpected, I hope you can allow me to experience the thrill of battle. Yun-yi approached Jiang Yun with an unhurried demeanor, his expression tranquil yet imbued with an unmistakable pride. As you wish, Jiang Yun replied, equally composed, while behind him, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin retreated solemnly into the distance. Due to Jiang Yun's and Ziyan's esteemed identities, Qin Tian and the others chose to disregard the two women, ensuring their temporary safety. Jiang Yun and Yun-yi locked eyes, both ignited by flames of black and white. The tumultuous waves of fighting spirit and overwhelming soul pressure pervading the atmosphere. Their confrontation had reached a razor's edge. With a thunderous boom, two figures surged forward like phantoms, barely discernible to the onlookers, and in the next instant, they crashed high above in the sky. The obsidian spear swept forth, enshrouded in a malevolent aura, its blade entwined with a terrifying devouring force, akin to a ferocious beast lunging for its prey, exuding an unmatched might as it bore down on Jiang Yun, the surrounding space seemingly on the verge of being rent asunder. Chapter 138, Desperation. Seeing this, Jiang Yun remained calm, having entered a state of heightened awareness. The white immortal flame erupted, and he swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands. In the blink of an eye, a peculiar formation appeared, and four beastly silhouettes suddenly let out a reverberating howl, each harboring a flame of white fire within, connecting in a brilliant display. Resembling a colossal fire seal towering into the heavens, descending upon Yun-yi. In that moment, an overwhelming heat manifested, causing the energies of the world to scatter in retreat. Suddenly, the previously unstable space shattered violently, revealing immense rifts in the sky. Yun-yi raised his gaze to the descending force spirit seals, a weighty tremor rippling through his otherwise abyssal eyes. This was Jiang Yun's lethal intent. Strange fire. Humph. Void Godfinger. With a low snarl, Yun-yi curved his fingers, channeling his dark fighting spirit into their tips, which deepened into a profound shade, trembling as the surrounding space was violently torn apart. With a swift motion, a thick beam of black light erupted from between his fingers, tearing through the sky and leaving an immense scar in its wake, unleashing an utterly terrifying destructive force. Boom. The two formidable attacks collided with a cataclysmic impact, a deep and resounding roar echoing across the heavens, followed by an indescribable tempest of fierce winds that swept chaotically through the area. Both combatants were thrust backward, only to crash into one another once more in the next heartbeat. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth as Yun-yi wielded a pitch-black flame spear, exuding a dreadful ferocity, striking with unmatched dominance against Jiang Yun. In response, Jiang Yun continuously unleashed exquisite techniques of exotic flames and formations from his hands, countering Yun-yi's frenzied assault, resulting in a fierce exchange on the battlefield. Who is this Jiang Yun, capable of engaging in such a balanced contest with the young lord at their level? A.O. Long observed the two combatants and, sensing the dissipating energy fluctuations, inquired with a grave expression, "Who can I ask about this?" In response to A.O. Long's confusion, Qin Tian and Qing Hai exchanged glances, thinking with irritation. Let us not forget that the girl belongs to the ancient Void Dragon lineage, and whether or not she is a disciple of the Elder of Shinno, the ancient Void Dragons are not to be trifled with. They are indeed a hot potato. It would be best for us to stay out of this, as the young lord will handle it. Qing Hai pondered, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it is more pressing to complete the young lord's task. The three nodded in agreement, and, accompanied by a large contingent of Soul Hall guardians and henchmen, advanced towards the individuals from Yunlan Mountain and the Gamma Holy City. Instantly, a shroud of black mist obscured the sun, enveloping the sky and rushing toward the crowd. Ha ha ha, Yao Chen, today I shall see where you can escape. From within the dark fog, the clanking of iron chains echoed, and pairs of scarlet eyes glared at the assembled group like predators eyeing their prey. This is troublesome, Yao Chen uttered, his face dark enough to drip with water. Let us bathe the Gamma Empire in blood. Leading the charge, Qin Tian's eyes gleamed with a sinister intent as he fixed his gaze on the individuals atop Yunlan Mountain, a cold smile gracing his lips as he suddenly waved his hand, exuding a murderous aura. Yes, upon hearing the command of their revered leader. The multitude of Soul Hall guardians and envoys shouted in unison, their fierce battle energy erupting forth. In a cacophony of sounds, the black chains surged forth towards the people of the Gamma Empire. Kill! The deafening battle cries reverberated throughout the realm, quickly transforming the atmosphere into one filled with overwhelming bloodlust. Clang! A familiar technique rang out as a resounding explosion erupted from the black mist. A chain as dark as ink shot forth like a serpent emerging from its lair, aimed directly at Yao Chun. The air ripped apart, producing sharp, piercing shrieks that sent chills down one's spine. Yao Chen's pupils constricted as he attached himself to Xiao Yan. The denizens of the Soul Hall possessed an uncanny restraint against spiritual forces, necessitating the use of other means or powers in battle. Years ago, he had managed to escape thanks to the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Now, as that Bone Spirit Cold Fire had been seized by Yun Yi, he could only rely on Xiao Yan's 10,000 Beasts Spiritual Fire. Under Yao Chen's command, the 10,000 Beasts Spiritual Fire surged dramatically. Grasping the profound weight ruler, he executed a fierce strike with the flame dividing devouring wave ruler against the chain. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as both the chain and Yao Chun were forced to recoil simultaneously. What manner of beings are you? Flee swiftly. The Gamma Empire is on the brink of destruction. Alas, they have besieged both the Yunlan sect and the Gamma Holy City, and we are trapped. At this moment, atop Yun Mountain, the formidable figures of the Yunlan sect and the Gamma Empire gazed in despair at the overwhelming tide of Soul Palace warriors approaching. With a sudden cough, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of blood. To withstand the onslaught of the Dou Zone, Yao Chun had to summon an even greater power without reservation. Yet, Xiao Yan's body, merely that of a great Dou master, was evidently insufficient to sustain such force. Ha ha ha. Yao Chun, how many times can your apprentice's body endure this torment? Qin Tian remarked, a cold smirk playing at his lips. His eyes glinted as he uttered words that struck Yao Chun's heart. What a ruthless teacher you are. It is no wonder that Han Feng chose to betray you. At these words, Yao Chen's eyes reddened instantly, and with a grim expression, he flew out from within Xiao Yan, turning to look at the waning aura of his apprentice. With a melancholic tone, he said, Little one, though I can accompany you no further, I am immensely proud of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, his teeth clenched against his lip, blood seeping forth as he gazed at Yao Chun with reddened eyes. Yao Chun observed the pale-faced youth in the black robe kneeling before him and smiled serenely. A mysterious orb of light shot forth from his brow, darting through the air and embedding itself into Xiao Yan's forehead. As the orb left Yao Chen's body, he appeared increasingly ethereal. Once the orb entered Xiao Yan's mind, a gentle yet ancient voice resonated within him. Though this journey has been brief, it remains unforgettable. In the days to come, without your teacher by your side, you must rely solely on yourself. Prepare yourself and run with all your might. Have you completed your final words? Qin Tian inquired with interest, observing Yao Chun, who seemed ready to embrace death. Do you truly believe that a mere soul entity can withstand the three of us? Ha ha ha. With that, Qin Tian exchanged glances with Qiu Long and Qing Hai. Erupting into laughter, their mirth laced with mockery. Before my demise, I reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, having braved life and death to glimpse the mysteries of the heavenly realm. Today, I shall test the might of the heavenly realm against you Soul Palace wretches. Yao Chun regarded the cackling trio with a calm demeanor, his voice growing increasingly serene, yet an overwhelming aura reminiscent of divine might emanated from him, silencing their laughter. The heavenly realm, Qing Hai exclaimed, for aside from alchemists, the denizens of the Soul Palace were among the most knowledgeable about souls, and they understood the terror of the heavenly realm all too well. Do not give him a chance, strike swiftly. He is a soul entity and cannot endure for long. Just hold him back. As the words fell, the pervasive black mist enveloping the heavens erupted into colossal waves of dark energy. A chilling aura that sent shivers through their bones, surging forth from the three of them, dominate the mountains and rivers. With an overwhelming surge of energy, Yao Chun let out a resounding roar, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to convulse violently. In an instant, a peculiar, transparent cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears, began to materialize. The cauldron swelled against the wind, seemingly intent on consuming the entire sky, exuding a terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone from the Soul Palace. The numerous guardians of the Soul Palace, engaged in their offensive, looked up at the sky-shrouding cauldron, their eyes filled with dread. Heavenly tier combat skill. Qin Tian and his companions stood in stunned silence, their eyes widening in horror as they exclaimed in shock. Star Shatter Slash. 100 Souls, Binding Python. Falling Soul Claw. Exchanging glances, the trio immediately unleashed their most formidable attacks. In an instant, 3 terrifying assaults transformed into lightning, hurtling towards the colossal cauldron above. Boom. The collision of their attacks did not produce the anticipated explosive reaction. Instead, it was as if they had plunged into an unfathomable black hole. They surged forward without creating even the slightest ripple, and astonishingly, the descent of the cauldron remained unimpeded. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the three gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. At that moment, Yao Chun, manipulating the cauldron, let out a cold chuckle. Having sacrificed his soul to barely attain the heavenly realm, he unleashed a heavenly tier combat skill that was beyond the trio's capacity to withstand. Scoundrels! Regaining their senses and gazing at the descending cauldron, the 3's faces darkened as they hastily retreated. However, just as they attempted to escape, a peculiar sealing force emanated from the cauldron, causing their retreat to slow significantly. The immense cauldron rapidly descended towards them. The fear of death finally clawed at their hearts. Lord Young Master, save me. In an instant, 3 piercing screams echoed through the sky, hearing the cries of the esteemed ones. The guardians of the Soul Palace within the range of the combat skill joined in their desperate calls. Startled by the chilling shrieks, Yao Chun paused momentarily, his eyes glinting with malice. He swiftly formed hand seals, prompting the cauldron to descend even faster towards the gathered souls. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Yun E's silhouette abruptly appeared above the crowd. Blood flowers drifted from his pristine white garments. Yet in that moment, he stood like a pillar of heaven, effortlessly cradling the falling cauldron with a single hand. In the eyes of the Soul Palace members, their young master resembled a deity, his hands seemingly infused with the strength to uphold the heavens. Young Master. The young master is invincible. The surviving members of the Soul Palace erupted in fervent cheers. You certainly made quite the show. Jiang Yun, equally bloodied and clad in black, gazed at Yun E with an odd expression, his thoughts racing. Brother Jiang Yun, are you all right? At this moment, the figures of the little medicine fairy and Qinglin swiftly approached Jiang Yun. Observing the bloodstains adorning his body, they expressed their concern. The little medicine fairy hastily retrieved several medicine vials from her spatial ring, pouring out elixirs to offer to Jiang Yun's lips. It's nothing serious, merely some minor injuries. Take the elixir, and you shall recover in no time. Jiang Yun took the medicine she presented, smiling gently as he spoke. That Yun E is quite formidable, managing to injure my brother Jiang Yun. Once Qinglin's cultivation improves, I shall surely avenge him. Qinglin, seeing that Jiang Yun was not gravely harmed, let out a sigh of relief, casting an indignant glare at the distant figure. Qinglin, you must strive hard. That individual is not easily dealt with. Jiang Yun affectionately ruffled Qinglin's hair, speaking softly. He then turned his gaze towards Xian, who was energetically battling the devouring heavenly corpse. Despite the corpse's defense being sufficient to withstand a 9-star Dozun, its attack power was merely that of a 1-star Dozun, rendering it an excellent meat shield and sparring partner. At that moment, encountering such a suitable target, Xian was exceedingly exhilarated. Though Jiang Yun couldn't help but wonder if Xian would still be smiling after some time had passed, a hint of schadenfreude welled up within him. Devouring black hole. Yun Yi's icy gaze fixed upon Yao Shen, instilling a chilling dread within him, reminiscent of the night when his bone spirit cold fire was extracted. As Yun Yi's calm voice resonated, a black demonic flame surged from his palm, cradling the great cauldron, transforming into a pitch-black fire ring that spun wildly, its terrifying devouring power gradually eroding the cauldron's body. In a mere span of breaths, the cauldron was consumed entirely. As the combat skill was refined, Yao Shen's explosive strength began to wane, and his condition turned exceedingly unstable. Teacher, Xiao Yan suddenly burst forth, his eyes reddened with emotion as he choked out. Why are you still here? Yao Shen met Xiao Yan's fervent gaze, questioning him with indignation. Abandoning my teacher to flee alone is something I could never do. If it comes to it, I shall face death. Xiao Yan resolutely returned Yao Shen's stare. Oh, foolish child, heaven has been kind to me. I did not misjudge this time. Yao Shen observed the now mature Xiao Yan, smiling gently. He silently vowed to ensure Xiao Yan's safe escape, no matter the cost. Sensing the abundant Dou Qi within him, Yun Yi regarded the weakened Yao Shen and the despondent crowd, coldly commanding, kill. The remaining members of the Soul Hall, having survived the ordeal, erupted into chilling laughter upon hearing Jiang Yun's order, exuding a murderous aura that sent shivers down the spine. Yao Shen, perish. With a resentful glare aimed at Yao Shen, Qin Tian unleashed a powerful strike, a black energy hand hurtling towards the crowd. Chapter 139, Insult. If he were to be harmed, the Soul Hall would cease to exist. A gentle, ethereal voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. A gentle voice spiraled through the heavens, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it, as an aura of solemnity enveloped the realm. At that moment, before the ominous black hand of Qin Tian descended, the space before Xiao Yan abruptly warped, and an ancient figure materialized with an unsettling presence. With a mere flourish of its sleeves, the fabric of space collapsed, shattering the black hand with ease. Witnessing the effortless dismantling of Qingtian's assault by this venerable figure, the onlookers were seized by a tremor of awe. Who could this divine being be that so effortlessly thwarted a Dou Zun's advance? Was it yet another Dou Zun? As realization dawned, their gazes turned reverent towards the aged silhouette, reigniting the flicker of hope within their hearts. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yan stiffened momentarily, a flicker of disbelief dancing in his throat as he murmured, Sun At this soft utterance, Yao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. With her arrival, Xiao Yan's safety was assured. At last, they have come, murmured Yun Yi, suspended in the skies, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light as he gazed at the distant shadow. With a wave of his hand, the devouring celestial corpse, still reeling from its battle with Ziyin, transformed into a streak of light and stood silently behind Yun Yi, though its body bore numerous injuries. It began to writhe under the influence of the eerie black flames, with some minor wounds visibly healing in the blink of an eye. Ziyin, witnessing this from afar, was immediately repulsed. Initially excited at the sight of this sandbag, her enthusiasm waned as time passed, the creature's attributes leaving her thoroughly disgusted. At this rate, she feared she might exhaust herself to death. Sensing the approaching waves of powerful auras, Ziyin returned to Jiang Yun's side, her expression grave as she prepared to tear through space and flee at a moment's notice. The ancient clan, the Black Yin army? Jiang Yun remarked, also fixating on the ominous clouds where formidable energies surged forth. In the distance, the sky reverberated with the sound of rending air. As dozens of tiny black dots emerged into view, their overwhelming presence blotting out the sun, a tempest of dark energy swept toward them. Are those magical beasts? Gasped the survivors of the Jaimar Empire, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the approaching figures. To their shock, the black dots revealed themselves to be a cadre of pitch-black unicorns, each adorned with silver horns stretching a foot long, intricately etched with strange patterns from which the faint sound of thunder seemed to resonate. These unicorns bore 4 wings, their wings thrumming as a wild wind howled down from the heavens. Perched atop these 4-winged unicorns were youths exuding an aura of formidable power, clad in matching purple-black robes. Their expressions were inscrutable, and their fleeting glances, sharp as blades, sent chills racing through the onlookers. Each presence was as deep and profound as still waters, with every figure rivaling the likes of Yun Shan and the formidable Xing Tian. At the heart of the Black Abyss army stood a magnificent 4-winged unicorn, upon whose back 3 youths, 2 males and 1 female, were quietly poised. The female, none other than Gu Suner, directed her gaze steadfastly toward Xiao Yan, her attention unwavering, as a captivating smile involuntarily graced her lips. Yet, upon noticing the bloodstains adorning Xiao Yan, a flicker of concern flashed in her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the gathered members of Yun Yi's group, revealing a chilling intent to kill. The 2 young men trailing behind Gu Suner presented a stark contrast. One appeared quite ordinary, yet emanated an uncanny sense of trustworthiness. At this moment, he regarded Gu Suner with a complex smile, for since her return to the clan, he had never witnessed her express such sentiments towards anyone else. The clan had always harbored grievances regarding Gu Suner's connection with Xiao Yan, and should this information reach the clan, it could undoubtedly stir a tempest of controversy. His gaze instinctively shifted to the figure of the man clad in a blue robe standing beside him. This individual, dressed in a simple blue garment, possessed a strikingly handsome visage that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. He seemed to harbor no discernible aura, yet from the perspective of the onlookers, his status was only subordinate to that of Gu Suner. Presently, his eyes were intensely fixed on Yun Yi, Jiang Yun, and Ziyin, brimming with a palpable combat spirit. Could it be Gu Qingyang? Sensing the presence of this individual, Jiang Yun's gaze traversed the ranks of the Black Abyss army, ultimately resting upon the figure in the blue robe, a hint of speculation flashing in his eyes. To annihilate my soul palace, Gu Suner, you may yet lack the necessary qualifications. At that moment, upon noticing the murderous intent in Gu Suner's eyes, Yun Yi let out a cold laugh, laced with derision. His words elicited slight frowns from the 2 men positioned behind Gu Suner, a flicker of discontent crossing their features. Gu Suner too furrowed her brow, casting a frosty glare at Yun Yi. She recognized him well. It was he who had unexpectedly arrived at the Shao family, compelling her to breach the agreement with her father and return to the clan prematurely. As a disciple of the renowned 9-star Dou Saint, Su Wu, his significance was not lost on the clan, and intelligence regarding him had subsequently reached the upper echelons of the Gu clan. The sudden appearance of Yun Yi, a figure whose past remained shrouded in mystery, puzzled the Gu clan considerably, for it was evident that he bore no imperial bloodline. His swift ascent and strength was a matter of great concern, prompting the clan's leaders to regard him with heightened scrutiny. Outrageous. Upon Yuan's proclamation, the trio of Gusuner had yet to respond, yet the ranks of the Black Abyss army erupted in turmoil. It was well known that although Gusuner had only returned to the clan for a little over 3 years, she had already ascended to the status of a goddess in the hearts of many young clansmen. As the clan leader's daughter, endowed with divine bloodline and unparalleled beauty, she embodied a trifecta of allure. Who among the Gu clan could remain impervious to such charm? Who would not yearn to bask in her favor? As Yuan spoke with insolence, a striking young man, approximately 21 or 22 years of age, donned in a dark purple robe, stepped forward and rebuked him loudly. With a thunderous roar, an immensely terrifying aura erupted from the young man's body. Although he was merely at the 9th star of the Do Huang realm, he possessed a 5th-tier bloodline, combined with formidable combat skills and techniques, sufficient to rival the average 1 or 2-star Do zone. When did the master permit a guard to interject? Yuan coldly regarded the intruder, foregoing further discourse, and unleashed a powerful punch. Dark flames flickered along his arm, and between his fingers, it resembled a churning sea of black fire, a force potent enough to rend the heavens and shatter the earth. A blazing fist imprint surged toward the Black Abyss army with tremendous force. Not good. Sensing the might of Yunyi's punch, the young man paled, yet did not retreat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a sudden grasp, his palm crackled with lightning, and he bellowed, "Thunder dance." Silver arcs of electricity materialized, transforming into a thunderous spear, which rushed forth with unparalleled destructive power to pierce Yunyi's fist imprint. Upon witnessing this, Yuan let out a cold laugh, lightly waving his fiery hand, thereby amplifying the might of his flaming fist imprint, imbued with a sense of lethal peril as it swiftly descended upon the Black Abyss army. Did he truly intend to ensnare them all in one fell swoop? Bad news. Guzhan, protect the young lady. At this moment, the expression of the young man in the blue shirt suddenly changed. With a light step, his figure appeared in front of the crowd before his voice could fade. Guzhan, observing Gu Qingyang's actions, felt a surge of anxiety but remained steadfast, guarding in front of Gu Suner. As Gu Qingyang soared forward, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Upon appearing before the gathered crowd, his fingers abruptly froze in a peculiar hand sign. The sign's thumb pointed inward, while the fingers intertwined like serpents, with the index fingers touching, presenting an extremely profound impression. Once the hand seal was complete, his internal Dou Qi was depleted, and a dazzling radiance erupted from his palm, revealing a handprint the size of a palm, adhering to his hand. As the handprint manifested, the surrounding space trembled violently. Fixating intently on Jiang Yun's impending attack, Gu Qingyang let out a low growl. Imperial seal technique, ground seal. With a bend of his thumb, he forcefully thrust the handprint forward, causing the energy imprint to shoot forth, transforming into a crystalline gleam the size of a palm. Racing toward the fist imprint with lightning speed. An imperial seal technique? Jiang Yun's gaze flickered as he watched the handprint soar. He mused, truly remarkable. Gu Qingyang can execute the 3rd seal of the imperial seal technique at such an early stage in Do zone. He, rather than Gu Suner, would make the most suitable candidate for clan leader. Alas, the disparity in cultivation remains too vast. With a subtle shake of his head, Jiang Yun's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, settling upon a certain location where the very essence of the surroundings appeared to warp slightly. Even the Do Zun who had rescued Xiao Yin and the others remained composed, clearly indicating that Gu Suner had brought forth more than just this contingent. Boom. A terrifying collision erupted, akin to the clash of meteors, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that reverberated through the air. Waves of destructive energy rippled outward from the point of impact. Had he lost? Gu Qingyang's eyes, piercing through the energy ripples, focused on the scene within, where a fist imprint effortlessly shattered a palm print, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Indeed, his cultivation was vastly inferior. Disappointedly shaking his head and sensing the emptiness of his own Dou Qi, Gu Qingyang even began to doubt whether Yuan was truly a descendant of the imperial lineage. Despite being of similar age, why was it that the other, lacking the bloodline of a Do emperor, had seemingly surpassed him by an entire realm? Who, then, was the true heir of the imperial bloodline? Humph. Just as the fist imprint was about to descend upon Gu Qingyang, a cold snort suddenly echoed through the realm, and a somewhat stooped, ancient figure gradually materialized before him, raising a withered hand to grasp at the fist imprint. Bang! Upon contact, it was as if a mountain torrent had burst forth, visible waves of power rippling outward. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he felt the terrifying force exploding from his palm, nearly losing control. What a formidable little scion of the Soul clan. Amplifying the Dou Qi within, he narrowly extinguished the fist imprint, his expression darkening as he solemnly regarded Yun-Yi. Elder Gusu. Upon the elder's appearance, the black-clad army in midair hastily bowed and saluted, speaking respectfully. Gusu nodded and then turned his attention to Yun-Yi, rubbing his somewhat numb, withered palm, and stated, "Apologize to my young lady, or today the Soul Palace may well see the fall of several esteemed ones." Boom. As he spoke, a surge of power befitting an 8-star Dozun erupted suddenly, causing Qin Tian and the others to change countenance. What audacity! Under my very nose. Does your Gu clan believe they can slay members of the Soul Palace at will? The space beside Yun-Yi began to writhe ominously, and a hoarse voice echoed beneath the heavens. A figure slowly emerged from the depths, clad in a blood-red robe, with long hair of a deep crimson hue, red eyes and brows, exuding a chilling aura of bloodlust. The Soul Palace's 4 great Dozuns, the Blood River Dozun. As he beheld the Blood River Dozun, Gusu's expression became gravely serious. The individual was a renowned powerhouse in Zhongzhou, famed for his blood transformation technique, with countless formidable warriors having perished by his hand. Moreover, his aura was even stronger. Young Palace Master, the Blood River Dozun, having emerged, fixed his gaze on Yun-Yi, his voice rasping with a sardonic laugh. Yun-Yi lightly nodded, turning to Gusuner, and declared, "I have said before, the Soul Palace is not something you can extinguish at your whim, Gusuner." Upon hearing Yun-Yi's words and observing the several Dozun beside him, as well as the numerous black-robed guardians, Gusuner's expression instantly darkened. The accompanying Gu Jun and Gu Qingyang also exhibited discontent. For although Gusuner's remarks had indeed been somewhat hasty, why did Yun-Yi persistently hold on to the matter? Furthermore, did he not fear provoking a conflict between the two clans by so blatantly disregarding the dignity of the esteemed young lady of the Gu clan? Currently, it was merely a skirmish among Dozun, but should a Dosheng intervene, the situation would become irretrievably chaotic. You wish for me to apologize? Yun-Yi then directed his gaze at Gusu, sneering coldly. Today, if Gusuner does not offer her apology, I cannot guarantee the safe passage of you few, excluding her. Indeed, upon hearing Yun-Yi's declaration, the members of the Soul Palace exhibited a glint of red in their eyes, akin to predators eyeing their prey. Fixated on the Gu clan members, most of them were oblivious to the true essence of the Gu clan, only aware that the balance of power was currently in their favor. If not now to act arrogantly, then when? Gusuner, with a troubled countenance, gazed at Yun-Yi, demanding her to concede. What dignity would remain for the Gu clan? In the future, her standing within the clan would likely face significant scrutiny. Perhaps she would even be confined. Yun-Yi, you have gone too far. Gu Qingyang stepped forward, his expression grim. At this moment, not only he, but the members of the Black Yin army also regarded Yun-Yi with unkind eyes. Too far, Yun-Yi retorted, a mocking expression upon his face as he surveyed the crowd. I merely returned the favor in kind. Chapter 140. The conclusion. Scoundrel. How dare he treat the young lady in such a manner? The young elites from the Gu clan within the Black Yin army were instantly aflame with rage, their formidable auras surging forth as they glared fiercely at Yun-Yi. Had their gazes been lethal, he would have been rent asunder 1,000 times over. Indeed, the Gu clan possesses valor, Yun-Yi remarked, surveying the indignant members of the Gu clan with a semblance of a smile. Ha ha ha, young master. Since these individuals do not cherish the opportunity you have presented, let them witness the might of our Soul Palace. The Blood River Sovereign addressed Yun-Yi, his gaze towards the Gu clan members particularly sinister. Boom. Accompanying his words, a vast sea of blood suddenly manifested in the heavens, a nauseating stench of blood surging forth in overwhelming waves, and faintly, an inescapable wailing echoed through the air. Humph, do the people of the Soul Palace relish such grandiloquence? Gusu huffed coldly, unleashing the terrifying aura of an 8-star Dozun that churned with a vortex of energy directed at the Blood River Sovereign. With just you, an 8-star Dozun, you are far from sufficient. In response to Gusu's words, the Blood River Sovereign merely chuckled, shaking his head with a sigh. They say our Soul Palace is dismissive of others, yet it seems the Gu clan surpasses even us. Very well, let me teach you, the members of the Gu clan, a lasting lesson. This is not your territory. As the words of the 4 heavenly sovereigns echoed, the blood sea, shrouding the abyss, suddenly erupted with towering columns of blood. A dense mist of crimson spread forth, exuding an eerie and chilling aura that seemed to seep into the very bones. This sinister and uncanny essence surged forth from the 4 heavenly sovereigns, enveloping everything in its path. Wherever this aura reached, be it the realm of the Gamma Empire or the forces of the Black Abyss Army, the blood within their veins boiled violently at that moment. Not good. Quickly activate the bloodline power for defense. Ancient Jun shouted urgently, sensing the anomaly within. Heeding his words, The members of the ancient clan hastily summoned their bloodline powers to counteract the might of the Blood River Sovereign. Yet, a few among them, along with those from the Gamma Empire, failed to respond in time, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of flesh and blood that stained the ground a deep crimson. Damn it! Ancient Su seethed at the sight of the losses sustained by the Black Abyss army. Simultaneously, the ancient clan elder protecting Xiao Yin was engulfed in fury, and both rushed towards the Blood River Sovereign, Imperial Seal of the Abyss. Their furious shouts reverberated through the air as brilliant green light erupted from their withered palms, conjuring intricate and profound hand seals. Ah, the Imperial Seal technique? The Blood River Sovereign's face contorted into a disdainful grin upon sensing the fierce assault from the two. 8-star Dou Sovereigns cannot hope to withstand me. Blood Transformation Grand Art, Minor Blood Devouring Technique. A chilling roar resonated, akin to thunder, and as his voice fell, the blood within the Blood River Sovereign began to boil violently, the aura of his already formidable 9-star Dou Sovereign status steadily climbing. Absorbing the power of these 8-star Dou Sovereigns should elevate my Blood Transformation Grand Art to new heights. The blood sea expanded, the heavens darkened, and a voice, laden with a terrifying pressure, permeated the sky. 2-turn Dou Sovereign. As they beheld the sudden surge in the 4 heavenly sovereigns' aura, a grave expression crossed Ancient Su and his companions' faces. This individual, who had carved out a fearsome reputation in Central Continent, undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. The existence of a secret technique that could enhance one's strength by a full turn was astonishing. The chasm between Dou Sovereign and Dou Saint is vast. Hence the distinction of half-saints and 9-turn Dou Sovereigns. Achieving 9-star Dou Sovereign from 1-star Dou Sovereign signifies the completion of 1 turn. Thus, this cycle repeats 9 times, culminating in great perfection. Only upon reaching the realm of 9-turn Dou Sovereign does one stand a chance to break into the realm of half-saints. Such formidable cultivation difficulty results in insurmountable disparities in strength between each turn of 9-turn Dou Sovereigns. Previously effective enhancement techniques become futile at the 9-turn Dou Sovereign level, which makes the Blood River Sovereign's ability to amplify his strength by a turn all the more astonishing. Haha, Blood Fiend Celestial Demon Palm. As Blood River's heavenly sovereign beheld the expressions of shock on the faces of Gu Su and his companion, he let out a sinister chuckle. A terrifying crimson mist surged forth from his being, enveloping the sky and coalescing into foul, blood-laden clouds. The clouds roiled ominously, and from within them erupted a colossal crimson handprint, nearly 1,000 feet in size, which charged towards Gu Su and his companion amidst countless astonished gazes. The might of this bloodied hand was formidable, even from the lofty heights of the sky. A massive imprint was discernible upon the distant earth. Sensing the dreadfulness of Blood River's attack, Gu Su and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily formed intricate seals. With the completion of their incantations, an extraordinary clan emblem slowly emerged at the center of their foreheads. Clan emblem, activate. Upon seeing the emblem on Gu Su's brow, Blood River's sovereign was taken aback. In conflicts against the Imperial clan, the most unpredictable factor was indeed this clan emblem. Ordinary secret techniques bore significant side effects. The greater the power of the technique, the more severe the repercussions. However, the clan emblem of the Imperial family was a peculiar phenomenon, capable of enhancing strength without any adverse effects whatsoever. But was it merely this? Upon realizing that the two had only elevated their prowess by a single star, a chilling smile crept across Blood River's face. With a menacing grin, he unleashed a powerful strike towards them. Imperial Seal Technique. The 2 crystalline handprints collided fiercely with the enormous blood hand, tearing through the void. The impact erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a terrifying energy that swept across the heavens, shattering even the clouds above into nothingness. Coughing up blood, Gu Su and his companion, ultimately outmatched by the second transformation of the combat sovereign, gazed in horror at the terrifying energy vortex forming in the sky. Suddenly, a chill crept up their spines from behind. Turning abruptly, they were met with the sinister visage of Blood River's sovereign, a malevolent smile etched across his face. He raised his fist, and torrents of blood-red fighting spirit poured forth from his being, coalescing into a thick layer of sanguine shackles, which he then hurled towards their backs. Embrace your demise. As the foul wind of his punch approached, Gu Su and his companions' expressions turned ashen, leaving them no time to react. With a thunderous crash, Blood River's attack landed heavily upon their chests, sending them hurtling through the air. Master, it seems that Sun's kin are in peril. Observing the rapidly shifting battleground and the disadvantaged position of the ancient clan, Xiao Yin turned to Yao Chun, unable to suppress his concern. The Blood River Sovereign was renowned as a formidable power in the Central Continent, with countless top-tier warriors having perished at his hands. Given the disadvantage in strength, The situation for the ancient clan appeared dire. Yet, as Yao Chun surveyed the unfolding scenario, he spoke without a hint of worry in his eyes. After all, with Gu Sun's identity, who could fathom the hidden card she possessed? However, they wouldn't bring those two again, would they? At this thought, Yao Chun couldn't help but express his concerns, pondering that if it were to happen once more, luck might not favor them as it had before. Yun, do you truly intend to ignite a war between the two clans? Observing the two elders mercilessly tormented by Blood River Celestial Sovereign, Gu Sun'er gazed at the encroaching Yun and the members of the Soul Hall, her delicate face chillingly cold. Why not? Yun retorted nonchalantly. Since the demise of the Shao clan, has your Gu clan not claimed to be the foremost imperial clan? Are you truly fearful of engaging in conflict with my Soul clan? Gu Sun'er, momentarily taken aback by Yun Yi's words, found herself at a loss for words. Ever since discovering the presence of the 9-star Dou Saint, void swallowing flame, within the Soul clan, she felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing the title of the foremost imperial clan. Moreover, she could not adopt Yun Yi's indifferent demeanor, casually speaking of war. Her father would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Yun, there is no need for provocation. We both know that a war between our clans is unfeasible, and it is not for us to decide. This time, we concede. Qin Yang apologizes on behalf of Miss Sun'er. Let the 4 celestial sovereigns cease their actions. If anything were to happen to the two elders, it would become exceedingly difficult to manage. At this critical moment, it was Gu Qinyang who stepped forward, his expression grave, showing no concern for his own dignity, already displaying a willingness to yield in his words. Witnessing Gu Qinyang's demeanor, the surrounding Black Yen army soldiers regarded him with profound respect and admiration that stemmed from the heart, not merely from the reverence afforded to Gu Sun'er due to her status and lineage. Gu Qinyang, gazing at the young man in the azure robe, Yun lamented. What a pity. Without awaiting a response, Yun turned to Gu Sun'er and stated, I have mentioned before, resolving matters is rather simple. Faced with the aggressive Yun, even Gu Qinyang's eyes flickered with irritation. Continuously pressured by Yun, Gu Sun'er's expression soured as a pitch-black scroll quietly appeared in her right hand. If she were to tear it open, she could summon a Dou Saint from her clan, and everything would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she met Yun Yi's enigmatic smile, causing her heart to tremble, filled with hesitation. Should the Dou Saints of both clans engage, the situation would spiral beyond control. Miss Sun'er, it is best not to act impulsively. If the Dou Saints intervene, do you believe that Xiao Yan, this great Dou master, can withstand the aftermath of the conflict? Sensing Gu Sun'er's indecision, Yun unleashed his ultimate move against her. Not looking towards the distant Black Cloud Mountain, where the bloodstains on the black robe had yet to dry, Gu Sun'er felt her heart quiver. An urgent exclamation escaped her lips, causing Gu Qinyang and Gu Zhun beside her to stiffen, their bodies trembling slightly as they turned their heads away. This time, Sun'er was in the wrong. Biting her red lips, Gu Sun'er wore a grim expression, yet she ultimately spoke those words. Boom. The surrounding Black Yen army soldiers felt as if struck by thunder, staring incredulously at Gu Sun'er, their faith seemingly crumbling in that instant. As Yun, having achieved the desired outcome, suddenly erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Those within the Soul Palace echoed his mirth with their own eerie cackles. What a splendid young lady of the ancient clan. In your heart, it seems that the ancient clan holds no greater weight than a romantic interest. Observing the increasingly grim expressions of the ancient clan members, Yun turned to Qin Tian beside him and remarked, since the young lady of the ancient clan has honored her promise, we too must uphold our end. Qin Tian, with an oddly contorted expression, replied, Young master, it appears we may be a tad late. In the distance, the battlefield bore witness to the inevitable downfall of the two figures from the ancient clan, unable to withstand the assault of the Blood River Sovereign, who obliterated them with a single palm strike, leaving not a drop of blood behind. Yun, similarly, witnessing the demise of the two elders, Gu Sun'er calmly gazed at Yun, her eyes flickering with golden flames. You were a step behind. It is your own fault for dawdling. Yun Yi's eyes blazed with dark flames as he fixated on the Golden Emperor's devouring flame within Gu Sun'er, trembling with intensity. At that moment, ripples suddenly surged through the distant sea of blood, and the 4 sovereigns, stepping with deliberate grace, traversed the void, approaching the crowd with ominous intent. Their crimson eyes fixated on the members of the ancient clan, a sinister smile creeping onto their faces. Indeed, the bloodline of the imperial clan is truly extraordinary. Noting the covetous gaze of the Blood River Sovereign, Gu Sun'er took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Yun, I have fulfilled your request. I kindly ask you to leave. Otherwise, even if we perish together, you shall remain here today. Gazing at the composed Gu Sun'er, Yun recognized that she had reached her limit, Further provocation could lead to dire consequences. After all, he was uncertain if the void-devouring flame would withstand the ancient clan's forces for him once more. For sovereigns, spare them today. There will be ample time in the future. Yun-yi implored the Blood River sovereign beside him. The latter nodded, aware of the strict hierarchy within the Soul Palace, and he dared not disregard the words of this esteemed young master. Let us depart. With that, Yun-yi turned to his chariot. The Blood River sovereign tore open a dark spatial passage, accompanied by a chime, as Yun-yi and his companions swiftly moved towards the abyss. As the Soul Palace withdrew, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed into the distance. This individual may very well become our formidable adversary in the future. After the departure of the Soul Palace, the remaining members of the ancient clan collectively sighed in relief. Gu Zhen turned to Gu Qingyang, his expression solemn. He has become one with it. Gu Qingyang pondered for a moment before responding in a low voice, prompting a subtle shift in Gu Zhen's demeanor. Reflecting on the recent events, he sighed in resignation. Indeed, he has become one with it. Their gazes fell upon the enchanting figure ahead, who was now smiling brightly at Mount Yunlan, her melodious voice resonating through the air. Brother Xiaoyan. Chapter 141, Lovestruck? A melodious and ethereal voice resonated in the ears of all present, drawing the gaze of everyone on Yunlan Mountain toward the girl. Their eyes glimmering with astonishment. Clad in a delicate azure gown, her long, silky hair cascaded loosely around her, accentuating her slender waist. As she gracefully approached Xiaoyan, a gentle breeze accompanied her, causing her hair to flutter enchantingly, exuding an otherworldly charm. Her exquisite visage rendered the very realm around her dim in comparison. Her enchanting eyes, imbued with a sense of celestial depth akin to the most profound starry sky, captivated the onlookers, making it nearly impossible to divert their gaze. One glance could captivate a city, a second could enthrall a nation. Among those present, the one with the most intricate emotions was undoubtedly Nalan Yinran. She had previously encountered Gu Suner during her time at the Shao residence, leaving a profound impression on her. However, she had not anticipated Gu Suner's formidable background. Serving a Dou Zun as her attendant dwarfed the stature of her own Nalan clan and Yunlan sect, rendering them seemingly inconsequential. Furthermore, their contrasting attitudes toward Xiaoyan only amplified her feelings of inadequacy, making her appear almost foolish by comparison. To add to her discomfort, Gu Suner had just saved her life, leaving her unable to meet the girl's gaze. Observing Gu Suner, Zhang Yun could not help but concede that the title of the foremost heroine of the Dou Qi Continent was indeed well-deserved. Unlike Medusa and Xian, Gu Suner embodied the essence of a perfect goddess, yet remained steadfastly devoted to Xiaoyan, the once-fallen genius. She was truly the epitome of infatuation. Is she beautiful? Suddenly, a frigid voice interrupted Zhang Yun's thoughts. Turning, he found Xian glaring at Gu Suner with an expression that radiated discontent. Indeed, she is beautiful, Zhang Yun replied candidly, which caused Xian's brows to furrow in displeasure as she scrutinized him. Zhang Yun, with a gentle smile, rubbed his delicate palm, capable of shattering mountains, and softly added, "But she pales in comparison to you, Xian." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of delight crossed Xian's face, dispelling her earlier ire. Yet, realizing she had been easily swayed, she haughtily huffed, tossing her purple hair to brush against Zhang Yun's cheek, eliciting a ticklish sensation. In light of this playful exchange, Zhang Yun smiled warmly. No matter how splendid Gu Suner was, she was not his, while the girl before him had been an indispensable part of his life since childhood. "Isn't it too easy to deal with, Sister Xian?" Qinglin whispered to the little medical fairy, observing their interaction. Xian's simplicity made her no match for Zhang Yun, who was full of cunning. As if struck by a thought, a shy sparkle flickered in the little medical fairy's eyes as she quietly conversed with Qinglin. Well, with Sister Xian acting this way, she certainly cannot control Brother Zhang Yun. Upon hearing this, Qinglin expressed her concerns, saying, I believe Queen Medusa would be a suitable choice. What do you think about inviting her?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yixian spoke hesitantly. The mention of Queen Medusa sparked a flicker of doubt in Qinglin's eyes. She pondered whether this might lead to unforeseen complications. If memory served her right, the relationship between Queen Medusa and Sister Xian was far from amicable, and she worried that a confrontation might ensue. Ahead, Zhang Yun, overhearing the two women's whispered discourse regarding how to manage him, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Did they truly believe him to be the kind of person who required such vigilant oversight? Brother Xiaoyan, he heard a familiar voice. Gazing at the girl before him, Xiaoyan was enveloped in a surreal sense of unreality. Gu Suner looked at Xiaoyan, extending her pristine, jade-like hand to gently press down on his head, seemingly measuring his height. The tranquil depths of her eyes, usually so calm, now shimmered with captivating ripples. "Brother Xiaoyan," she called softly, Xiaoyan smiled, feeling a warmth emanating from her autumn-like gaze. His heart fluttered, an impulse surged within him to reach out and tousle her hair as he had done in the past. However, an abrupt chill crept up his spine, a reminder from the trials of life and death that his next action would dictate the level of danger he was about to confront. Not far away, the members of the Black Yin army cast unfriendly glances in their direction, scrutinizing every move Xiaoyan made. Gu Sun'er's special treatment of him had already provoked many, and if Xiaoyan dared to display any impropriety, they would undoubtedly take it upon themselves to deliver a harsh lesson, regardless of the consequences. Sun'er, you have grown remarkably strong. Xiaoyan ultimately restrained himself, addressing the girl before him in a gentle tone. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her autumn-like eyes, but she quickly concealed it, responding, Brother Xiaoyan has also become even stronger. At that moment, a cough interrupted the exchange, and Yao Chun's figure appeared increasingly ethereal, the forced exertion of his soul power having inflicted grave damage upon him. Teacher, Xiaoyan exclaimed, rushing forward in concern. How are you feeling? Cough, I'm fine. Yao Chun replied weakly, offering a gentle smile as he regarded Xiaoyan. Mr. Yao Chun has overexerted his soul power. We merely need to find a medicinal pill or herb to nourish the essence of the soul, Gu Sun'er suggested softly, her gaze fixed on Yao Chun. Then, teacher, I shall seek it out for you, Xiaoyan declared, feeling somewhat disoriented. He turned, uncertain of where to find such herbs. Soul-related medicinal materials were already rare, let alone the more precious ones required to replenish the essence of the soul. Suddenly, he directed his gaze toward Jiang Yun, the enigmatic 8th-tier alchemist. Gu Sun'er, ever observant of Xiaoyan's movements, noticed his shift in focus and furrowed her brow slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Regarding the enigmatic Jiang Yun, Gu Sun'er remained vigilant, particularly since he was entangled with the mysterious Tai, Su ancient dragon. She found herself perplexed as to why they had arrived in the relatively insignificant Jiaomai Empire. What could possibly attract such illustrious figures to this quaint locale? This thought only intensified her wariness towards the group. Turning to Xiaoyan, she smiled brightly and said, Brother Xiaoyan, I possess such medicinal materials. Really? Upon hearing Gu Sun'er's words, Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with interest, stirring something within him. As long as Brother Xiaoyan desires it, everything I have can be given to you. Gu Sun'er beamed, retrieving a jade box from her storage ring. As Xiaoyan approached the box, he was enveloped by a delicate fragrance wafting from within, causing a surge of clarity to wash over him, a sensation he had never experienced before. It was indeed a soul-nourishing branch, a treasure of immense value. Yao Chun, knowledgeable as he was, recognized the item at a glance, though he hesitated momentarily. Master Yao is Brother Xiaoyan's mentor, and I must express my gratitude to him for the guidance he has provided. This item may be more precious in the outside world, but to me, it is not of great significance, Gu Sun'er declared resolutely, gazing at Xiaoyan. Observing the situation and Yao Chen's demeanor, Xiaoyan ultimately accepted the soul-nourishing branch. At this moment, Gu Sun'er's face radiated a charming smile. Seeing the somewhat foolish Xiaoyan and then glancing at Gu Sun'er, Yao Chun felt an unfamiliar pang of envy. The soul-nourishing branch might not be valuable to her, but it was indeed a rare treasure, easily gifted to Xiaoyan. One could only wonder whether this friendship would prove to be a blessing or a curse for him. Did Xiaoyan truly possess the capability to earn the ancient clan's recognition? Master, please utilize it for your recovery. As he handed over the soul-nourishing branch, Xiaoyan's eyes reflected genuine concern, warming Yao Chun's heart. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze. It was indeed possible, with the flame decoding. Xiaoyan had already acquired the key to ascend the continent. He believed in his disciple's extraordinary potential to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Very well. You are also injured. Do not overexert yourself. Yao Chun nodded, stowing away the soul-nourishing branch, offering a brief admonition before retreating into his storage ring to recuperate. Brother Xiaoyan, you are hurt. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun found himself approached by two individuals, Gu Clan's Gu Qingyang and Gu Zhan. Gazing at Gu Qingyang and Gu Zhan before him, Jiang Yun nodded and softly replied, Jiang Yun. The three maidens, Ziyan included, politely introduced themselves as well. Master Jiang, I have heard that you are a distinguished disciple of the esteemed Shen Nong, Gu Qingyang remarked, observing Jiang Yun with admiration, his gaze sweeping over the four and reflecting a hint of awe. Indeed, a master begets exceptional students. In comparison to Master Jiang, I, as a descendant of the imperial lineage, appear rather ordinary. Jiang Yun cast a half-smile at Gu Qingyang and lightly remarked, my master is not the venerable Shen Nong. Although I am not of the imperial lineage, I am aware that it is during the bloodline baptism that your imperial descendants truly unleash their potential. Faced with Jiang Yun's revelation, Gu Qingyang displayed no embarrassment, instead expressing genuine admiration. Yet, he pales in comparison to Master Jiang's extraordinary talent. We are merely beneficiaries of our ancestors' legacies. Perhaps, Jiang Yun replied ambiguously, acknowledging that the greatest beneficiary of the resources provided by his lineage was indeed himself. Had he not been born into the evil spirit clan, with a grandfather of supreme status and possessing the bloodline of a celestial sovereign, it is unlikely he would have awakened the 9 divine meridians. Strictly speaking, he too was a product of his ancestry. To my friends from the ancient clan, if there are doubts, feel free to voice them. Jiang Yun addressed Gu Qingyang and Gu Zhen directly. What is the point of lingering here indefinitely? It is nothing. I merely wish to become acquainted with the prodigies of the outside world, Gu Qingyang responded, shaking his head candidly. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. And may we meet again in the central continent. Jiang Yun nodded and cupped his hands in farewell, then without hesitation, departed with the 3 women towards the eastern sea. Brother, is what he said true? Gu Zhen inquired of Gu Qingyang, watching as Jiang Yun and his companions receded into the distance. I am uncertain, Gu Qingyang replied. However, if he were merely an itinerant cultivator without any background, how could he possibly have connections with the ancient dragon clan? Moreover, to achieve such remarkable cultivation at his age is, in itself, a miracle. This outing has indeed yielded substantial gains. Today, I have come to realize that there are always greater talents beyond our own. Gu Zhen nodded in agreement, then recalled something, sighing. With figures like Yun Yi from the Soul Palace before him and Jiang Yun now, if they continue to mature, they could very well become individuals comparable to the ancestors of the Pill Tower or the Flame Emperor. Gu Qingyang nodded noncommittally, then turned his gaze toward the distant summit of Yunlan Mountain, where a man and woman were engaged in cheerful conversation. And he also caught sight of Miss Sunner in her splendid demeanor. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhen looked over, his brow furrowing slightly. He simply could not discern what exceptional qualities Xiao Yin possessed that could attract someone as remarkable as Miss Sunner. In terms of appearance, he was rather ordinary, falling short of Gu Qingyang. In cultivation, Gu Qingyang was a Dou Zong, while Xiao Yin was merely a great Dou master, a vast chasm apart, and his talent seemed mediocre, leaving Gu Zhen utterly perplexed. Despite harboring numerous grievances against Xiao Yin, the members of the Black Yin army dared not make the slightest move in the presence of Gu Sunner. Thus, as day turned to night, the Garma Empire, having endured a day of trepidation, finally returned to a state of tranquility. Xiao Yin and the ancient clan were accommodated in a separate courtyard by the royal family. Setting aside the gratitude Xiao Yin and Yao Chun felt towards the royal family, the events of the day had left Jia Xingtian with no power to refuse their entry. In fact, the royal family's acceptance of the ancient clan was met with exuberance. The day's occurrences had completely reshaped their worldview. Now, who was unaware that Xiao Yin was a formidable ally? The royal family had the opportunity to cultivate a close relationship, and if Jia Xingtian failed to seize that, would he not be wasting his life? In the courtyard, Xiao Yin quietly gazed at the luminous moon in the sky, with the presence of the Black Yin army. It was, of course, implausible for Gu Sunner to remain with Xiao Yin at this hour. Should word reach the clan, even Gu Qingyang would not escape a severe reprimand. Reflecting on the events of the day, the formidable strength of the Soul Palace, and the power behind Sunner, all of it felt like an insurmountable weight upon his shoulders. With a sigh, he withdrew his gaze, intending to turn away, when his eyes suddenly halted upon a stone table in the courtyard. There sat a long-haired man clad in tight-fitting attire. Before him, 2 cups of fragrant green tea were laid out. Gu Zhen. A faint squint formed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he recognized the familiar figure, the esteemed leader of the Black Yin army from the Gu clan. Let us sit down and converse, Gu Zhen said, looking at Xiao Yin with a mild smile. Unsure of the man's intentions, Xiao Yin approached with a calm demeanor and remarked, shouldn't your clan harbor some disdain towards me? Haha. It is not within our purview to control whom Miss Sunner favors. The young men beneath me are somewhat impulsive and lack composure. I apologize on their behalf. Gu Zhen replied sincerely, raising his teacup towards Xiao Yin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had only witnessed such calmness in one other young individual, Jiang Yun. That prodigious talent, praised even by his own mentor, possessed a similar air of serene confidence. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yin raised his teacup in a gesture of respect towards Gu Zhen. Observing Xiao Yan's response, Gu Zhen smiled warmly and gently inquired, do you understand why the clan opposes the relationship between you and the young lady? Is it due to the bloodline of the Dou Emperor? Xiao Yan asked, momentarily stunned before deducing the answer. Through Yun Yi, he had unveiled the enigmatic lineage of Sunner, the fabled descendant of the Dou Emperor. While he had little grasp of the Dou Emperor's true might, the presence of those Dou Zun as Sunner as protectors provided him with a glimpse of the staggering implications. Indeed, it is the Dou Emperor bloodline, Gu Zhen affirmed, casting a commendatory glance at Xiao Yan. The Gu clan resided within the ancient realm, boasting a vast population of descendants who formed the foundation of the clan. Though the bloodline of the ancient emperor within them was exceedingly diluted, occasional anomalies emerged, serving as a continuous source of fresh blood for the clan. However, due to the feeble nature of their bloodline, it was easily overshadowed by external bloodlines, which is why the Gu clan refrained from intermarrying with outsiders. At this point, Gu Zhen paused, looking at Xiao Yan, and continued. This applies not only to ordinary descendants, but also to the core members of the Gu clan. Intermarriage with outsiders is strictly prohibited and inscribed in the clan's regulations. Miss Sun is the purest bloodline of our clan over the past millennium, with the potential to attain the most exalted divine bloodline. In the future, she could revive the splendor of our ancient clan that has endured for 1,000 years. You should now comprehend the immense reaction within the clan regarding the matter between Miss Sun and yourself. Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat melancholic, inquired. Is the Dou Emperor bloodline truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Gu Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, Indeed, as time progresses, only the imperial clans gaze down upon the world, and this serves as the finest testament. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, non-committal in his response. Yet, there exist prodigies in this world who defy conventions, swimming against the current to stand atop the continent. Aren't Yun Yi and Jiang Yun the best examples of this? Gu Zhen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Xiao Yan would cite these two to counter him. Reflecting on the performances of the two today, he found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head in resignation. They are indeed extraordinary talents, but such prodigies are few and far between in any given era. Moreover, one is supported by the Soul Clan, while the other is backed by the ancient Void Dragon clan, both of which are powers not to be underestimated in comparison to our ancient clan, and this marks a fundamental distinction. Xiao Yan nodded, recognizing that he indeed could not compare to the two. A wave of despair surged within him, prompting him to curiously ask, what level must one reach to have the ancient clan disregard bloodlines? Dou Saint. Gu Zhen's brow twitched as he solemnly declared, only a true Dou Saint. The term Dou Saint struck Xiao Yan like a massive mountain, leaving him momentarily dazed, as the spirit fire within him flickered with renewed vigor. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan regained his focus, reminiscing about past tribulations. 3 years ago, facing the annulment of his engagement with Nalan Yanran and the pressures from the Yunlan sect. That mountain, he had finally surmounted after 3 arduous years. Was the ancient clan not akin to the Yunlan sect of that time? Was this not yet another trial to endure? As long as he persevered step by step, he would surely reach that level one day. I believe I will achieve that step, Xiao Yan declared with rekindled determination, his gaze burning brightly as he addressed Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen regarded Xiao Yan's inexplicable confidence, filled with youthful exuberance, pondering what thoughts stirred within him. Perhaps he was unaware of the immense difficulties associated with attaining the status of Dou Saint. Fueled by sheer passion, he endeavored to prove himself to those who underestimated him, affirming, I can do it. At this moment, Gu Zhen found himself somewhat anticipating Xiao Yan's eventual outcome. However, he still advised, confidence is commendable. But should you later realize the challenges of improving your strength, I hope you can distance yourself from the miss. Otherwise, it may not bode well for either of you. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Yan nodded earnestly. He held Gu Zhen in high regard, recognizing his worth as the commander of the Black Yin army. It was said that above him were the 4 great commanders. He wondered what kind of presence they possessed. Suddenly, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air broke the moment. Both turned to see a young girl in a golden robe, lazily gazing at them from the edge of a nearby pavilion, her autumn-like eyes filled with boundless tenderness as they rested upon Xiao Yan. Observing the scene before him, Gu Zhen could not help but smile bitterly, his gaze complex as he regarded Xiao Yan. With a sigh, he urged, I hope you heed my words and never overstep your bounds. Suddenly, a light, ethereal voice echoed softly through the small space, tinged with subtle dissatisfaction. Indeed, nodding, Gu Zhen rose to depart, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that Gu Zhen had more to convey, yet for reasons unknown. He had been interrupted by Sun Brother Xiao Yan. Sun's sweet voice pulled the dazed Xiao Yan back to reality, and he looked upon the young lady before him with a gentle smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems your lady is quite taken with that Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan. Alas, it should be you two from the Gu clan who are the most suitable. Not far away, 2 figures stood quietly in a pavilion, gazing at the unfolding scene. The young man clad in black shook his head, glancing at the gentleman in azure beside him, and sighed. Sun's affections are her own affair. Qingyang regards her merely as a sister. But I wonder, why has Master Jiang ventured to this remote corner of the Gama Empire? Qingyang retracted his gaze from the pair in the distance, shaking his head, devoid of any regret, and turned to Jiang Yun with curiosity. Just wondering about, I suppose. Were it not for that, I would not have encountered the little medical sage and Qing Lin. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate. Jiang Yun replied candidly, a soft hue of warmth glimmering in his eyes. A flicker of emotion coursed through Qing Yang's heart as he recalled the three enchanting figures beside Jiang Yun from earlier that day, stirring a hint of barely perceptible envy within him. The world is never devoid of mere ornamental beauties. Even in his own household, there are many lovely maidens. However, women endowed with both talent and beauty are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the three ladies accompanying Jiang Yun possess terrifying talents. Each, in Qin Yang's estimation, is formidable enough to match his own prowess. Among them, the one known as the ancient void dragon is particularly fearsome. The intensity of her bloodline and the pressure she exudes is the most terrifying he has encountered among magical beasts throughout the years. Master Jiang is indeed fortunate. Qing Yang sighed, contemplating that Jiang Yun likely did not come seeking the ancient jade of the Shao clan, regardless of whether he was aware of its existence. If the ancient void dragon desired the jade, she would not be so hesitant. She would have acted long ago. Rather than allowing Jiang Yun and Ziyin to squander time here, what is Master Jiang's opinion of Yunyi? Qing Yang, wishing to steer clear of this envious topic, inquired earnestly. That is a matter for your Gu clan. I am but a humble alchemist, frail and incapable of enduring the tumult between your two families, Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head with an air of feigned meekness. Qing Yang's eyes twitched in disbelief. If memory served correctly, it was Jiang Yun who had initially clashed with Yunyi, and the residual energy from that battle had been palpable even within the spatial passage. Is he truly pretending to be weak? How disheartening. Noticing the gaze of Gu Qingyang, Jiang Yun nonchalantly remarked, there is no choice. As alchemists, we are too fragile and must seek a strong ally to rely upon. Ziyin is the ally I have chosen. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyang, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, it is a pleasure to meet Master Jiang. I hope we can meet again in Central State. Realizing he could not extract further information, Gu Qingyang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Jiang Yun, his figure gradually fading from Jiang Yun's sight. Observing Gu Qingyang's departure, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and shook his head, his own presence also dimming. And in the blink of an eye, the loft returned to its tranquil nighttime stillness. Brother Qingyang, Gu Zhen, who had been watching from the shadows, shifted his attention from Gu Suner and Shao Yin to the returned Gu Qingyang, his eyes betraying a sense of inquiry. Upon noticing this, Gu Qingyang shook his head and softly stated, his target is not Gu Yu. Nodding in understanding, Gu Zhen refrained from further questioning. As long as the Gu clan showed no interest in Gu Yu, that was sufficient. Gu Yu, instinctively, Gu Zhen murmured. They had also come with a mission. The Gu clan remained skeptical regarding the potential loss of Gu Yu from the Shao family, and this visit was precisely to have Gu Qingyang and Gu Zhen investigate. News had reached the clan, instructing them to depart for the ancient realm immediately. Gu Qingyang did not respond to this, but instead spoke of another matter. Why the urgency? Gu Zhen inquired, perplexed. It pertains to Yunyi. The clan fears that the Soul clan may act against Miss Suner, Gu Qingyang declared gravely, recognizing that if this were the case, the situation would indeed be dire. They dare, Gu Zhen instinctively replied, only to recall the ruthless methods of Blood River Heavenly Sovereign. And he solemnly added, then we must inform Miss Suner at once. At this moment, Gu Yu had become inconsequential. The safety of Gu Suner was paramount. Indeed, Gu Qingyang glanced at the distant figures engaged in laughter and conversation, nodding in agreement. You go. Gu Zhen's expression stiffened, a sense of dread creeping over him. Although this was the clan's command, should Miss Suner hold a grudge, it would certainly be a burden for him to bear. Turning to look at the receding figure of Gu Qingyang, Gu Zhen steeled himself to approach the conversing pair, sighing internally. Ultimately, he bore the weight of it all. There was another thought Gu Qingyang did not voice. Even if Gu Yu truly existed, with Gu Suner present, they would not be able to retrieve Gu Yu. After all, it was merely one of 8 fragments, and none could gather them all. If lost, so be it. Beneath a cerulean sky, unmarred by clouds, the heavens appeared as an immense blue mirror. In the stillness of the sky, a sudden, powerful rush of wind erupted, as a colossal shadow surged from the distant sky, stirring a tempest as it soared overhead. This was a terrifying beast, spanning over 10 zhang in length, its massive 8 wings creating gusts of wind as it sped away into the distance. Upon its spacious back sat several figures. One young man languidly reclined against the legs of a girl in a green dress, while a graceful purple figure leaned against him, and nearby, a serene woman in white gazed softly at the trio. Brother Jiang Yun, shall we go to the Serpent Clan to fetch Sister Medusa? The soft, melodious voice of Qing Lin graced my ears as I relished her gentle lap. Since the ancient clan departed from the Jamma Empire overnight, the following day, Jiang Yun and his companions declined the entreaties of Hai Bo Dong and set forth. They encountered Xiao Yan. But Jiang Yun remained uncertain whether his subsequent aspirations would align with the original narrative, particularly regarding Canaan Academy. Unlike in the original tale, the Xiao family had not been annihilated. Currently, both the ancient clan and the Soul clan were exercising restraint, ever wary of one another. The ancient jade was both the most accessible and the most elusive treasure. The Soul clan wished to avoid alarming their adversaries, while the ancient clan aimed to prevent becoming the target of collective animosity. Furthermore, with Gu Suner obstructing their path, the ancient clan had yet to ascertain whether the Xiao family still possessed the ancient jade. Nonetheless, their next encounter should unveil the truth of Jiang Yun's suspicions. As the queen of the serpent clan, Medusa surely won't depart with us, will she? Xiao Yixian inquired curiously. The destination ahead was clear to all: Central Continent, the heart of the land, and simultaneously its most vibrant locale. This journey was undertaken to fulfill a promise made to Medusa to establish a protective formation for the serpent clan. Dishonoring this vow was not an option. As for whether she would accompany them, that rested with fate. Jiang Yun spoke, observing the curiosity in their eyes, and proceeded to elucidate the commitments he had made within the ruins. Upon hearing this, Ziyin expressed her indignation. What a cunning woman. Once little Yun establishes the formation for the serpent clan, she will have no worries and can linger by his side. How devious. Upon hearing Ziyin's interpretation, Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting amusement in their eyes. Jiang Yun smiled at Ziyin, remarking, "Then we shall not extend an invitation to her." "Absolutely not." To Jiang Yun's surprise, Ziyin immediately retorted, her expression earnest as she clarified, "I simply cannot bear to part with little Jiao. That wretched woman has kidnapped him. It's utterly unfair." Amused by the flustered Ziyin, Jiang Yun erupted in laughter, joined by Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian in their lighthearted mirth. Amidst their playful banter, they swiftly arrived at the territory of the Serpent Clan. The Serpent Clan comprised numerous tribes, with the 8 principal tribes and the central temple at its core. The leaders of these 8 tribes held ranks just below Queen Medusa, each possessing at least the strength of a battle king, while the central temple served as the royal capital of Queen Medusa, heavily fortified. The temple stood as the ruling center of the Serpent Clan, encircled by the 8 tribes, which acted as satellite cities. Between the temple and the 8 tribes lay numerous smaller clans, collectively forming the vast Serpent Kingdom. Although the Serpent Clan could be considered a nation of warriors, with patrols abundant along the way, none noticed the colossal being soaring toward the royal city of the Serpent Clan above them. Soon, a magnificent city emerged faintly on the horizon, a wondrous spectacle amidst the vast expanse of yellow sands. Chapter 143, Journey to the Serpent People. Within the royal city, in a grand hall, the Queen of Medusa reclined languidly upon her throne, adorned in an opulent purple robe. The fabric enveloped her enchanting figure, accentuating her voluptuous silhouette that exuded a bewitching allure, while her elongated, captivating lavender eyes gently closed. A small, multicolored serpent slithered casually upon her immaculate, jade-like hand, radiating an unparalleled charm that seemed to draw the gaze of every man in the vicinity. Suddenly, the vibrant serpent raised its head with surprise, its form transforming into a streak of lightning as it darted swiftly towards the hall's exit. Medusa simultaneously opened her lavender eyes, a flicker of delight passing through them as she observed the serpent's swift departure, a hint of resignation washing over her. With a subtle movement of her feet, she vanished from the grand hall in the blink of an eye. Who dares to invade my serpent people as sanctuary? At last, the colossal figure of the 8-winged black serpent king attracted the attention of the guards in the royal city. A powerful aura surged from within the city, swiftly ascending the walls, revealed to be a female warrior of the serpent people. Her flamboyant appearance was striking. It must be noted that the genes of the serpent people dictated extremes of beauty and ugliness. At this moment, the female warrior gazed up at the 8-winged black serpent king and exclaimed, "It is you, foul serpent." Upon recognizing the intruder, her expression turned even colder. "White Fang, how dare you return to the serpent people? Do you not fear the wrath of Her Majesty the Queen?" White Fang did not respond, but the irate figure atop his back, Xian, rose, emanating a fierce aura as she scanned the serpent people as guards. Noticing the unusual presence on White Fang's back, the female warrior's expression shifted. It was evident that the newcomer, riding the 8-winged black serpent king, held significant status. "Medusa, if you do not show yourself, I shall take matters into my own hands." Xian shouted toward the inner city, her voice laced with a terrifying dragon's roar, causing discomfort among the surrounding serpent people warriors. The leading female warrior of the serpent people felt a heaviness in her chest, gazing in shock at the purple figure, acutely aware of the terrifying power she possessed. Although several of her companions were formidable, the serpent people were not to be underestimated. She cautioned, it would be wise to depart while you still can. Once Her Majesty emerges, it may not be so easy for you to leave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the warriors sought to avoid provoking unnecessary conflict. Since Her Majesty returned, she had reached the pinnacle of power, and in her eyes, the queen was utterly invincible. Her words, however, fell on deaf ears. Just then, a sound of breaking air resonated as Xian and Zhang Yun both displayed joy upon sensing a familiar presence. In a flash, a figure darted toward Zhang Yun's embrace. Xiao Jiu, observing from the side, felt a surge of joy. However, her expression soured as she watched the small nine-colored devouring python bypass her and nestle into Zhang Yun's arms, seeking affection. You are truly a glutton, Zhang Yun remarked, bemused, as he beheld the python coiling around his spatial ring, its eyes gleaming with desire. Resigned, he retrieved a 7th-grade elixir to appease this voracious creature. At that moment, the space before them rippled, and a graceful figure emerged, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. Her Majesty the Queen. Upon the appearance of Queen Medusa, a throng of serpent folk knelt before her, their ranks dense and dark, even the Duke kneeling in reverence, underscoring her unparalleled status. I wonder what charm you possess that makes Xiao Jiu so attached. Zhang Yun mused, watching the python, having swallowed the elixir, dangle playfully in his grasp. As a being of dual souls, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance. Perhaps I am simply quite likable, Zhang Yun replied with a smile, eliciting an eye roll from Medusa, who then addressed the gathered serpent folk. They are my guests. You may withdraw. Come, let us converse within the palace, she added, soothing the startled serpent warriors. With no objections, the group followed Queen Medusa as she guided them to the heart of the serpent folk's sacred temple. Along the way, it was evident that the serpent folk maintained a stringent watch. Yet as they approached the temple's core, the numbers dwindled until no one remained. The serpent folk's greatest strength lay in Queen Medusa, if enemies had penetrated this far. It signified their formidable power, rendering further defenses futile, a consensus in this fantastical realm. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, Medusa furrowed her brows slightly before stepping inside. Zhang Yun and his companions exchanged glances and followed closely behind, soon encountering 4 figures within the grand hall. These were 4 elderly women, their presence robust, representing the pinnacle of the serpent folk's elders. Your Majesty, the 4 elders greeted, their respect evident. What brings you to summon us? Traditionally, such formalities were unnecessary. While Medusa was the queen, they were her elders and fellow pinnacle warriors, always treated with deference. However, with Medusa having surpassed her former constraints, her power now unfathomable, the dynamic had indeed shifted. In response to her inquiry, the eldest elder cast a glance at Zhang Yun and his companions before explaining. We were in seclusion but sensed a terrifying aura, fearing potential upheaval, which compelled us to emerge. As she spoke, she turned to glance at Zhang Yun and the others. Smiling, it appears we have been mistaken. Nodding, Medusa looked at Zhang Yun and the others, declaring, they are my friends. Since they are friends of Her Majesty the Queen, we shall take our leave for now, having arrived in haste and departing just as swiftly. The 4 elders of the serpent people returned to their secluded meditations after confirming that no crisis had befallen their tribe. Please sit down. After bidding farewell to the 4 elders, Medusa languidly settled into her seat, addressing the group as maidens brought forth delightful teas. I sense that the Gamma Empire is harboring numerous formidable energies. What could have transpired? Once seated, Medusa was the first to inquire, directing her gaze towards Zhang Yun. A minor issue has arisen, which I must trace back to our entry into the ruins. Zhang Yun then meticulously recounted the events concerning the Northwest Continent, the Hall of Souls, and the ancient clans. Thus, it seems there are few safe havens left on the Northwest Continent, given the formidable strength of the Hall of Souls. As mentioned by Zhang Yun, Medusa furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her concerns. Even as a 3-star Dozun, she was confident in her capabilities, rivaling a 6-star Dozun. Yet the Hall of Souls possessed an unfathomable strength. If they stirred trouble in the Northwest Continent, it would be difficult for her alone to secure a favorable outcome should they pose a threat to the serpent people. Then let us strike and cripple them. Xian, the belligerent one, slammed her palm on the table and proclaimed loudly. Medusa, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, the power of the Hall of Souls is indisputable. For my serpent people to confront them would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. There will be no significant movements from the Hall of Souls in the Northwest Continent for the time being. Zhang Yun spoke slowly. Why? The 4 women gazed at Zhang Yun with puzzled expressions. Why? Because I possess insider information. Zhang Yun thought to himself, then elaborated, due to the ancient clan circumstances. The humiliation of their young lady will surely incite action from them. The two great imperial clans cannot engage in an all-out war. The consequences would be too severe. Thus, only skirmishes among the subordinate forces will ensue. The Soul clan has the Hall of Souls, while the Ancient clan possesses the Black Yin army. The high-end combat power of the Hall of Souls will undoubtedly be restrained, especially since the Northwest continent has just been ravaged, resulting in a significant reduction of prime soul entities. Consequently, the Hall of Souls is unlikely to invest substantial resources in the Northwest. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's logical analysis, Qinglin, the little medicine fairy, and Xian regarded him with admiration. Even Medusa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Believing a portion of Jiang Yun's assessment, Medusa exhaled deeply and turned to him, saying, "There is no time to waste. I must trouble you to arrange our protective formation. This matter is not urgent." Jiang Yun gently shook his head. "Why?" Medusa's brow furrowed in confusion. The serpent people's immediate priority is to find a suitable territory and to exit this desert region. Jiang Yun observed Medusa, sensing that this woman had become somewhat slow-witted. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Medusa momentarily found herself in a daze. Was the long-cherished dream of the serpent people, held for centuries, finally within her grasp? Indeed, it was time for the serpent people to emerge from the desert. Anyone who dared to obstruct her would meet their demise. A fierce longing ignited in Medusa's eyes, and this time, no one could thwart her plans. "I shall consult with the elders about our objectives," Medusa declared fervently, rushing off to discuss matters with the four great elders of the serpent people, leaving a few behind in stunned silence. Truly, this woman has left us behind. Not even a meal to sustain us. How infuriating, Yin remarked, gazing at the bland tea before her, her discontent palpable. Hee, look at how enraged Yin is. Qinglin and Xiao Yixian chuckled softly. "How dare you mock me? Just wait," Yin exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she charged toward the two. Suddenly, the hall echoed with their playful banter, while Jiang Yun leisurely sipped his tea, occasionally offering comments, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. 3 days later, the serpent people mobilized, with Medusa personally leading the charge, accompanied by warriors from the 4 tribes. This operation saw half of the serpent people's capable soldiers deployed, underscoring the significance of the mission. Their targets were the former territories of the Outyin Empire and the Mulan Empire, along with a small section of the Beast Mountain Range. This region offered an environment highly conducive to the survival of the serpent people, and with the poisonous remnants within the Outyin Empire, they felt no fear. For they were adept in the art of poison themselves. Whether the current rulers of the Outyin and Mulan empires would consent was beyond Medusa's concern. If they refused, she would simply cleave them in two. With the collaboration of Yin and Medusa, a spatial passage was established, and within just a day, Medusa led the serpent people to seize ample territory for their sustenance. Queen Medusa, you possess great audacity to invade the realm of the Mulan Empire. As Medusa claimed the territory, the Mulan Empire swiftly reacted, with the 3 elders leading an assault against her forces. At this juncture, the 3 elders had broken through to the Dozong level. Upon learning that Medusa, now a successful Dozong under her leadership, was trespassing, they promptly resolved to confront her together. Individually, they might have faltered against Medusa's formidable prowess, but united, they stood a chance. "What do you have to fear, old fools, since you've come? Let us settle our past grievances," Medusa sneered at the 3 elders of Mulan, her Dozong aura erupting with ferocity. The serpent people had long been caught amidst the great empires, struggling for survival and often embroiled in conflict with them. Medusa had previously clashed with the Mulan elders. And now, the time for reckoning had arrived. "Dozong, how is it possible that you have broken through to Dozong?" Feeling the overwhelming aura of Medusa's eruption, the 3 elders of Mulan gazed at her in disbelief, their eyes filled with profound terror. Without further contemplation, they fled in perfect unison, each darting in a separate direction. While they still had a chance against the Dozong, they held no hope against the Dozun. Observing this from a distance, Medusa let out a cold snort and extended her palm, forcefully gripping towards the fleeing trio. Boom! As Medusa's hand clenched, the space surrounding the 3 instantly warped. And in the next moment, an unparalleled, terrifying gust of wind pierced through the fabric of reality, crashing down upon them. Bang! 3 explosive sounds erupted in succession, and 3 clouds of crimson mist suddenly appeared in the sky, erasing all traces of the 3 from existence. After annihilating the 3 elders of Mulan, Medusa turned her gaze towards the army of the Mulan Empire, still in shock and unable to regain their composure, and with a swift motion, she brought her hand down forcefully. Soon after, news spread of Medusa's complete obliteration of the 3 Dozongs, several Dowongs, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the Mulan Empire. Her ruthless methods once again reminded neighboring nations of the fierce queen of the Desert Serpent tribe. From that moment on, The serpent tribe faced no obstacles, effortlessly conquering the entirety of the Mulan Empire and a significant portion of the Yuyun Empire. After 7 days of migration, they finally entered their new territory. Chapter 144, Departure. Master Jiang. Within the newly established Temple of Offerings of the Serpent Tribe, Jiang Yun once again encountered the elders of the Serpent Tribe. At this moment, these white-haired crones regarded him with appreciative gazes, their eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction that left him somewhat perplexed. Elders. Just yesterday, after settling everything, Medusa suddenly informed him that the elders wished to meet him. Jiang Yun found this curious, but agreed nonetheless. Master Jiang, achieving such a realm at such a young age, is truly a prodigious talent. The chief elder regarded Jiang Yun with an expression that was not only unsightly, but almost ghastly. Unlike their usual disdain towards other humans, the chief elder's look was remarkably gentle. Having heard that Her Majesty's evolution was accomplished with Master Jiang's assistance, and that she had explored a relic with him, gaining her current strength, the elder expressed gratitude on behalf of the entire serpent tribe. After speaking, the chief elder led the others in a respectful bow towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun graciously accepted their thanks. Although there had been some experimental intentions at the outset, the outcome was that Medusa evolved into the 9-colored devouring python and, under his guidance, broke through to Dou Qi in just 2 years. While there were many coincidences involved, he could indeed take some credit for it. The chief elder inquired, "What is Master Jiang's perspective on our queen?" His voice was calm and even, yet Jiang Yun keenly sensed the underlying tension in his tone. Observing the perplexed expression on Jiang Yun's face, the Grand Elder sighed and remarked, "The Medusa clan seldom falls in love easily. However, once they do, their commitment is unwavering." He then cast a glance at Jiang Yun and added, "It is evident that upon her return, our clan leader harbors a unique affection for Master Jiang. Are you attempting to intervene?" Jiang Yun could not help but raise an eyebrow and softly inquire. Presently, Medusa has ascended to the rank of combat sovereign, rendering her invincible in the Northwest continent. Furthermore, with the latent potential of her 9-colored devouring python, it is conceivable that she may attain the status of combat saint in the future. It is not unreasonable for the Serpent Clan to wish to bind Medusa to their ranks, ensuring her reign as a queen in stability. No. Realizing Jiang Yun's misinterpretation, the Grand Elder hastily refuted, "The Serpent Clan cannot impede Her Majesty's will. Since her return, we have already prepared for her baptism. She is now capable of engaging in intimate relations. However, regarding the bloodline of the Medusa clan, there exists a secret method. I have heard that Master Jiang is an 8th-tier alchemist." Shifting the conversation, the Grand Elder inquired, casting a keen gaze upon Jiang Yun. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. Upon hearing his affirmation, the Grand Elder's eyes brightened, and he produced a scroll, stating, "The Medusa bloodline is exceptionally potent. Should Her Majesty become pregnant, it is imperative to perform the baptism on the infant using the secret method. The more formidable the method, the more terrifying the potential of the child born. Our clan possesses 3 types of secret methods, the highest being a 7th-tier elixir. I trust that, given Master Jiang's prowess, you will naturally opt for the highest method." As he received the scroll, Jiang Yun curiously inquired, "How can you be certain that Medusa will choose to leave with me? What if she decides to remain with the Serpent Clan? Would your efforts not be in vain?" Chuckling lightly at Jiang Yun's question, the Grand Elder replied calmly, "We have watched Medusa grow. I understand her well. The Serpent Clan now offers a far superior living environment, free from fear of external foes. The clan is no longer a constraint for her. Moreover, Her Majesty possesses the potential to reach even greater heights. How could we become obstacles in her path? One cannot nurture a true dragon in a submerged environment. Compared to the Central Continent, the resources of the Northwest are still woefully inadequate. Combat sovereign is the pinnacle here. To ascend to higher realms, one must venture to the heart of the continent, where the Central Continent offers ample resources to support such ambitions. Today, these elders of the Serpent Clan have indeed reshaped Jiang Yun's perception of them. Medusa's profound concern for her clan has not been in vain. After accepting the scroll, Jiang Yun produced several jade vials and handed them to the elders, stating, "These contain Breaking Sect pills, Imperial Extreme pills, Earth Origin pills, and Qingming Longevity pills. I trust you know how to utilize them, so I leave them in your capable hands." As the elders gazed in astonishment at the numerous elixirs Jiang Yun had so generously bestowed, they were momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat dazed and unsure how to respond. If you all manage to break through to combat sect together, Medusa will undoubtedly feel more at ease. Observing the fearful expressions of those around her, Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before adding, "If you are still apprehensive, consider it my betrothal gift." In the presence of outsiders, Jiang Yun was never one to hesitate. She was resolute in her desires. From the moment Medusa had evolved successfully and departed with her from the 9-colored sky-devouring python, she was destined to be his. Hurry and consume the elixir to break through. We shall depart soon. With that parting remark, Jiang Yun turned and left the sacred hall of the serpent people. What do they seek from you? Upon exiting, Jiang Yun encountered the ever-patient Queen Medusa, whose curious gaze pierced through the air as she softly inquired. Jiang Yun did not rush to answer Medusa's question. Instead, she regarded her with a teasing smile. Suddenly fixed under Jiang Yun's intense gaze, Medusa looked perplexed. And after several breaths of silence, a flutter of emotions stirred within her. A delicate flush graced her typically icy and enchanting visage, compelling her to turn her head away. Seeing her flustered state, Jiang Yun ceased her playful teasing and moved towards the exit. As she brushed past Medusa, she murmured in a low voice, "The 4 elders have sold you to me." Medusa abruptly lifted her head, staring blankly at Jiang Yun, clearly still processing the weight of her words. Even Jiang Yun found herself momentarily entranced by the sight of Medusa. The woman exuded an irresistible allure, and with just a few 6th and 7th grade elixirs, this queen had become mine. Jiang Yun's words plunged Medusa into a whirlpool of doubt, her gaze becoming unfocused as her heart raced. The blush that had just faded returned to her cheeks, transforming her usually stunningly cool demeanor into a rare and captivating blush, rendering her even more enchanting. Witnessing such a breathtaking sight, Jiang Yun felt a warmth in his heart. After all, being surrounded by several stunning beauties stirred his emotions. However, given that Qing Lin and the little physician were still young, and that Xian's bloodline had yet to be purified and stabilized, Jiang Yun had to restrain himself. Even Gu Suner, with her divine bloodline, needed to wait until she reached the Saint of Combat to fully blossom. If Xian were to face similar constraints, regret would be inevitable. Thus, despite being surrounded by beauties, in the end, only Medusa was truly available to him. Hearing Jiang Yun's declaration, Medusa looked up in astonishment, only to meet a pair of fiery eyes that sent a jolt of panic through her heart, words caught in her throat. In the next moment, Jiang Yun swiftly encircled her delicate, willowy waist with his arm, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and leaned in for a soft kiss as Medusa's astonished and flustered gaze bore witness. The Queen of Serpents, known for her ruthless demeanor towards her foes, transformed in that instant into the softest of beings, melting into Jiang Yun's embrace. After what felt like an eternity, the breathless Medusa eventually summoned the strength to push Jiang Yun away, her face flushed with excitement and embarrassment. "You have quite the audacity." Gazing at the mischievous smile of Queen Medusa across from him, Jiang Yun was instantly filled with rage and struck a powerful palm against his chest. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, the tremendous noise capturing the attention of numerous onlookers in the royal city, who hurriedly converged towards the scene. Cough, that was quite a heavy blow. Emerging with difficulty from the collapsed ruins, a disheveled Jiang Yun rubbed his aching chest and glanced at the now deserted site, where Queen Medusa had vanished, grimacing in discomfort. Heh, my dear Yun, despite Medusa's somewhat tempestuous temperament, she is indeed an invaluable ally who can assist you in your ascent to greater heights. The voice of Qing Ming echoed mischievously in his mind. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that among his 4 beautiful companions, Medusa and Xian possessed the most formidable potential, making their ascension to the heavenly sovereign a certainty, with an even greater likelihood of reaching the sacred heavenly sovereign. Compared to Xian, the decisive Medusa was more suited to lead a faction, thus providing him with greater assistance. Elder Qing Ming, are you prepared? With the undying sacred flames circulating within him, a rejuvenated Jiang Yun inquired earnestly. I have conducted a preliminary exploration of that place. Although I am unaware of the exact strength of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi and have not witnessed the seal he has set, I cannot guarantee the rescue of those trapped within. Yet, Qing Ming now displayed an unprecedented seriousness. Listening to Qing Ming's words, Jiang Yun nodded gravely. He was uncertain of the true strength of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, but among the many Dou emperors, he likely ranked among the foremost. It was feared that he stood merely half a step away from being a true heavenly sovereign. However, if the strength you speak of is indeed accurate, then at the very least, a soul avatar could be summoned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun nodded, as they were naturally discussing the matter of rescuing his father-in-law. With the formidable Qing Ming at his side, Jiang Yun had not entertained such thoughts. It was simply out of the question. His previous inaction stemmed from Qing Ming suppressing the holy heavenly demon flames within him and needing to recover strength, with no surplus power to spare. As Jiang Yun's strength grew and Qing Ming regained his vigor, the power at his disposal increased significantly. In his own words, he was invincible in the Dou Qi Continent. However, this state could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, Jiang Yun was not emboldened by a sense of invincibility. He merely possessed the hidden card to overturn the table. Based on Jiang Yun's intelligence and his own investigative analysis, Qingming initially concluded that it would at least be possible for the old Dragon Emperor to manifest a soul avatar. This would constitute an impressive fighting force. In an era where Dou emperors were absent and half-emperors perished, the ancient dragon, Zhu Kuan, was the mightiest being on this continent. Even the likes of Gu Yuan and the Soul Heavenly Emperor would pale in comparison. He had already attained the imperial realm of the soul. Thus, a soul avatar of the old Dragon Emperor would be sufficient to annihilate an 8-star Dou Saint, rivaling that of a 9-star Dou Saint. With such a formidable backing, the benefits that Xian could reap are merely a fraction of the advantages he would possess on the Dou Qi Continent, allowing for a more rapid ascent in his growth. I shall now arrange the formation for the Serpent People clan. Thereafter, we shall set forth. I trust Xian will be elated upon receiving this news. Jiang Yun murmured as he exited the ruins. In the subsequent 3 days, while surveying the terrain and preparing materials, Jiang Yun did not encounter Medusa until the day of the formation's arrangement, at which point she glared at him with a furrowed brow. However, Jiang Yun paid her no heed and raised an eyebrow at Medusa, diligently commencing the setup of the formation. Amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Yun established a 5th-level spiritual formation, supported by 4 elders who had transcended the Douzone level, along with numerous Douwang and Douhuang, rendering it nearly impenetrable even to a Douzone. Once all was complete, Jiang Yun promptly resolved to embark on his journey on an auspicious day, first returning to the Jia Nen Academy before heading to the Central State. On the following morning, atop a mountain peak, several figures darted into position. Fixing his gaze upon the imposing new royal city of the Serpent People clan at the mountain's base, Jiang Yun exhaled softly and turned to Medusa beside him, speaking in a low voice, "Your Majesty, have you truly considered this? Are you ready to depart with us? This journey may keep us away for a minimum of 3 years, perhaps 5, with 4 elders currently overseeing the Serpent People and the formation you have established. Even a Dozuan would find it challenging to pose a threat. Did you not mention that the northwestern continent would attain peace in the coming years?" Medusa retorted, rolling her eyes at Jiang Yun. "Absolutely not. The northwestern continent will indeed enjoy several years of tranquility," Jiang Yun affirmed confidently. The intelligence he received from Yun Yi indicated that the Soul Palace would only leave 1 Dozuan to oversee the northwestern continent, withdrawing the rest to the Central State in anticipation of retaliation from the ancient clans. Consequently, the Dozuan experts on the northwestern continent would be nearly extinguished, posing no threat to the safety of the Serpent People. "The northwestern continent is too small, not conducive to my growth," Medusa remarked, her furrowed brow easing. Casting a glance at Xian and her companions, Medusa's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Besides, did you not purchase me?" Suddenly, Jiang Yun felt a chill sweep over him. Upon seeing Medusa's ambiguous smile, he inwardly cursed, realizing that this woman was indeed trouble. Turning, he spotted Xian's cold smile. Understanding that there was no escape and mentally noting to settle the score later. "Since you were bought by little Yun, that makes you a maid, doesn't it? From now on, serving tea and water will be your duty." Xian unexpectedly did not explode in anger, but instead gazed at Queen Medusa with a cheerful expression. "What did you say? How dare you speak to the mistress in such a manner? Prepare to face the consequences." Medusa exclaimed. You're merely a 2-star Dozuan." Medusa retorted as a scuffle ensued between her and Xian. Jiang Yun could only facepalm, glancing at the obedient Qinglin and Xiao Yixian, feeling a wave of relief within. Chapter 145, Breaking Through to Dozuan. High above in the distant sky, a streak of light surged forth, racing like the stars in pursuit of the moon. The astonishing speed garnered the attention of many formidable individuals along the way, yet upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from above, they swiftly dismissed any thoughts of investigating further. The Yuzhou Empire lies in close proximity to the Black Corner region, even at the pace of the 8-winged Black Snake Emperor. It took 3 months to finally behold the vast plains of the Black Corner region. During their journey, not only did they travel swiftly, but Jiang Yun and his companions would also pause to rest whenever they passed through energy-rich mountains, searching for medicinal herbs amidst the peaks. Having thoroughly depleted the herbs he had previously pillaged, and now being an 8th-rank alchemist with recipes in hand, he found himself in need of practical experience. The strength of the group had reached a level where low-tier pills could no longer assist them. Thus, high-grade herbs remained scarce for Jiang Yun. As they charged forward, encounters with powerful magical beasts were inevitable. Yet, under the combined onslaught of Medusa and Xian, they traversed the path unhindered, collecting a considerable amount of rare herbs. Although some time was consumed, Qinglin, with the assistance of Jiang Yun and the others, managed to capture several 6th-rank serpent-like magical beasts. Successfully breaking through to the Douhuang level, while the little medical sage also reached the 4-star Do Huang tier. Naturally, the group rejoiced at their accomplishments. At long last, a vast expanse of pitch-black plains, stretching to the limits of their vision, appeared before them like a grand dark curtain draped across the land. The Black Corner region had returned. Observing the familiar scenery, Jiang Yun could not help but smile. I wonder what expression old Su will have upon witnessing my strength. Xian, her face alight with joy, seemed to anticipate the incredulous look that Su Qian would display upon learning of her current prowess, and she remarked with eager expectation. Hearing this, Jiang Yun smiled in return. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey towards the Jianan Academy. The Black Corner region is a realm of chaos. From the sky, one can see the land stained with blood and rife with slaughter, betrayal, and a myriad of lurking evils vividly displayed before their eyes. Countless lives perish here daily, and chaos reigns supreme. Qing Lin and the little medical sage, encountering the grim reality for the first time, frowned slightly in discomfort. Yet they felt no stirrings of sympathy. This is the truest face of the Dou Qi Continent. Guided by Jiang Yun, they soon caught sight of the outline of Jianan City from afar. The group descended outside the city and entered on foot. Jianan Academy remained as tranquil and serene as ever. Since Jiang Yun and the elders had orchestrated their plans to eradicate the forces threatening the academy from the Black Corner region, this state of peace had only intensified. Elders attended to their respective duties, while students diligently practiced and competed, embodying a thriving atmosphere. Deep within the inner courtyard, outside an elegant and serene pavilion, the Grand Elder Su Qian reclined in a rocking chair, cradling a cup of tea, savoring the tranquility of life. Another peaceful and quiet day, Su Qian mused as he savored a sip of tea, marveling at its flavor. The days of the Grand Elder are indeed quite leisurely. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in Su Qian's ear, leaving him momentarily astonished as he held his teacup, gazing into the distorted space ahead. Who is it, lurking in the shadows? As he focused on the warped space, Su Qian abruptly realized, disregarding his attempts to recall the identity of that familiar voice, he bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura of a 6-star dozong. Hee, Grand Elder, have you forgotten my voice in just a few days? A clear voice emerged, and the previously distorted space began to ripple with intense fluctuations, gradually revealing a Tinjong-sized spatial black hole. As the black hole materialized, it stirred with waves of rippling energy. And soon, Jiang Yun led several figures out, who gradually came into Su Qian's view. It's Jiang Yun and Ziyan. Upon seeing the familiar figures, Su Qian exhaled in relief, only to suddenly realize, staring blankly at the spatial passage behind the group, he stammered, "You all." Hee, Su old man. Were you startled? I've surpassed you. I'm now a Dozun. Observing Su Qian's reaction, Ziyan chuckled gleefully, stepping past the others to stand before him, exuding pride. Ziyan's exuberance snapped Su Qian back to reality. Looking at her boastful demeanor, his old face darkened, followed by a tone of reflection. Well, I knew your destinies lay beyond the Jianan Academy. I never expected that merely after 3 years, you all have achieved such significant advancements. With Ziyan even reaching the same level as the dean, I imagine he would be quite proud upon learning this. Hearing Su Qian's sentiments, Jiang Yun felt a stir within. The Mang Tianqi was a semi-holy level expert, yet Jianan Academy has always believed him to be a Dozun. It was unnecessary to correct this misconception. Jiang Yun, won't you introduce these ladies? After a moment of reflection, Su Qian directed his gaze to the unfamiliar women, teasingly inquiring of Jiang Yun. I'll introduce them to you. This is Xiao Yixian, and this is Qing Lin. They are both my dear sisters. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Ziyan eagerly pulled Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin forward to introduce them to Su Qian. Grand Elder, Su Qian, being the elder of Jiang Yun and Ziyan, commanded a sense of respect from Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian, who behaved exceptionally well in his presence. All right. Su Qian felt reassured seeing the 3 close companions, then turned to Medusa and inquired, and who might this be? She is my enemy. Unexpectedly, Ziyan shot a sidelong glance at Medusa, speaking coldly. Aware that Ziyan's words were merely in jest, Medusa, not one to be trifled with, huffed and turned her head away. Su Qian, seasoned by age, quickly discerned that Ziyan's words did not reflect her true feelings and shifted his gaze to Jiang Yun. This is Queen Medusa. Jiang Yun replied softly in response to Su Qian's inquiry. Queen Medusa. Indeed, upon hearing her title, Su Qian's demeanor grew solemn. The infamous Queen Medusa held considerable renown across the continent, and Su Qian was certainly well aware of her reputation. Upon witnessing the situation, it was clear to me what was afoot, and I discreetly bestowed a thumbs up towards Jiang Yun. Elder, I have returned this time because we are bound for the central continent, and I took the opportunity to visit the academy. Furthermore, I have reached the pinnacle of the Dou Zone realm and wish to utilize the foundation of the heaven-burning, refining Qi Tower for my final breakthrough. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yun then put forth his request. You are also on the verge of breaking through to the Dou Zone realm. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's request, Su Qian did not oppose. Instead, he paused momentarily in his actions, gazing at Jiang Yun's youthful visage, and spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Very well. Arrangements can be made by tomorrow. You are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances below, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Do take care. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Yun nodded appreciatively and continued. It seems I have troubled the Academy on several occasions. I am now capable of refining 8th grade elixirs, so perhaps during my seclusion, you could gather more medicinal materials. This time, I shall provide the Academy with elixirs free of charge. 8th grade alchemist. Upon hearing that Jiang Yun could refine 8th grade elixirs, Su Qian wore a look of astonishment. He had anticipated that Jiang Yun would eventually reach this level, but he never imagined it would come to pass so swiftly. Both Elder Qian and Elder Bai have been stagnant at the pinnacle of Dou Zone for many years. It is indeed time for them to break through. Suddenly regaining his composure upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Su Qian exclaimed joyfully, "It seems they shall have sleepless nights ahead." The next day, at the base of the heaven-burning refining Qi Tower, Jiang Yun gazed at the little falling heart flame, which had thrived remarkably. Its essence now tenfold stronger than a few years prior. Moreover, compared to before, this falling heart flame exhibited no signs of ferocity, resembling a pure-hearted child frolicking before him. A testament to the arduous efforts of the GNN Academy over the years. With a gentle smile, Jiang Yun extended his hand to summon it, channeling a portion of his Dou Qi into it slowly. Given his current strength, this infusion was a great boon for the little falling heart flame, significantly hastening its growth. One could observe the glimmer of joy and affection in its serpentine eyes, an unmistakable bond forming. After playfully engaging with the little falling heart flame, Jiang Yun sent it off and darted toward the depths of the magma. Upon entering the molten interior, he sought a concealed spot and set up a defensive formation. Officially commencing his breakthrough to the Dou Zone realm, Jiang Yun activated his internal cultivation method, gradually absorbing the holy heavenly demon flame, which had been firmly contained within Qingming. As his strength surged, he steadily absorbed the flame, knowing that one day he would completely refine it, and it would then become his own holy heavenly demon flame. As the flames surged into him, an overwhelming torrent of pure energy cascaded within, akin to a deluge sweeping through, flooding Jiang Yun's limbs and bones. Instantly, a terrifying heat erupted within him, reducing his garments to ashes and revealing his robust physique. While the flames scorched Jiang Yun's body, they simultaneously fortified his strength, hardness, and resilience. Jiang Yun has transcended the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Zone. Each time he engages in cultivation, he experiences an overwhelming sensation of having reached the limits of his ascension, merely hindered by the inadequacy of his accumulated power, unable to shatter the barrier that separates him from the Dou Zone. However, now, drawing upon his previous accumulation and the impetus from this endeavor, Jiang Yun has finally forcefully torn through this membrane, stepping into an enigmatic state of existence. At the moment he enters this profound state, the forces of heaven and earth surrounding him erupt with fervor, boiling in an instant. Time swiftly passes, and 2 months elapse. In the magma sea, a terrifying and vast aura suddenly surges forth, soaring into the sky, creating a cataclysmic tumult. Jiang Yun, having broken through to Dou Zone, remains in slumber. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this breakthrough, an immense force of attraction bursts forth from his soul's sea of consciousness, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment in a continuous flow. As an increasing torrent of spiritual power inundates him, it gradually coalesces into a vortex of energy. Should anyone below the spirit realm be present, they might seize this opportunity to ascend into that realm. At this moment, the surface of Jiang Yun's soul begins to shimmer with a crystalline layer, reminiscent of water, as he feels his essence enveloped in a warm radiance. Akin to a fetus nestled in the womb. Time passes, and invisible waves emanate from Jiang Yun, expanding gradually outward. These ethereal ripples bring about a profound stillness, causing the boiling magma within 100 feet to cease its tumultuous churn, resulting in an eerie silence. In a sudden moment, his body quakes violently as blinding light erupts from within, and an invisible wave, akin to a tempest, sweeps forth, engulfing everything around him. The transformation to a 2-star Dou Zone has been realized, reaching the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Jiang Yun slowly opens his eyes, and with that, the powerful aura surrounding him dissipates, restoring his previous tranquility. It seems that many visitors have arrived, he muses, rising to his feet and gazing into the distance. As he speaks, his figure begins to distort, and within a breath, he vanishes, revealing only an afterimage. Just as Jiang Yun steps beyond the confines of the formation. Within the dark crimson world of magma, dozens of colossal beams of light unfurl, resembling a pair of watchful eyes. Roar. From the depths of the magma, terrifying howls resonate, stirring countless waves and causing the entire underground magma realm to boil. Numerous flame lizards, inhabitants of this domain, swiftly converge upon Jiang Yun. Flame lizards, he realizes. Sensing the immense aura approaching him, these creatures seem to have been deliberately crafted by the ancient deity Dou Qi, tasked with guarding his tomb. Unlike the magical beasts of the Dou Qi Continent, these beings lack cores. As Jiang Yun ponders, robust figures, agile and powerful, navigate the dark red magma, quickly advancing toward him. Its figure, entirely crimson, blended seamlessly with the surrounding magma. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's extraordinary soul perception, it would have been nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. This creature, adorned with red scales upon its fiery body, bore a rather large mouth that slightly gaped to reveal a multitude of sharp teeth, resembling a flame lizard capable of standing upright. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from them, comparable to that of a Dou Zong, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and extended his hand toward the flame lizard, invoking a terrifying force of spatial power. Boom! A series of relentless explosions ensued, as the Dou Huang and Dou Zong level flame lizards were utterly no match for Jiang Yun, who dispatched them on the spot. Crimson orbs were left behind in their wake. Jiang Yun summoned the crimson spheres into his hand, where a potent and wild energy of fire surged within. More refined than the external fiery energy. Could this be considered an unconventional spirit stone? A strange thought flickered in Jiang Yun's mind as he pocketed the orbs. Suddenly, a more terrifying roar resonated from the depths of the magma. Roar. Chapter 146. The Old Dragon Emperor. Oh, I can't sit still. Jiang Yun's gaze turned toward the source of the roar, where a terrifying aura emerged in his soul perception, possessing at least the strength of 6 or 7 stars of Dou Zun. Observing this situation, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, intrigued. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy surged, stirring up a formidable undercurrent in the depths of the magma, striking toward Jiang Yun with immense force, accompanied by an enraged roar. Human! You have slain my kin and trespassed upon the sacred burial ground of the gods. You seek death. In an instant, the fierce flame lizard man appeared before Jiang Yun. A massive arm covered in dark red scales wielding a fierce gale aimed directly at Jiang Yun's head. Seeing this, Jiang Yun concentrated, gathering a dual-colored Dou Qi in his palm, swiftly forming a seal. Today, I shall breach this sacred burial ground. 5 wheels of leaving fire. Roar. As the flames coalesced in his palm, 5 colossal fire spirits emerged from the endless magma, reborn in flames, their fierce gazes fixed upon the flame lizard man. Such trivial skills. With this level of power, you should remain here. After glancing at the 5 fire spirits, the flame lizard man bellowed angrily and advanced toward Jiang Yun. 5 wheels of leaving fire disc. Jiang Yun remained unfazed as the 5 fire spirits charged toward the flame lizard man. A black and white fire disc nearly 20 zhang in size rapidly coalescing behind them. Upon the emergence of the fire disc, the 5 fire spirits trembled and converged toward it. In the next moment, the enormous black and white flame will shuddered violently before transforming into a world-destroying grinding disc, hurtling toward the flame lizard man with lightning speed, shaking the very fabric of space in its wake. Kill. The flame lizard man observed the fluctuations of the fiery disc. Sensing the terrifying crisis that erupted above it, a sudden tremor coursed through his heart, and with a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength to launch a brutal assault on the flame wheel. The impact was cataclysmic, akin to the collision of meteors, even beneath the sea of magma. It produced a thunderous sound that resonated through the air, while the surrounding magma was instantaneously vaporized into nothingness by the intense heat emanating from the flame disc, creating a vacuum. At that moment, the presence of the combat-level flame lizard had vanished entirely, as Jiang Yun had seemingly obliterated his opponent into oblivion. Truly terrifying. With a swift motion, he retrieved the crimson flame orb, and his body trembled with distortion as the pinnacle of his spiritual power enveloped him, shielding him from detection. In an instant, he vanished from the scene. But had he truly disappeared? Just as Jiang Yun departed, an ancient voice resounded abruptly in the space. Tap, tap, tap. An aged figure strode through the magma with an air of ease, emitting a series of eerily rhythmic footfalls. A lizard man, nearly 10 feet tall, with scales of a grayish hue and an appearance marked by age, approached leisurely, eventually halting at the spot where Jiang Yun had previously stood. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly oblivious to any anomalies, and a voice emerged, hoarse and grating. To wantonly slay my kin and disturb the peace of the divine is a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over. With a resounding force reminiscent of a mighty dragon, a tremendous aura surged from within him, revealing him to be a 9-turn combat sovereign. Mere steps away from transcending into the realm of the semi-saint. Search for him. Find that accursed human. With this command, the surrounding magma stirred violently, and a multitude of crimson figures dispersed in all directions. Unperturbed by the chaos he had incited, Jiang Yun concealed his presence and swiftly moved toward the source of that formidable aura, which he sensed was the most terrifying he had encountered since arriving on the continent of Fighting Qi. Even compared to the ancient beings, it fell short by a measure. The formidable physique of the magical beasts endowed them with unparalleled vitality, and the ancient dragon emperor, having reached the zenith of power on the continent of Fighting Qi, was no exception. Fortunately, these flame lizard men wielded their energy rather clumsily and were unversed in combat techniques, let alone spiritual power, allowing Jiang Yun to stealthily make his way toward the ancient emperor's cave. As he delved deeper, the number of flame lizard men diminished, yet their emanating aura grew increasingly formidable. At last, Jiang Yun arrived at a boundary where the color of the magma, unbeknownst to him, had shifted from crimson to a dark red hue. At the periphery, he sensed two exceptionally potent auras, their identities unmistakable, the only two semi-saints of the flame lizard clan. Jiang Yun did not disturb them. Instead, he gazed at the surrounding black magma, within which lay a peculiar heat that even his current sacred heavenly demon flame could not easily consume. His gaze fell upon the seemingly endless magma beneath him. As he concentrated the power of spatial energy in his palm, and with a gentle tear, the surrounding space rippled, transforming the world before him. Simultaneously, the commotion awakened the two half-saint flame lizard men. Human, this is the tomb of the gods, a place unfit for your presence. Cease your advance at once, or risk awakening the guardian, and you shall be eternally entombed here. To trespass upon the tomb of the gods invites divine retribution. From afar, their anxious and frantic voices reached Jiang Yun's ears. However, he paid them no heed and leaped into an extraordinary space. Before him unfolded a dark and silent expanse, a seemingly endless void that had remained tranquil for ages, pervaded by an ancient and weathered aura. Qingming, how do you find this space? Jiang Yun quietly inquired within his heart. Stronger than I anticipated, yet still manageable. After a moment, Qingming's voice resonated in Jiang Yun's mind. Then let us pay a visit to my esteemed father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun exhaled deeply, chuckling softly as he pointed his toes and soared inward. After an indeterminate duration of flight, a colossal stone door, towering tens of thousands of zhong, suddenly appeared before him. This immense portal, forged from stones beyond recognition, was adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, seemingly hailing from antiquity, inscribing the secrets of the cosmos. Standing before it, anyone appeared remarkably insignificant. To Jiang Yun, this stone door resembled a realm unto itself, profoundly enigmatic, emanating an aura that transcended the very fabric of existence. Under such oppressive energy, all was silent, deep within. An inexplicable urge to prostrate in reverence arose. Humph, Jiang Yun scoffed, dispelling his peculiar feelings, and coldly remarked, do you wish for my worship? You are not worthy. Casting a glance at the ancient characters inscribed atop the stone door, Ancient Emperor's Cave, Jiang Yun disregarded them and began his search for his venerable father-in-law. The pitch-black space did not hinder Jiang Yun's vision. Soon, he discovered an immense creature nearby. It was an unimaginably vast being, coiled within the dark void, utterly motionless, as if extending into infinity. Jiang Yun's immediate instinct was not to approach for recognition, but rather a peculiar thought arose in his mind. With Zhu Kuan's size, would it suffice for a hearty meal for the little one? A playful jest. Zhu Kuan was merely an enlarged version of Xian, a mature Taishu ancient dragon. Resplendent in a purplish-golden hue, its cold scales enveloping its form, exuding a robust sensation akin to steel. Suddenly, Jiang Yun felt an eerie sensation wash over him. He focused his gaze, and amidst the dark void, a pair of enormous eyes abruptly opened. Zhu Kuan stared intently at Jiang Yun, a mere ant in his eyes, his massive orbs cold and indifferent, devoid of any fluctuation. An overwhelming aura of terror enveloped him. Can tomb raiders possess ancient jade? Concurrently, the space trembled, and a voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated through the air. The aura of the elder resembles that of a friend of mine. Could there be a connection between you? Jiang Yun did not respond to Zhu Kuan's inquiry. Instead, he voiced his perplexity. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Yun spoke, a flicker of disappointment crossed the enormous dragon's eyes, soon followed by a glimmer of murderous intent, ultimately transforming into astonishment. A wave of immense joy surged within him as Zhu Kuan's excited voice echoed, Child, you know my offspring. Boom. The imposing aura of the 9-star Dou Qi erupted. Zhu Kuan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yun, tears of anticipation glistening in his eyes. My friend is indeed the Tai Su ancient dragon. Could it be that the elder is her father? Faced with the sudden onslaught of the old Dragon King's aura, Jiang Yun internally grumbled. Were it not for my Qingming Tower, this alone would have left me gravely injured, if not dead. Truly an unreliable old father-in-law. The Tai Su ancient dragon, it cannot be mistaken. That is my child. Indeed, upon hearing the words Tai Su ancient dragon, Zhu Kuan grew increasingly agitated. His eyes fixed on Jiang Yun, he eagerly inquired, my child, where is she? Elder Jiang Yun did not hasten to answer Zhu Kuan's question. Rather, he measured the disparity in their sizes. Zhu Kuan suddenly realized, and in the next moment, his serpentine form began to shimmer with a rich purple light, contracting rapidly. Within mere breaths, the colossal dragon body dissipated in violet radiance, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, with a resolute and dignified visage. At this moment, Zhu Kuan scrutinized Jiang Yun intently and demanded, now, can we converse? If you dare deceive me, Zhu Kuan, I swear you shall find no place to rest in death. You hold my life in your hands, esteemed elder. How could I dare to deceive? Jiang Yun, unfazed by Zhu Kuan's menacing words, spoke softly. I have a friend, whom I met over a decade ago. We grew up together. Her name is Xian, a Tai Su ancient dragon who has fallen into the world. We encountered each other in the nearby monster beast forest, Jiang Yun recounted quietly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Xian? Zhu Kuan murmured the name softly, then, filled with affection, he exclaimed, Xian, what a lovely name. Observing Zhu Kuan's state, Jiang Yun understood, after all these years. Learning of his daughter for the first time must have been overwhelming for the Dragon King, renowned as the greatest doting father in the Dou Qi Continent. Nephew, where is Xian now? After the initial excitement, Zhu Kuan rubbed his palms together, gazing at Jiang Yun with anxious anticipation. Junior Jiang Yun. Xian is currently at the Canaan Academy atop the magma. I can go and bring her down to meet my uncle. Jiang Yun chuckled softly. Zhu Kuan was indeed quite pitiable. The ancient Emperor Tuo, she had hardly acted as a father, imprisoning him for millennia. Were it not for the longevity of the ancient void dragon and Zhu Kuan's formidable strength, he might have long turned to dust. Very well, go quickly. Upon hearing the prospect of seeing his daughter, Zhu Kuan grew increasingly agitated, urging Jiang Yun in haste. Are you not afraid that what you just said was a ruse to allow me to escape? Jiang Yun, unfazed, responded with a question. You would not. In the face of Jiang Yun's inquiry, Zhu Kuan regained his composure, exuding an air of authority. His keen gaze fixated on Jiang Yun, flickering with wisdom. Not everyone can withstand the pressure of this emperor. With a knowing look towards Jiang Yun, the now calm Zhu Kuan sensed something unusual about him. Moments ago, he had inadvertently unleashed a formidable aura. Not even a mere 2-star Do Zun could have withstood it, let alone a 1-star Do Sheng, who would have been severely harmed. Yet, Jiang Yun stood there unscathed, devoid of any sign of distress. He was no ordinary being. Moreover, when Zhu Kuan had probed Jiang Yun's soul with his imperial powers, an inexplicable force had blocked his inquiry, further underscoring Jiang Yun's extraordinary nature. During his reign as Dragon Emperor, he had encountered countless individuals and could easily discern truth from falsehood. All these factors led the old Dragon Emperor to place immense trust in Jiang Yun. The worst-case scenario would merely involve being duped, with no real loss to him. However, if it were indeed true, very well. I shall go now and bring Xian to meet my uncle. Noticing the look in Zhu Kuan's eyes, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly and soared towards the exit. Once Jiang Yun departed, Zhu Kuan began to feel restless, uncertain how to face his daughter. As the stone door of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower's underground space slowly opened, Jiang Yun's figure emerged. After greeting the two elders guarding the tower, he made his way back to his courtyard. Without reservation, Jiang Yun released his aura. And the moment he returned to the courtyard, 4 graceful figures appeared in succession. Have you broken through? Medusa regarded Jiang Yun, raising an eyebrow and inquiring in a neutral tone. Indeed, I have broken through, and you too have reached 4 stars. Jiang Yun nodded, then smiled lightly. Everyone has been diligent. After scanning the group and noticing that Xian and the others had also made breakthroughs, he chuckled. Then, shall we set off for Zhongzhou? In response to the curious gazes from the others, Jiang Yun shook his head and, amidst their bewilderment, added, I fear we must wait a while longer. Xian, I believe I have found your father. Chapter 147, Father and Daughter Reunited. In the midst of the others' puzzled looks, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Xian, who was quietly seated nearby. What is it? Sensing Jiang Yun's attention, Xian curiously looked herself over. Nothing seems amiss. Xian, I believe I have found your father. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, hesitatingly speaking with a slow deliberation. His body stiffened slightly, and the expression on his face solidified. Ziyin looked up at Jiang Yun, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented complexity of emotions. "Brother Jiang Yun, do you know where Sister Ziyan's father is?" asked Qing Lin, her voice tinged with surprise. The attention of the group was instantly drawn to Jiang Yun. They were well aware of Ziyan's origins, a wandering beast of supremacy. The ancient dragon of the void. Having encountered Jiang Yun in their youth, she was taken in by Elder Su Qian and grew up in the Jianan Academy. During this time, no formidable beings from the ancient dragon clan had appeared to search for Ziyin. How could it be that Jiang Yun had suddenly discovered her father? With a slight nod, Jiang Yun replied, "After my seclusion in the magma space beneath the earth, I encountered a void dragon that bore a similar aura to Ziyin, which led to my speculation. However, the ultimate outcome must be sought by you, Ziyin. To think that a void dragon could be hidden beneath the Tower of Heavenly Flame," exclaimed Medusa, her voice tinged with astonishment. The hearts of the group were filled with perplexity. A fully grown void dragon was at least an 8th-tier beast. Why had it not left the magma world below? Could it be that Ziyan's father had encountered some misfortune? The astute among them quickly pieced together the implications. "This matter is rather complicated. I will explain it to you in detail later," Jiang Yun remarked, then turned to Ziyin and inquired, "Ziyin, do you wish to meet him?" The courtyard fell silent as everyone focused on Ziyin. Turning her head away, she replied with a tinge of bitterness, "I don't want to see him. I never really had a father." Having grown up alongside Jiang Yun, he understood Ziyan's character well. Deep down, she yearned for familial affection, though she often masked this with prideful defiance. In this regard, she was remarkably similar to Medusa, which explained their ongoing rivalry. "Then let it be. However, it is rather pitiful for your father to be trapped alone in the underworld. Besides, I promised him that I would bring you to meet him for the purpose of confirming his identity. It seems I might be breaking my word." Jiang Yun approached Ziyin, embracing her gently as he spoke softly. As Jiang Yun's words resonated, Ziyin, burying her head deeper into his embrace, clung to him more tightly, her delicate form trembling slightly. A muffled voice emerged from within Jiang Yun's arms. "Honestly, Xiao Yun loves to make decisions for others. Just to be clear, it's not that I want to see him. I simply can't let Xiao Yun be seen as someone who breaks promises." Hearing Ziyan's words, warmth filled Jiang Yun's eyes as he reached out to tousle her soft hair, then turned to glance at the others. "Ziyin and I will be stepping out for a while. We shall return with a surprise for you. If the elder arrives, please convey my regards to him." Medusa and the others exchanged curious looks but nodded in agreement, understanding that a few days of seclusion would pass in the blink of an eye. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Yun embraced Ziyin, and their figures gradually faded away. From the moment Jiang Yun laid eyes on Zhu Kuan, he had already devised a plan regarding his esteemed father-in-law. The guidance of a 9-star Dou Saint was, for many, akin to granting them extraordinary powers. Such an opportunity should not be missed. Silently, and without hesitation, Jiang Yun made his way towards the ancient emperor's cave with Ziyin by his side. In no time, the duo found themselves in the coveted realm that the likes of the Soul Heaven Emperor and Gu Yuan yearned for. As they arrived, the scene before them shifted, and Zhu Kuan's figure materialized. At that moment, Zhu Kuan did not spare a glance at his benefactor, Jiang Yun. His gaze was solely fixated on Ziyin. His golden eyes radiated a tenderness as he looked upon her. The instant Ziyin entered, he felt a stirring in his bloodline, a long-dormant heart suddenly beating with fervor. His eyes remained locked on Ziyin as he murmured, "Child, who is your child?" Zhu Kuan pondered, a sentiment he shared with Ziyin, who, in that moment, had already confirmed to herself that this man was indeed her father. Overcome with excitement, Zhu Kuan stepped forward, gently grasping Ziyin's hand. As their palms met, 2 streams of resplendent golden light erupted from their beings, flowing along their arms, and ultimately merging perfectly at their hands' intersection. A tremendous bloodline pressure radiated from both of them, which would compel any Dou Zun or Dou Saint from the ancient dragon clan present to kneel in reverence before the powerful lineage of the 2 generations of dragon emperors. "Child, do you see this resonance in our bloodlines? Such harmony can only arise between those of the same origin," Zhu Kuan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he observed the dazzling golden light. Ziyin stared at the point where their hands joined, momentarily lost in thought, but soon recalled her tumultuous past. Her gaze towards Zhu Kuan was a mix of estrangement and grievance. With a swift motion, she withdrew her hand, tears welling in her eyes, and defiantly retorted, "I am an orphan. I have neither father nor mother." Her voice was cold, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. "It is all my fault. I should not have coveted the ancient emperor's cave. It was that scoundrel, the Tuashi ancient emperor, who trapped me here. I sent you away to spare you from being ensnared in this dark abyss, and I alone am to blame for my arrogance." Zhu Kuan lamented, his remorse evident. As he continued to express his contrition, Xian felt a pang of sadness within her. Confused, she bit her lower lip and buried her face in Jiang Yun's embrace, who could sense her trembling and the dampness of her clothing. Observing the scene, Zhu Kuan momentarily set aside his frustration at losing his precious daughter and cast a pleading glance at Jiang Yun, realizing that the young man who had entered earlier, claiming Xian as a friend, had been nothing but deceitful. Who would embrace a mere friend so intimately? However, considering that Jiang Yun had facilitated their reunion and appeared commendable in various aspects, Zhu Kuan reluctantly accepted Jiang Yun's presence. What other recourse is there? This old father, upon their first meeting, likely holds less significance in his daughter's heart than the young dandy, Jiang Yun. Noticing the glimmer of concern in Zhu Kuan's eyes, Jiang Yun offered him a reassuring glance, understanding that Xian's temperament was such that she was simply overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. It was imperative to grant her the necessary time to gradually accept this reality. Once Zhu Kuan subtly reveals the hardships of being a father, the matter shall find its resolution. Gently, Jiang Yun ruffled Xian's hair and spoke softly. Xian, your uncle did not intend any harm. He seeks the ancient emperor's legacy to provide you with a stronger foundation. Moreover, he has been trapped here for thousands of years, all alone and rather pitiable. As if comforted by Jiang Yun's words and beginning to empathize with Zhu Kuan's plight, Xian looked up hesitantly at him. Observing her expression, Zhu Kuan hastily added, Indeed, I had no choice but to allow you to wander alone. With a sigh, recalling the past, Zhu Kuan lamented at that time. My strength had already reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Saint, with an imperial soul, and I sought opportunities for breakthrough by leaving our clan with Xian. By sheer coincidence, I discovered the ancient emperor's cave here. In my arrogance, believing in my might, I attempted to forcefully breach it, only to be ensnared by that old rascal, the ancient emperor Dou Qi. By the time I realized my folly, it was too late. In the end, I could only do my utmost to send you out of this space, while I became the eternal guardian of the ancient emperor's cave, waiting for the bearer of the ancient jade to arrive to unlock it, thus fulfilling this unwanted duty. Is it truly impossible for someone as powerful as you to escape? Xian, having gathered her emotions, looked at Zhu Kuan, who had been trapped here for so long, and felt a twinge of compassion, instinctively asking. Seeing Xian engage with him, Zhu Kuan's face lit up with surprise, but then he responded with indignation. The distinction between a Dou emperor and a Dou saint is vast. This place houses his legacy, existing as a separate realm. Even I cannot break the seal he left behind. Jiang Yun, do you possess a means to rescue him? With concern for her father, Xian turned her gaze to Jiang Yun, curious. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan regarded Jiang Yun with intrigue, eager to discover what this enigmatic son-in-law might be capable of. After a moment of contemplation, under Xian's hopeful gaze, Jiang Yun slowly shook his head. Elder Qingming has informed me that he is currently unable to break the seal here. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Xian's eyes. Is there truly no method to release you? She remained resolute, looking back at Zhu Kuan for answers. Zhu Kuan's eyes reflected a sense of gratitude. After all, they were bound by blood. Even though she initially held a disdain for him, she still cared. Xian, to unlock the ancient emperor's cave, one must seek the Dou Qi ancient emperor jade. Once the ancient emperor's cave is revealed, I shall be able to emerge, Zhu Kuan said gently, gazing at Xian. The Dou Qi ancient emperor jade? A name unfamiliar to her, Xian instinctively turned her gaze towards Jiang Yun. The ancient artifact, the emperor's jade, was divided into 8 pieces a millennium ago, with each of the 8 ancient imperial clans holding one. To gather them all, our current strength is insufficient. Jiang Yun, true to his nature, did not disappoint Xian and provided an answer. The ancient clan leader, Zhu Kuan, remarked with interest when I was around. There were more than 8 imperial clans. These factions are not weaker than my own, the ancient dragon clan. Xian, do not act recklessly without absolute strength. That Gusuner must belong to one of the imperial clans, right? Xian suddenly recalled and turned to Jiang Yun to inquire. Gusuner is from the ancient clan, one of the 8 imperial clans, and its leader, Gu Yuan, is also a 9-star Dou saint. Jiang Yun nodded, observing the solemn expressions of the father-daughter duo, and continued. Furthermore, the leader of the Soul clan is also a 9-star Dou saint. Together with your uncle, they are perhaps the closest to achieving the status of Dou emperor. As for the remaining imperial clans, their leaders are 8-star and 7-star Dou saints. Although their strength pales in comparison to the ancient clan and the Soul clan, they are still formidable forces on the Dou Qi Continent. Upon learning merely a glimpse of the strength of the 8 imperial clans from Jiang Yun, Xian felt an overwhelming weight of pressure descend upon her. It seemed that the path to rescue her father was fraught with challenges. Do not worry, Xian. I have been here for quite a while, and seeing you now brings me contentment. Just make sure to visit often, Zhu Kuan kindly reassured her, sensing her despondency. Hearing that the Emperor's jade was under the control of such formidable forces, it was almost hopeless to gather them all. He pondered why, over the years, no one wielding the Emperor's jade had sought him out. He did not wish for his daughter to face so many adversaries at once, and resolved to find solace in the fact that at least Zi Yin could visit him regularly. Xiaoyun, you must have a solution, right? Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's poignant words, Ziyan's heart ached even more. She turned, her large eyes pleadingly seeking Jiang Yun's assistance. Of course, Jiang Yun smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Uncle, I am not yet capable of breaking the seal completely to bring you out, but I can open a portion of it. You possess such abilities. Zhu Kuan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that even his strength could not budge this spatial barrier. But what happens after the seal is broken? Jiang Yun looked at Zhu Kuan and replied with a light chuckle. Uncle, your soul is already at the Emperor level. A perfected heavenly realm soul is akin to a physical body and can engage in combat. Zhu Kuan quickly grasped Jiang Yun's intention, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed. You mean to say that I can release my soul body first? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's method, Ziyan also appeared quite exhilarated, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Yun. A pure Emperor-level soul is sufficient to contend with 8 or 9-star Dou saints. As long as we avoid provoking the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan, your uncle's soul body will be safe on this continent. In this way, it is almost equivalent to his true form being released. Jiang Yun nodded, speaking earnestly. Without further ado, let us embark on this endeavor. I am exceedingly eager to explore the world beyond. Zhu Kuan, filled with fervor, had been a recluse for millennia and was long past the point of impatience. Although he was merely a soul entity venturing forth, the sensations experienced by his ethereal form were remarkably profound. With the strength of his imperial realm soul, he was nearly indistinguishable from a corporeal being. Xiaoyun, I knew you could do it, Ziyan exclaimed, leaping up in exhilaration, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yun's neck, and, in the presence of Zhu Kuan's astonished gaze, playfully pecked Jiang Yun on the cheek. What are you staring at? After noticing Zhu Kuan's expression, Ziyan's delight turned to displeasure. Her father, it seemed, lacked even a modicum of perceptiveness, prompting her to shout in exasperation. With a faint crack, Jiang Yun seemed to hear the sound of a heart shattering. The once exuberant Zhu Kuan now crouched in a corner, his despondency evident to all. Chapter 148. Success. Observing the woeful Zhu Kuan, Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle, albeit with a tinge of melancholy. Here was a formidable figure, the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou saint, and the mightiest in the Dou Qi Continent, reduced to a mere doting father. Compared to Gu Suner, the princess of the ancient clan, Ziyan, the scion of the Taishu ancient dragon lineage, truly embodied the essence of the continent's wealthiest heiress. Even though the ancient dragon clan was no longer at its zenith, the resources at Ziyan's disposal were likely far more formidable than those of Gu Suner. After all, Zhu Kuan's affection for his daughter surpassed even that of Gu Yuan. Uncle, shortly, I will create an opening. Be prepared. To mitigate Zhu Kuan's potential distress, Jiang Yun gently squeezed Ziyan's slender waist, discreetly moving her aside before addressing Zhu Kuan in a grave tone. Upon the mention of serious matters, Zhu Kuan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he replied, Nephew, exercise utmost caution. If circumstances prove dire, do not force yourself. Even if I am unable to emerge at this moment, you may utilize my dragon seal to command the ancient Dragon Isle. The ancient dragon clan will heed your call. Hearing Zhu Kuan's words, Jiang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, though his heart was laden with unspoken thoughts. My esteemed father-in-law, you may not realize that without your steadfast governance, the ancient dragon clan would have long since fragmented. The venerable elders, each with profound cultivation, have retreated into the void, indifferent to worldly affairs. Now, scarcely a few remain. The once supreme rulers of the beast realm have fallen to the point where they cannot even contend with the descendants of the ancient phoenix, the Tian Yaohuang clan. Were it not for the ancient dragon clan's disarray, Jiang Yun would not have gone to such lengths to extricate you. Only you possess the ability to summon back the exiled powerful beings of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, to restore the former glory of the ancient dragon clan. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Jiang Yun nodded outwardly and turned to Ziyan, advising, Ziyan, step back a bit. If any unforeseen events arise, leave this place immediately. With Senior Qingming present, I shall remain unharmed. Indeed, Ziyan, keep your distance. That old rascal Tuasha Gudi may yet have some tricks up his sleeve. Zhu Kuan wholeheartedly concurred with Jiang Yun's counsel, glancing at Ziyan with palpable concern. Doubt still lingered in his heart as Zhu Tian extended a finger, from which a drop of round, plump, violet golden blood oozed, emanating a rich wave of energy. He withdrew a rouge jade vial, storing the precious liquid within, and handed it to Xian. "This is a drop of my essence," he declared. "Xian, our bloodlines are intertwined. Should any misfortune befall you, consume it promptly, and it shall grant you a fleeting manifestation of the might of A. The fiery lizards outside will pose no threat to you, ensuring your safety." As the vial approached, Xian cast a worried glance at Jiang Yun and Zhu Tian, yet she understood that this was not the time for defiance. She accepted the vial and swiftly moved to the edge of the space, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding events. "Come now, Jiang Yun, let me witness your prowess." Once assured of Xian's safety, Zhu Tian regarded the young man before him with keen interest. His curiosity piqued regarding the extraordinary measures Jiang Yun might employ to confront the might of the Qingming Senior. Upon hearing Zhu Tian's words, Jiang Yun nodded, his voice steady and resolute. A profound resonance filled the air as a dazzling light erupted from Jiang Yun's chest. Zhu Tian, standing mere inches away, felt a disquieting power beginning to awaken, causing his expression to tighten with unease as he gazed at the radiant object hovering above Jiang Yun's head. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he beheld something utterly astonishing. There, above Jiang Yun, floated a seemingly ordinary seven-layered tower, yet at that moment, it radiated a brilliance that was anything but mundane. Its emergence was akin to a crystalline sun, suppressing the endless darkness that enveloped the space. "What is this?" Zhu Tian's face contorted with disbelief as he comprehended the full form of the Qingming Tower. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he murmured, "This is certainly not a product of the... Could it be something from beyond?" As a pinnacle 9-star, Zhu Tian, like other formidable beings of his rank, sensed a vital element missing from the world that prevented their ascension to. Thus, he sought the legacy of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, hoping it would facilitate his breakthrough. He had perused records within his clan regarding the collective disappearance of over the millennia, and now it seemed that Jiang Yun might hold the key to those mysteries. Contemplating Jiang Yun's origins, Zhu Tian's eyes ignited with fervor. He had come to believe in the young man's words with considerable conviction. Perhaps today would indeed herald an escape. "Uncle." Just as Zhu Tian's thoughts raced, Jiang Yun's voice thundered, jolting him back to the moment. In the following instant, the Qingming Tower awakened fully, unleashing a wave of formidable energy from its core. The tower hovering above Jiang Yun trembled, its pinnacle swaying, and a radiant glow burst forth, infused with a profoundly enigmatic power. Boom! The energy radiance struck a spatial nexus, resulting in a faint cracking sound echoing through the void. The sound was faint, yet Zhu Qi was no ordinary figure. His dragon-like eyes fixated intently on a particular spatial node, his feet subtly shifting as if he were about to break free from the cursed seal. However, just as he was poised to act, an unsettling sensation surged within him, and behind him, the ancient emperor's cavern door flickered with a spectral rainbow flame. Cursed be the ancient emperor Dou Qi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Qi muttered a curse, invoking the ancestral spirits of that old coin for good measure. "Hurry, uncle, time is of the essence." At this moment, Jiang Yun also sensed the impending change and, upon hearing Qingming's transmission, urgently called out. Responding to Jiang Yun's voice and feeling the spatial node beginning to mend, Zhu Qi decisively abandoned his reckless intent. A colossal soul giant, hundreds of zhang tall, gradually materialized behind him, resembling an exaggerated version of Zhu Qi himself. The soul giant's breath roared like thunder, and dense mist surged forth with each exhale, its hair cascading like a 1,000-foot waterfall, garments billowing and creating a terrifying wave, emanating a majestic aura as if it were a sovereign of the heavens. The Imperial Realm Soul, the sovereign of souls on the continent of Dou Qi, was a prerequisite for ascending to the status of Dou Emperor. Once Zhu Qi appeared, his figure quickly began to contract, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal size. Then, with a flash, he escaped just in time. Boom! As Zhu Qi emerged, the ancient emperor's cavern trembled violently before gradually calming down. Phew! A collective sigh of relief escaped from the onlookers. Had Dou Qi still possessed hidden means, they would have been left with no option but to rely on the ancient jade. Now, it seemed they had seized an opportunity. "Ha ha, I have finally emerged." Upon sensing no anomalies, Zhu Qi laughed exuberantly. The Zhu Qi within felt a deep resonance, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. After millennia of imprisonment, Hope's dawn had finally arrived. "Congratulations, uncle." Jiang Yun smiled and offered his congratulations. "This time, it was thanks to you, and I must also express my gratitude for the elder's assistance." Zhu Qi chuckled lightly, respectfully gesturing towards the Qingming Tower above Jiang Yun's head. He held a deep reverence for this enigmatic weapon from the upper realms. "You're welcome. You and Yun are our family. I have expended considerable energy this time, so it would be unwise to act for a while. These little ones shall be entrusted to you." The Qingming Tower spun, its voice resonating in the ears of the two. Glancing in surprise at the Qingming Tower, Zhu Kuan was astonished to discover it possessed sentience. Indeed, the myriad wonders of the world were boundless. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Zhu Kuan nodded earnestly. Even without Qingming's directive, he would ensure the safety of Ziyin and Jiang Yun. One was his daughter, and the other, his future son-in-law who had shown him kindness. He would never allow harm to befall them. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, the Qingming Tower fell silent once more, resting at Jiang Yun's chest. Little Yun. A delicate call echoed as Ziyin swiftly approached the two, casting a careful gaze over Jiang Yun, anxious for his well-being. Observing the bitter expression on Zhu Kuan's face, the fondness Jiang Yun had just felt dissipated instantly. Ziyin, I am unharmed, and I have fulfilled my duty. Uncle has also managed to escape his predicament. Jiang Yun remarked with a light chuckle, his tone gentle. Upon hearing his words, Ziyin glanced at Zhu Kuan before huffing disdainfully. Humph. He has been imprisoned for thousands of years already. A few more years won't matter. If you are harmed because of him, it would be better for him to remain confined for another few thousand years. Hearing his precious daughter's grievances, Zhu Kuan's smile froze. Such filial piety was overwhelming. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him as he gazed enviously at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that the bond between the father and daughter required time to mend. Nevertheless, the situation had been satisfactorily resolved. Turning to Zhu Kuan, he said, Uncle, please bear with it a little longer. We shall rescue you soon. It's of no concern. My soul clone is akin to my true self. My emergence is equivalent to your own, so there is no issue. Zhu Kuan replied cheerfully, clearly content with the outcome. Suddenly recalling something, he added, do not rush regarding the ancient jade matter. With you and Ziyin present, it should flourish within a century. At that time, with proper planning, we may have the opportunity to gather them all. Otherwise, we risk alarming the enemy. A century? By then, even the yellow flower will have wilted long ago, let alone 100 years. Jiang Yun thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing his dissent. Zhu Kuan still viewed the world through the lens of bygone times. To suggest a century reflected his considerable faith in Jiang Yun and Ziyin's talents. Indeed, Jiang Yun affirmed with a smile. Ziyin, sensing their imminent separation, felt a pang of reluctance. Meeting Zhu Kuan's expectant gaze, she hesitated before saying softly, I will rescue you soon, father. With that, Ziyin took Jiang Yun's hand and soared toward the exit. Behind them, Zhu Kuan's hearty laughter echoed, brimming with excitement and fervor. Witnessing the scene, a smile crept across Zhu Kuan's lips as he moved swiftly, catching up to Jiang Yun and Ziyin in the blink of an eye. As the trio stepped out of the ancient emperor's space, the magma beneath them surged, and countless fire lizards charged towards them. The two leading semi-saints bellowed angrily at Jiang Yun and Ziyin. How dare you trespass into the tomb of the gods? However, upon spotting Zhu Kuan behind them, one of them blinked in disbelief, rubbed their eyes, and upon meeting Zhu Kuan's cold gaze, collapsed to the ground, trembling, and immediately bowed deeply, stammering, Guardian, my lord. With the two leaders kneeling, the bewildered fire lizards at the Dozong and Dozuan stages followed suit, creating a grand spectacle. Father, they were the ones who prevented me from coming to see you, Ziyin exclaimed, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance as she looked at Zhu Kuan. Jiang Yun cast a glance at Ziyin, marveling at how women are indeed born actors. Upon hearing Ziyin's words, Zhu Kuan's heart melted. He was fully aware that her statements were fabrications. Yet, what did it matter? The Flame Lizard clan paled in comparison to Ziyin. With a frigid gaze, he glared at the members of the Flame Lizard tribe, declaring, You dare to obstruct my daughter from meeting me. The oppressive aura of the Imperial Realm's soul instilled profound fear within the already timid Flame Lizards. The half-saint leader, suppressing his trepidation, bitterly remarked, My Lord Guardian, please temper your wrath. We were unaware of your daughter's identity. It was merely that intruders encroached upon our territory, and we acted to prevent them from trespassing upon the divine tomb. Are you implying that you are blameless? That it is my daughter who is at fault? A chilling voice echoed from above the two. We dare not. Please forgive us, my lord. The two half-saints of the lizard tribe trembled, burying their heads deeply into the ground. Ziyin, how do you wish to punish them? Zhu Kuan turned to Ziyin, asking with paternal affection. Ziyin looked towards Jiang Yun, uncertain of how to deal with these ruffians. Shall we execute them? She pondered. No need for that. Jiang Yun, catching Ziyin's glance, addressed the crowd. The fire orbs within your clan can be used for cultivation. Bring forth all that you possess at the fighting sovereign stage. Furthermore, having dwelled in this sea of magma for so long, surrender any rare treasures you may have. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's demands, the two half-saints of the Flame Lizard shuddered, internally lamenting their plight. However, under Zhu Kuan's watchful gaze, they dared not refuse. They promptly produced their clan's long-accumulated wealth, Though the subterranean magma brims with destructive fiery energy, nature is always full of wonders, and exceptions do exist. After acquiring a considerable bounty, the trio of satisfied brigands made their way towards Canaan Academy. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, it was already midnight. Chapter 149, Confrontation with Soul Wind. That night, Jiang Yun refrained from disturbing the resting companions, ensuring Zhu Kuan was settled before each retreated to their own quarters for the night. The following day, after completing his training, Qing Lin was the first to emerge. Immediately spotting Zhu Kuan seated in the courtyard, a look of confusion flashing across his face. As Qing Lin noticed Zhu Kuan, the latter also recognized Qing Lin. His demeanor shifted to one of discomfort upon seeing her. Given that Jiang Yun and Zi Yin resided together, it was evident they were acquainted. And an ominous premonition arose within him. Could this rascal Jiang Yun be a scoundrel? Last night, in a bid to respect the privacy of Jiang Yun and his daughter, Zhu Kuan had refrained from investigating his surroundings, unaware that Jiang Yun had 3 stunning beauties hidden within. Who are you? Qing Lin, on high alert, scrutinized Zhu Kuan as he momentarily lost focus. Deep within her emerald eyes, 3 tiny specks of light began to emerge, akin to 3 verdant blossoms poised to bloom, ready to unleash a fearsome assault. Noticing the peculiar expression in Qing Lin's eyes, Zhu Kuan was somewhat taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment, "The Bai Shi San Hua Tong. I am Zhu Kuan, the father of Zi Yan." After the initial surprise, Zhu Kuan's heart regained its tranquility. To him, the distinctions of divine bloodlines, the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, and the Yinan poison body were all inconsequential, merely variations of the extraordinary. "Oh, so you are my uncle." Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's identity, Qing Lin's small face flushed, her hostility dissipating as she respectfully approached him and offered her hospitality. "What is your name?" Observing the obedient young lady before him, a flicker of a smile appeared in Zhu Kuan's eyes. Having departed from the ancient emperor's cave and in pursuit of his daughter, his mood was exceptionally pleasant. "I am the junior, Qing Lin," she replied respectfully, pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Kuan. "Could you share with me about Ziyin? I have failed in my duties as a father during these many years of absence." Zhu Kuan gazed at Qing Lin and slowly inquired. Startled, Qing Lin glanced at Zhu Kuan but quickly composed herself and responded softly, "Certainly. I first met Sister Zi Yin in the Jiama Empire." As Qing Lin recounted her experiences, Zhu Kuan gained a deeper understanding of Zi Yin, Jiang Yun, and of course, Shao Yixian and Medusa. This knowledge stirred a sense of unease within the heart of the old father. Observing the tenderly narrating Qing Lin, he inwardly sighed. They are all unfortunate children. This is all that rascal Jiang Yun's fault. With this thought, Zhu Kuan's dissatisfaction towards Jiang Yun for taking his daughter once again surfaced. As time passed, others began to rise. Upon seeing Zhu Kuan, Medusa and Shao Yixian were naturally filled with curiosity. Thanks to the connections forged by Zi Yin, everyone had become acquainted. As Jiang Yun emerged, he spotted Medusa and the others seated together, listening to Zhu Kuan's conversation. "Jiang Yun, you truly are fortunate." Before Jiang Yun could even take a seat, he heard Zhu Kuan's sarcastic remark. He had already recognized the identities of Medusa and Shao Yixian, a 9-colored sky-devouring python, and a resolved Yinan poison body, coupled with the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Goodness, after centuries without a terrifying physique, how did Jiang Yun manage to gather them all in the Jiama Empire? Zhu Kuan pondered, suspecting that the Jiama Empire must possess some extraordinary qualities to have birthed such remarkable talents. "Uncle, you flatter me." Observing Jiang Yun's brazen demeanor, Zhu Kuan felt as though he were striking cotton with his fist. What irked him most was Zi Yan's apparent indifference, which only served to further vex him. "Oh, daughter. This rascal Jiang Yun behaves this way likely because you have indulged him." At that moment, several individuals raised their heads to see a figure gracefully approaching through the air, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. "Jiang Yun, you have returned." Su Qian looked at the newly emerged Jiang Yun and the unfamiliar Zhu Kuan beside him, surmising that this must be Zi Yan's father. "Elder," she exclaimed, "you must be Elder Su Qian." After a cordial exchange among Jiang Yun and the others, Zhu Kuan rose solemnly and clasped his hands towards Su Qian, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Su Qian, for nurturing Ziyan over the years. Zhu Kuan is eternally grateful, and should there be any need, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. The ancient dragon clan shall forever remain a friend of the Canaan Academy." He had learned from Jiang Yun that Su Qian was the one who rescued both Ziyan and Jiang Yun from the beast forest and brought them to Canaan Academy for cultivation. This kindness was something Zhu Kuan would always remember. "Not at all. I have merely provided them a place to stay. Their achievements today are largely due to their own efforts," Su Qian humbly replied, not daring to take too much credit. Acutely aware that Zhu Kuan was an adult of the ancient void dragon lineage, although unsure of his status within the clan, It was evident that he hailed from an extraordinary background. After all, it was unlikely that he would speak on behalf of the ancient dragon clan without cause. Rest assured, Su, you need not be so reserved. He possesses many treasures. Do not hesitate to ask. Upon witnessing Su Qian's reticence, Xian boldly interjected. Hearing her words, everyone except Zhu Ku and Kuden Ti suppressed their smiles. Xian's enthusiasm was quite amusing. Take this token. Should Canaan Academy encounter any difficulties, crush it, and I shall arrive post-haste, no matter where I am. Saying this, Zhu Kuan presented a piece of purple golden dragon scale to Su Qian. Despite his initial reluctance, Su Qian ultimately accepted the dragon scale under Zhu Kuan's insistence. With a slight smile, Zhu Kuan continued, upon my return to the clan, I will establish a spatial passage between Canaan Academy and Dragon Island, allowing the Academy's outstanding students to come to my island for learning. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's proposition, Su Qian's heart stirred. Such an offer was more valuable than any reward imaginable. To study on Dragon Island was a dream for many, a desire that often remained unfulfilled. Thus, after some contemplation, Su Qian agreed. With matters settled, Jiang Yun turned to Su Qian and inquired, Elder, have all the materials been prepared? Oh, the ingredients for the Jinzun Dan are all set. When would you like to commence the refining process? Su Qian responded, handing Jiang Yun a spatial ring softly. Time is of the essence. Let us begin now, Jiang Yun declared, receiving the ring and casting a glance at the 6 neatly arranged materials, his tone resolute. I would ask my uncle to protect me during the process. Turning to Zhu Kuan, Jiang Yun smiled lightly. Let us see your alchemical skills. Zhu Kuan laughed heartily, nodding in approval. Although I am not well versed in alchemy, I have witnessed several grandmasters of profound elixirs in action, which should provide you some assistance. Rest assured, even the 9 profound golden thunder cannot harm you in the slightest. His tone brimmed with confidence. Though his current form was merely an imperial realm spirit, he was indeed impervious to the 9 profound golden thunder. Hearing Zhu Kuan's bold claims, Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian, and Medusa cast curious glances at him. Unaware of his true strength, their intrigue piqued by his audacity. Then please, my uncle, offer some guidance, Jiang Yun responded with a bright smile, raising his hand as the dark magic gradually materialized. A white flame of undying sanctity leapt into it, slowly igniting. Boom. Within a concealed chamber, an overwhelming aura erupted from the figure clad in white robes. Moments later, the intensity receded, and Yun Yi opened his tightly shut eyes. Sensing the power of a star Dou Zun within him, he murmured, I shall return to the Soul Clan first. My focus will then shift to the Central Continent. With that thought, Yun Yi rose to his feet and made his way toward the door. Shortly thereafter, a colossal spatial passageway descended, with the purple crystal-winged Lion King drawing a pitch-black war chariot into it. In the Soul Realm, Yun Yi once again encountered his esteemed master, Xu Huantunyan. Observing Yun Yi below, Xu Huantunyan's eyes ignited with dark flames as he remarked, Your advancement in strength is remarkably swift. You have already reached the Dou Zun level. It seems allowing you to venture out was indeed the right choice. Had you remained in the Soul Realm, you might not have attained such prowess. Well, it's quite decent. Yun Yi replied nonchalantly. You should stay in the Soul Realm for a few days. You have truly bullied the young lady of the ancient clan to a considerable extent. Those old fellows from the ancient clan were on the verge of losing their tempers. Xu Huantunyan said with a hint of schadenfreude. That was her own doing. Is the Soul Clan afraid? Yun Yi retorted with a cold laugh. The ancient clan lacks the capability to compel my clan to submit. Xu Huantunyan scoffed, showing clear disdain for the ancient clan. You ought to remain within the clan for these days, lest the ancient clan become desperate. Besides, someone has emerged from seclusion, and I believe you will find it intriguing. Oh, who is it? Jiang Yun inquired with great interest. Hun Feng has exited his retreat. He is one of the 3 divine bloodlines of this generation of the Soul Clan and is the most favored candidate for the position of young clan leader. Knowing of your return, it is likely he will seek you out for a spar, Xu Huantunyan said, regarding Yun Yi with keen interest. Sparring in the Soul Clan is no mere formality, it can be deadly. To be honest, Xu Huantunyan was genuinely curious to see Yun Yi's expression of terror. If he comes, I shall crush him, Yun Yi stated indifferently, his face betraying no emotion, as if nothing could pique his interest. A strong confidence radiated from him as he declared, in the same realm, I am invincible. With that, he turned and strode outside with unwavering resolve. Intriguing. After a long pause, Xu Huantunyan murmured, Hun Feng bears a spark of my essence. Let me see the depths of your flames. As his voice faded, darkness once again enveloped the hall. Yun Yi had returned. The following day, an explosive piece of news swiftly spread to every corner of the Soul Realm. Instantly, countless individuals were aflame with excitement. Who is Yun Yi? He is the sole disciple of Xu Huantunyan, upon his arrival in the Soul Realm, defied the Dou Huang as a Dou Wang, rapidly gaining renown. Moreover, following that, the esteemed bloodline bearer of the Soul Clan, Soul Wind, once boldly proclaimed that upon Yun Yi's ascension to the rank of Dou Zun, he would engage in a fair duel with him. Now, as Soul Wind has just emerged from his seclusion, and Yun Yi has returned, the anticipation is palpable, akin to a collision of celestial bodies. On a towering peak, Yun Yi stood quietly, observing the descendants of the Soul Realm below, where the imperial lineage and ordinary folk bore little distinction. Their innate talents were generally modest, leading ordinary lives in the Soul Realm, their existence dedicated to the propagation of the Soul Clan, adhering to the principle that qualitative change arises from quantitative accumulation, thus giving birth to descendants of elevated bloodline status. In many respects, the imperial descendants are pitiable, serving as the formidable foundation of their lineage while existing at the very bottom of the societal hierarchy. At that moment, on a distant peak, a piercing gaze was fixated upon Yun Yi, imbued with an overwhelming pressure that seemed to freeze the very space around Jiang Yun. Perceiving the shift in the surrounding atmosphere, Yun Yi let out a cold snort, his formidable spiritual power laced with flickers of fiery energy. Boom! In an instant, a searing flame erupted from the heavens, a terrifying wave of fire radiating outward from Yun Yi as its epicenter. Such formidable flames. The figure clad in black robes in the distance, witnessing this scene, exhibited a look of intrigue while fixating intently on the heart of the inferno. Simultaneously, the dark flames within him grew increasingly fervent. In a moment of distraction, the figure of Yun Yi vanished from sight, only to suddenly appear quietly behind Soul Wind. Such exquisite mastery of spatial control. Soul Wind seemed to sense Jiang Yun's presence and could not help but commend him. Your cultivation is impressive as well. Yun Yi regarded Soul Wind, a remarkably youthful individual of merely 20 years, his expression unchanged through time, neither joyful nor sorrowful, with his features bearing an almost frozen quality. His pitch-black eyes resembled two dark orbs forcefully embedded in their sockets, emanating an air of chill. Soul Wind, turning to face Yun Yi, he spoke in a calm and distant tone. Nodding slightly, Yun Yi replied, "I am Yun Yi." The two locked eyes, an invisible tension beginning to clash, causing the surrounding air to thicken. Boom! With a resounding crash, the two figures vanished in an instant, akin to phantoms. Bang! The next heartbeat saw them materialize in midair, their fists and palms colliding, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that surged forth, sending shockwaves crashing to the ground below. The earth trembled, fissures rapidly spreading as fragments of rock were reduced to mere dust. Upon their initial clash, Soul Wind let out a muffled grunt, his toes barely touching the ground as he swiftly retreated, glancing at his palm, which had become swollen and bloodied, crimson seeping from within and staining it a deep red. In this first encounter, Soul Wind had already suffered a minor setback. Indeed, as they have said, your physical form is most formidable. Soul Wind, unfazed by his injuries, gazed at Yun Yi with an impassive expression and spoke in a deep voice. Yun Yi's figure shifted, once again advancing towards Soul Wind. The rending wind tiger roar palm. Soul Wind sneered, altering the seal in his hand, and a fierce palm imprint surged forth, hurtling towards Jiang Yun. In response to Soul Wind's assault, silver light flickered at Yun Yi's feet, and his figure abruptly appeared behind Soul Wind. The black extreme burst,